How would you evaluate the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One? Thank you for the invitation. Given the Marvel context, I shall remain incognito. Master Ancient One is a truly gracious individual. She first offered me an endlessly refillable cup of tea, which I must add is exceptionally delightful. Then, Master Ancient One remarked that I harbored dark energy within me. Just as I was processing this, she took action. Help! Chapter 1. What to do if caught by Ancient One while sneaking in. How foolish I am. I fully comprehend that the great Ancient One safeguards the Marvel Universe. Yet I dare to traverse into this realm. Chi found himself in an antiquated hall, seated on a chair, awkwardly sipping the seemingly infinite tea before him. Before him sat the illustrious Supreme Sorceress of Marvel, the bald Ancient One. With her eyes closed, she appeared oblivious to my presence. Had it not been for the Eye of Agamotto on her chest, which was now aglow, I would have considered making a hasty exit. Gazing at the time stone revealed within the Eye of Agamotto, an audacious thought crossed my mind. If I were to seize the stone now, could I use it to escape? However, contemplating the table separating Ancient One and myself, I relinquished that grandiose notion. Reflecting on how I arrived in this Marvel universe, I felt an overwhelming urge to slap myself. At the time, I was laboring late and, during a break, picked up my phone to engage in an idle game that, as an office worker, I only had a fleeting moment of free time, hardly enough to play anything substantial. Upon noticing an advertisement pop up on the game interface, I naturally dismissed it. What a farce. With so little leisure time, why should I be subjected to advertisements? While collecting my idle rewards, I began strategizing on how to allocate points for maximum benefit, ultimately mindlessly selecting the highest tier of the Dark Realm. Then, after I had invested 1 times 10 to the power of 6 times into this Dark Realm, I was, quite unexpectedly, thrust into it. Upon entering a black void, I was momentarily dazed, only to be greeted by an idle system that presented a few worlds for me to choose from. Among the offered worlds, only the Marvel Universe was somewhat familiar. The others, such as Star Wars or Overwatch, were largely unknown to me. Had I selected a different universe, I might not have ended up here, I lamented inwardly. Observing Ancient One, who was clearly using the Eye of Agamotto to scrutinize time and space, I dared not make a move. After all, in the Marvel Universe, who reigned supreme, if not this bald sorceress? The entity before me, the embodiment of power, made all others appear trivial in comparison. I watched Ancient One in silence. I struggled to suppress the urge to relieve myself and decided to inspect the system I had acquired upon my arrival. The Dark System, with a name as grand as it sounds, turned out to be rather underwhelming. Akin to the idle game I played, it functioned as an idle system. This system commenced by granting me a dark space composed of crystallized dark energy. The more energy crystals I accumulated, the larger the space would become. These dark energy crystals could be utilized to purchase units within the system, with an initial purchase price of 10 points. Each subsequent unit would increase in price by 0.1, with no upper limit. As for the significance of the dark space's size, I remained somewhat unclear at this juncture. However, this familiar pattern was reminiscent of the idle game I played prior to my traversal. After a period of careful examination, I noted that I began with 10 points of dark energy crystals and observed the only purchasable item, a ninja mask adorned with crimson eyes. This item struck me as eerily familiar, yet I could not place it, perhaps from an anime I had long forgotten. Setting aside this puzzlement, I noted that the initial purchase price for the unit was precisely 10 points, and without hesitation, I clicked to increase the unit count by 1. The system's gift of 10 points was depleted, and the next unit price escalated from 10 to 10.1 points, while the dark energy crystals at the top converted to 0.1 per minute. It appeared that this unit's extraction rate was a mere 0.1 dark energy crystals per minute, which did not surprise me. After all, idle games typically commence with modest figures, escalating to astronomical sums later on. However, I was more concerned with another aspect, the notation following the energy crystal extraction. This system was peculiar, for it did not accumulate currency second by second, as most idle games do, but rather minute by minute. Such a slow accumulation rate would mean it would take an eternity to develop. I feared I might perish before reaching even the million mark. Frustrated, I lifted the teacup before me, intending to gulp it down to regain my composure, only to discover that Ancient One had filled it to the brim, resulting in scalding tea spilling down my neck. In a moment of shock, I dropped the cup, shattering it upon the ground, instinctively standing to shake off the tea that had sullied my garments. At that moment, Ancient One abruptly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon me. I froze in place, momentarily forgetting the presence of this formidable sorceress as she paused her observations to regard me, compelling me to sit down obediently. I was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that she might perceive my actions as disrespectful and that I might meet an untimely end. I had only just escaped the mundane life of an office worker. I wished to savor my newfound freedom, at least long enough to enjoy some entertainment. After a prolonged silence, Ancient One regarded me thoughtfully, and a dark mark appeared upon her forehead that I recognized this phenomenon to sustain her life and power. She publicly opposed Dormammu, while secretly absorbing dark energy. However, I dared not speak on this matter, for the depths of its complexity eluded my understanding. Indeed, while watching films, I was more captivated by the special effects than the underlying plot. As Ancient One displayed the dark mark, my anxiety heightened. It felt as though she were contemplating my demise. Ancient One scrutinized me, her expression unwavering, recalling her earlier vision of the future wherein this individual might possess the power to vanquish Dormammu. Despite the tumult of thoughts racing through her mind, her demeanor remained unchanged. Dormammu was undeniably formidable. Even wielding the Time Stone, she could not claim victory over him. Yet, this person could potentially eradicate Dormammu. Employing dark energy in her spells, Ancient One discerned that this individual indeed possessed a trace of dark energy, purer than that of Dormammu, which sparked a glimmer of possibility within her. She raised her teacup, gesturing toward Luchid. I initially misinterpreted her gesture as an attempt to challenge me, only to realize that the once shattered cup had mysteriously reappeared before me. Taking a sip, I found it still an endless refill, the familiar taste easing my tension. It seemed she would not hold my earlier blunder against me. You harbor dark energy within you, Ancient One stated suddenly, after taking a sip of her tea. In the midst of gulping down the tea, I was taken aback, sputtering as I did, so having just arrived in Marvel, how could I possibly be linked to Dormammu? Ancient One, who tolerates no hint of dark energy, was surely intent on framing me, silencing me, and erasing all evidence. It seems I had neglected to remember the unit values within my system, much like one might forget whether the currency in an idle game was gold coins or silver. Do not panic, I will not eliminate you, Ancient One continued. Oh no, has she read my thoughts? How does she possess such insight? I thought, my expression tightening as I recalled our previous discussions. Ancient One reflected on a certain timeline where I had honestly conveyed my thoughts, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation that I shall not pursue your earlier musings, nor do I possess the ability to read minds. Even a baldhead like you claims to lack the ability to read minds. Lucci now dared not entertain any thoughts, his mind rendered blank as he endeavored to free his spirit and traverse the multiverse. You won't be able to observe the multiverse in this state. However, I can assist you. But first, you must address your physiological needs, lest you find yourself in an awkward predicament, Ancient One declared, waving her hand to conjure. A circle crackling with electric sparks, which opened directly into a restroom. It was only then that Lucci realized he had an abundance of reserves, feeling rather affluent, and hurriedly dashed to relieve himself. Upon exiting the restroom, having not noticed the electric sparks, he initially believed he had been let off the hook. Just as he prepared to retreat strategically, a portal unexpectedly materialized. Utilizing the sage time released during the transition, Lucci took a moment to assess his situation, but he discerned that Ancient One genuinely harbored no intention of silencing him, for she would not have offered him endless refills otherwise. With the absence of immediate danger, Lucci's thoughts began to soar. Gazing at the portal sparking with electricity, he acknowledged the convenience of such magic, particularly for restroom visits. A sudden sense of weightlessness enveloped him, and he was startled to find himself gazing at the back of his own head. Wait, how did I lift off the ground? As he watched himself gradually ascend, a memory of Ancient One's budget-burning gesture flashed through his mind. Had he been levitated? Observing his own body seated upon an inexplicably appeared chair, Lucci felt a momentary disorientation. Safe travels, Ancient One remarked softly, her gaze fixed upon the airborne Lucci. In that instant, he sensed a pulling force, drawing him sideways into a realm of peculiarities. Recalling the interrogation he faced along the timeline, Ancient One recognized that Lucci bore no ill intentions. With proper guidance, he would not stray towards malevolence. Sipping some tea to calm his nerves, Lucci glanced at Ancient One. How was your journey? She inquired. Tea was quite exhilarating, albeit a tad overwhelming. Lucci candidly expressed his sentiments, noting that his entire body had sprouted hence an experience that was rather disorienting, leaving him unable to recall much else, as some scenes were simply beyond his comprehension. And a wonder, Ancient One considered Stephen to be the finest supreme sorcerer. His ability to maintain consciousness in such an environment showcased his innate talent in this realm. Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. Next time, I shall be more cautious with Stephen. I am merely a guinea pig, Lucci silently lamented, though he maintained a composed exterior. I did not wish for this either, Lucci replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to my possession of dark energy. Having just arrived in this world, I have scarcely glimpsed anything that Lucci found it perplexing. Surely, it was improbable that Dormammu had set his sights on in the moment he entered this universe. Speaking of dark energy, it seemed familiar. Why was that? Lu Qi momentarily faltered before hastily accessing the system, eyeing the currency displayed. Dark energy, so it was the system that had ensnared him. Ancient One observed Lu Qi's shifting expressions, calmly sipping her tea. The formidable figure sipped water. Lu Qi was at a loss for what to do. To present himself before Ancient One with such a troublesome system was that not akin to illuminating a restroom and courting disaster? Great One, I beseech you for mercy. I have committed no misdeeds yet. Never mind. I shall not engage in wrongdoing. Lu Qi implored, gazing up at Ancient One with sincerity, wishing he could pour her tea, were it not for her ability to refill it indefinitely. Dark energy is exceedingly perilous, yet you appear unaffected by its influence, Ancient One remarked, concealing the dark mark upon her forehead. Lu Qi had not examined himself in a mirror since arriving and was unaware of any changes. Hearing Ancient One's words, he felt a modicum of relief. Contemplating finding a mirror to inspect his reflection, Ancient One added, "You must remain here for a few days to observe." What choice did Lu Qi have but to acquiesce to her arrangements? Noticing Lu Qi's lack of objections, Ancient One waved her hand, causing the space around them to shatter like glass. It turned out they had been within a mirrored space all along. Lu Qi expressed his astonishment, marveling at Ancient One's prowess. He had not even realized he had entered a mirrored dimension. "I will have Mordo escort you to your quarters. In the coming days, I hope you find your experience at Kamartaj to be enjoyable," Ancient One declared, clapping her hands as a burly man entered the tea room. Observing Ancient One's demeanor as she bid farewell, Lu Qi obediently followed Mordo out. Chapter 2. Above Dormammu. Following Mordo out of the tea room, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation without the gaze of a superior upon him. Truly, he had almost believed he was on the verge of demise. "The Ancient One holds a unique regard for you," Mordo remarked, slowing his pace to observe Lu Qi with an unusual intensity. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Qi pondered how it could be anything but special, given that both he and the Ancient One were imbued with dark energy. "Perhaps your aptitude for magic is exceptionally high," Mordo suggested slowly. Lu Qi reflected on his recent experience of traversing the multiverse, realizing that he had retained little else in memory. "I do not share that sentiment," he replied, his countenance growing more awkward, feeling compelled to interrupt Mordo. Noting Lu Qi's discomfort, Mordo shrugged, "Yet you seem to be highly regarded by the Sorcerer Supreme. He is a man of great wisdom and must surely have perceived your considerable talents." Mordo remained an ardent admirer of the Ancient One, viewing him as a godlike figure. "With a system and dark energy at my disposal, I was invited for tea immediately upon crossing over. I can hardly fathom what talents I possess," Lu Qi lamented, casting his gaze skyward on the verge of tears. "Would you like to try your hand at magic?" Mordo inquired, observing Lu Qi's demeanor. "That could be intriguing." Lu Qi recalled the appearance of the portal earlier and felt a flicker of interest. Mastering such a skill would alleviate the worry of timing when nature called. Seeing Lu Qi finally exhibit some enthusiasm, Mordo quickly added, "Let me first show you around the room, and then we shall head to the plaza to give it a go. Since the Sorcerer Supreme believes in your potential, you should find it effortless to learn the spells here." Upon entering a dimly lit chamber, Lu Qi felt as though he had stepped into a prison cell. Mordo shrugged and explained, "Maintaining the daily lives of sorcerers can be quite costly, and Kamartaj lacks substantial assets in the mundane world." Finally locating Mordo, Lu Qi accepted a small card that Mordo handed him. Through the small window, sunlight illuminated the word Shambhala inscribed upon it, prompting a sudden realization in Lu Qi. "Oh no, where's my phone?" Mordo chuckled, observing Lu Qi's sudden bewilderment. "That's the Wi-Fi password. We are not primitives." "Not that," Lu Qi replied with a rueful smile. "I don't have a phone." "You're what, a primitive?" Mordo exclaimed in astonishment. Having finally settled, Lu Qi followed Mordo to the training plaza where sorcerers practiced. Mordo donned a hovering ring and asked, "Shall we attempt the portal? Beginners often enjoy this one." With a graceful gesture, he traced a circle, conjuring a gateway of electric sparks. It was convenient, easy to learn, and visually stunning. Many novices delighted in this particular spell. Mordo stepped through the portal and appeared behind Lu Qi. Taking the hovering ring, Lu Qi envisioned an empty spot in the plaza under Mordo's guidance and reached out to draw. Yet, the anticipated portal failed to materialize, causing Lu Qi to furrow his brow in disappointment. Indeed, it seemed his talents in magic were not extraordinary. He could not even conjure a basic portal spell. Observing Lu Qi's despondent expression, Mordo reassured him, "Do not fret. This is a perfectly normal occurrence. Who among us can wield magic upon first arrival? It requires repeated attempts." After a comforting exchange with Modu, Lu Qi rekindled his confidence. Indeed, even Stephen had nearly succumbed to the snow-capped mountains before unveiling the portal. It was unreasonable to expect Lu Qi to achieve the same feat instantaneously. He must afford some respect to the future Supreme Mage. After a period of rest, Modu began to instruct Lu Qi on the art of spellcasting. In essence, the spells wielded by mages are not dissimilar to the technologies of the mundane world. They merely represent different applications of energy. Mages manipulate energy through mental focus, while technology harnesses matter to drive energy. To unleash a spell, one must engage their mental prowess to sense and control the surrounding energy. Lu Qi nodded, assuming the required stance. In an effort to better attune himself to the energy, he closed his eyes and earnestly explored. Suddenly, he discovered an unusual energy within his body that astonishingly responded to his will. Take me to that place. Lu Qi envisioned his earlier target, and the energy began to surge. He delighted in the sensation of this energy stirring, but soon his expression shifted. Why was this energy not directing itself towards the suspended ring? Instead, under Modu's watchful gaze, a surge of black energy enveloped Lu Qi, sinking him into the ground, only to re-emerge in a nearby shadow. As Lu Qi reappeared, he turned to Modu, confusion etched on his face. Did I succeed? Misinterpreting Modu's astonished expression as a sign of his triumph, he exuberantly proclaimed, "Who would have thought I am such a genius, succeeding on my first attempt?" However, as he noticed the other mages silently drawing their weapons, an unsettling realization dawned on him. Were they truly envious of his talent and preparing to assault him? Surely not. He cautiously retreated to the wall, observing the mages, who appeared to be on high alert. Goodness, you are serious. Lu Qi sensed the atmosphere had shifted, especially as even Modu approached wielding a whip. Was this a game of such intensity? The advancing group of imposing figures made Lu Qi swallow hard. The situation was dire. He needed to flee. Energy surged once more, enveloping Lu Qi as he vanished from sight. Initially, Lu Qi had envisioned directly seeking out Ancient One in the small attic, but he had not traveled far before sensing the energy surrounding him depleting rapidly, leading him to materialize back in the physical realm. Damn, there is insufficient energy. Lu Qi took a deep breath. Although he appeared cornered, there remained a glimmer of hope for salvation. Great One, I beseech you, Lu Qi called out loudly. Yet it seemed that Ancient One did not materialize as he had anticipated, perhaps due to the distance. I must move closer to Ancient One, he thought. However, facing such a multitude, how could he escape? Observing the formidable figures before him, Lu Qi sensed the painfully slow recovery of his energy insufficient for a retreat. As a towering figure approached, raising his staff, Lu Qi fervently hoped someone would intervene to halt this man. As the thought emerged in Lu Qi's mind, his shadow suddenly split apart, transforming into a black ninja before him. Goodness, the Shadow Legion. At that moment, Lu Qi recalled the mask within his system. Could it be that the units in this system were indeed ninja soldiers, and he could summon them? Excitement surged within Lu Qi as he realized he could possess the ninja army he had longed for since childhood. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although ninja soldiers could easily handle ordinary people, were the imposing figures before him truly mere mortals? Observing their robust physiques, Lu Qi dared to believe that these melee mages could easily overpower the ninja, even without the use of magic. Yet, glancing at his remaining energy, which stood at a mere 59, he realized he could not summon another ninja soldier. This was disastrous. This idle system was utterly useless. He suppressed his inner thoughts and addressed the ninja soldier before him. Go! Stop them! At Lu Qi's command, the ninja soldier charged fearlessly towards the group of mages, only to be swiftly subdued by their various melee weapons. Nevertheless, thanks to the delay caused by the Shadow Ninja, Lu Qi gradually regained some energy and vanished into the shadows. Through this shadow transformation, Lu Qi reappeared outside the courtyard and immediately sprinted away. However, Modu and his companions were not to be underestimated. They quickly pursued him. Lu Qi summoned the speed he typically reserved for rushing to work, astonishingly leaving behind a group of mages who had trained rigorously. Yet, his fortune was short-lived. Before he could run far, a series of portals opened before him, and mages charged through. So, they were cheating, were they? Lu Qi realized just how troublesome these mages were. Escape was futile. As a mage swung a staff down upon him, Lu Qi instinctively transformed into shadows to evade the blow, but the opponent, anticipating his move, struck the ground with his staff, unleashing a surge of energy derived from a transaction with a dimensional demon, which forcefully dispelled Lu Qi's shadow form. Taken aback, Lu Qi quickly shifted to another side in shadow form, but the battle-hardened mages had already discerned his vulnerability. use energy shields to block him. His ability cannot penetrate barriers composed of energy. One mage shouted, and the others swiftly conjured arrays, attempting to encircle Lu Qi. Feeling the tightening grip of the mages around him, Lu Qi grew increasingly anxious. His energy reserves were nearly depleted, and being surrounded left him no chance of escape. Remembering that he still had one ninja soldier at his disposal, Lu Qi attempted to summon the soldier once more. The shadow split again, and the ninja soldier reappeared. "Quick, get me out of here." This time, Lu Qi refrained from sending the ninja soldier on a suicide mission, instead leaping onto its back and urging it to carry him away. The ninja's red eyes widened, seemingly straining, yet it gallantly sprinted forth, nimbly weaving left and right, successfully breaking through the encirclement with Lu Qi in tow. Yet, Lu Qi was acutely aware that he was trapped in the stronghold of this group of mages. With no possibility of escape, he could only hope for the emergence of a powerful ally. Thus, the ninja soldier led Lu Qi in evasive maneuvers, dodging the increasingly numerous mages in pursuit, while Lu Qi continuously called out the name of the Ancient One. Amidst the relentless chase, it was fortunate that the ninja soldier possessed boundless stamina. Otherwise, they would have long been ensnared by the formidable strength of the mages. Before long, Lu Qi found himself concealed behind the ninja soldier, cornered by a throng of mages. Gazing at the sea of faces before him, Lu Qi had every reason to believe that all the official mages of Kamar-Taj had gathered to intercept him. Observing the depleted energy that could no longer sustain his form, Lu Qi shook his head, realizing that hope was truly lost. However, amidst his despair, a portal materialized before him, and a figure clad in yellow emerged from the mirrored space, taking a stand in front of Lu Qi. A mage from the crowd shouted, "Supreme Mage, the individual behind you harbors dark energy and is a follower of the Dark Lord." Lu Qi scrutinized the mage who had spoken, finding him somewhat familiar. Upon recognition, he exclaimed, "Isn't that Caecilius? You haven't betrayed us yet." The Ancient One removed his hood, revealing his bald head, which commanded the attention of the crowd. Though this individual bore dark energy, he was not a follower of Dormammu. Rather, he was another manifestation of Dormammu. "Goodness, are you trying to do me?" Lu Qi thought, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. The Ancient One had effectively branded him as the archenemy before everyone, turning him into a living testament to a new doctrine. As the crowd's agitation intensified, the Ancient One continued, "He possesses the potential to be like Dormammu, yet he is not Dormammu." "Great, not only have you muddled your words, but you're also speaking in riddles." Lu Qi thought, tears welling up in his eyes as he witnessed the Ancient One's eloquence bewilder the onlookers. It seemed the Ancient One was indeed trying to protect him, ensuring his survival. He resembled Dormammu, for he could wield the power of darkness, yet differed from Dormammu, as he was not controlled by the dark forces. Instead, he commanded them. He was a pure embodiment of the Dark Lord, or perhaps the true Dark Lord. Listening to the Ancient One's discourse, Lu Qi found himself positioned above Dormammu, noting his energy had increased to 60, having gained an additional unit. "So, I possess such prowess?" he mused. However, he recalled the Ancient One's earlier assertion that dark power was the most malevolent force. "He is the Dark Lord. Should we not eliminate him to prevent future threats to Earth?" Caecilius shouted again, "Traitor, you have betrayed me. I shall assist the Ancient One in eradicating this villain." Lu Qi thought, the essence of pure power knows no moral distinction, much like how a weapon can protect the world in righteous hands. It poses a danger in the hands of the wicked. The Ancient One maintained his neutral demeanor, and his sage-like presence lent credence to his words. Furthermore, his strength emanated from the dark dimension. The stronger he became, the weaker Dormammu would grow. The Ancient One added this final argument, dispelling any lingering thoughts of vanquishing Lu Qi, asserting that as long as Lu Qi's intentions remained noble, the dark power would pose no threat. To eliminate Dormammu, rendering the dark forces even more pure, we can also harness this darkness to become significantly stronger, even unleashing magic without any cost. The spells of Kamar-Taj fundamentally operate on the principle of exchange, where one offers their own possessions as a price to barter with the deities across dimensions for extraordinary power. Hence, it is customary for sorcerers to engage in physical training to augment their resources. If no cost were required, they would truly embody the essence of a sorcerer. Akin to Doctor Strange showcasing his prowess during the endgame. What is endgame? Upon realizing this, the sorcerers regarded Lu Qi with a peculiar gaze, seemingly hoping he would soon deliver a kick to Dormammu, illuminating the Dark Realm. In an instant, Lu Qi transformed from a target of disdain into a cherished entity in need of careful nurturing, feeling somewhat bewildered before being drawn into the mirror dimension by Ancient One. Upon entering the mirror dimension with Ancient One, Lu Qi finally exhaled in relief. He had no desire to be surrounded by a group of imposing men. Observing Ancient One's serene demeanor, Lu Qi scratched his head. You foresaw all of this and have been watching from the shadows, haven't you? Ancient One nodded, affirming that she had indeed anticipated these events and attempted to influence the timeline towards a more favorable outcome for Earth. Then why allow my possession of dark energy to be exposed? Lu Qi pondered, now realizing that the energy he felt he could control was undoubtedly dark energy. However, for the sorcerers within Kamar-Taj, dark energy was far more sensitive, particularly as Dormammu currently posed the greatest threat to Earth. Because my time is running out, Ancient One stated quietly, as if it were merely an unrelated matter. How could that be? Have you not been siphoning Dormammu's dark energy all along? Lu Qi exclaimed in shock. In the original world, everyone spoke of the Sorcerer Supreme perishing due to exorbitant special effects. Yet no one mentioned Ancient One dying of old age. I have been secretly absorbing Dormammu's dark energy, but he is not oblivious to it, Ancient One revealed, exposing the dark mark on her forehead. He has permitted me to draw energy because the dark energy he has altered possesses the power to seduce and locate worlds. As long as I absorb and utilize this dark energy, he can pinpoint Earth through me and drag it into the dark dimension. I have been combating the malevolent capabilities within this dark energy, but I am nearing my limit. If I continue absorbing it, it won't be long before I inadvertently lead to Earth's consumption by Dormammu. Lu Qi then understood why Ancient One sought to face her demise immediately after finding a successor. Otherwise, it would indeed be a source of mockery. The Sorcerer Supreme, who had kept Dormammu and his ilk at bay from Earth, defeated by an elite foe, would be a blow to the pride of the deities. Now, comprehending Ancient One's intent, Lu Qi realized that the best way to prevent this calamity was to cease absorbing Dormammu's energy. Yet doing so would lead to her immediate death. Initially, it seemed she was inclined towards self-destruction, but my arrival provided a new twist, namely, that I too possess dark energy. Indeed, but why do you believe that I would provide you with dark energy? Are you trying to coerce me? I shall not compel you. Yet entering into a contract with me would yield numerous advantages. What advantages? Firstly, you will not be pursued by the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj. That is indeed tempting. Lu Qi nodded, having been greatly affected by the earlier scene. Secondly, by signing a contract with me, I shall offer you protection as your yet-to-be-developed safeguard. A free bodyguard. You say? Lu Qi was genuinely intrigued. The Marvel Universe is fraught with peril, and having someone like Gu Yi as his protector would alleviate his fears of an untimely demise in the early stages. Lastly, I can assist you in your rapid advancement. What does that imply? Look at your unknown entity. Unknown entity? Is it the system? What is it? Your entity contains merely a fraction of dark energy crystals. Once they are depleted, you will need to venture into other dark dimensions to seize energy crystals from others. However, you lack the coordinates of these other dimensions, and it could take years to discover even one dark dimension. But you possess that knowledge. Lu Qi stroked his chin, and Gu Yi nodded in affirmation. Kamar-Taj has always been attentive to these dimensions, boasting numerous coordinates. If you enter into a contract with me, I shall provide you with these coordinates, ensuring that you need not worry about stagnation until you are self-sufficient. Yet, a concern lingers. I cannot ascertain the truth of your words. What if I sign a contract, and you reveal that you have deceived me? Gu Yi regarded him intently, stating, I can impose conditions on the contract. You may unilaterally terminate it, resulting in my immediate demise. How does that sound? Lu Qi approached Gu Yi, agreeing. How shall we proceed? Gu Yi raised her hand above Lu Qi's head, closing her eyes to sense the energy for a moment, after which a magical formation materialized in her palm. Just as Lu Qi pondered whether this spark might ignite his hair, he suddenly received a system notification. Detected that Gu Yi wishes to enter into a contract with you. The host is temporarily unable to consent to the contract, and the system will assist in the signing. Contract details. Gu Yi shall acquire the dark energy you provide, and you may unilaterally cancel the contract. Yes or no? It appears the system is not merely a mining automation system. It also acts as a steward. Lu Qi clicked yes, and knowledge of various portals flooded his mind, while his previously restored energy value plummeted to 0. Your dark energy is indeed refined, yet its quantity is insufficient. Following the signing of the contract, Gu Yi gained access to Lu Qi's dark energy, resulting in his energy remaining at 0. Lu Qi sighed in resignation. I am at a loss. I've only recently acquired this ability, and the time has been too brief. Gazing at the remaining dark energy, he mused that since Gu-E desired energy, why not lend her the time stone for a while? Gu-E was equally surprised to discover that the dark energy from the dark dimension would strengthen with the passage of time in the main world. Given that dark energy allows one to disregard time, existing on a parallel level, she waved her hand to summon the time stone and handed it to Lu Qi. Lu Qi held the time gem, and a prompt from the system appeared. Would you like to watch an advertisement to accelerate the game? He was taken aback. Can one actually watch advertisements? After a moment of surprise, he clicked yes, and then, ad space available for lease. One unexpected turn. He endured a full minute of advertisement and finally received his reward, an hour's worth of acceleration, yielding 6 points of dark energy, bringing his total to 12. Glancing at the upper left corner, where the advertisement count read 23, Lu Qi returned the time gem to the Supreme Mage, relieved to see the advertisement still active. He gazed wistfully at the time gem. However, upon holding it, he realized he could not manipulate time with it, which left him feeling despondent. Once, the time gem had been in his grasp, yet he could not make use of it, akin to a wedding night spent in drunken slumber on the floor without any consummation. It was indeed a sorrowful tale, and Lu Qi forced himself to forget it. You seem unable to utilize the time gem? Ancient One observed Lu Qi with a hint of curiosity, astonished that he had returned it so readily. As a visitor from another world, Lu Qi had sensed the myriad of timelines upon his arrival, yet an inexplicable surge of dark energy had intertwined him with this realm, causing those timelines to vanish. Ancient One too felt the presence of entities beyond the timelines attempting to locate Lu Qi, but with his merging into this world, they had abandoned their search upon failing to find him. However, the fact that Lu Qi could not wield the time gem genuinely surprised her. Subsequently, his system indicated that advertisements were available to watch, yet the time gem seemed to possess a will of its own, refusing to be used. Was it perhaps sulking? Lu Qi stared at the time gem, hoping for some sign of acknowledgement. After viewing the remaining 2 advertisements, he acquired 4 ninja warriors, summoning them all at once. The sight of them standing before him, even in the mirrored space, filled Lu Qi with a profound sense of security. Noting the limit of 94, he realized he could summon another in 3 minutes. This is quite promising, allowing himself a day for development. He mused about assembling a 100-man team, though perhaps not quite that many, it would still be substantial. Satisfied, he nearly forgot about Ancient One beside him, only to find her with closed eyes, engrossed in some sensation. After waiting a moment, he directed his 4 ninja warriors to leap about, even encouraging them to practice against one another. Without hesitation, they engaged in combat, and Lu Qi was astonished by their agility, pondering how the group of mages could so swiftly dispatch the small ninja warriors. A brawl ensued, and he recalled an elite mage from the square, feeling a twinge of pity for that lone ninja warrior. At such a tender age, he bore the weight of undeserved suffering. Contemplating the formidable elite mages, he estimated that even a 100-man squad would falter against them. If those individuals were to wield their spells, the Shadow Legion would likely require a 1,000-strong battalion to contend. After a few minutes, Lu Qi acquired another ninja warrior, calculating that he would have to wait over 20 minutes to procure another. He contemplated stepping outside to set a timer with an alarm clock. However, they were all trapped within the mirror space, despite possessing the suspended ring. Lu Qi was still uncertain about how to utilize it and was utterly unable to escape. After a brief wait, Gu-E finally opened her eyes, gazing at Lu Qi in astonishment. Earlier, she had observed his energy fluctuating, which had caused her some concern. But she soon realized that the energy she received every second multiplied several times over. Although it was still insufficient for her to cast spells, it was enough to slightly prolong her existence. Indeed, the minuscule amount of energy Lu Qi possessed was akin to a universe at her fingertips. Yet compared to Dormammu's energy, it was superior in purity, sustainability, and devoid of the risk of backlash, which greatly pleased Gu-E. She took the suspended ring from Lu Qi and modified its spell structure. Now, simply channel the dark energy into this ring, and you will be able to utilize the portals at will. However, you must expedite your development. Your current dark energy is still lacking. Following this, Gu-E mentioned her intention to meditate and expel Dormammu's energy from her body completely before casting Lu Qi out. As Lu Qi sensed the energy within his body, it was almost immediately siphoned off by the contract for Gu-Yi's use. Alas, he felt utterly drained, with not a drop left to extract. Fortunately, with the aid of the suspended ring, the energy consumption for the portal was minimal, allowing Lu Qi to still utilize it. Donning the ring, he traced a circle with one hand and reappeared in the previous square, where he found many mages still training. Yet upon his arrival, they regarded him with the predatory gaze of wolves. Unlike their earlier murderous intent, these gazes were filled with a longing for the energy he possessed. Under the watchful eyes of the burly men, Lucci summoned 5 ninja warriors to bolster his confidence, and in the corner, he spotted Modu. How amusing. You were just chasing me, and now the tables have turned. He threatened Modu, asserting that with the ninja warriors not accompanying him, his speed of growth would diminish, commanding the ninjas to engage in a fray. This encounter revealed to Lucci the prowess of Modu, an elite mage stronger than the average. Several ninja warriors were no match for him. Were it not for the group assault, Modu could dispatch a ninja with ease. However, the seemingly infinite stamina and respawning capability of the ninja warriors proved to be a troublesome bug for Modu. Upon realizing their formidable foe, the 5 warriors resorted to a strategy of trading blows, determined to carve a mark upon Modu even if it meant being cleaved in two. In the end, panting heavily, Modu lay on the ground, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say, "Do as you will." Chapter 4. The initial encounter with the super anti-hero. A night elapsed, and Lucci emerged from his room, stifling a yawn. Last night, in order to ensure he could purchase the ninja soldiers right on time, Lucci continuously set alarms for himself, waking up periodically to make the purchase. He reminisced about the days spent at internet cafes, staying up all night, yet still managing to attend classes the next day, feeling remarkably refreshed. He sighed, patting his weary back, and ambled out like an elderly person on a leisurely stroll. After a night of experimentation, Lucci had become more acquainted with the dark space and dark energy. Without delving into the process, let us speak of the results. Lucci discovered that the size of the dark space was contingent upon the quantity of dark energy crystals. If there were 10 units of dark energy crystals, the dark space would measure nearly 10 cubic meters. The dark energy he had previously utilized was contained within that very 10 cubic meters. This energy had been released during the extraction of dark energy crystals, correlating with the rate at which the ninja soldiers extracted these crystals. After a night's labor, Lucci now had 31 ninja soldiers, which will be summarized as follows. Lucci, number of ninja soldiers, 31. Energy crystal extraction rate, 31 minutes. Current energy crystal count, 9. Yawning, he made his way to the cafeteria, where he grabbed 2 steamed buns to accompany a bowl of porridge. Disappointed, he lamented the absence of any pickled vegetables as he exited the dining hall. Are you dissatisfied with our meals? A figure clad in yellow appeared before him. It was Gu standing there. Thankfully, he deemed the breakfast satisfactory, although he mused that some sour beans would have made it even better. Gu nodded earnestly. I shall send someone to procure some from Hong Kong. Despite the unchanged tone, Lucci sensed an inexplicable change in Gu today. Have you been possessed by Murphy? He cautiously retreated a couple of steps, as nearly 30 ninja soldiers gathered around them, catching the attention of several mages. I have thoroughly expelled Dormammu's power. I no longer need to suppress the side effects of that energy, allowing my mind to relax somewhat. Gu placed one hand on her hip, dark energy coalescing in her palm. Moreover, the energy you now provide is sufficient for my daily needs. Observing that he had 31 ninja soldiers, each of whom contributed an energy recovery of 0.01 per second, he calculated that this amounted to a recovery of 31 energy per second. Over the span of an hour, that totaled 800 points a day. Goodness, how terrifying. Lucci hadn't anticipated that Gu would require such an immense amount of energy just to extend her life for a day, and he could only imagine how daunting her energy consumption would be during combat. He reckoned he would need at least 1,000 ninja soldiers to support her in a serious fight. The thought of this number caused him considerable distress. I have come to discuss another matter. You may leave this place now. Lucci was taken aback. I could just leave? Wasn't I supposed to be observed for a few days? Initially, he had been captured to ascertain that he posed no threat to this world. However, after reviewing the timeline yesterday, it became evident that he had not engaged in any peculiar activities, thus he could be released. Ancient One, this is Lucci. Of course, as an outsider, you are aware of our timeline. I will soon guide Stephen to assume the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer, and your influence may shape his development. I advise you to find a place to stay outside. It seems one has been cast aside once their usefulness has waned. However, it is surprising that Ancient One, having secured a stable and harmless supply of dark energy, still contemplates retirement. I wonder what kind of retirement this entails. I hope it does not lead to further sacrifices. Upon concluding his words, Ancient One vanished, and Lucci was transported to the teleportation chamber of Kamartaj. The teleportation chamber of Kamartaj boasts 3 portals, each leading to the sanctums in Hong Kong, London, and New York City, enabling swift support to various sanctums, akin to the Bifrost of Asgard. Yet in the films, the inhabitants of Kamar-Taj always arrive post-event, reminiscent of the military in the Marvel Universe. Gazing at the three portals, Lu Chi was unfamiliar with the symbols beside them. As a newcomer to this world, he was uncertain of his destination. Thus, he resolved to randomly select a portal, allowing fate to determine his path. Choosing a portal that caught his eye, Lu Chi stepped through and found himself in another corner of Earth. Upon exiting the teleportation room, he was greeted by rows of various magical artifacts, indicating he had arrived at the New York Sanctum. As he searched, he spotted the Cloak of Levitation. Yet it appeared indifferent, offering no response. Lu Chi tapped the glass, attempting to elicit a reaction from a cloak, when a voice emerged from behind him. It does not favor you. Thus, you shall not receive its blessing. The sorcerer Daniel observed him, his demeanor cautious, as if Lu Chi posed a threat. Embarrassed by his impulsive curiosity, Lu Chi awkwardly wiped the glass, feigning nonchalance. Daniel, unperturbed, surveyed the surrounding artifacts and explained, "Artifacts choose their own masters. Only those deemed worthy may claim them." Approaching Lu Chi, Daniel observed the Cloak of Levitation, which surprisingly acknowledged its caretaker, giving a slight response as one corner brushed against the glass. Remarkably, it mimicked Lu Chi's earlier motion. Amused, Lu Chi noted that the spot the cloak touched was precisely where he had just wiped. Daniel smiled, pleased with the cloak's recognition, resolving to clean it thoroughly next time. Lu Chi shook his head, realizing perhaps he was not destined to bond with it. Never mind, I shall explore outside. Exiting the sanctum, he glanced at the sign nearby, 177A, Brick Street, Manhattan, New York City. He etched this location in his memory, ensuring he would not lose his way back to Kamar-Taj. As he stepped onto Brick Street, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. Observing the bustling crowd, Lu Chi felt as though he had traversed time from a primordial era. Dispelling the fleeting illusion in his mind, he strolled leisurely down the street. The bustling streets of the Big Apple are truly vibrant, teeming with people, most of whom appear to be engaged in phone conversations as they walk, leading Lu Chi to perceive them as exceedingly successful workaholics. It struck him as peculiar that there were no extraterrestrials or superhumans emerging for a showdown. Was this still the realm of Marvel? Despite wandering for what felt like an eternity, Lu Chi encountered nothing out of the ordinary, which left him somewhat disheartened. Having watched movies, he had anticipated a daily invasion of aliens or the emergence of nefarious villains in the Big Apple. As he continued his stroll, he became aware that the pedestrian traffic was dwindling, replaced by a gang adorned with peculiar tattoos and wielding knives. Gazing at a wall marked with graffiti declaring "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen," Lu Chi pondered if this was indeed the most chaotic area of the Big Apple. Observing the gang members engrossed in their own affairs, he noted the absence of conflict. No one approached to provoke, nor did anyone brandish a firearm unexpectedly. His expectations of Hell's Kitchen being rife with turmoil, where it was rumored that several trucks of corpses were carted away daily, were swiftly dashed. Shaking his head at the overly tranquil scene, he mused, "Is this it?" Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the silence, shattering the stillness of the street as a group of individuals, emerging from the shadows, brandished an array of firearms and surged towards a particular location, cursing loudly. Brightening at the prospect of a spectacle, Lu Chi darted into a narrow alley where a cadre of ninja warriors materialized, forming a human chair. He ascended into their midst, and the ninjas deftly scaled the walls, making their way toward the rooftop. Naturally, the higher the vantage point, the better for viewing the unfolding drama. As he perched on the edge of the rooftop, Lu Chi observed the unfolding chaos below. It seemed a turf war between two gangs was erupting, devoid of any tactical finesse, as they opened fire upon one another. This conflict proved far more thrilling than many domestic action films, beginning with each side brandishing handguns before escalating to assault rifles and shotguns. Eventually, even rocket launchers made an appearance. Noticing the box labeled Stark, Lu Chi felt a surge of anticipation. Surely, the rockets engineered by Stark were extraordinary. He could only wonder about the origins of the individuals capable of wielding such weaponry. In a dramatic moment, one individual readied a rocket, aiming it directly at the densely packed adversaries. The rocket, trailing a plume of white smoke, struck its target with precision, unleashing a barrage of steel projectiles that erupted amidst the crowd. Witnessing individuals transform into mere shadows of themselves under the relentless assault of the bullets, Lu Chi inhaled deeply, marveling at Stark's advanced technology. The weapon emitted a remarkably muted sound. If deployed for a surprise attack, the enemy might not have time to react before succumbing. Astonished by the abundance of Marvel's high-tech marvels, Lucci began to retreat as the outcome of the skirmish became evident below. Watching a play is one thing, but drawing unwanted attention is quite another. Lucci certainly did not wish to be the subject of someone else's theatrics. The Punisher? Lucci exclaimed, taken aback by the other's attire. In recent days, Frank had been orchestrating a considerable gang, yet his investigations revealed that its members were exceedingly cautious, with the leader remaining shrouded in secrecy. Thus, he incited another gang to attack this one's territory, hoping to lure the elusive leader into the open. Having just spotted the gang leader from the shadows, he readied his sniper rifle to eliminate the scoundrel. However, he soon discovered that someone was already present, calling out his codename. An ambush. Frank's immediate thought was that some gang had sought to eliminate him to establish their dominance. As for vengeance? Every time he dealt with a gang, he annihilated every last member, leaving no room for retaliation. His mind raced with thoughts, but his hands remained steady. He lifted his silenced M16, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Lucci. Yet Lucci was no ordinary individual. Upon witnessing the Punisher commence his assault without uttering a word, he quickly reacted. Although the Punisher's sudden attack caught him off guard, he was, after all, a being of considerable prowess. Shadows of ninjas emerged before Lucci, swiftly slicing through the bullets, but refraining from attacking, instead positioning themselves to shield him. Ninja, are you from the hand? The Punisher shouted from behind cover. Lucci, observing the shadowy ninjas defending him, was surprised to be mistaken for members of the hand. However, with both sides comprised of ninjas, confusion was indeed understandable. Aware that the Punisher was not one to be trifled with, he simply uttered a retort before making his escape. After all, the Punisher was hardly his idol. He had merely indulged in the Avengers films out of curiosity, devoid of any inclination to fawn over superheroes. What a misfortune. Lucci shook his head, astonished that his outing would lead to an encounter with an anti-hero of such renown. Yet, it was evident that New York City was formidable, truly deserving of its title as the center of the universe. Apologies were in order for his previous remarks. Deciding to vacate Hell's Kitchen, Lucci made his way toward a more populated area. Chapter 5, Jean Bing S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Shadow Legion. Following a tourist map, Lucci arrived in Manhattan, but found no sign of Stark Tower. He felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped to check in at such an iconic location. Unable to mark his presence at a trendy spot, he departed, recognizing that securing funds to settle down was of utmost priority. After all, Ancient One had used him up and discarded him without so much as a penny, and his identity remained unresolved, leaving him with the status of a rogue in the Marvel Universe. As he walked, pondering where to acquire money, he considered leveraging his cadre of ninja soldiers for labor, recalling that the labor costs in this region were quite high. Ultimately, however, he dismissed the idea of manual labor. It seemed beneath one with superhuman abilities. Moreover, most superhumans on Earth prefer to remain hidden, and his conspicuous presence felt decidedly out of place. Perhaps he ought to consider robbing the gangs in Hell's Kitchen instead? Lucci pondered the numerous superheroes who frequented the Hell's Kitchen dungeon, reaping abundant prestige, experience points, and wealth. Meanwhile, Paul surveyed the sparse crowd on the streets. His once lively companions had vanished, and even he had been warned by the gang leader to avoid trouble. This shift was attributed to the emergence of a mysterious Shadow Legion, which had been robbing various gangs in Hell's Kitchen, plundering their finances. Strangely, they never seized the most valuable laundry detergent, opting instead to incinerate it, only taking cash and leaving behind weapons, resulting in an increase of scavengers in Hell's Kitchen. What a so-called Shadow Legion. They were merely a ragtag band of vigilantes. Paul, clutching his concealed firearm, spat disdainfully. Regardless of their self-proclaimed heroism, he vowed to eliminate any who dared to confront him. He refused to believe those miscreants could withstand his firepower. Pushing open the door to his gang's base, Paul entered, only to find an unsettling silence pervading the premises. A pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows behind him, a glint of cold steel aimed at his neck. Perched atop a nearby building, Lucci was engrossed in a handheld gaming device, grateful for the advanced technology of the Marvel Universe. Although smartphones were not yet prevalent, handheld consoles were still available. A multitude of red eyes flickered in the shadows, prompting Lucci to rise and depart. Coulson received the call and arrived at the Bloodhand Gang's base, which had been cordoned off with yellow tape warning against entry. However, it had already been breached by unknown individuals, leaving the interior ransacked multiple times. Coulson strode inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by the sight of a decapitated corpse. With no funds to facilitate cleanup, the body remained unattended. Even the police, upon their brief investigation, quickly vacated the perilous neighborhood. As a top-tier agent, Coulson was unfazed by the sight of a mere headless corpse. For them, witnessing gruesome violence was just a part of the job, and they could easily continue their work undeterred. Observing the entrance, he noted that one individual had just entered the base, only to have their head severed by a sharp blade from behind. Examining the area around the door, Coulson was convinced that no one could be hidden behind it without being noticed by the incoming person. Was it the work of an acquaintance? Unlikely, as most of that individual's allies lay within. Coulson formed a preliminary conclusion but refrained from finalizing it, opting instead to venture deeper into the base. Within, every item had been stripped bare, not even a shell remained. Coulson felt a headache coming on. Their influence in Hell's Kitchen paled in comparison to other regions, and they were already too late to act upon the information they had received. Gazing at the chaos before him, he sighed and began his investigation anew. After a while, Coulson meticulously compiled his findings. The laundry detergent in the warehouse was carelessly flushed down the drain by that individual, leaving no trace of cash behind, not even a solitary coin. This leads one to suspect that the perpetrator possesses an extraordinary ability to detect wealth despite their apparent poverty. The victims at the scene were all fatally struck by a sharp weapon, with some bearing marks of having been pierced by darts. However, curiously, no such projectiles were found at the site. Investigations into nearby individuals revealed that the incident transpired with little commotion, as if everyone inside was swiftly eliminated in one fell swoop. Recently, the gangs in Hell's Kitchen have been remarkably low profile, with nearly all members remaining within their own bases. How could the assailant have killed so many so quickly? There were no reports of special forces being deployed in the area. Upon counting the bodies at the scene, there were over 100, most clustered together, yet some were hidden in notably discrete locations. According to investigations, the time of death for these individuals did not differ by more than an hour. The more Coulson pondered, the more his head throbbed. For the perpetrator to achieve such a feat, they would have needed to bring at least 50 individuals into the base and seemingly possess the ability to see through walls, eliminating all adversaries within an hour without a single shot being fired. Remembering the corpse at the entrance, Coulson theorized that the killer was likely a superhuman. Although the number of superhumans in this world is exceedingly rare, S.H.I.L.D. is aware of their existence. However, these individuals typically hide in the shadows, fearing exposure and dissection. Despite having a potential suspect, no unusual fingerprints or footprints were discovered at the scene, leaving Coulson in a state of frustration. Just as he contemplated how to report to the bald-headed leader, someone slipped through the door. Unfazed by Coulson's presence, the newcomer made it clear they were there for him. "Would you like to know who orchestrated all of this?" the individual inquired. In the depths of Hell's Kitchen, a towering figure stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the nearby streets. Kingpin was Zerkt. A new force known as the Shadow Legion had recently emerged in his territory, ruthlessly dismantling one gang after another. Strangely, they seemed uninterested in the most valuable items, opting instead for cash worth a mere fraction of their worth, which was utterly bizarre. Their actions did not resemble those of his old adversaries, indicating that a formidable and efficient new enemy had taken root in Hell's Kitchen, causing him significant losses in a short span. However, the dignity of the crime lord cannot be undermined, and Kingpin was prepared to extend a gift to his newfound rival. But first, he needed to ascertain the opponent's identity. In matters of investigation, who could be more adept than that agency? After all, they were professionals. Kingpin crushed the tempered glass cup in his hand, letting the shards fall to the ground, and with unblemished hands, he retrieved a phone. "Get in touch with Homeland Security." What was said at that assembly? One by one, the ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows, clutching varying amounts of wealth. They deposited their spoils in a small chamber, which now housed a considerable fortune. Yet, Lu Chi remained unsatisfied, harboring a certain hoarding instinct. Unbeknownst to him, he had insulted the dignity of Jean Bing, who had discreetly relayed some of Lu Chi's traces to S.H.I.E.L.D. All he knew was that he had obliterated another heinous gang, leaving his heart in a state of tranquility. "Ah, how splendid I am." Initially, Lu Chi was not so cold-hearted. He merely instructed the ninja soldiers to incapacitate the enemies and seize their riches. However, during a raid on a gang's basement, he discovered hundreds of women, many of whom were underage, deprived of clothing. In the corners lay numerous corpses, flies buzzing around, and maggots breeding in the decay. This abhorrent scene ignited a fierce anger within Lu Chi, prompting him to order the execution of everyone in that gang, a ruthless approach that he continued thereafter. Realizing his methods were veering towards the anti-heroic, Lu Chi couldn't help but smile wryly, yet he understood that some individuals deserved to perish. To quote a famous adage, "Forgiving them is the work of God. My duty is to ensure they meet him on time." Embracing this sentiment, Lucci eliminated no fewer than 1,000 souls in Hell's Kitchen, with 999 of those being dispatched by his ninja soldiers. Only the gang leader, even in his final moments, continued to threaten the women and Lucci, prompting him to deliver the lethal blow. Thus, within Hell's Kitchen, true demons emerged. The demon himself scrutinized his little treasury with satisfaction before ordering takeout, the delivery fee rivaling that of the meal itself, simply due to the notorious locale of Hell's Kitchen. Opening the system, after days of mining, Lucci now commanded 70 ninja soldiers. Yet he encountered a predicament previously mentioned by Gu-E. The energy crystals provided by the system had been exhausted, and his supply was no longer increasing. The current status read, Lucci, ninja soldiers, 70. Energy crystal extraction speed, 7 minutes. Current number of energy crystals, 71. The remaining 71 energy crystals had not been used to procure additional ninja soldiers, as Lucci feared future encounters that would necessitate energy, thus preserving a portion of the crystals to maintain his reserves. Chapter 6. The Village Chief of the Novice Village. Upon arriving outside Gui's tea house, Lucci chanced upon a wizard tendering his resignation. These wizards, each with their own aspirations, arrived here. Some would remain to further their studies upon achieving their goals, while others would choose to depart. Panburn, are you sure you wish to leave? Gu-E glanced at Lucci, signaling him to wait, addressing the individual before him. Panburn nodded, replying, Supreme Sorcerer, I have regained my body, but my talent does not support my continued pursuit of other magics. Gu-E nodded in acknowledgement. Well, since you say so, then go. Panburn performed a bow of respect before departing. The name Panburn seemed rather familiar. After Lucci and Panburn departed, he remarked at the exit, just moments ago, he found the name Panburn somewhat familiar, perhaps a character from film. It dawned on him. This Panburn was indeed the retired sorcerer from Doctor Strange, who guided Stephen to Camartage for healing. Yet, what astonished Lucci was that Gu-E now consistently wore a smile, even joking with others. What do your disciples think of your transformation? Lucci inquired as he followed Gu-E into the tea room. Well, most of them are quite unaccustomed to it. For instance, Mordo thought I had gone awry in my magical practices. Gu-E replied, pouring herself a cup of tea. You are here seeking ways to continue your growth, are you not? Observing time is indeed quite convenient, Lucci remarked enviously. If he could observe time, why would he need to contend with gangsters? He could simply try his luck with scratch-off tickets, though perhaps the lottery was a different matter altogether. Yet, time can sometimes deceive you, cannot it? Gu-E said, sipping her tea, as she conjured a portal and retrieved a hefty tome, handing it to Lucci. But evidently, time has not deceived me regarding your purpose for coming here. Lucci accepted the book, and the system automatically prompted, discover the dark dimension. Please select whether to absorb its dark energy crystals. The dark crystals were the essence sustaining the existence of the dark dimension and could not be manufactured by human means. Thus, one could only seek them in other dark dimensions to develop one's own dark dimension. Gu-E explained to Lucci. This book contains coordinates of various dark dimensions. You can use it to locate those realms and seize their dark energy crystals. Lucci recalled that the dark dimensions were once unified before they fractured, with Dormammu claiming the largest portion. It seems that Dormammu's desire to conquer Earth might be driven by the wish to unify all these dark dimensions for the sake of your tomes, Lucci jested, glancing at the coordinates. Perhaps, Gu-E replied. Now that Dormammu has fused with the dark dimension, it can only grow stronger as the dark dimensions continue to thrive. Gu-E sat at the table, pouring Lucci another cup of tea. Ouch, this thing is rather hot. If Dormammu's followers were to discover it, they would surely come to seize it, Lucci said, eyeing the book but unwilling to relinquish it. The system could only mine one dimension at a time. So after exhausting one vein, he would need to continue using this book to locate other dark dimensions. Thus, he had to safeguard it well. He gestured for a ninja to carry the book into the shadow world. Although dark energy possessed formidable corrosive properties, having a ninja hold it would mitigate this risk, ensuring the item was well protected within. Observing his actions, Gu-E cautioned, the book predominantly contains fragments of unclaimed dark dimensions, but many have already found their masters. If you recklessly seize their dark energy, you may end up in a confrontation with those entities. Gazing at the lines of coordinates before him, with Gu-E at his side, Lucci randomly selected one. With such a powerful ally nearby, unless it was someone of Dormammu's caliber, wouldn't it be a matter of facing one foe at a time? The remaining extractable dark energy crystals amount to 10,324. Observing his capacity for enhancement yet again, Lucci comfortably sipped a cup of tea. By the way, when do you intend to summon Stephen here? And when do you plan to retire? Gu-E cast him a sidelong glance. Worry not. I shall not abdicate through death again. As for my retirement, it will depend on when Stephen encounters an unforeseen circumstance. After retiring, I wish to engage in pleasant conversations with some old friends and then seek further enlightenment in another magical sanctuary. Lucci nodded. Although most proclaim that Gu Yi's soul now follows the Eternal One and has not truly perished, according to the laws of the material realm, Gu Yi is indeed dead. If the esteemed one were not deceased, confronting Thanos in the future might be somewhat more manageable, though one must first confine Star-Lord. Before his transmigration, Lucci had indeed watched Infinity War, but had only seen Thanos successfully snap his fingers, remaining oblivious to how the Avengers ultimately turned the tide. It was settled. When the time came for battle, he would certainly not withdraw, for he did not wish for his life to be dictated by others tossing a coin. He resolved to have the ninja soldiers incapacitate Star-Lord to prevent him from causing further cinematic chaos. After obtaining the coordinates, Lucci departed to seek a friendly spar with Mordo. The 74 ninja soldiers swiftly overwhelmed Mordo, and while he could fend off a couple of attacks using magic, he was still subjected to a thorough beating. However, upon passing through the portal, Lucci discovered a certain individual with a slightly receding hairline seated on his favorite sofa, engrossed in his beloved game. To his surprise, the illustrious agent was indulging in his game as well. Lucci silently materialized beside Coulson, who, though maintaining an expressionless visage, felt a storm brewing within. What was that just now? A portal? What kind of advanced technology is this, and what lies beyond that door? Coulson paused his chaotic gameplay, unwilling to allow Lucci to seize the controller and tarnish his impressive score, yet he soon found himself overwhelmed and bombarded with questions from his teammates. Glancing at Coulson, Lucci mused that it was fitting for the village chief of the Marvel Novice Village to be the first encounter for countless traversers, albeit his fortune was rather unfortunate. Having been interrupted by Gu Yi, initially incensed by the intrusion into his home, he now felt his anger dissipate. Handing the controller to Coulson, who smiled as he accepted it, he inadvertently pressed a button on his cuff. As he continued to wreak havoc while basking in the praise of his teammates, Coulson suddenly remarked, "So you are indeed a member of the illustrious Shadow Legion. Are you its leader? The Shadow Legion? There is but one of me, so I must certainly be the leader," Lucci replied, observing the game screen with a sense of admiration. It seemed agents possessed an aptitude for everything. Perhaps he could persuade Fury to assign a few individuals to assist him in gaining points. Watching his score plummet from 30 to 1 was disheartening, and a ninja soldier stealthily emerged behind Coulson, a gleaming katana poised at his throat. Who is this?" Coulson inquired, glancing at the silently appearing ninja soldier, his mind already forming conjectures. "My subordinate. By the way, they are indeed the Shadow Legion," Lucci introduced proudly. One by one, the ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows, swiftly filling the cramped room with their presence. Indeed, it appeared that only one individual was present. Coulson maintained his composure, even managing to crack a jest. "So, why would you instruct them to commit murder?" he inquired. "Oh, do you require our assistance in obtaining identification?" Coulson disregarded the latter remark, sensing an underlying trap. Posing such a question could very well lead to assassination by the one possessing portal technology. Lucci nodded, eagerly anticipating this moment. Currently residing in Hell's Kitchen, he had no need for identification. As long as one paid on time, the inhabitants of this place were indifferent to one's identity. Furthermore, lacking identification meant he had no personal account. He was still ordering takeout using some unfortunate soul's phone, with payments made upon delivery. "Very well, how much will it cost? Let it not be too exorbitant." A ninja soldier opened a small room, revealing a cascade of cash, although mostly in small denominations. A coin rolled to Coulson's feet. He casually set down the controller. At that moment, the game concluded, and among the 100-plus kills, over 50 were attributed to Coulson, inciting a frenzy of accusations of cheating in the chat. As Coulson departed his abode, Lucci made no move, instead allowing the ninja soldiers to clear the way for him. While watching the ninjas retreat into the shadows, he silently cursed the SHIELD agents for their tardiness. He opened the door and descended the stairs, only to discover a number of individuals clad in elite gear sprawled upon the steps. If SHIELD were not oblivious, they would have detected the friendly signal he emitted and promptly delivered the identification documents. As he turned to grasp the controller, preparing to resume his game, he found his screen displaying, "Upon detection, your performance fluctuations are significant. Your account has been suspended." Damn. So, you mean to say he didn't kill a single person, but merely incapacitated them? Coulson was reporting this mission to Fury when he noticed a glint in Fury's eye, reminiscent of a cunning fox scheming. the ability to silently incapacitate an entire S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team indicated formidable strength. Fury perused the details of the incident, his solitary eye scanning the crucial information. This time, you have been used as pawns. Soon, the true victim will likely emerge to confront Lu Qi. You may assist, treating it as a favor. As for the identification, given his capabilities and his restraint, we shall grant him a security consultant certificate for now. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was anxiously awaiting the outcome of his appeal. Otherwise, he would be unable to play the game. According to the usual pattern of idle gaming, unlocking the next character type would occur after reaching 100, enhancing the ninja soldiers significantly. Just as he began to alleviate his anxiety, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Turning to gaze out the window, he saw a rocket projectile hurtling toward him. Chapter 7. Security Consultant. Upon noticing the incoming rocket, Lu Qi instantly enveloped himself in dark energy, shadowing to a safe location. The rocket detonated within his small apartment, obliterating everything inside. As Lu Qi emerged from a shadowy state, he was not surprised to find his sanctuary utterly ravaged. Yet, an unusual scent in the air piqued his curiosity. Turning his head, Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock. His little treasure trove. A surge of fury welled within him as a cadre of ninja warriors materialized behind him, their crimson eyes glinting with menace. It was nighttime, and a band of thugs brandished an array of military firearms, with 2 armored vehicles stationed nearby. Witnessing the chaos, the leader commanded the thugs to charge forth, dragging the enemy corpses out and hanging them at the entrance of Hell's Kitchen, a stark reminder of the unassailable authority of the Underworld King. However, the ninja warriors stealthily infiltrated the ranks of the thugs, swiftly dispatching them with their blades. Enemies, one thug shouted as he noticed his fallen comrades, firing wildly at the ninjas who seemed to materialize from thin air. The ninjas wielded their katanas, deftly parrying bullets, but the onslaught was relentless, and they soon fell beneath the barrage. Just as a thug exhaled in relief, he realized the bodies of the ninjas had vanished. A chill coursed through him as a katana pierced through his chest. From the shadows, more ninjas emerged, unleashing a flurry of shurikens that felled several thugs, while their blades continued to strike from the darkness, claiming one life after another. The leader, though taken aback, endeavored to maintain his composure. These foes could indeed be felled by bullets. The armored vehicles remained eerily still, for the ninja warriors could effortlessly slip into their interiors, where the occupants were no more formidable than those outside, often silenced before they could utter a sound. With a firm step, the armored vehicle began to sink, dragged into the realm of shadows, where it would be consumed and assimilated by dark energy, albeit in minuscule quantities, lacking even a single point of dark energy. As the armored vehicle vanished, Lu Qi, accompanied by 2 ninja warriors, found himself on solid ground once more. "May I inquire as to who dispatched you?" Lu Qi inquired amiably of the leader. "The Underworld King shall not let you escape," the leader retorted, immediately shooting himself in the temple. "The Underworld King?" Lu Qi did not intervene, but pondered thoughtfully. "So it was that fellow. Have I inadvertently disrupted his business?" "A hassle." Lu Qi sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, he still needed to settle his own accounts. He turned his gaze toward the towering edifice of Hell's Kitchen. Let's see what awaits within. Venturing into the Shadow Realm, Lu Qi advanced toward the imposing structure. Jin Bing, observing the intelligence relayed by his subordinates, fell into contemplation. A superhuman, was it? Not entirely unexpected. Lu Qi arrived at the base of the building, a testament to Jin Bing's status, constructed as a symbol of his dominion. Even in Jin Bing's absence, it remained his asset. Troubling him here would be no mistake. Let us collect a bit of interest first. A multitude of ninjas appeared behind Lu Qi, sprinting toward the building. Suddenly, the first floor erupted in a violent explosion, claiming the lives of dozens of ninja warriors. "Ah, truly extravagant," Lu Qi remarked. Lu Qi shook his head. The ninja soldiers could be revived, rendering this wave of attack trivial. Sensing a disturbance above, he looked up to see 2 figures leaping from the 3rd floor. Suicide? He raised an eyebrow and stepped aside, wary of any potential blood splatter. However, when they landed, they emerged unscathed, clad in peculiar armor that, while not as formidable as Iron Man's, still augmented human capabilities. One wielded a massive axe, while the other brandished 2 sharp ninja blades. Observing their stance, Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Marvel Universe indeed harbored hidden talents. Though Iron Man's armor had yet to make an appearance, advanced technology was already prevalent. Such exoskeleton armor was merely in its infancy on his side, yet in the Marvel timeline, it had been deployed a decade prior. As the 2 prepared for combat, Lu Qi commanded all ninja soldiers to attack. Multiple blades lunged simultaneously towards the duo, expertly sealing off their every escape route. The two super soldiers, taken aback by the enemy's coordination, found their mission to divert attention compromised. Undeterred, they charged toward the ninja battalion, disregarding the onslaught of blades that struck them, cleaving through the unyielding ninja soldiers while sustaining several gashes on their armor. "How foolish of Xing to send you fools to your demise," Lu Qi mused, shaking his head at their naivety, having expected more formidable adversaries rather than two brash newcomers. Before 5 seconds had elapsed, Lu Qi had yet to summon the next wave of ninja soldiers when he witnessed the duo's armor being dismantled by his troops, prompting a resigned shake of his head. Just then, from an unknown high-rise, a bullet silently soared towards Lu Qi's head. Frowning at the ominous building, he summoned ninja soldiers to his side, who swiftly scaled the walls, ascending towards the sniper. As the ninja soldiers closed in, the sniper gritted his teeth, hastily reloading to continue firing, but was thwarted by the ninja soldiers who stood before Lu Qi. In a moment of despair, as the ninja soldiers advanced, the sniper was swiftly dispatched by a glimmering blade. After eliminating the foe, the ninja battalion dispersed to scout for any remaining enemies. Witnessing the death of their comrade, the hidden snipers could no longer remain passive. With a series of gunshots, several bullets were unleashed towards Lu Qi. Yet, he was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, vanishing into the shadows. The snipers, eyes wide in disbelief at the disappearance of Lu Qi, found their coordinated attack thwarted, inadvertently revealing their positions. Before long, several agile ninja soldiers with glowing red eyes leaped into the room. The gunmen drew their sidearms in a desperate attempt to retaliate, but for the ninja soldiers, the handguns proved ineffective. The bullets were deftly intercepted and deflected, leading to the swift demise of the shooters at the hands of the ninja warriors. Having dealt with the gunmen, Lu Qi reappeared at the same location, observing as several super soldiers were subdued by the ninja warriors. With two severed heads to mark the occasion, no one stood in Lu Qi's way. He gazed at the towering edifice before him, where ninja warriors charged inside without hesitation. However, to his dismay, within the building, apart from a few ordinary gang members armed with firearms, there was no one else present. The gangsters inside met a bloody fate as the ninja warriors wreaked havoc, discovering several hidden chambers and vanishing into the shadows after pilfering some cash. Approaching, Lu Qi inquired, "Is my identification ready?" Coulson produced a document and handed it to Lu Qi, casting an indifferent glance at the chaotic structure. "The director initially intended for us to provide you with some assistance, but it is evident that you do not require it," Coulson remarked. "There could still be some assistance available. If you do not mind, I can help eliminate Xing Bing," Lu Qi offered. Coulson shook his head, stating, "We will furnish you with all his hideouts locations. Xing Bing is entangled in numerous interests. While we do not advocate for his assassination, we will not impede you either." Lu Qi nodded, understanding SHIELD's stance. Upon opening the document handed to him by Coulson, he discovered his photograph emblazoned on a security badge. "Could you elucidate why I have been designated as a security consultant for this agency?" Lu Qi inquired, furrowing his brow. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics," Coulson articulated fluently, continuing, "This badge can serve as identification and provide substantial discounts on certain transactions." "Do these transactions include comprehensive services?" Lu Qi asked with curiosity. Coulson maintained an awkward yet courteous smile and shook his head, leaving Lu Qi somewhat disappointed. "So, you intend to recruit me?" Lu Qi waved the small booklet in his hand. In reality, SHIELD did not possess a position titled security consultant. This role was established for those capable individuals who would not join SHIELD directly. As long as you remain non-disruptive, even if you engage in no activities, you will receive a salary sufficient for basic living. When assistance is required, we will seek your aid, and if you are available, you may help us, for which we will compensate based on the situation. Naturally, if you desire, we can issue you an official work badge, and after training, you will officially become a SHIELD employee. After contemplating, Lu Qi concluded that rather than joining SHIELD only to serve either Hydra or Fury, it would be preferable to assume this so-called security consultant role, allowing him to enjoy a salary without the burden of daily commutes. Then, this will suffice. I am not particularly keen on running around every day. It would be less of a hassle to collect some protection money from those gangs, Lu Qi said, pocketing the badge before turning to leave. "You tell me he is still safe after having killed at least 100 people in that building?" Fury asked, reclining in his executive chair, an action that rendered his head resembling a boiled egg. Coulson presented his findings. Since his emergence, he has never harmed an innocent. His neighbors attest to his courteous demeanor. Coulson recalled the scene of himself, armed with a handgun, conducting a meticulous investigation of Lucci's neighbors alongside an agitated SWAT team, and calmly remarked, "Fury received the investigation results. Will our agency truly accept such evidence?" It was evident that the report included more than just the neighbors' statements. After perusing other data, Fury contemplated for a moment. He glanced back at the IP address, noting the websites visited were predominantly related to food delivery or gaming, which left him in contemplative silence. This superhuman appeared to deviate from the norm, while others with extraordinary abilities often sought power. This individual seemed content to remain indoors playing video games. If it weren't for the frequency of his activities, S.H.I.O. might not have taken notice. Nick Fury pondered quietly. Having witnessed the powers of non-human entities, he held a certain reverence for these superhumans. Yet, the majority tended to be reckless. It was rare to encounter one with a commendable character, certainly worth pursuing. The decision was tentatively made. "I believe we can leverage this individual," he concluded, sealing the file with a level 7 access restriction. Lucci exhibited a moral compass and values remarkably similar to the average person, coupled with ordinary interests, yet possessed formidable and controllable power. Such individuals were precisely what S.H.I.L.D. favored. Fury's eyes sparkled with determination. His remuneration was not easily earned. Chapter 8. Mutual Understanding. Not only could he summon ninjas, but he also possessed considerable strength himself. Kingpin observed the video sent by his subordinates, watching with indifference as the two super soldiers, used as bait, were thoroughly beaten. After shutting off the video, he turned to the side of the room where Bullseye was engaged in a card game. This superhuman's abilities are commendable. Go and attempt to recruit him. If that fails, eliminate him. Kingpin had unwavering confidence in his elite assassin, and Bullseye shared this belief. He flung the playing cards in his hand, which soared around the room before embedding themselves in the very center of a target next to the door. "By the way, the task with Ranko has failed, placing me at a disadvantage. Let's send his family to join him." As if recalling this casually, Kingpin continued. Bullseye hastened his steps, urgency propelling him forward, eager to ensure no one else seized the opportunity. Lucci arrived at a hotel, utilizing S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials to secure a room, even enjoying a 30 discount. To his surprise, the card indeed yielded information. Holding the card, he recalled how it activated the computer, revealing the discount, leaving him exceedingly satisfied. "I might as well work. After all, there's nothing else to do. Earning a salary is better than constantly venturing out to rob gangs." However, he needed to be cautious of Hydra. Yet, he wasn't overly concerned. If danger arose, he could simply retreat to the Shadow Realm. Lucci accessed the system, discovering that his energy limit had surged to over 300 points within a day. Indeed, as idle gaming progressed, the values escalated more rapidly. He purchased several ninja soldiers, amassing 100 in total, only to be informed by the system that he must first buy an enhancement before continuing with his ninja acquisitions. Thus emerged the Universal Power Enhancement common in idle games. Lucci's eyes sparkled as he beheld this option. In idle games, the numerical units in the later stages can reach astronomical figures such as billions, trillions, and beyond. This phenomenon occurs because once the quantity of purchased units surpasses a certain threshold, an enhancement option becomes available. Upon acquiring this enhancement, the capabilities of the units would be directly doubled. For instance, if the ninja's mining speed for dimensional energy is currently 0, 1 after the enhancement, it would instantly become 0, 2, and with subsequent doubling, it would escalate to 0, 4, showcasing an exponential growth. Observing the mining speed, it seemed that he would have to wait until the next day to purchase this enhancement. Lucci decided to take a nap, planning to make the purchase upon awakening. Time always seemed to pass swiftly while sleeping, and before he knew it, he found himself in the next day. Upon opening his eyes, Lucci lingered in bed for a while, only to remember the events of the previous night. He accessed the system and, finding his energy sufficient, promptly made the purchase for the numerical enhancement. A wave of tingling sensation washed over him, compelling Lucci to recline back onto his bed. Once the tingling subsided, Lucci received a system notification. Host's physical attributes enhanced successfully. The strength of unlocked projects will be based on the host's attributes. Were the physical attributes of the ninja units dependent on him? He opened the system to discover that a ninja's mining speed was now 0, 2 per second, and a new unit had been unlocked, the Stabbing Soldier. The Stabbing Soldier was a type of warrior summoned by the demon Ras, with sharp, conical limbs. They exhibited agility and formidable one-on-one combat abilities, while the old man's energy magic was ineffective against this unit. Each soldier in this legion possessed the strength to rival many of Chunlong's men in single combat. Had it not been for True's new magic that eliminated them at a critical moment, Chunlong's adventures might have ended there. The summoning condition for a stabbing soldier required 5 ninjas and 50 energy points, amounting to approximately over 100 points for one. Lu Qi attempted to summon a stabbing soldier and successfully materialized one. Clad in a black masked outfit, the soldier's face bore V-shaped red eyes, and its 5 fingers were exceedingly sharp, rivaling the katana of the ninja. Its feet resembled pointed cones, capable of penetrating walls with slight force, allowing the stabbing soldier to traverse walls as if they were solid ground. How did Lu Qi ascertain the stabbing soldier's precise statistics? Naturally, it was through engaging the ninjas in combat against the stabbing soldier. From this practical experiment, he concluded that 5 ninjas could barely match one stabbing soldier, and even then, it would only result in a stalemate. Eliminating a stabbing soldier would require sacrificing several ninjas. The ninja statistics had also significantly improved, with their physical attributes doubling and their reaction times becoming noticeably swifter. If his own physical prowess were to rival that of Captain America in the future, it would be akin to possessing an entire squad of Captain Americas. Content with his acquisition of the stabbing soldier, Lu Qi observed his remaining energy of over 400 points and decided to purchase 3 more stabbing soldiers, raising the number of ninjas to 100 to maintain an integer count. With approximately 30 points of energy left, Lu Qi chose not to utilize them, for he could also directly employ energy for attacks. The more energy he conserved, the more potent his explosive attacks would become. Watching the stabbing soldiers mining at a rate of 1 point per minute, Lu Qi felt immense satisfaction, pleased with the ever-strengthening capabilities of his mining squad. Suddenly, upon discovering various breaches caused by the internal strife of the Shadow Legion, Lu Qi's expression soured. This incident would undoubtedly incur considerable expenses, so he resolved to pay a visit to Jinbing. He decided that his daily routine would henceforth revolve around eating, sleeping, and consulting Jinbing. After leaving the hotel, he settled the repair costs. Once outside, Lu Qi intended to contact Coulson for information regarding Jinbing's hideouts. However, Coulson preemptively called him. Glancing at the number on his phone, Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings, attempting to identify any S.H.L.D. agents who might be surveilling him, but found nothing amiss. After all, others were professionals, while he considered himself an unremarkable individual. Despite his discontent, Lu Qi answered the call, only to hear Coulson's voice from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to find Coulson standing right behind him, unnoticed moments before. Reminding himself not to underestimate these agents, Lu Qi remarked to Coulson, "Do you agents have reimbursements? Why call when you're so close?" Coulson chuckled. "Indeed, we have allowances that permit free calls. As our security consultant, you naturally enjoy this privilege as well." Lu Qi glanced at the phone in his hand, belonging to some unfortunate soul, shrugged, and tossed it into the trash. Anticipating this, Coulson produced another phone and handed it to Lu Qi. Raising an eyebrow at Coulson's foresight, Lu Qi accepted the phone, acknowledging the adage that one should not refuse a free gift. Coulson gestured for Lu Qi to enter the vehicle, and Lu Qi casually took the passenger seat. As they drove, Lu Qi inquired, "What brings you to seek me out? Am I already being sent on field assignments after just one day on the job?" Coulson, focusing on the road, replied, "First, I need to register you. You may disclose a bit about your abilities. Otherwise, it would be challenging to assign you tasks. Moreover, as a security consultant, you want to be required to undertake field work frequently. Your role mostly involves handling some perilous assignments." Coulson drove Lu Qi to the Trident headquarters, where Lu Qi observed his surroundings while following Coulson inside. In his previous life, he had always been curious about such secret fortresses, wondering if they were filled with extraterrestrial artifacts and superhumans. To his disappointment, the scene resembled that of a typical office, with clerks bustling between rooms handling various documents. The occasional passing of a special operations team being the only element that rendered this place unique. Accompanying Coulson to a particular room, Lu Qi sat at a desk as Coulson handed him a form. The form requested that Lu Qi fill in his name and abilities. He promptly noted his capability to summon ninja troops and handed it back to Coulson. Upon receiving the form, Coulson perused the vague description of Lu Qi's abilities. Sighing, he set the form down and looked at Lu Qi. "Perhaps I should clarify, before we seek your assistance, we conduct a preliminary review. Only if your strength and powers are deemed sufficient to address our challenges will we approach you for help. In essence, the more adeptly and thoroughly you articulate your capabilities, the more assistance you will receive, and, consequently, the greater your rewards will be. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lu Qi swiftly snatched the form and began to write fervently. Observing Lu Qi's rapid penmanship, Coulson nodded in satisfaction. With his gaze lowered to conceal his expression, Lu Qi pondered deeply. He realized that he could not disclose all his abilities and needed to exercise some discretion in his responses. Ultimately, he characterized the ninja soldier's abilities as exceptional skill and limitless regeneration, deliberately omitting the fact that the ninja soldier could transform into shadows around him, as well as remaining silent about the new troop type, the blade soldier. He then designated himself as a summoner, refraining from detailing any abilities. Coulson glanced over the half-filled page and, without scrutinizing it closely, nodded in approval. Please wait here while I categorize your abilities. We shall also conduct a test of your capabilities shortly. I understand. You're concerned about potential misrepresentation, Lu Qi replied with a smile, watching as Coulson briskly exited the room to retrieve the phone he had previously given him. This device undoubtedly held contingency measures from S.H.I.E.L. Yet there was no need for excessive concern. He could always store some items in the shadow world. Should the need arise, he could simply slip the phone into that realm, and if S.H.I.L.D. could still connect to it, it would be his loss. Coulson, observing Lu Qi's jovial demeanor, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement as he glanced at the form in his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had anticipated a plethora of abilities. However, after the categorization, it turned out that aside from the summoning of ninja soldiers, most of Lu Qi's capabilities were rather conventional enhancements of physical prowess. With only a handful of abilities recorded, he sighed and, unable to press Lu Qi for more, led him out of the room toward the testing facility. Upon arriving at a designated room where several lab coats were engaged in casual conversation, the professionals wasted no time upon noticing their arrival and promptly commenced their work. With great expertise, they guided Lu Qi to a track for a 100-meter speed test. The lab coats referred to Lu Qi's ability record, which contained some of his capability information to determine the necessary tests. In this regard, Lu Qi did not shy away from revealing his level, understanding that opportunities to enhance his physicality would abound in the future. The revelation of a few details now would soon become obsolete. After undergoing some standard assessments, the results indicated that Lu Qi's physical attributes were equivalent to those of 2 ordinary individuals or 12 agents. The lab coats then requested Lu Qi to summon a ninja soldier. Upon summoning one, the lab coats approached with curiosity, intrigued by the ninja soldier's presence. After discussing its mode of summoning, they assessed the various qualities of the ninja soldier. Some were dissatisfied with the superficial nature of their testing approach, and upon inquiring about the ninja soldier's infinite stamina and resurrection capabilities, one of the lab coats produced a rifle and aimed it at the ninja soldier. As he observed the gray-haired figure in a lab coat firing indiscriminately with a gun, Lu Qi silently summoned 2 ninja warriors to shield himself, fearing that the man might lose control and accidentally shoot him. The ninjas, wielding their katana, shattered the bullets one by one, managing to withstand the onslaught of the rifle fire for nearly 5 seconds before succumbing, which greatly pleased Lu Qi. Last night, these ninjas had been unable to effectively defend against gunfire, only managing to block the first couple of shots. Now, their improved performance brought Lu Qi immense satisfaction. After testing all of Lu Qi's abilities, the lab-coated individuals documented the specifics of his powers, producing 2 copies, one for Coulson's records and the other for Lu Qi himself. Chapter 9. The Reaper Whispers. Upon returning to Hell's Kitchen, the industrious Coulson dropped off Lu Qi and drove away without delay. As Lu Qi gazed at the tranquil streets, he pondered where to spend his time. Suddenly, a beam of laser light illuminated him, leading Lu Qi to suspect that Kingpin had dispatched a sniper once more. He swiftly transformed into shadow and moved towards the source of the laser. On a rooftop, Lu Qi confronted the individual wielding the laser. Initially believing it to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he soon realized it was Punisher. Their first encounter had been far from pleasant, and Lu Qi was uncertain of Punisher's intentions. "I heard you're causing trouble for Kingpin," Punisher remarked, retracting the laser, unfazed by Lu Qi's sudden appearance behind him. "Indeed, that scoundrel burned my little vault. I seek compensation," Lu Qi replied, stroking his chin as he perched on the wall of the high platform. It was no surprise that Punisher was aware of his conflict with Kingpin, having confronted Kingpin directly the previous night without a mask. It was likely that the gangs of Hell's Kitchen had already discerned his true identity associated with the Shadow Legion. The reason for Punisher's visit became clear. Having witnessed a gang commit extrajudicial violence, he had lost his family to their vengeance and barely escaped with his life. Punisher outlined the business for the evening, suggesting that if their collaboration went well, They could consider uniting against Kingpin in the future. After contemplating, Lucci agreed. Punisher tossed him a mask. Put this on. You're quite the celebrity in Hell's Kitchen now. Lucci accepted the mask, feeling that it might draw even more attention, yet he donned it nonetheless. While the mask may have been more conspicuous, Lucci's reputation was likely even more intimidating. Following Punisher to one of his safe houses, Lucci was taken aback by the impressive array of weaponry within. For someone like Punisher, who was merely human, equipping himself was essential for his quest against evil. However, Lucci felt no such need. With a single punch imbued with shadow energy, he could unleash the power of a tank's main gun, unless provided with missiles. He preferred to engage directly. Nevertheless, the young boy had little interest in mechs, heavy machinery, or cannons. Instead, Lucci's gaze was drawn to a renowned Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, igniting a fervent desire within him. Care to give it a try? Punisher asked, noticing Lucci's intense interest. Lucci's eyes brightened as he eagerly approached, lifting the Barrett, embracing its weight with exhilaration. Uncle F.A. led Lucci to a shooting range, where Lucci assumed a rather unorthodox position, peering through the scope. After a brief moment of adjustment, he squeezed the trigger. A resounding shot echoed, causing the floor to tremble, and a shockwave erupted from the muzzle. Lucci felt the immense force reverberating through his shoulder, which began to ache slightly. He turned to assess his target and was met with the sight of it unscathed, while a large hole marred the adjacent wall. Embarrassment washed over him. The power was impressive, yet he had failed to hit his mark. Uncle F.A. silently critiqued this as he stood with a lightweight sniper rifle, methodically firing shot after shot. Observing the targets on the opposite side of the range, Lucci noted they were all struck at their centers. Remarkable. It was no wonder he was a formidable opponent, having dismantled countless gangs despite being an ordinary man. Lucci mused, then resumed his shooting, and the two spent the afternoon honing their skills at the range. It is often said that enduring the trials of gunfire, sharing a roof, dividing spoils, and embarking on joint ventures constitute the 4 pillars of brotherhood among men. After an afternoon of wielding firearms, the bond between Lucci and Uncle F.A. had grown considerably, and they were soon to engage in their second pillar of camaraderie. As evening fell, Uncle F.A. concealed himself and Lucci at a port. He held a pair of binoculars, surveying the distant personnel. Several small squads patrolled the area, with numerous individuals armed with sniper rifles stationed at elevated positions. Jean Bing's connections are quite formidable indeed, allowing access to such an arsenal of military-grade sniper rifles. Lucci remarked, also peering through his binoculars with curiosity. The criminal empire of Jean Bing was extensive, yet few ordinary individuals were aware of it, hidden as it was behind a veil of corrupt enablers. Uncle F.A. muttered a few curses and continued his reconnaissance. Let us strategize our approach. How shall we proceed? Lucci inquired, intrigued by Uncle F.A.'s planned course of action. Uncle F.A. glanced at Lucci, adapting quickly. The security for this venture is less formidable than those you dispatched last night. Simply charge in. I shall cover you from behind and take out those attempting to flee. Lucci shrugged, indifferent to whether Uncle F.A. had noticed, and agreed. Very well then. Truth be told, having experienced significant confrontations, Lucci found himself somewhat unfazed by this particular setup. Observing the twilight sky, Uncle F.A. signaled that it was time to initiate their mission. Lucci nodded, and one by one, ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows, seamlessly infiltrating the port under the cover of night. In preparation for a spectacular first battle in collaboration with Uncle F.A., Lucci had acquired nearly 50 additional ninja soldiers, reducing his own limit to a mere handful. As he watched the silent infiltration of the ninja soldiers into the port, Uncle F.A. raised an eyebrow. Through the lenses of his binoculars, he witnessed the ninjas executing their maneuvers with remarkable coordination, systematically eliminating patrolling squads and encircling the port's interior. The individuals within soon sensed the disturbance and began to raise alarms. The night air was soon filled with the sounds of gunfire, shattering the silence. I'm going to see if there's anything interesting inside. You stay here, Lucci called to Uncle F.A. before vanishing into the shadows. In the darkness of night, a shadow went unnoticed by anyone. Lucci proceeded unobstructed to the inner harbor, observing the chaos as individuals frantically fended off the elusive ninja soldiers. He infiltrated the enemy's ranks and unleashed the blade soldiers. More agile than their ninja counterparts, the blade soldiers possessed razor-sharp appendages. With a piercing whistle that sliced through the air, they surged into the crowd, their lethal hands effortlessly shredding foes. In terms of lethality, the blade soldiers surpassed the ninjas, boasting greater speed, yet left behind a trail of sharp pits from their merciless steps. However, Lucci remained indifferent. he could easily let the ninjas handle stealth. With the addition of the blade soldiers, the enemy was swiftly annihilated. Entering the warehouse, Lu Qi gazed upon the multitude of containers, eagerly instructing the ninjas to open them. The moment a container was unsealed, an unsettling feeling washed over Lu Qi. Uncle Fa observed the harbor quieting down, realizing the battle had concluded, and was about to investigate the spoils. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the harbor, sending flames soaring into the night sky. Damn it, we've been fooled. This was a trap for you. Lu Qi, are you alright? Uncle Fa attempted to contact Lu Qi through his earpiece. Stop shouting. I'm right next to you. Lu Qi appeared by Uncle Fa's side without a sound. Your ability to materialize out of thin air is truly enviable, Uncle Fa remarked, momentarily taken aback with a hint of admiration. This spectral agility would be a boon for a lone wolf like him. Yet regrettably, he lacked such a skill. Lu Qi chuckled softly, observing the enemies before him. As the dark energy within him surged, so too did his perception of danger. When the ninjas approached the containers, he felt an intense foreboding and immediately retreated into the shadow realm. It must be said, Lu Qi had yet to encounter a nemesis to his shadowy stealth, which had saved his life on numerous occasions. Gazing at the enemies surrounding the harbor, a fierce glint ignited in Lu Qi's eyes. These ruffians had the audacity to lay an ambush. One by one, ninjas emerged, and Lu Qi showed no inclination to hide. Uncle Fa, witnessing Lu Qi's transformation, drew his rifle. How do you wish to engage? Lu Qi merely smiled and waved his hand, sending all the ninja soldiers charging forward. The thugs gradually approached the harbor, convinced that no one could survive the inferno within. As they surveyed the scene, a flurry of shurikens rained down from behind, incapacitating a significant number. The thugs quickly redirected their firearms, only to find a cadre of ninjas materializing from the shadows, as if straight from movie. Bullets flew, yet the ninjas coordinated flawlessly, deflecting the hail of gunfire with their katana blades. The thugs' eyes widened in disbelief. Were they in some kind of film? How could anyone possibly cleave bullets mid-flight? Sir, the times have changed. While the frontline ninjas shielded against bullets, those in the rear remained equally active, launching shurikens that cut through the night, dispatching one thug after another. The enemy atop the armored vehicle swiftly reacted, retaliating with heavy machine guns, unleashing a tempest of lethal bullets that obliterated any adversary daring to obstruct their path. As the thugs witnessed the ninjas being systematically annihilated, their momentary elation was swiftly crushed by the emergence of yet another wave of ninjas from the shadows of the night. These ninjas dispersed, utilizing the cover of darkness to encircle the thugs, while glistening shurikens soared through the air, accurately slicing through the throats of one thug after another. Standing upon the hillside, Lu Qi observed as ninjas materialized beside him, relentlessly advancing to dispatch their foes. Watching the thugs fall like dominoes below, he felt his spirits lift. Under the incessant barrage of shurikens, thugs continued to collapse. However, the remaining thugs demonstrated a newfound cunning, using a few armored vehicles as shields while indiscriminately firing into the night, though their efforts yielded little effect. The dwindling numbers of their comrades instilled a deepening dread within the thugs, who unleashed their ammunition with reckless abandon in such dire circumstances. Aside from the heavy-caliber munitions from the armored vehicles, the armed thugs were rendered incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. Yet, these individuals were never particularly formidable, with the primary resistance against the shadow ninjas stemming from those few armored vehicles. However, Lu Qi had more than just shadow ninjas at his disposal. He also had Uncle Punisher wielding a sniper rifle. After marveling at the prowess of his ally, Uncle Punisher skillfully targeted each machine gunner, aligning them in his crosshairs. And with a gentle squeeze of the trigger, he extinguished one vibrant life after another. With the heavy machine gunners eliminated, the Shadow Battalion drew ever closer to the thugs' ranks, and as the ninjas advanced, the outcome of the battle became increasingly inevitable. While long-range combat was not the forte of the Shadow Battalion, close quarters was undeniably the ninjas' domain. As the first ninja breached the enemy lines, the battle's tension dissipated. The ninja's blade cleaved through the air, severing foes one by one, the crimson hues blooming under the flickering flames. Chapter 10. The target caught passing notes. It was over. Lu Qi remarked quietly as he watched the enemy be entirely vanquished by the ninjas. It seems we have no spoils of war, unless you desire their weapons or perhaps some spare change. Observing the grim scene below, Lu Qi spoke to the Punisher while urging the ninjas to swiftly search the fallen. Never mind. I prefer to rely on my own. The Punisher replied nonchalantly. Your prowess exceeds my expectations. I initially believed your skills were predominantly suited for infiltration or assassination tasks, never anticipating your strength in direct combat. The Punisher recalled witnessing several ninjas band together to deflect incoming bullets, standing resilient amidst a hail of gunfire. He had encountered individuals with bulletproof physiques before, but this was the first time he had seen someone slice away bullets with weapons. Deadpool, there's much more you don't know. Lu Chi jested, instructing the ninjas to collect a few firearms and some ammunition before departing the scene. After parting ways with the Punisher outside the city, Lu Chi arrived at a hotel in the bustling heart of Big Apple City. Upon checking in, he swiftly activated today's advertisement boost. Observing the remaining dark energy, he increased the number of ninja soldiers to 200, for their enhanced prowess exceeded his expectations. Initially, he believed that the ninja soldiers could withstand the fire from nearly 10 rifles, which was already impressive. However, he was astonished to find that they could unite and carve a path through a hail of bullets. Yet, with such clear division of labor, how did these warriors communicate? In the anime, Lu Chi had never witnessed them speak. They seemed to understand each other through mere glances. Summoning a few ninja soldiers, he inquired about this matter. Shaking his head, Lu Chi began playing a game in his hotel room. After being banned from his account yesterday by Coulson, he was pleased to find that it had been unlocked today, allowing him to continue his escapades. After a while of being mercilessly defeated, an idea struck Lu Chi. He summoned a ninja soldier and taught him the controls of the game, asking him to play. To his astonishment, the ninja soldier exhibited an explosive level of coordination, with all 10 fingers deftly maneuvering the controller as if they possessed their own consciousness, achieving keyboard and mouse-like precision. Furthermore, their physical attributes and cognitive responses mirrored Lu Chi's own. Coupled with their agile fingers, they achieved a score surpassing even Coulson's. Yet, why was Lu Chi still being annihilated? Satisfied with having the ninja soldier play on his behalf, he mused about the potential profits from offering gaming services. After a refreshing nap, Lu Chi awoke to find the ninja soldier still diligently playing for him. To his delight, he noticed that Coulson had given him a thumbs up. Not long after, Lu Chi received notifications of likes, discovering that they were from Coulson. After some contemplation, it appeared that S.H.I.D. still wished to mend their relationship with him. Stretching in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to welcome the morning sun, a dart suddenly pierced the tempered glass in front of him, embedding itself in the wall beyond. Lu Chi turned in astonishment. After all, they were on the 20th floor. What kind of dart could reach such heights? Upon retrieving the dart, he noticed a note attached to it, which read Bullseye. Ah, that fellow. Lu Chi recalled the appearance of Bullseye, a bald man with a target-like mark on his head. Although Bullseye had proven to be formidable, he was not particularly strong, merely possessing exceptional assassination skills. Nevertheless, Lu Chi resolved to have several ninja soldiers conceal themselves in the shadows today to capture S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. An extra precaution never hurt. The note contained a mixture of threats and enticements, attempting to persuade him to join Kingpin, which Lu Chi promptly discarded. Nonsense. It had been 10 years. This year Tony would be apprehended, ushering in the age of superheroes. Turning against this now would be akin to investing in a sinking ship one moment, only to witness it explode the next. Disregarding the flimsy note, Lu Chi prepared to venture out in search of amusement. He sent a message to Coulson, requesting a few locations of Kingpin's hideouts for some fun. Coulson responded promptly, sending over several addresses, which upon inspection, Lu Chi noted were all in different cities. He had never been there either. The portal was inaccessible, and stealth would require several hours of running. Feeling somewhat lethargic, Lu Chi decided to amuse himself nearby, wondering if a heroic rescue scene might unfold. So why you? Lu Chi cast aside an unconscious thug, gazing at the woman before him who feigned distress. He had come to be a hero, not to rescue these petty criminals. Natasha, clad in fashionable attire, resembled a city belle. Yet Lu Chi, aware of the narrative, coldly inquired, "How did you end up here? Who is this Lu Dan?" Natasha continued her charade, contemplating when her intelligence might have been compromised. Sighing, Lu Chi expressed his reluctance to engage further with S.H.I.L.D. Madame Romanoff, the illustrious Black Widow, please cease your pretense. Indeed, this was a sentiment shared by many, Lu Chi quipped. Natasha occasionally agreed, and inexplicably, they began discussing the absurdity of Lu Dan's appearance, causing the intelligence personnel monitoring them to fear for their own silence. Upon receiving word from the Shadow Ninja, and realizing no other agents were in proximity, Lu Chi curiously asked, "Why did you appear alone?" While marveling at Natasha's adeptness, he observed her drag someone from the shadows. "Goodness, Hawkeye?" I didn't expect the very person who just handed me a note to be captured so swiftly. You know him? Natasha queried, perplexed. How does he know everything? Didn't the intelligence department claim he was oblivious? What does he actually know or not know? Natasha, gradually developing a headache, sighed in exasperation and kicked the unconscious Hawkeye on the ground. Fury sent me to find you, and I discovered this guy had thrown a dart your way. So I simply knocked him out and brought him along. As a future member of the Avengers, Natasha was no slouch. Her strength surpassed that of many superheroes, making her capture of Hawkeye less surprising. Since I'm here, why not exchange gifts? Lu Chi suggested, pulling out his phone for a selfie with Hawkeye, which he sent to the Punisher. Upon receiving a response indicating he would arrive shortly, he addressed Natasha, "Is there anything you need me to do?" It's all about reciprocity. In truth, Lu Chi sought a diversion from his boredom. Fury instructed me to entice you into working for us. Although the original plan has faltered, the outcome remains favorable. As you are now inclined to assist us. Natasha took out her phone, leaving Lu Chi her contact information, casting him a flirtatious glance before departing. I'll reach out when there's a task. Coulson is currently preoccupied with more pressing matters. Lu Chi saved the number under the name Natalie, then awaited the Punisher's arrival in the alley. Chapter 11, Gold and Submission. Before long, the Punisher arrived at the alley, nodding at the sight of the unconscious Hawkeye on the ground. Indeed, how did you manage to capture this fellow? A welcome gift from that Homeland agency, Lu Chi replied, knowing that the Punisher and Fury were acquainted, alleviating concerns about any potential leaks that might lead Coulson to seek retribution. It is quite natural for you to attract the attention of those individuals. However, they're not particularly easy to get along with, the Punisher remarked. Their position is somewhat awkward regarding our affair, neither endorsing nor obstructing it. Lu Chi completed his sentence, and the Punisher cast a surprised glance at him. It seems you maintain a rather amicable relationship with them. Lu Chi chuckled softly. Had he not been innocent of any wrongdoing, it is likely that it would not have been Coulson approaching him amicably, but rather a forceful FBI. Open the door. The Punisher drove to a secluded cabin in the outskirts, dragging the target inside. Lu Chi chose to avoid witnessing the gruesome scenes unfolding within, remaining outside. After several hours of waiting, he sighed at his nearly depleted phone battery, contemplating seeking the Punisher for the car keys to recharge it. Just then, the Punisher emerged from the cabin, shouldering the barely conscious target. In truth, the target's hand-throwing skills were indeed the most absurd aspect of his abilities. Everything else was rather mundane. Lu Chi found it puzzling why the superheroes in films, after much effort in defeating the target, did not simply incapacitate his hands, thus diminishing his combat prowess significantly. Reality, however, proved to be quite different. As Lu Chi observed the target's mangled hands, he nodded in agreement. It seems these superheroes in reality had not significantly diminished in intellect. The Punisher suggested using the target to set a trap, hoping to lure Kingpin out, to which Lu Chi readily acquiesced. He was no superhero. He had no intention of prolonging a feud for years on end. Vengeance should be swift. And with nearly 3 days having passed, Lu Chi was growing increasingly impatient for Kingpin's demise. After parading the target around the streets, the Punisher guided Lu Chi to a factory where they suspended the target high above and settled in to wait. With time on their hands, Lu Chi began scrolling through his phone, only to receive a notification. The annual Pinnacle Award ceremony would take place tomorrow in Las Vegas. It seemed imperative that he resolve the matter today. At the very least, he needed to inflict enough pain on Kingpin to deter him from future confrontations. This meant that if he wished to revel in the spectacle and document his experience, action must commence tomorrow. Why the rush? We cannot confront Kingpin today, the Punisher said with a furrowed brow. Even if they captured Kingpin's capable subordinates, he remained skeptical that Kingpin would emerge himself. After years of battling against him, he understood just how merciless and cold-hearted Kingpin truly was. However, I have matters of greater significance than confronting Kingpin. To put it simply, confronting him would only yield me a few million, but what I am about to pursue could secure my financial stability for a lifetime. The Punisher found Lu Chi's assertion curious, but before he could inquire further, a ninja appeared before them. Someone is coming. The Punisher ascended to a higher vantage point to observe stealthily. A large group charged directly toward the factory, while Lu Chi received word from the ambushing ninjas. A small team was stealthily advancing from the rear, clad in high-tech exoskeleton suits. Contemplating the situation, Lu Chi decided to deploy 10 blade-wielding soldiers to eliminate the approaching elite squad. With over 100 remaining ninjas, Lu Chi stealthily advanced, observing the wave of cannon fodder surging forth. With a mere gesture of his hand, a contingent of ninjas quietly surrounded the adversaries. The opponents numbered approximately 200, their combat prowess and equipment significantly superior to previous encounters, bolstered by several armored vehicles. Additionally, Lu Qi discerned an array of heavy weaponry produced by Stark Industries. Engaging in a prolonged battle with these foes would be imprudent, especially considering the impending need to hasten to another location. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Qi melded into the shadows, his form seamlessly blending with the enveloping darkness of the night. He stealthily approached beneath an armored vehicle and, with a powerful strike, delivered a punch that sent the vehicle flying, crushing several unsuspecting henchmen nearby. Intent on employing the same tactic, Lu Qi noticed that the two armored vehicles seemed to have received orders, charging recklessly towards the factory. The surrounding thugs armed themselves and surged forward. Pursuing the armored vehicles, Lu Qi found them unyielding in their momentum, accelerating as they barreled into the factory. Observing their reckless entry, he opted to conceal himself near the target area, preparing to unleash his power the moment they drew near. The ambushing ninjas outside initiated their assault, while Lu Qi remained in the shadows, watching as the armored vehicles approached. On the narrow path leading to the factory, a group of thugs had begun to scatter their formation, launching an attack on the factory. The sudden strike from the ninjas inflicted heavy casualties among the central thugs, but those who survived swiftly regrouped for a counterattack. As the armored vehicles neared the target zone, Lu Qi emerged from the shadows, descending from above to deliver a devastating blow that pierced the engine of one vehicle. The second armored vehicle charged forward, prompting Lu Qi to channel all his remaining energy, conjuring a dark shield before him. With a resounding crash, the armored vehicle collided with the black shield, dissipating it but halting the vehicle's advance. A few ninjas appeared by Lu Qi's side, leaping onto the armored vehicle, their katanas piercing the hull to disable the engine. Subsequently, several ninjas wielding long blades swiftly pried open the vehicle's doors, storming inside to eradicate the foes within. Lu Qi refrained from joining the fray inside, recognizing that combat in such confined quarters could lead to undesirable outcomes. Contemplating the prospect of accumulating more energy for future chaos, he found satisfaction in the sight of their blades slowly dripping with blood, indicating the grim fate of the squad behind. Amidst the distant sounds of gunfire outside the factory, Lu Qi signaled for his allies to provide support in the ongoing battle. Having finished his canned food, Lu Qi intended to check the situation ahead when he heard a voice emanating from the vehicle's radio. "Is this Mr. Lu Qi?" He grasped the radio, listening intently. After a brief silence, a different voice emerged. "Greetings, Mr. Lu Qi, I am Jinbing." Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Mr. Jinbing? I hope you are not attempting to recruit me again." "No, I believe we can declare a truce between us," Jinbing replied with unwavering confidence. Hearing the robust tone of Jinbing's voice, Lu Qi initially thought he would issue a stern warning, only to be met with surrender. "I shall compensate you with $5 million and will refrain from bothering you in the future, hoping that we can avoid further discord." "Oh, is that so? Such generosity. And what target I? What sum do you intend to offer?" After all, he had no time to engage with him further. It would be better to reserve his efforts for future endeavors with superheroes like Spider-Man to level up. Target I? His mission had failed, rendering him ineffective. How cold-hearted, indeed, befitting of a ruler of the underworld. "Your prowess is commendable as well, Shadow Legion." After exchanging mutual compliments, Lu Qi ended the radio transmission. "What did Jinbing say to you?" Following the arrival of the Blade Soldiers, the conflict was swiftly resolved, and the Punisher had already approached Lu Qi. "He has chosen not to engage in battle with me, compensating for my treasury, and has no desire to continue the fight." The Punisher seemed unsurprised. Jinbing was a clever man, and given Lu Qi's ever-increasing strength, he did not know Lu Qi's limits. Thus he dared not persist in their confrontation. Lu Qi chuckled softly. His limits? Only by subduing Dormammu in the future might he encounter them. So be it. It appears we shall not collaborate frequently henceforth. But should any urgent matters arise, feel free to seek my assistance. You may dispose of target I as you wish. Lu Qi left the Punisher with those words and departed. As he walked along the path, Lu Qi glanced at the text message from Jinbing requesting his bank account number. Darn it, I haven't even applied for a bank card yet. Chapter 12. The First Encounter with Tony Stark. Lu Qi entered a bank to procure a bank card, and upon exiting, he sent the card number to Jinbing. To his surprise, this thing could also facilitate the issuance of a bank card. Glancing at the work ID in his hand, he marveled at its versatility. It seemed applicable for nearly anything, prompting him to consider testing it in various establishments for potential discounts. Upon receiving a text notification of $5 million credited to his account, Lu Qi felt as though he could relax for the remainder of his life. Looking at the work ID, he contemplated discarding it, believing that $5 million would suffice for his needs. Yet in the end, Lucci decided to keep it, as it could grant him discounts wherever he went and allow him to cut queues, which was rather delightful. He then headed to the airport, flying to the City of Chance, where he searched for the venue of the awards ceremony taking place that night. Locating a luxurious hotel nearby, Lucci planned to book a room there. Forgiven Tony's egotistical nature, he would undoubtedly choose the finest accommodations. Standing in his room, Lucci observed the preparations for the award ceremony, yet he was aware that Tony would not even cast a shadow in that space. Turning his gaze towards a nearby entertainment center, he deduced that the cinematic version of Tony was far more likely to be found there. Considering the time of day, Lucci resolved to venture out for a stroll. The nighttime ambience of the gambling city appeared even more vibrant than that of the Big Apple. As Lucci wandered along the bustling streets, he noticed throngs of leisurely strollers, including gamblers who had lost everything. Despite the multitude of entertainment venues, the orderliness of the city was surprisingly commendable, perhaps owing to the imminent annual awards gala for the pinnacle figures of the year. After meandering for some time, Lucci stumbled upon a shop selling cameras. Intrigued, he decided to purchase a digital camera. With his days largely devoid of activity, he thought it prudent to capture some photographs and update his blog daily. He envisioned sharing the sordid histories of superheroes, anticipating a flurry of comments from them on his blog, prompting a sly smile to spread across his face. Thus, the renowned collector of superhero scandals was born. In the distance, Lucci spotted Tony Stark accompanied by his bodyguard, Happy Hogan. Tony was engaged in casual banter with Happy, while other bodyguards were either handling luggage or checking in. Finding the scene rather amusing, Lucci snapped a photo, marking the first, no, the third, encounter with a quasi-superhero since his arrival in this world. Just as Tony and Happy debated which of two women they had passed was the more attractive, Tony caught sight of Lucci taking pictures. Instead of displaying anger, Tony reveled in the attention. Striking a pose, he remarked, "Say cheese." Lucci pressed the shutter, capturing the image of Tony posing alongside the still arguing Happy. "All right, kid, hand over the camera. Let me see how it turned out. If it's not flattering, you'd better delete it," Tony insisted, disregarding Happy's incessant chatter as he approached Lucci. "What is this for again? My right to reputation?" Lucci chuckled at Tony's casual demeanor, handing over the camera. "As you wish, Mr. Stark." Tony waited for Happy to arrive and hold the camera for him. "Well, it seems you're not quite a professional paparazzo. Otherwise, your photography skills wouldn't be so lacking. Unfortunately, I only acquired this camera 2 hours ago, and my decision to start taking photos was made just a few moments prior." Lucci crossed his arms, observing the interloper, Happy, between himself and Tony. While Happy often acted in a somewhat silly manner, it was undeniable that he had protected Tony on numerous occasions and was indeed a good friend. But why does this hefty fellow dominate the frame? Tony mused about the photograph. A brilliant concept, the untold story between genius inventor Tony Stark and his bodyguard, Happy Hogan? I must say, this idea is absolutely brilliant. It could garner hundreds of thousands of followers for your blog overnight, as well as a lawyer's letter from Stark Industries. Lucci retorted with a grin. "If the tale of Hachiko might lead the public to misconstrue your relationship, then you'd have to dismiss Mr. Happy." Why am I suddenly being fired?" Happy queried, puzzled. "Shut up. Happy, you're truly embarrassing me," Tony exclaimed. Tony Stark instructed Happy to return the camera to Lucci and continued, "The story of Hachi, the loyal dog, is quite touching. If you post it, please inform me. If I were to see you among millions each day, would you remember my name? Although it's likely you might forget it within half an hour, there remains a slight chance that I might linger in your memory. No, I wager I will have forgotten this trivial information within 10 minutes. Yet I am too indifferent to commit it to memory." Tony continued, "However, I believe you will remember my name a month from now." Lucci walked past Tony and entered the hotel. "What a peculiar individual," Happy remarked, shrugging at Tony. "Indeed, quite odd. It's amusing to see the genius Tony Stark not requesting an autograph. Even if he did, I wouldn't provide one since I lack a pen." As the bodyguard exited the room, Tony leaned closer to Happy and whispered, "Of course, even if I had a pen, I wouldn't give him an autograph. I refuse to sign for a man." Chapter 13, Upgrade and Encounter with Jean. Shortly after Lucci uploaded the photo, Carlson liked it. "May I inquire about your working hours? This way, I can ascertain whether you are slacking off." Observing his remaining energy, Lucci purchased his 250th Ninja Soldier, allowing for another enhancement of his physical attributes, albeit requiring 5,000 energy crystals. Noting that he was currently gaining 35 energy crystals per minute, and with some residual energy left, he decided to play a game for a couple of hours, summoning a ninja to fly him around. Lucci relished in the gaming experience. Although much of the time was spent in black and white, and even the ninjas were occasionally thwarted by his own missteps. Lu Qi still found immense joy, as he was now achieving a steady increase in kills per game. A significant portion of his performance was marked by decisive victories. Satisfied with his accrued energy, Lu Qi reclined onto his bed, settling into his most comfortable position, and tapped for an upgrade. That familiar sensation washed over him, causing his entire body to momentarily lose strength. After a short while, the enhancement completed, and Lu Qi sat up, surveying the items within the room. Approaching the coffee table, he effortlessly lifted the marble tabletop with both hands. Is this the power of quadrupled strength? I can feel the vigor surging. Lu Qi marveled at the elevated marble table, only to find his expression freeze as he realized he could not set it down. Summoning 2 ninjas to assist in placing the marble tabletop back, Lu Qi proceeded outside, eager to find a place to test the Shadow Legion. Entering the elevator, he was met with an assembly of sharply dressed men. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Tony surrounded by them. Observing Tony in such a masculine tableau, Lu Qi could not help but exclaim, "Aren't you all feeling hot?" Tony's expression soured as he had just been discussing the next day's plans with Pepper in the room, hoping to seek some amusement, only to find himself trailed by the bodyguards assigned by Obadiah. After finally squeezing into the elevator, they encountered the earlier peculiar individual on the very next floor. Initially, it was not overly awkward, but upon the stranger's comment, "Aren't you all feeling hot?" Tony's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Are you requesting that I teach you not to block the entrance and impede others?" Tony remarked with a tone laced with irritation. The bodyguards exchanged glances but remained motionless. It was unexpected to discover that Stark Industries employed such individuals, if some photography enthusiast were to capture this scene and disseminate it. The financial repercussions for Stark Industries could be substantial. Tony emphasized the name Stark, ensuring the security personnel recognized who the true master was. Only then did the bodyguards allow Lu Qi to pass. "It seems that Mr. Tony Stark is not enjoying a particularly pleasant day," Lu Qi jested. "My days are generally quite agreeable, save for encounters with certain photography aficionados," Tony retorted sharply. "How fortunate am I, then, that Mr. Tony Stark finds my presence displeasing? Perhaps Mr. Hammer would hire me to linger beside you daily." Lu Qi shrugged, inquiring if Tony was off to seek some amusement. "Are you planning to venture out and capture scenic photographs?" Tony replied with exasperation. Lu Qi glanced at the camera hanging from his neck, pondering whether Tony harbored an excessive bias against those who wield cameras. The two engaged in a playful exchange until the elevator arrived at the ground floor. Lu Qi stepped out first, while Tony cast a disgruntled look at the surrounding bodyguards. The following morning, Lu Qi was stirred awake by the sound of fireworks. Glancing at the time to discover it was already 10 o'clock. Surprised at his late rising, he yawned and checked the mine he had excavated the previous night, which yielded over 3,000 points, completely depleting that dark dimension. After switching to a brand new dark dimension, which contained over 30,000 energy points, Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction, relieved that it was not a contested dimension. However, the locations provided by Ancient One were all minor dark dimensions, typically unoccupied. The dark energy crystals ranged in quantity from 10,000 to 100,000, still relatively abundant for now. But in the future, he might secure one or even several dark dimensions in a single day. The price for purchasing ninja soldiers had escalated from 10 points to 35 points each. Sighing about the insufficient energy points, Lu Qi rose to freshen up before heading out with his camera. As the awards ceremony had not yet commenced, he observed the red carpet being laid out, with several celebrities making their appearances. Lu Qi casually snapped a few photos of the more interesting scenes when someone called out to him, "Hey kid," recognizing the familiar tone. He turned to find a dapperly dressed Tony. "You're looking quite sharp today. Are you attending the award ceremony? How did you know I was set to receive an award before I even mentioned it? Did you somehow know I won the grand prize in last night's lottery?" Tony responded, perplexed by the comment. "Oh, never mind. Those games have yet to make their debut in this world. Let's not dwell on it. Listen, kid, I have a plan. Are you planning to escape to those entertainment centers for some fun?" Lu Qi feigned curiosity. "Oh, I genuinely suspect you might be a parasite residing in my mind. However, I shall certainly consume more insecticide," Tony remarked with feigned astonishment. "But I'm in a splendid mood today. Would you care to join the genius Tony Stark in making some money?" "Perhaps not. I simply do not possess the discretionary funds for such endeavors." Lu Qi recalled Tony's $3 million and felt that his own $5 million was utterly insignificant. Tony, with a slight pout of regret, said, "Well, I've changed my mind. Come find me over there." He then sauntered towards the entertainment center, seemingly prepared for a grand escapade within. Lu Qi shrugged. Although Tony had a sharp tongue, as long as he could be even sharper, he wouldn't be irked. Today he had lost, yet yesterday had been his victory. Armed with an all-access pass, Lucci ventured into the venue, only to be informed by security that photography was prohibited. Reluctantly, he handed his camera to a ninja. As long as the ninja held on to it, the camera would be shielded from dark energy assimilation. Inside the venue, a plethora of well-dressed, successful individuals surrounded him, making Lucci's casual attire stand out like a sore thumb. However, he paid them little mind. The supporting cast was hardly worthy of his concern. Having collected some items within the venue, he settled into a corner where he recognized no familiar faces. He pulled out his handheld console and began to play. Time passed, and amidst the noise, he lifted his gaze to see Obadiah's arrival, prompting many to flock towards him. Upon observing, Lucci was taken aback to spot an unexpected figure among the crowd, Kingpin. Known for his extensive connections, the presence of Stark Industries and military-grade weaponry attested to Kingpin's dual influence in both legal and illicit realms. However, witnessing him openly mingling in a public setting with ease left Lucci with a disorienting feeling. Yet, the ease with which Kingpin conversed with Obadiah hinted at the origins of his Stark weaponry. Noticing he was being watched, Kingpin turned his gaze towards Lucci, who sat in the corner engrossed in his handheld device. Their eyes met, but Kingpin's expression remained unchanged, as if he were an ordinary man. Still pretending? Lucci greeted him with a hand gesture and sent a smiling emoji via his phone. Kingpin glanced at his phone, his face impassive, before exchanging a few words with Obadiah and making his way to the balcony. As he reached the balcony, Kingpin heard Lucci call out cheese. He turned to find Lucci capturing his photo with a digital camera. Observing as Lucci tossed the camera to the ground, a hand emerged from the shadows to catch it before disappearing. Kingpin remained unperturbed. No need to be tense. I just thought it would seem a bit odd if my blog were filled solely with superhero photos. A few villain shots for balance might make it more interesting. Who knows, you may even take pride in being featured on my blog one day, Lucci remarked with a smile. Perhaps, but what brings you here? Didn't we settle our grievances? Kingpin tightened his grip on his cane. Isn't today the annual Pinnacle Awards ceremony? I merely came to snap a few photos for my blog. Kingpin nodded, not probing further, and proceeded inside. Lucci enjoyed the breeze for a moment, remarking on the serendipity of the encounter, before slipping back into the corner to continue his game. Chapter 14, Innocent Caesar. Following this, there were no familiar faces, only unrecognizable business moguls, leaving Lucci somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated the presence of titans like Hammer or Osborn. The venue was replete with food and drink, and Lucci delightedly immersed himself in the festivities until the evening, when the award ceremony was set to commence. Gradually, the hall filled with attendees, and Lucci noticed Obadiah entering with a rather grim demeanor, a clear indication that Tony had let him down. Obadiah's displeasure stemmed from Tony's breach of contract, and he pondered how he might clean up the mess left in Tony's wake. Damn it, I have spent decades mopping up after the Stark father and son. Must I continue to do so indefinitely? A thought began to germinate in Obadiah's mind, growing ever more formidable. He gazed at the golden goose within his household, initially reluctant to act, yet concluded that Stark Industries required a rebranding. Would the world truly collapse in the absence of Tony Stark? I refused to believe that. Observing Obadiah's expression, Lucci discreetly snapped a couple of photographs, aware that releasing such images could lead to legal repercussions. But perhaps it would be best to wait a month until Obadiah cooled down. As a liaison with Stark Industries, I feel immensely privileged to work alongside a genuine patriot. At that moment, Rhodey commenced his speech, and Lucci contemplated how awkward it would be if no one came forward to accept the award. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present this year's Pinnacle Award to Mr. Tony Stark. Rhodey gazed eagerly into the audience, anticipating his friend's arrival, only to catch Obadiah giving him a nod. Witnessing the vacant seat beside Obadiah, Rhodey inwardly cursed. After such anticipation, he was met with utter disappointment. Tony Stark, you shall certainly face the consequences later. Rhodey's expression grew increasingly awkward as Obadiah ascended the stage and exchanged a glance with him. Rhodey, taking the cue, handed the Pinnacle Award to Obadiah and retreated to reflect in solitude. He still harbored hopes for Tony Stark. Lucci, observing Rhodey's uncomfortable countenance in the camera, mused that this photograph could serve as fodder for War Machine to comment on his blog, provided the username wasn't something ostentatious like War Machine Supreme. As Lucci strolled towards the balcony, he noticed Jean Bing glancing his way. Upon reaching the balcony, he performed a slight bow before vanishing into the shadows. Shaking his head, Jean Bing turned back to the comedic spectacle on stage. Arriving at the entertainment hub that Tony had described, Lucci entered to find a throng gathered around a particular spot, with Tony's bodyguard standing helplessly nearby. It appeared that Tony had recently conducted a reorientation session for them. Lucci greeted them and ventured further inside. Tony was engaged with two women, exclaiming, "Come on, darling, blow on this for me. Lend me some luck." He cast the dice, sending $3 million flying into the ether. Lucci shook his head. Such antics could overwhelm even the wealthiest individuals, but only someone like Tony, who treated money with disdain, would dare to partake. "Thankfully, I did not accompany you, or I would surely be losing money." Lucci approached Tony from behind and remarked, "Oh, who are you?" Tony turned around, and Lucci captured a photograph of him with the two women. Tony furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "What brings you, you little sneak?" Yet, he paid it no mind, recognizing that this chap was destined to be a paparazzo. Perhaps in the future, indeed. Lucci glanced at the photograph and clicked save. After Tony's expedition in Afghanistan concluded, he would undoubtedly be willing to part with $10 million to prevent it from reaching Pepper's eyes. But the price for deletion would be $30 million. With a scheme of extortion forming in his mind, Lucci approached the poker table, gazing at the substantial stack of chips before Tony. "Hey, my friend, here's an opportunity. Let us roll the dice. If your score exceeds mine, this entire pile of chips shall be yours." Tony looked at Lucci and suddenly remarked, "Why are you so keen on giving away money?" Lucci raised an eyebrow. Tony, with an arm draped around a lady, replied, "Money is the least valuable thing to me. In comparison, these two lovely ladies hold far more appeal." The two women appropriately exhibited their astonishment and delight, yet Lucci knew that none would accompany him later. Instead, a reporter would be waiting outside. "I shall go first." Lucci seized the dice and tossed them carelessly. "A 1 and a 2. "Well, my friend, it seems you won't be taking home those chips today," Tony quipped, entangling himself with the lady beside him when Rode suddenly appeared. "Unbelievable!" Rode exclaimed fiercely. Tony seemed to realize it was Rode presenting the award. "Oh no, did they summon you here?" Rode, with a forced smile, replied, "No one called me, but someone informed me that if I were to present the award, you would be immensely honored. Of course, if it's you presenting, how splendid." Tony responded earnestly. "When do we receive it?" "Right now." Rode's anger dissipated as he handed the trophy to Tony. Tony glanced at it and remarked, "Look, how special," then passed the trophy to the lady beside him. "I don't blow others' dice." Rode, observing the trophy in the lady's hands, felt a twinge of irritation. "Come on, take a sip, honey." Rode shoved Tony's hand that lay before him, sending the dice flying. "All right, Colonel Rode is rolling the dice. 2 points, splendid." Rode tilted his head, noting, "Your luck seems rather poor. Congratulations, you have indeed lost to this chap's 3 points with your 2. Thus, those 30 million chips go to him." Rode glanced at the innocent Lucci. "Well, that is quite unfortunate. I've seen worse than this." Tony consoled Rode, turning his gaze toward Lucci. The two exited in silence. Lucci spoke to a nearby server. "Please help me organize the chips. I need to take a photograph." Stepping outside, Tony bid farewell to Rode. "What belongs to Caesar, let go to Caesar." At that moment, Lucci captured the photograph. Tony, flanked by bodyguards, left only a silhouette as he handed the trophy to the seemingly innocent Caesar. Lucci reviewed the photo, feeling it encapsulated the essence of Tony's first half of life. Lucci mused contentedly. Chapter 15. Every night was spent rehearsing before the mirror. The part-time dancer, now a flight attendant, busily prepared in the kitchen a meal for Tony, making a few extra servings to share with the captain as well. A hint of confusion crossed her mind as she pondered the possibility of having prepared one less than required. But she dismissed the thought and resolved to whip up another portion. A shadow quietly glided past her legs, swirling around the modest cabin, revealing that Tony indeed indulged himself in material comforts. A large television, luxurious sound systems, retractable steel poles, and the presence of beautiful flight attendants adorned the space. Lucci turned around but failed to spot Tony. Peering further inside, he discovered Tony engaged in light-hearted conversation with the female journalist, their bodies entwined in a casual embrace. 10880 Mabry Port, zip code 90265, he recalled. "Happy, remember to bring in the luggage." Happy gave a thumbs up before beginning to haul the bags, only for a shadow to slip away from the open trunk. It seemed that Happy caught a glimpse of something, but the darkness of night obscured clarity. Lucci gazed upon the opulence of the mansion. In the realm of Iron Man, this luxurious abode captured the attention of many. Its remarkable design, high-tech gadgets, and a personal sanctuary for indulging in one's passions captivated the hearts of every man. Lucci stealthily entered the mansion, surmising that Tony was likely rehearsing lines in front of a mirror with the journalist. He wandered through the other areas, mindful of the presence of Jarvis, the intelligent butler, and thus remained in the shadows. After surveying the villa, Lucci was genuinely impressed. The residence struck a chord within him. If only that grand piano could be substituted with a gaming console, it would be perfect. However, this mansion would meet its demise in Iron Man 3 when 3 helicopters would obliterate it into fragments, causing Lu Chi to shake his head and lament. Due to the limitations of the Shadow Ninja, who would lose their ability to meld into shadows beyond a certain radius, it was impossible to leave them monitoring Tony without risking detection by Jarvis. Currently, the effective range was 20 meters, an increase from the initial 5 meters. Planning to arrive early the next day, Lu Chi decided to bolster his Shadow Ninjas to 300, reserving some energy for his own use, before drifting off to sleep. Awakened by the alarm the following day, Lu Chi effortlessly made his way to Tony's aircraft, settling into a corner to wait. Rhodey arrived around 10 a.m., but Tony's arrival remained uncertain. Lu Chi observed Rhodey, resembling a statue, standing there for 4 hours, even pausing for lunch. Shaking his head, Lu Chi thought, "Tony, you have truly drained Rhodey of his gentleness." At 2 p.m., Tony finally arrived at the airport. After exchanging pleasantries with Rhodey, he led him aboard the plane. The following day, the aircraft would land in this chaotic realm. After a night of revelry, Tony emerged from the cabin, well prepared. To ensure he wouldn't lose track of Tony, Lu Chi followed closely, observing him conclude business dealings and climb into his joyful Hummer. A few words exchanged with the soldiers in the vehicle revealed Tony engaging in cheerful discourse with them. Even Lu Chi had to concede that Tony was quite personable when he refrained from his acerbic tongue. His emotional intelligence was notably high. However, the current score between him and Tony remained a stalemate at 1 apiece, and any conversation of camaraderie was futile until a victor emerged. While Tony was posing for a photograph with the soldiers, a missile flew in, obliterating the vehicle before them. Enemies on the left. The female driver shouted, unbuckling her seatbelt, clutching her firearm, and leaping from the Humvee, only to be immediately felled. Lu Chi, hiding in a corner, shook his head in disbelief. How could one dare to jump from the driver's seat when faced with enemies on the left? If she didn't perish, who would? The soldier in the passenger seat, witnessing this, instructed the soldier beside Tony to safeguard him, then pulled the trigger and dashed out. After successfully covering a few steps, he was struck down by a sniper. The bullet piercing his body and shattering the glass, flying into the cabin. Tony felt a sharp pain as he was hit, but was shielded by his bulletproof vest. The young soldier beside him, seeing 2 comrades downed, was momentarily overcome with fervor, uttering an expletive before flinging open the car door and jumping out. A classic case of the heroic rescuing the elder without a second thought. Steel pellets penetrated the Humvee's body, illuminating the dim interior. Fortuitously unharmed, Tony regained his composure and, upon noticing the dents in the car body, dashed out in panic. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he sprinted behind a boulder and retrieved a satellite phone, intended to call Rhodey for rescue. However, in the next moment, a missile soared beside him. Tony glanced at the Stark Industries insignia on it, his heart racing, and he stood to evade it. Yet the missile detonated the next second, sending Tony flying. Lu Chi observed from the shadows as the unconscious Tony was taken away by a group of insurgents, silently following in their wake. This journey would diminish the world by one arms dealer while giving rise to a new superhero. Chapter 16. The Final Step of Transformation. 3 months later, the Stark Group's shares plummeted due to the disappearance of the prodigious genius, Stark. Lu Chi contemplated acquiring shares in Stark Industries, but he deemed it not the opportune moment. While engaged in a gaming session with 4 ninjas, Lu Chi's phone suddenly rang. "Agent Coulson, what brings you to contact me?" Lu Chi inquired upon glancing at the caller ID. After listening for a while, he replied, "I have dispatched over 400 ninjas to search for Stark, but the area is vast, making it improbable for them to locate him swiftly." After exchanging a few more words, Lu Chi ended the call, assigning one of the ninjas to continue the game. He then drew a portal and arrived in a mountainous region. Infiltrating the cave where Tony was located, Lu Chi observed Tony diligently working on an iron mask. At last, he is nearing completion. Lu Chi sighed in resignation. Once Tony disappeared, SHIELD had mobilized entirely. One of the founders, after all, was Tony's father, and with the founder's son missing, HLD was understandably on high alert. As far as Lu Chi knew, even Coulson had ceased overseeing the construction of the aerospace carrier to search for Tony here. Yet, as Lu Chi had mentioned, this region was extensive and rife with insurgents, rendering SHIELD's search painstakingly slow. As Tony showcased his mask to Ethan, Lu Chi, unable to resist, snapped a photograph. In recent days, his blog had been cluttered with mindless scenic shots, threatening to drive away the few followers he had painstakingly accumulated. At last, he could capture some worthwhile material. What was that? Tony seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of something, but upon glancing over, found nothing amiss. Ethan, puzzled, questioned Tony's sudden distraction. What's wrong? There's nothing else here. With a sigh, Tony replied, perhaps I'm just overly tense. We can start preparing the armor now. Loki exhaled, surprised by the heightened vigilance of Tony. However, gazing at the photos captured within the camera, he thought being discovered wouldn't be so dire. The angle beautifully encompassed both Tony and the helmet's front, a moment worth cherishing. Yet, Tony might be on the verge of breakdown, having spent so long crafting his battle armor, only to be whisked away by an annoying brat before he could even utilize it. Loki smirked mischievously. At that moment, a bald man entered the surveillance room. As the only bald member of the Ten Rings gang, he served as the organization's leader and was the sharpest among the bandits. The day prior, he had discerned that Tony and his crew were not constructing the desired Jericho missile, but were instead forging something unknown. He had gone in to intimidate Tony and his crew, nearly causing Ethan to taste a fresh batch of charred coal. Observing Ethan fumbling behind a rack and noting Tony's absence, the bald man furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complex than it appeared. He promptly dispatched 2 men to investigate. The duo rushed to the door of Tony's confinement, hollering through a small window. Meanwhile, Tony and Ethan were busy donning their armor behind the rack. Hearing the shouts of the henchmen, Tony, anxious about them bursting in, urged Ethan to calm them down. He speaking Hungarian. I can't understand, Ethan lamented. What do you know? Just say something, Tony replied, his own nerves fraying as a lengthy preparation step loomed ahead. Reluctantly, Ethan shouted a few words, yet the men outside were clearly not easily deceived. They opened the door, only to be blasted away by the bomb hidden behind it. What is happening? Tony, restrained and unable to see, inquired of Ethan. My things tend to be this way, Tony reassured himself. Let us initiate the power sequence. Following Tony's instructions, Ethan activated the program, watching the painfully sluggish progress bar while the shouts continued to echo in his ears. Clenching his teeth, Ethan tightened the last few screws for Tony. We need more time. With the screwdriver in hand, Ethan turned. I'll buy us some time. A sense of foreboding washed over Tony. Stick to the plan. However, Ethan disregarded his words for the first time in the past half-month. He dashed to the door, seized a rifle, and, shouting, charged out while firing. Damn it! Tony cursed vehemently, yet he found himself powerless, forced to watch the slow crawl of the progress bar on the battered screen before him. Loki realized that he was still following the script, and he sighed in relief. Leaving a few ninja soldiers to clandestinely protect Tony, he dashed outside. Ethan was a good man. He should not meet his demise. As Ethan charged forward, firing his weapon, the KB faction members were intimidated by his fervor, prompting them to flee in disarray. Ethan continued running until he reached the cave entrance, only to find a throng of people awaiting him. It's over, Ethan murmured. Meanwhile, Stark had finally awaited the progress bar to fill, fastening his helmet as he hurried outside. Ethan, where are you? After eliminating several miscellaneous foes hiding in the cave, Tony heard their shouts, though he could not comprehend their words. He made his way into a grand hall littered with corpses, examining the bullet wounds on the bodies. He began to doubt how Ethan had been captured. Wasn't he a spy for that nation? Stark, a faint voice called. Tony spotted Ethan, bloodied and collapsed amidst a pile of sandbags. Rushing over, Tony was filled with sorrow at the sight of his injured friend. Come on, Ethan, we need to leave. Utilizing the power of his armor, he hurled the sandbags aside, looking at Ethan, who lay motionless. Move, according to the plan. But Ethan shook his head. This is my plan, Stark. Tony took a deep breath. But your family is still waiting for you. Ethan offered a weak smile. My family is gone. I'm going to see them. Tony's heart trembled, and he stood in stunned silence. Thank you for saving me. Ethan gradually closed his eyes, seemingly losing strength. Don't waste your life. With that, Ethan fell silent. Tony was overwhelmed with grief, but a surge of anger welled within him as he sealed his helmet and charged outside. Ethan quietly opened his eyes, watching Tony depart, taking a deep breath. If Tony had lingered a moment longer, he might have suffocated from the tension. A young man suddenly appeared before him. Well done, Ethan. Ethan stood up, discomfort as he tugged at his blood-soaked clothing. Why did you deceive Stark? This is the final step in his transformation, Loki replied, snapping his camera. Quite a performance. Very photogenic. Ethan forced a smile, having just settled into his role when he noticed Loki photographing him from behind, nearly breaking character, and quickly closed his eyes. Chapter 17. Stark's ascent from hell to sell hamburgers. Filled with fury, Tony burst forth, oblivious to the actors behind him discussing new plot lines. A group of KB faction members had received word. Surrounded by various rocket launchers and explosives, they remained oblivious, each armed with a rifle, aimed at the cave entrance. Unaware of the specifics of Stark's escape, they believed their rifles were sufficient to eliminate him. A sound approached the cave entrance with urgency, prompting a group of individuals to prepare themselves. As the noise grew louder, an unsettling fear began to creep into their hearts. The unknown effortlessly stirs the deepest anxieties within us. Suddenly, a figure clad in steel armor emerged at the cave's mouth. The KB molecules, having never encountered such a sight, felt a pang of terror, firing their weapons while shouting to bolster their courage. Yet, their battle cries could not enhance the efficacy of their firearms. Bullets merely ricocheted off Tony's armor, leaving no marks whatsoever. "It's my turn," Tony exclaimed as KB molecules unleashed a barrage of bullets. Raising his hands, 2 streams of fire erupted, igniting the armed assailants before him. The sight was so overwhelming that the armed men, unaccustomed to such displays, were even intimidated by Ethan, who was firing at the ceiling. Panic ensued, and the assailants began to scatter, few daring to retaliate. As Tony advanced, attacking as he went, one armed man at the threshold managed to suppress him with a heavy machine gun. Another assailant crept around behind Tony, firing several shots that damaged the gear mechanism in his legs, inflicting the most significant injury he had sustained thus far. Tony attempted to move his legs, but found himself utterly immobilized. In a moment of crisis, intending to activate his emergency escape device, he suddenly noticed the surrounding enemies collapsing one by one, darts protruding from their necks. "Hey, Mr. Stark, are you interested in remembering my name now?" A cadre of ninjas emerged, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes, and Lu Chi stepped out from the shadows. "You? The kid with the camera?" Tony said, incredulous. Lu Chi nodded. "Care to remember my name? I am Lu Chi, a security consultant for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Tony exhaled deeply. "All right, kid, you win. I might just remember that name for life. Need assistance?" Lu Chi inquired. "Of course, lend me a hand. My armor is malfunctioning, and I can't move my legs," Tony replied, attempting to shift his feet once more, but to no avail. Lu Chi directed several ninja warriors to assist Tony in removing the armor, granting him freedom. As he observed the ninjas vanishing into thin air, Tony looked at Lu Chi with curiosity. "Is that a superpower you possess?" Lu Chi casually nodded. "Thankfully, this world has individuals with extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to explain things to these fellows. By the way, I have my friend's body inside. Could you help me retrieve him?" Tony thought of Ethan in the cave as he spoke to Lu Chi. I fear time may not be on our side. The explosives are close to igniting. We must leave at once." After running a few kilometers, Lu Chi finally halted with Tony. "Perhaps the explosives are rather durable, but no matter, I'll call for rescue. A plane will be here shortly to retrieve us. Stay put." "All right. Thanks, paparazzo," Tony replied, no longer preoccupied with anything else. After narrowly escaping from hell, all he desired was a restful sleep followed by a long-awaited cheeseburger. Lu Chi took out his satellite phone and contacted Coulson, urging him to send 2 cheeseburgers pronto, lest Tony perish from hunger. 10 minutes later, 2 aircraft approached from the distance. "Oh, how exhilarating!" Tony waved enthusiastically as the helicopter descended in a graceful spiral. Coulson and Rhodes stepped down from the plane in succession, with Rhodes immediately enveloping Tony in a warm embrace. "Next time, please don't ride your joyous Hummer alone, all right?" Lu Chi took 2 hamburgers from Coulson's hands. "Hey, Tycoon, how about purchasing a hamburger for $1 million? Tony, spotting the burger in Lu Chi's grasp, retorted, "Under normal circumstances, I would report you for deceiving consumers, but at this moment, I'll take 2 more. Snatching the burgers from Lu Chi, Tony gazed into the distant valley, intending to ask Rhodes to retrieve Ethan's body when a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a small mushroom cloud skyward and collapsing the entire valley. As Tony pondered Ethan's words about not wasting life and the cheeseburgers in hand, he mused, "Hey kid, do you think I could earn a fortune selling hamburgers?" Lu Chi, puzzled, thought, is this guy really considering selling hamburgers instead of focusing on battle armor and clean energy? Did Ethan's performance influence him this much? In secret, he wished for the ninjas to demolish the valley, hoping to conclude this spectacle without Tony switching careers. "I think you might be better off selling building materials for children's hospitals," Lu Chi remarked sarcastically. With a resigned shrug, Tony decided to refrain from arguing with Lu Chi today, especially since he had saved him. Ethan watched the departing planes and thought, "All right, Tony, I don't want to deceive you, but that guy was a bit too ruthless." Remembering how a group of ninjas effortlessly dispatched numerous foes, leaving barely any survivors to counterattack, he felt a chill run down his spine. He could assure that even the elite special forces would struggle to match such coordination and strength. However, he resolved, Let us save more lives. I can do more than just operate on the operating table. Grasping the gun, he recalled his lost family. Do not squander your life, he affirmed, embracing that conviction. Lu Chi observed Ethan, knowing that these 50 shadow ninjas had been entrusted to him after discussions with Ethan. The populace harbored a deep-seated animosity towards KB factions, making it easy to rally them against those adversaries. The 50 shadow ninjas served as a safeguard, ensuring Ethan wouldn't be taken down by mere underlings and assisting in training the masses. While uncertain of what achievements Ethan could attain, Lu Chi silently hoped he would fulfill his ambitions. Chapter 18. Tony's mischievous 3,000 questions. Lu Chi also boarded this flight. Hey Lu Chi, how long did it take you to find me? Tony, now seated in a wheelchair, a requirement imposed by Road, felt a wave of distrust towards many, especially given the numerous ambiguities surrounding Lu Chi's appearance. Just before you emerged, I was about to seek military assistance, but then you appeared, Lu Chi replied, finding a cloth for the 2 shadow ninjas to hold as a makeshift hammock for him to recline upon. Tony nodded thoughtfully, particularly struck by the uncanny timing of Lu Chi's appearance, coinciding precisely with his own emergence from danger. This led him to suspect that Lu Chi might have orchestrated the entire affair. Moreover, Lu Chi had appeared multiple times in proximity to him prior to the kidnapping, thereby amplifying his suspicion. However, it seemed that everyone was aware of Lu Chi's affiliations with a particular organization, one that Tony had never heard of until he conducted an online search, which yielded a wealth of information about SHIELD. Why was he unaware of even the slightest detail regarding this organization? As a prominent billionaire and prodigious genius in the land of the free, he had made connections with nearly all departments, yet had never interacted with this one. Are you insinuating that I orchestrated all of this and kidnapped you? Lu Chi inquired, setting down his handheld device. Tony's expression grew increasingly grave. The Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics was established post-World War II, led by the foremost scientists of the land of the free, who assimilated certain German scientists and resources to form a cutting-edge technology organization. Lu Chi had revealed fragments of information regarding SHIELD. What a remarkable coincidence that this had occurred in the aftermath of the war. During that era, nearly all top scientists in the land of the free had joined the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics, which was then known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Now, allow me to pose a question, Lu Chi continued. Name the top scientists of the land of the free during World War II, particularly the one you are most familiar with and have the deepest impression of. He leaped down from the hammock, approaching Tony. The latter's visage reflected sheer astonishment. The most eminent scientist of that era. Howard Stark, my father. Lu Chi nodded, explaining that the Strategic Scientific Reserve was founded by Tony's father and a cadre of individuals who had been active on the battlefields of World War II, including that esteemed Ms. Carter. Observing Tony lost in contemplation, Lu Chi continued, as Howard's son, when you're captured as he mobilized entirely. Even I, a newly appointed security consultant, had nearly 400 ninjas dispatched to locate you. As he spoke, a multitude of ninjas appeared behind him. At that moment, Rhodey was in the cockpit of the transport plane, overseeing operations, when he caught sight of the scene on the monitors and rushed out. Hey, what is happening here? Rhodey questioned, somewhat skeptical, yet not overly agitated. He was not particularly surprised by the presence of the ninjas, having already been astonished when Lu Chi had previously unleashed 100 of them upon his arrival at the base. He simply regarded Lu Chi as a mutant now. Okay, keep it low-key. Don't get too carried away. We're at an altitude of 33,000 feet, and should we fall, we might not even be able to reassemble our bodies, he cautioned. All right, genius, regarding your suspicions of me. Lu Chi paused. You may consider me a traveler, having just a part of my homeland, recruited by the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics as a security consultant. Then, during a gala for the top achievers, I encountered a certain scoundrel, and because of that scoundrel, I ended up spending half a month in a desert rescuing another rogue. My arrival was indeed fortuitous, but such coincidences are beyond my explanation. It's up to you to decide whom to trust. Perhaps it is simply fate. Tony's complexion darkened as he came to the realization of too many things, only to be called a bastard. This epithet was typically reserved for intimate moments, and he never expected to hear hurled at him by a man. Yet, what vexed him the most was that the blame lay squarely on the other person. Tony was not one to engage in senseless arguments. While one might describe him as arrogant and sharp-tongued, he was, in fact, a man of reason. After a prolonged silence, he glanced at Lu Chi and uttered softly, sorry. Lu Chi could scarcely believe his ears. Tony, of all people, had just apologized? Well, in that case, It's all forgiven. Given that you've gifted me $30 million, I can overlook it, Lucci replied uneasily. Ultimately, this entire situation arose partly due to his own failure to rescue Tony. Although it seemed a bit of a stretch, he had indeed been present, watching helplessly as Tony was taken away. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and Lucci, feeling uncomfortable, pondered aloud, "Would you like to lie down?" He gestured towards a hammock. "I don't share a bed with men," Tony retorted with a scornful expression, reminiscent of how he had never accepted items from others, yet had directly taken a cheeseburger from Lucci without letting it fall to the ground for him to pick up. Observing Tony's slightly embarrassed demeanor, Lucci raised his hands in surrender. "Come now, I have more than just these two supports." With a wave, two shadow ninjas appeared, instinctively assembling a cloth to form a hammock. "Shall I carry you up?" Lucci inquired, addressing Tony, who was in a wheelchair. "That would be acceptable," Tony replied, attempting to shift, but failing. One of the shadow ninjas then swooped in, lifting Tony in a princess carry. "Thanks, brother. It would be even better if you didn't use that method," Tony remarked, noting the ninja's aloof demeanor. "By the way, where exactly are we?" Tony mused, assuming Lucci's abilities were related to some form of spatial manipulation, with these beings being his subordinates. "The Shadow Realm is a dimension birthed from my powers," Lucci explained, confident that Tony would grasp the concept. "They are not human and cannot speak. Another dimension. How fascinating. Are these ninjas native to that realm? How did you subdue them?" Tony inquired, intrigued. "That dimension is mine, and they belong to me as well. In my eyes, they are merely aggregations of energy, manifestations of my deepest memories of such energy," Lucci elaborated. "So, if your impression of that energy were different, they might not appear as they do now." Tony mused, observing Lucci as he played with a handheld console. Casting a skeptical glance at Lucci, Tony noted, "They resemble the henchmen from that anime, yet they can be commanded with the appropriate incantation." Seeing the curiosity in Tony's eyes, Lucci continued, "At one point, the protagonist-S group also gained the ability to command them, and our perception of these ninjas changed dramatically. At that time, we believed they were omnipotent." Tony nodded thoughtfully. "Omnipotent, indeed, I can relate. I once thought my father was omnipotent." He hesitated, unsure why he had mentioned his father, before shifting the subject. "Do they not require movement? Wouldn't maintaining this position tire them?" Lucci cast a glance at Tony, who still struggled to comprehend his father, though he would come to understand in due time. They were not in need of rest, sustenance, or even breath. Their stamina was boundless, and they were impervious to death. Tony, displaying a timely expression of astonishment, engaged in a gradual conversation with Lucci throughout their journey. Chapter 19. Tony's return. The cargo door of the transport aircraft creaked open, revealing Pepper and Happy anxiously awaiting outside. "Thanks, brothers, or should I be thanking your master?" Tony quipped, waving at Pepper while inadvertently sidelining Happy. Two shadow ninjas descended, transporting Tony on a hammock to the ground. "Hey, Lucci, could you let me down?" Tony called out, struggling to exert himself on the hammock. Oh, Lucci had already dismounted the hammock and stood nearby. One of the shadow ninjas appeared, cradling Tony in his arms. "Thanks, brother. By the way, were you the one from last time?" "Why the princess carry?" Tony patted the ninja as he was brought to Pepper's side. "Honestly, Lou, could you have him set me down?" Tony said awkwardly, directing his plea at Lucci. Lucci instructed the ninja to release Tony, allowing him to stand before Pepper. After a moment to ease the tension, Tony looked at Pepper. "Your eyes are red. Are those tears shed for the long-lost boss?" "They are tears of joy. I despise job hunting." "Well, your vacation is over." Tony and Pepper climbed into the car, with Happy already in the driver's seat and Lucci taking the passenger side. "Mind if I hitch a ride?" "Not all," both Tony and Pepper replied in unison. "Hey, Tony, don't be like that. He saved you." "Ignore him, Lucci. That's just how Tony is." "Well, okay, you understand me best." "You're welcome." Observing the inexplicable atmosphere between the two in the back seat, Lucci glanced at Happy. "Can they always be like this?" "Most of the time." "Tony, having just escaped, you need to go to the hospital first." "No, I've been in prison for 3 months. I've been thinking." "That's impossible. Tony, you just got out." Pepper turned her head in disappointment. Pepper looked at Tony with skepticism. "Indeed, that's exactly what I meant, not what you're implying." Boz shook his head, perceiving the rather profound changes in Tony. "All right, let us make some calls and have a reception prepared at Stark Industries, and also arrange for 2 cheeseburgers for Tony." Happy timely started the vehicle, heading towards Stark Industries. "By the way, Tony, will your prosthetic disappear in that explosion?" Lucci pondered, uncertain if Ironmonger would still make an appearance. "I don't know, but it should be completely destroyed." "Why?" Tony contemplated, considering the inferior material of that armor. which would likely melt away in the aftermath of the explosion unless it was a single detonation. That is good to hear, Lu Chi replied nonchalantly. Tony has now completed his transformation. He merely requires a catalyst to fully embark on the path of a superhero, rendering the existence of Ironmonger inconsequential. The vehicle glided forward, soon arriving at Stark Industries. Pepper Potts was the first to open the car door, with Tony following closely behind. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a crowd of executives from Stark Industries, including Obadiah Stane himself. Observing this welcoming spectacle, Lu Chi malevolently contemplated that if a bomb were to be detonated here, Stark Industries, which had already been thrown into disarray by Tony's disappearance, would descend into utter chaos. However, this remained merely a thought. Lu Chi had no intention of taking action. As he watched the jubilant Obadiah, Lu Chi pondered how to make Tony aware that he was the mastermind behind the turmoil. After all, without Ironmonger, sufficient evidence could easily land Obadiah behind bars. Tony received 2 cheeseburgers, tossing one to Lu Chi, who deftly caught the flying sandwich. All right, we're even, Tony chuckled. Lu Chi unwrapped the lavish burger, taking a bite of the $100,000 delicacy. It was quite palatable, certainly from my favorite establishment. After exchanging a few words with Lu Chi, Tony turned and strode into Stark Industries. This brief conversation caught Obadiah's attention. His network of information surpassed that of Rhodes, and he recognized Lu Chi as the culprit who had thwarted his grand plans. Yet, Obadiah maintained a facade of cordiality, smiling at Lu Chi as he remarked, "Thank you, Mr. Lu Chi. You cannot fathom how worried I have been for Stark. He is the son of my dearest friend." "Not at all, sir. It is my duty," Lu Chi replied, lacking any desire to prolong the exchange as he stepped past Obadiah and entered Stark Industries. The first sight that met his eyes was the enormous particle accelerator, a contraption that provided Stark Industries with clean energy, yet came at an exorbitant cost, deemed commercially impractical by those within the company. However, that was no longer the case. Tony had successfully improved the device in that cave, making it smaller, more cost-effective, and capable of generating greater energy. After surveying the future flagship products of Stark Industries, Lu Chi made his way to the press conference. Agent Coulson appeared beside him. "You successfully located him," he noted. Lu Chi nodded. "Indeed, that remote area was quite elusive. It took me considerable time to find. Your phone signal was consistently within New York City. Then suddenly it shifted to that location, and you found Tony." Coulson paused. "The director is awaiting your report." "Well, it seems I must formally meet that scoundrel," Lu Chi replied with a hint of exasperation. The assembly of reporters erupted into a frenzy, eager to converge upon Tony. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Obadiah hastily intervened, attempting to control the scene by pulling Tony away. Despite having just engaged in conversation with Coulson, Rhodey moved towards Tony, guiding him away from the maelstrom. "Looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can speak with them," Coulson remarked as he joined Lu Chi. Lu Chi glanced at the photos on his camera, nodding in satisfaction. The 5 Shadow Ninjas were still engrossed in their game, and upon checking the rankings, he noted they had achieved the top position across the server. It felt akin to a passive gaming experience, Lu Chi remarked, subsequently uploading the freshly taken photographs to his blog. "This indeed constitutes Tony's traffic," Lu Chi nodded, then circled around to a spot not far from the Trident building. As he strolled towards the Trident building, Lu Chi pondered how to confront Fury regarding that coin. Meanwhile, SHIELD had detected Lu Chi's presence and promptly dispatched an agent to pick him up. Chapter 20, A Conversation with the Egg. The presence of an enemy's target dimension. Upon entering the vehicle, Lu Chi still grappled with a headache, unsure of how to engage in a verbal spar with Fury. "Are you contemplating how to argue with me?" A voice emanated from behind. Lu Chi shook his head, finding it troublesome to converse with individuals possessing mind-reading abilities. "Have you ever encountered someone with such abilities?" Fury inquired as he took a seat beside Lu Chi. Lu Chi rolled his eyes, opting to disregard him. With someone like Fury, the more one speaks, the more one reveals. "Your background is quite remarkable. You suddenly appeared in New York and subsequently took residence in Hell's Kitchen, subsisting on murder," Fury observed, maintaining a silence before shifting the topic. "I do not regard those beings as human," Lu Chi countered. "Yet you are human. You are neither the law nor a deity. With your superpowers and that peculiar portal, do you believe you have a right to judge them? Do you fancy yourself a Batman? Indeed, so what? Born as a human. I extend my apologies. Is that sufficient?" Lu Chi retorted, choosing to fully embrace his nonchalance. This fellow appeared irate, yet it was evident he sought to extract more information from him. "Enough of this. Now indulge me in a debate regarding how you located Tony Stark." Fury suddenly relented. "It was quite simple. My ninjas discovered a band of armed militants in a mountainous region, and upon investigation, I stumbled upon Tony Stark. Lucci averted his gaze, unwilling to allow Fury any further insights from his expression. Suddenly, Lucci recalled something. By the way, you are not the real Nick Fury, are you? How could that old coin possibly appear before someone who nearly caused chaos at S.H.D.? You are a Skrull, Lucci asserted. Fury frowned, asking, what are you talking about? What Skrull? Do not feign ignorance. I possess greater knowledge, such as the fact that your blood should be green. Along with that, Carol Danvers. Fury intended to respond, but the driver interjected. Enough, you may exit the vehicle. The driver abruptly halted the car, deactivating several devices. He removed a wig and mask, revealing beneath it a hard-boiled egg, while the adjacent Nick Fury obediently exited the vehicle and vanished into the woods. All right, Lucci, I have numerous matters to discuss with you, including how you became privy to these classified details and precisely how you located Tony Stark. Lucci glanced at him, contemplating. Well, it seems the charade can no longer be sustained. Fury remained silent for a moment, and the atmosphere fell into a quietude. What has become of Carol? Lucci was momentarily taken aback. Carol had not made an appearance in Avengers Endgame. How was he to fabricate a response? As Fury's expression gradually shifted to one of skepticism, Lucci casually fabricated a story. She is currently scouring for places where the Skrulls can survive, running around day after day. I can't see her every day. Upon hearing the last sentence, Fury instinctively touched his eye patch. Lucci turned to leave, unexpectedly realizing that he had indeed managed to deceive Fury. You don't harbor ill intentions towards Earth, do you? Fury suddenly called out. Of course not. I am also a citizen of Earth. By the way, that beeper, have you really never used it even once during all this time? She won't let me disturb her with prank calls. Dealing with that old relic is bothersome and exhausting. Lucci shook his head and activated his foundational mining system. The values appeared. Enhancement initiated. Upon reviewing the requirements, he noted that it would take 100,000 energy points to upgrade, which translated to 300 minutes or 5 hours. However, Lucci still had some savings, allowing him to offset over an hour. After contemplating, he glanced at his balance and decided to watch an advertisement to save 3 hours. After waiting for another half an hour, he amassed the 100,000 energy points and successfully enhanced his abilities. Post-enhancement, his physical prowess surged to 8 times that of an average person, with both mining speed and recovery rate doubling to 480 points each. Stretching his limbs, Lucci felt a sense of satisfaction as he moved about, now with capital that had once again doubled, providing him with increased confidence even when facing the boiled eggs. However, the boiled eggs possessed numerous 084 items and an unknown amount of Hydra relic technology, their power still formidable. Observing that the price of ninja soldiers had soared to 70 energy points each, Lucci felt increasingly content with his circumstances. He was now capable of achieving 6 minor dimensions in a single day. Flipping through the notebook given to him by Ancient One, he noted that approximately 30 minor dimension coordinates remained. Once those were exhausted, he would likely need to request more coordinates for small dimensions from Ancient One. Noticing that this minor dimension still contained over 10,000 energy points, Lucci waited for over 20 minutes to deplete it before replacing it with a new dimension. Oh, I didn't expect there to be over 10,000 energy points, Lucci exclaimed, having initially assumed this minor dimension would yield less than 100,000 energy. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Enemy presence detected within the target dimension. Please eliminate them, or energy extraction will be impossible. Lucci was momentarily taken aback. There were indeed foes within the target dimension. Warning, the target dimension has connected with the shadow dimension. Immediate countermeasures are required. Lucci, initially bewildered, suddenly realized that his energy ceiling was gradually diminishing. Frowning, he swiftly dove into the shadow dimension. At that moment, the shadow dimension resembled a cube spanning thousands of cubic meters, with a fissure appearing at the top. Lucci felt as though he were a deity in this space. Soaring towards the crack, where he discovered some goblin-like creatures utilizing peculiar devices to gather dark energy. Peering through the fissure into the target dimension, he observed that its space was significantly larger than his own, bustling with countless beings actively collecting energy from various spatial rifts surrounding them. Lucci's gaze sharpened. Not all of these beings were goblins. There were various other species present as well. With a swift gesture, Lucci commanded the shadow ninjas to breach the rift into the target dimension. The feeble creatures within posed no match for the ninjas. Yet there were others of formidable strength capable of equaling or even defeating them. At that moment, dark shocks erupted from the corners, scattering the ninja ranks. Within the target realm, a being hovered before the rift, locking eyes with Lucci. To his astonishment, this miniature dimension housed a master of its own. The figure, cloaked in dark energy, emitted peculiar waves of shadowy power. However, Lu Qi discerned the being's intent through these dark fluctuations. With a flick of his wrist, the entity unleashed a surge of energy that obliterated an approaching shadow ninja, continuing to gaze intently at Lu Qi. Transforming dark energy into a being? How amusing. I shall absorb your energy completely. Lu Qi realized that his limit of dark energy remained unchanged, and the number of ninjas had not diminished. Contrary to the other assertions, the adversary, equally taken aback, scrutinized Lu Qi, then waved his hand, summoning thousands of creatures from his dimension to charge toward Lu Qi's realm. These beings were not akin to shadow ninjas, having been transported from the material world, emboldening him to launch an attack. Whatever secrets you possess, once I vanquish you, your dark dimension shall revert to nature, the figure proclaimed with a hearty laugh, as his army directly engaged the shadow ninjas in the opposing dimension. As these ninjas were besieged by foes outnumbering them several times over, Lu Qi successfully established a front line, gradually recalling the previously scattered shadow ninjas. Observing the advancing enemies, Lu Qi pondered, aside from the master of the opposing dimension, the individual strength of the ordinary foes was inferior to that of his ninjas, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With only enough energy to summon a little over 100 shadow ninjas, he realized the situation remained dire. Let's assess the circumstances. My ninjas are not bound by mortality and lack stamina, he mused, contemplating the possibility of wearing down the enemy. As he watched the adversary's subordinates advance, he instructed his ninjas to prepare for battle. In Chapter 21, I am the source of energy, the enemy's subordinates, not being manifestations of dark energy, were recklessly sent into the shadow dimension. With another gesture, Lu Qi conjured a wave of dark energy that swept away the intruding foes. This strike consumed over 1,000 points of dark energy. Observing his steadily replenishing energy, Lu Qi frowned. After annihilating the enemy's vanguard, he ceased further action, opting to let the shadow ninjas engage. Though his side boasted superior individual strength, they had yet to achieve a qualitative change and were being pressed by the enemy. Lu Qi harbored a degree of trepidation towards the master of the dark dimension, refraining from impulsive attacks for fear of being decapitated. While the beings formed from dark energy possessed limitless potential, they would delay growth, much like his current inability to retaliate. The adversary chuckled, relishing the situation. Lu Qi observed a lone ninja beset by dozens of adversaries, who swiftly vanished into shadows. Frowning, he dispatched 20 blade soldiers. Upon their arrival, their remarkable agility rendered them almost airborne, as they effortlessly tore through the throngs of enemies. Compared to the shadow ninjas, the blade soldiers excelled in combat, particularly in such slaughter. Lu Qi felt a surge of joy as he witnessed the blade soldiers achieving remarkable results in a short span of time. Checking his shadow energy, Lu Qi found that he had consumed 500 points of his shadow energy limit to amalgamate 150 shadow ninjas into blade soldiers. Now he commanded 50 blade soldiers, yet no enhancement prompt appeared. It seemed that reinforcement could only occur with a sufficient number of shadow ninjas. Though momentarily disheartened, he quickly regained his composure. Presently, he had 300 ninja soldiers and 50 blade soldiers. Despite the significant reduction in numbers, 6 ninja soldiers paired with 1 blade soldier each formed small teams, effectively blocking the enemies and even pushing them back. The shadow squads relentlessly drained the enemies, exhibiting an even higher efficiency in slaughter, continually decimating foes within the shadow dimension. Sensing the dire situation, the opposing creatures surged forward, empowered by dark energy. As a dark energy projectile hurtled towards him, Lu Qi waved his hand, conjuring a dark energy shield to deflect it. With a clap of his hands, 2 dark tidal waves surged forth, encircling the enemies. Realizing the impending danger, the creature retreated hastily, furrowing its brow at Lu Qi. You can fully control dark energy, it exclaimed incredulously. Even it could only utilize dark energy to a limited extent, unable to wield it at will. Lu Qi gazed back at the creature, attempting to communicate through dark energy. Are you incapable of this? The adversary, misinterpreting Lu Qi's intent as mockery, felt a surge of anger. What of your control over dark energy? You possess so little energy. What can you truly accomplish? Lu Qi, observing his recovery rate of 220 energy points per second, noted that he was swiftly replenishing the thousands of energy points expended in his previous maneuvers, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What was this creature truly asserting? Suddenly, Lu Qi formed a hypothesis. He had the ability to genuinely control dark energy through the system. while his opponent merely possessed ownership of the dark dimension and could utilize dark energy, albeit constrained by specific techniques and rules. In comparison, it was akin to a magician needing to manipulate magical power to form runes to achieve their goals, while he could directly manifest the desired effects of magic. Thus, was this the essence of my true power? Loki contemplated as dark energy coalesced around his hands. As if in sync with his thoughts, he unleashed a stream of dark energy towards the enemy. The unknown creature shouted as dark energy surged forth from its being, nullifying the attack. I swear, by the name of Andrus, I will unravel your secrets. With a flick of his hand, Loki transitioned through space, appearing on the opposite side of the shadow dimension. Evading the strike, observing the method through which the opponent resonated with energy, he felt a flicker of insight. Andrus? Very well, I shall. Dark energy gathered before Loki, as if drawn by an unseen force. Loki pondered for a moment before casting his gaze upon Andrus. I am who I am. I am Loki, the Lord of Shadows. In the name of Loki, I declare you my adversary. Dark energy shall no longer embrace you. As Loki affirmed his identity and established his name in an alternate dimension, the surrounding dark energy rejoiced as if it had found its rightful master. Conversely, Andrus found himself struggling to control his own dark energy. Forcing himself to rein it in, he bellowed, "Who do you think you are to impose such rules?" Andrus's expression grew increasingly grave. In this realm, he was powerless against Loki, who seemed to awaken a realization within him, affecting his very being. Could it be that Loki truly was the master of darkness, the sovereign of dark energy? Impossible. Andrus is hard-hardened. Very well, you leave me no choice. A scroll materialized in his hand, which he tore apart. Let me show you the forbidden arts of the divine. Strange energies surged forth from the remnants, transforming into runes. And formidable chains materialized, forcefully sealing the space and imprisoning Loki within. Lord of Shadows? Call out all you wish. Loki observed as the enormous chains formed a cage, aggressively expelling the surrounding dark energy and encasing him within. Realizing he could no longer connect with the shadow realm, Loki felt a weight in his heart, yet he discovered that he could still wield some dark energy. Recalling something, he activated the system. Indeed, the system indicated that his connection to the dark dimension had been sealed, requiring a continuous supply of energy to lift the seal. While the energy cap remained unchanged, the preceding numbers steadily increased, signifying the recovery of his energy. Thus, it was not his dark dimension supplying him with energy, but rather he was the one nourishing the dark dimension. Had he mistakenly believed the system enhanced the dark dimension to strengthen himself, when it was, in fact, the reverse? Having clarified the master-servant relationship, Loki nodded and looked at Andrus. What does this accomplish? Merely preventing me from utilizing the dark energy within the dimension. What of it? Do you dare approach to slay me? Although uncertain of Andrus's actual situation, Loki feigned ignorance, patiently awaiting the restoration of his dark energy. Fool. Andrus resolved not to rely on dark energy, gathering other forces in his hands, gradually forming a spell. He, Andrus, was not solely reliant on dark energy. It was merely a more advanced power acquired later. Despite his dark energy's rebellious nature, Andrus remained unfazed. He planned to eliminate Loki first, hoping that this rule might then dissolve, potentially uncovering Loki's secrets. As for engaging in close combat with Loki, he was no fool. The other harbored many secrets, perhaps even concealed tricks, and he could not afford to act recklessly. With the spell prepared, Andrus launched his attack towards Loki. Observing that his adversary was not easily deceived, Loki felt a twinge of irritation, but no longer held back. Waves of dark energy surged forth from within him, instinctively deflecting the assault. Having expended a considerable amount of energy, Loki remained unfazed, for such energy would be replenished in mere moments. Supported by the dark energy, he hovered in midair, once again facing Andrus. The surrounding magic primarily served to sever the connection with the dark dimension entirely, with the elimination of dark energy merely being a side effect, not a sustained outcome. The dark energy within Loki continuously seeped out, despite being the Lord of Darkness. His body could not endure an excess of dark energy, nor did he wish to forsake his corporeal form as Dormammu had, transforming into pure darkness. Presently, his body could withstand 800 units of energy, a limitation he had not previously tested. It was only upon reaching quadrupled physical capabilities that he discovered this threshold, as he could only handle 400 units of energy at that time. With 800 units of energy contained within him, The surrounding energy surged at an astonishing rate of 480 units per second. Come on, now it's fair, Lu Qi declared to Andrews. Observing the incessant emanation of energy surrounding his opponent, Andrews felt an ominous premonition. He was merely a fortunate high-level mage who had stumbled upon the dark dimension and inadvertently become its lord. Now, deprived of the ability to wield dark energy and with magic proving ineffective against Lu Qi, he realized this creature could rapidly replenish energy. Continuing the battle would surely lead to his defeat. Perhaps it would be wiser to flee. After all, he could abandon the dark dimension. He could also relay this information to the powerful figures in his own world, potentially securing some benefits. Resolving to escape, he conjured a magical array. Ignoring his subordinates who had been slaughtered by the Shadow Legion, and transformed into a beam of light, racing toward the rift in space. Lu Qi, witnessing Andrew's flight toward the rift, understood his intent to escape and wished to intercept him. However, the energy consumption while flying through the air was significantly greater than when moving through the material realm by anchoring to other objects. Regardless of his current rate of energy restoration, even if he expended all his energy, he could only rush to Andrew's vicinity, leaving him vulnerable without dark energy, likely to be easily dispatched by his opponent. As he saw Andrews drawing closer to the rift, anxiety gripped Lu Qi. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed around him. Pour all your energy into me. A yellow figure materialized beside Lu Qi. Chapter 22. The Ancient One Strikes, the Iron Tyrant-S Duel. Lu Qi regarded the sudden appearance of the Ancient One and nodded. With such a formidable ally stepping in, he could afford to relax. He relinquished all his energy to the Ancient One, who harnessed this power to manifest a mirrored space, trapping Andrews within. Sensing the shift in space, Andrews turned to confront the Ancient One. Impossible. You can effortlessly create a parallel material realm. The Ancient One paid him no heed, gesturing as the surrounding space warped. Andrew's eyes widened, and he erupted with a myriad of colors of energy, yet all were effortlessly dispersed by the Ancient One, akin to a child's futile flailing. He firmly grasped Andrews by the throat, observing the terror in his eyes. Without hesitation, she summoned a mystical array, and with a swift motion, Andrews's head was severed from his body. Witnessing the demise of Andrews, who was nearly his equal, Lu Qi could only exclaim in admiration for Yi. Turning to Lu Qi, Yi remarked, "Were it not for the lack of energy supply from the dark dimension, I might not have known you were in trouble." With a wave of her hand, she dissolved the mirror space. "Fortunately, your shadow world is adjacent to ours, allowing me to traverse easily and replenish my energy within this dark dimension. However, should you venture farther from the material realm in the future, do not sever the energy supply, otherwise I may very well meet my end." Lu Qi channeled energy from himself to Yi, simultaneously allocating some to dissipate the seal, thus restoring the connection with the shadow dimension. As he observed the shadow ninjas eliminating their foes, Lu Qi directed them to vanquish the enemies in the opposing realm, ensuring complete domination over their world. This dimension was currently extracting resources from several unclaimed dark dimensions, which he could also exploit and at a far swifter pace. However, you must hasten to deplete this array. Otherwise, the severance of your dark dimension's connection will render it unclaimed, which is why I could enter so effortlessly, Yi cautioned, casting a glance at Lu Qi. By the way, your rate of growth and strength is indeed rapid, yet it remains insufficient. Lu Qi smiled wryly. Despite his recovery rate of 480 energy points per second, it seemed inadequate to compel the esteemed Yi to unleash her true powers. He could only allow her a modicum of movement, a reminder that he still had much to achieve. According to her, she had recently been modifying various spells to convert their energy sources to align with Lu Qi, enabling her to draw upon his energy for spell casting once he attained sufficient strength. Lu Qi was indifferent, as he typically refrained from combat, preferring to command the Shadow Legion. Moreover, since supplying energy did not diminish his upper limits, he felt little trepidation, fortunate to have Yi's formidable support. Perhaps the esteemed one was merely wary of his wandering, fearing it might erode the seal, which is why she had not brought him along. Thankfully, the shadow ninjas could venture into another world to procure sustenance for Lu Qi, or he might have perished from hunger. 5 days later, Lu Qi finally depleted the seal, restoring his connection with the shadow world. He redirected the energy supply channel to the shadow world and established a new conduit between himself and it. Following this battle, Lu Qi discovered he could accomplish these feats without relying on the system. Upon returning to the main world, he reclined on his bed, comfortably turning over. Grasping his phone, He realized that due to the absence of signal in the shadow world, he could only instruct the shadow ninjas to fetch some DC comics for him. Upon opening his phone, he was surprised to find several missed messages, of which a majority were from Tony, with a few from Coulson. Furrowing his brow, Lucci decided to call Tony. Meanwhile, on the other end, a recently freed Tony gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, realizing that Obadiah had just removed his arc reactor, leaving him feeling as if his heart could barely keep pace. Suddenly, the phone in Tony's hand lit up, displaying a call from Lucci. Overjoyed, Tony answered, "Hey Lucci, I've been preoccupied these past few days. What's wrong? Can you come over? My arc reactor has been taken." Tony exerted every ounce of strength as he spoke. I'll be there shortly." Lucci hadn't anticipated the situation had escalated to this extent, so he quickly drew a circle to teleport to Tony's location. Tony gazed in astonishment as a portal of electric sparks unfolded before him, and Lucci stepped through. An elusive shadow ninja had descended downstairs, retrieving Tony's heart and promptly reviving him, restoring his strength. Once he regained his composure, Tony descended the stairs, donning his newly invented Mark III armor, and stated, "Obadiah is the mastermind behind my kidnapping. I apologize, brother, for my earlier suspicions." Clad in his armor, Tony intended to find Potts, recalling Obadiah's threat against her. "Tony, where are you?" came Rhodey's voice from upstairs. "Hey, Rhodey," Tony called out, and Rhodey rushed down. "What are you wearing?" Rhodey exclaimed, astonished by Tony's armor. My prosthetics? By the way, how did you end up here?" Rhodey glanced at Lucci beside him, puzzled by their association, but continued. "Potts informed me that Obadiah orchestrated your kidnapping and sent me to protect you." "Well, you're a bit late. Where's Potts?" Tony inquired. "She took 5 agents to capture Obadiah. 5 agents aren't sufficient." Tony recalled Obadiah's mention of his own armor. "Lou, can you use that portal to take me to Stark Industries? Potts might be in danger." Lucci nodded, gesturing with his hand, and a portal materialized. "Holy!" Rhodey gasped at the sight of the portal, exclaiming a curse. "Hey, Rhodey, are you coming?" Tony called as he and Lucci approached, noticing Rhodey lingering behind. "Regarding this portal, I hope you both keep it confidential," Lucci insisted, feeling reassured upon receiving their promise. Tony was unfazed, but Rhodey had the U.S. military behind him. If they discovered this, he would be inundated with inquiries. "Tony?" A voice called from behind, prompting the trio to turn. "Potts?" Tony breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Pepper hadn't entered yet. "Lucci, what are you doing here?" Coulson appeared with several agents, spotting Lucci. As Lucci pondered how to explain himself, the concrete floor suddenly heaved, revealing a colossal suit of armor before him. "Ironmonger? Tony, didn't you say your prosthetics will be destroyed?" Lucci queried, confusion etched on his face. "That shouldn't be possible. The explosion combined with the subsequent chain reactions should have obliterated that armor." "Chain reactions?" "Yes. Well, it's no matter." Ignoring Tony's perplexed gaze, Lucci focused on the Ironmonger before him. This was not his shadow realm, filled with dark energy. The maximum power he could unleash now was merely 800 energy. The energy of 800 is comparable to that of a tank's main cannon, formidable indeed. However, Lucci does not believe it can vanquish the Iron Tyrant. It is worth noting that even Tony's Mark III can withstand a tank's bombardment, and this Grand Iron Behemoth's defenses are unlikely to be inferior to Tony's. "Coulson, I doubt your little handgun will inflict any harm on this creature. I suggest you withdraw and disperse the onlookers," Lucci stated resignedly, observing the increasing crowd around him. The craving for spectacle is not solely a trait of the Chinese. These foreign onlookers seem equally reckless, boldly approaching with their phones despite the ominous atmosphere. Coulson glanced at his modest handgun and then at the towering Iron Tyrant, nodded, and led Boz, Rhodes, and a contingent of agents to disperse the crowd, while Lucci and Tony remained fixated on the Iron Tyrant. "Are your ninjas effective against this thing?" Tony whispered to Lucci as he regarded the Iron Tyrant. "Perhaps," Lucci replied, uncertain. Despite the Shadow Ninjas possessing a physique 8 times that of an ordinary human and the Blade Soldiers greatly enhanced in agility, it remained uncertain whether they could bring down the formidable entity before them. A number of Shadow Ninjas emerged behind Lucci, causing Obadiah to furrow his brow in confusion about these newcomers. However, with the Iron Tyrant at his side, he felt an unusual surge of invincibility. Gripping a rotating machine gun, he unleashed a torrent of fire towards the Shadow Ninjas. The ninjas charged forward, with one managing to deflect several bullets before being pierced by the subsequent shots, yet they collectively shielded their comrades, buying them precious time. Blade Soldiers stealthily emerged and leapt onto the Iron Tyrant, their sharp claws etching deep gashes into its metallic surface. Seizing the opportunity, the ninjas pounced as well. their extraordinary physique overpowering the Iron Tyrant. Lucci advanced a few steps to encompass the shadow ninjas within his radius, instructing them to infiltrate the Iron Tyrant through any openings and eliminate Obadiah. To their astonishment, they discovered that the armor was riddled with dense circuitry. Countless lines intertwined, channeling energy from the reactor throughout the body, effectively impeding the ninja's stealth. Many transformed into shadows and entered, only to find themselves ensnared in a labyrinth, significantly hindering their progress. Lucci shook his head. Electricity, indeed a form of energy, could obstruct the ninja's stealth. In contrast to the sparse wiring found in ordinary walls, the dense network within the Iron Tyrant formed an electric maze. However, given enough time, the shadow ninjas could navigate around the wires and breach the interior. They merely needed to suppress the Iron Tyrant for a while. Yet, as fate would have it, the Iron Tyrant pressed to the ground, activated its flying apparatus to cast off the multitude of ninjas clinging to it. Its flight speed was considerable, swiftly propelling it beyond Lucci's radius, forcing the shadow ninjas to relinquish their stealth and revert to human form, only to be crushed by the Iron Tyrant's armor. Damn it! Lucci, feeling quite displeased, remarked that he was just about to eliminate Obadiah. Tony, equally exasperated, soared into the sky towards the Ironmonger, estimating that he would not be landing anytime soon. Can you fly? Lucci sighed, noting that his shadow ninjas were not capable of flight. Although he could utilize shadow energy to fly, his speed was significantly hampered compared to moving on the ground. Wait a moment, Tony. Lucci suddenly had an idea, catching up to Tony and enveloping him in shadow, covering the surface of his armor. What on earth? Tony exclaimed, startled as Lucci vanished before him, only to find that his armor had acquired some dark embellishments. I am currently in shadow form. When you get close, I will jump onto him. Your superpower is quite impressive. Tony nodded, taking off in pursuit of Obadiah. Hey, you scoundrel, where do you think you're going? Tony fired 2 pulse blasts, but they failed to penetrate the Ironmonger's armor. The Ironmonger, mocking him, intended to retaliate with his rotating machine guns and cannons, only to find that his remote weapons had been targeted and destroyed by the shadow ninjas. In frustration, he charged directly at Iron Man, confident that his bulk and strength would overpower the smaller figure. As anticipated, Iron Man was sent flying, unaware that a shadow had shifted from him to the Ironmonger. Hello there, scoundrel, Lucci whispered, startling Obadiah. Who? Obadiah furrowed his brow, believing someone had tapped into his communication channel. However, Lucci materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch infused with dark energy to the Ironmonger's helmet, the impact equivalent to several tons, leaving a distinct dent. Curse it, Obadiah exclaimed, shocked by the damage inflicted, and retaliated with a punch of his own. Lucci swiftly transformed into shadow once more, reappearing behind Obadiah. As he condensed dark energy into a broken blade, he struck at Obadiah's nape. The corrosive properties of the dark energy inflicted a grotesque wound at the back of the Ironmonger's neck. Inside, Obadiah sensed a mortal threat and frantically maneuvered, attempting to dislodge Lucci. Observing Obadiah's erratic movements, Lucci summoned more shadow ninjas, directing them to enter the Ironmonger's body through the gash he had created. Despite his disorientation, Obadiah gritted his teeth and continued to maneuver, only to have a gleaming ninja blade emerge unexpectedly, poised at his throat, compelling him to halt. Now, down you go, or this blade will sever your neck. Tony was observing Obadiah from a distance as he executed various maneuvers. Yet he found himself powerless against Obadiah's imposing armor. His ranged weaponry proved ineffective against the Ironmonger's formidable defense. Upon returning, he resolved to research some armor-piercing weaponry. What's the matter? Tony approached and noticed Ironmonger standing obediently, while Lucci had detached himself and stood on the ground. What happened, Lucci? Chapter 23, Iron Man and the Shadow Lord. After a brief wait, Obadiah opened his armor and slowly stepped out. What could possibly be wrong with him? Tony landed beside Lucci, observing Obadiah's exit. Have you hypnotized him? I certainly did not have the leisure to hypnotize him. You'll understand upon witnessing it. Lucci replied with a smile. A kunai was positioned against Obadiah's neck, moving in tandem with his forward motion. Once Obadiah had completely vacated the Ironmonger, a ninja emerged from the shadows. Your subordinates truly possess an uncanny ability to appear and vanish. Tony lowered his arms, exhaling in relief. Lucci shrugged, stating, they're just that capable. Now, how shall we deal with Obadiah? Perhaps we should handle it? Coulson approached from the side. Who are you? Tony frowned, regarding the suited man. On what grounds do you believe you can take charge of Obadiah? Coulson produced his credentials. We are agents of the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention. enforcement, and logistics, and this gentleman here is our security consultant. Tony glanced at Lu Qi, recalling that he had indeed mentioned being affiliated with this agency. However, Lu Qi signaled him discreetly, assuring him, "Don't worry, my role as a security consultant is akin to that of a mercenary. I am not truly one of them." Lu Qi's revelation seemed to unsettle Coulson, whose expression shifted as he continued. "In truth, we are a government agency dedicated to handling unconventional incidents." Yet, with Lu Qi's reassurance, Tony remained dismissive. "I had thought this matter would fall under the purview of the FBI." Looking back at the ironmonger behind Obadiah, Tony turned and questioned, "I have no objections to you taking Obadiah, provided he no longer appears before me. However, will you also be taking this armor?" "Of course," Coulson replied with a narrowed gaze. From a brief examination of the suit structure, Tony discerned that it was derived from the armor he had abandoned in the desert. The technology was not particularly advanced. As long as he secured the critical arc reactor, he had no objections to its handling. Moreover, he had already extracted the reactor, rendering it impossible for this agency to activate the suit, thus it mattered little to him. They had all witnessed the armor's capabilities. If they could reverse engineer it, SHIELD's power would rise significantly. Watching the agents summon a tow truck to transport Obadiah and the ironmonger, Tony found a box to stow the arc reactor. At that moment, Rhodes, who had been observing, rushed over. Tony looked at Rhodes and struck a few poses in his armor. "So, what do you think of this new ride?" "Impressive. How much for a set?" Rhodes inquired with a smile. "This suit costs over $100 million, far exceeding the price of your F-22s, Tony boasted. "Quite expensive, yet this armor is undeniably formidable." "Perhaps I could persuade the Department of Defense to acquire a few sets," Rhodes nodded, as he was indeed a procurement agent for military arms, succumbing momentarily to professional instincts. No, Tony quickly interjected. "Stark Industries has shut down its weapons division and will no longer sell any armaments." "Are you certain?" Rhodes furrowed his brow. "Those individuals would not tolerate a non-arms company possessing such weaponry. Besides, if Stark Industries isn't selling weapons, what will you be selling?" Tony stated resolutely, "I will never sell any weapons, nor will I allow anyone to seize my armor. If they come to take it, believe me, I will leave the country. As for the upcoming homepage of Stark Enterprises, I believe it will be this," Tony said, showcasing the reactor in his hand, illuminating Rhodes' face in a blue hue. "Not bad." Lu Qi nodded. "As long as you don't start selling hamburgers." "No, I can sell energy while also selling hamburgers," Tony replied with a smile. Early the next morning, Lu Qi rose and, through a portal, arrived in a restroom at Stark Industries. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a throng of journalists in the hall, while Tony, clad in a suit, ascended to the podium. Lu Qi chuckled softly, arriving just in time without concern for competing with the journalists for space. He greeted his bodyguard, happy, and took a seat at the front of the podium, amidst the astonished gazes of reporters wielding cameras. Tony, initially lacking enthusiasm, perked up upon seeing Lu Qi, who was adjusting his portable camera. With a resigned shake of his head, Tony commenced the day's press conference. As he refuted allegations regarding his involvement in last night's incident, a female journalist who had once shared an intimate encounter with Tony raised her hand. "Apologies, Mr. Stark. Do you truly expect us to believe that your two bodyguards just happened to appear and prevent Stark Industries' rogue robots?" "I understand your insinuation," Tony interrupted her. "It's one thing to question an official statement, but you ought not to speculate recklessly and portray me as some sort of superhero." "I never said you were a superhero," the journalist replied with a smile, and Tony realized he had stepped into a trap. Tony paused momentarily before retorting, "Well, that's good. It would be utterly absurd if that were the case." Lowering his gaze, he admitted, "I am not cut out to be a superhero, for it is evident that I possess numerous character flaws and have committed many regrettable deeds." Rhodes leaned closer, nudging Tony to follow the notes. But Tony noticed Lu Qi squatting at the front. Lu Qi smiled at him, raising his camera. Tony nodded, glanced at the notes in his hand, hesitated, then met Lu Qi's gaze, lifting his head in response. "I am Iron Man." Lu Qi captured this historic moment, gazing at Tony's resolute expression. Behind him, a throng of reporters sprang to their feet, eager to press Tony with questions. With a faint smile, Lu Qi snapped a couple more photos, preparing to depart. However, the female journalist from earlier posed another inquiry. "And what about the person accompanying you? Is he your bodyguard?" Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, sensing an ominous premonition. Raising his gaze, he found Tony wearing a mischievous grin. "Of course, he is not my bodyguard. You may consider him my aide. He is also a superhero, but I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose his name. I am delighted to introduce him to you as the Lord of Shadows." The atmosphere in the room intensified, and Tony flashed a smile at Lu Chi before calmly exiting, flanked by his protective entourage. Chapter 24. The Impending Bankruptcy of Iron Man. The following day, Lu Chi awoke, reflecting on the previous day's spectacle with a shake of his head. An enigmatic shadow ninja appeared to prepare breakfast, while Lu Chi accepted a toothbrush and cup of water from another ninja and proceeded to brush his teeth. Seated at the dining table, the ninja switched on the television. Yesterday, Stark Industries addressed the battle that had transpired the day before. During the press conference, billionaire Tony Stark proclaimed himself as the one clad in the metallic armor that night, acknowledging his moniker, Iron Man. He also confirmed that another individual, who commanded a legion of non-human subordinates and wielded dark energy, was his friend, the Lord of Shadows, asserting that his abilities were entirely controllable. Last night, Tony Stark had attended a banquet in his Iron Man suit, further enlivening the atmosphere. Regrettably, the reporters had failed to capture the appearance of the Lord of Shadows. On the television, news reports recounted the events of the previous day, predominantly featuring Lu Chi and Tony. It seemed that public interest gravitated more towards Lu Chi, as he had repeatedly rescued Tony from threats, ultimately engaging in a solo confrontation with the Iron Tyrant, which drew even greater attention from the masses. Lu Chi changed the channel, only to find the same news being broadcasted. Frowning, he realized that his favorite morning gossip had transformed into reports about Iron Man, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After finishing his meal, Lu Chi accessed the system. He now commanded 50 blade soldiers and 350 ninja soldiers. Astonished to discover that not a single ninja from Ethan's side had perished, Lu Chi felt compelled to reassess the capabilities of his ninja forces. Indeed, the ninja soldiers now possessed 8 times the physical prowess of ordinary humans, coupled with exceptional skills that enabled them to withstand rifle fire. Their coordination and elusive movements rendered them formidable in their domain. However, prior to his confrontation with the Iron Tyrant, Lu Chi had engaged another dimensional foe, which illuminated his own shortcomings. His individual strength remained relatively feeble, relying heavily on his subordinates in battle. Currently, the Shadow Legion's might was not particularly robust. While the ninja soldiers excelled in conventional combat, they faltered in interdimensional skirmishes, as their adversaries typically dispatched material realm forces to attack, leading to a numerical disadvantage for Lu Chi's side. As I gaze upon the dwindling coordinates of my minuscule dimensions, I realize that the disparity will only amplify as I venture forth to seize the small, medium, large, and even the formidable dimensions of Dormammu. Thus, rather than succumbing to numerical inferiority, I shall instead prioritize quality. My formidable troops shall stand resolute at the spatial rift, capable of fending off multitudes, while my fearless ninjas will infiltrate the enemy ranks, exhausting their forces until they are vanquished. Observing the few remaining diminutive dark dimensions, I resolve to exhaust their resources before elevating the number of my ninja warriors to 1,000 and fortifying my own physique. Furthermore, I shall augment the ranks of my blade-wielding soldiers to 100, thus not only unlocking new troop types, but also significantly enhancing the prowess of my subordinates. After glancing at the remaining extractable energy, I set an alarm, determined to swiftly harvest all the minuscule dimensions within the next 2 days. Suddenly, a call interrupts my thoughts. It is Tony. Upon answering, I greet him. "Hey, Tony, do you require my assistance once again?" "Not much. Just come over here for a moment. I have a gift for you," he replies. "A gift?" I ponder what Tony might bestow upon me. Could it possibly be a suit of Iron Man armor? In an instant, I teleport to Tony's basement. Recording has been deleted. Jarvis's voice chimes in. Tony explains briefly and hands me 2 bracelets. "Try these on." As I don the bracelets, they emit a brilliant light, and a pair of iron boots swiftly attach themselves to my feet. This is my newly developed attachment technology, allowing the armor to autonomously adhere to your body. However, the technology is still in its infancy, only capable of affixing smaller items for now. I noticed your aerial agility was rather sluggish, so I crafted these jet boots powered by a compact reactor, enabling you to surpass the speed of sound while airborne. However, they provide little protection to other parts of your body, and considering your impressive physical condition, you likely do not require it. The armor might even hinder your capabilities. Tony's incredulous remark lingers in the air. He cannot fathom how I possess such remarkable physical attributes. If he had my physique, he could easily complete interviews with 13 women featured in a magazine in a single day. "You cannot envy this," I retort, testing the boots with a few strides, finding them perfectly fitting. "Jarvis, could you create a path for me to test these out?" I make my way to the starting point of the garage door. "Tony, shall we take a spin? Come on, you just fear flying. Do you really need me, the billionaire Iron Man Tony Stark, to protect you? Please, I can fly on my own. I merely invited you for a joyride. Watching as Tony approaches clad in his armor, I contemplate my own abilities. Dark energy envelopes me, gradually morphing into a suit, providing me with an additional layer of protection. What limitations does your ability possess? Tony gazed at the battle suit adorning Lu Chi, feeling a twinge of envy for such an effortless method of donning armor. At present, he required specialized equipment to equip himself, yet emerging technologies promised to remedy this predicament. Furthermore, he had another suit in development that could be conveniently transported, serving as a transitional solution. The power of technology should certainly facilitate this, particularly with the nascent concept of nanotechnology now emerging. Contemplating this, Tony nodded thoughtfully. Jarvis, commend this idea. Now let us take to the skies. As he spoke, he approached the armor assembly platform, where mechanical arms deftly retrieved various components to suit him. Once clad in his armor, Tony joined Lu Chi, stretching his limbs. Are you ready? How about a race? If you lose, you owe me 2 ninja soldiers for research. Rest assured, my curiosity lies solely in their biological composition. No nefarious experiments will ensue. And if you lose? Lu Chi replied nonchalantly, well acquainted with Tony's proclivities. Presently, Tony remained the quintessential tech enthusiast, harboring little interest in biotechnology. Most likely, those ninja soldiers would serve as bodyguard for Pepper. I shall not be defeated, Tony asserted confidently. Do you comprehend fluid dynamics? You may have just surpassed the speed of sound, but I am nearing twice that velocity. Technological supremacy declared in advance. Just to clarify, no cheating with portals. Jarvis, chart the route and file for airspace clearance. Rest assured, my portals cannot open to unknown locations. Wait, how can you arrive directly in my laboratory then? Route planning complete. Sir, I shall depart now. Hold on, you scoundrel. Lu Chi's boots erupted with jets of flame, propelling him forward. In the air, he stumbled momentarily, acclimating to the controls before stabilizing. Hey, are you ready? I've been waiting quite a while. Tony remained hovering nearby, pausing for him. I believe I'm ready now. But don't use this as an excuse if you lose. Jarvis announced the start. Both men hovered in the air, awaiting Jarvis's command. Upon receiving the signal, Lu Chi was the first to respond, darting forward, while Tony lagged slightly but quickly closed the gap due to his speed advantage. Lu, I'm off. Now both had breached the sound barrier, with Tony's voice transmitted through his bone conduction headset reaching Lu Chi. Observing the flames from Tony's jet exhaust intensifying, Lu Chi chuckled. Do you truly believe I cannot handle this in the air? Enveloped in dark energy, Lu Chi expelled the surrounding air, accelerating with remarkable swiftness. From a distance, he appeared as a black pillar, effortlessly displacing air as if soaring through the vacuum of space, devoid of aerodynamic resistance. I'm coming, Tony. Through the shroud of dark energy, Lu Chi spotted the previously elusive Tony, drawing ever closer. Wang Defa, Jarvis, analyze how he can achieve such speed. Unknown energy detected. It displaces air, eliminating resistance, allowing for continuous acceleration, sir. Extraordinary. Tony gazed at Lu Chi, who had swiftly approached him, and observed that Lu Chi's speed continued to escalate. Lu Chi, your velocity is on the verge of surpassing 3 times the speed of sound. It's utterly astonishing. Indeed, I believe I can accelerate even further. But it seems the remaining journey is rather brief, Lu Chi replied. Tony glanced at the route. Originally, Jarvis had mapped out a distance of 500 kilometers. Yet at their current pace, they would cover that distance in merely 10 minutes. Oh, Tony, I feel as though I'm going too fast. My energy is dwindling. Lu Chi suddenly exclaimed. Are you all right? Tony shouted back. I'm fine, but I may need to slow down. You should go ahead, Lu Chi said, as the dark energy enveloping his body gradually dissipated, causing his speed to decelerate. Eventually, he came to a complete stop, placing a hand on his chest. The abrupt encounter with the air at a speed exceeding Mach 2, induced by the release of dark energy, made him feel as though an elephant was pressing down upon him. This sensation was somewhat alleviated by Lu Chi's extraordinary physical prowess, which was 8 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with the gradual release of the dark energy, allowing him a moment to recover. After utilizing the dark energy for healing, Lu Chi began to glide forward once more. Tony, you have triumphed. Splendid job. He spotted Tony waiting for him at a nearby hamburger joint, now surrounded by a throng of admirers capturing photographs. Concealing his face with dark energy, Lu Chi approached. You rascal, I know you're teasing me, Tony said, embracing Lu Chi and whispering in his ear, farewell, I wish to do something for Pepper. After all, she gave me a ride. Lu Chi chuckled. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The sight of Iron Man alone was exhilarating. but the appearance of the enigmatic Shadow Master sent their excitement into overdrive. Observing the mass of people snapping pictures and cheering, Lucci felt slightly out of place. Unlike Tony, he was not accustomed to such adulation. Many of these individuals were among those evacuated from Stark Industries that evening. Without Lucci, a significant portion of them would have perished at the hands of Obadiah. You saved them. They are here to express their gratitude, Tony remarked. Lucci surveyed the crowd. They were joyous, yet their actions were not overly exuberant. Two children approached, holding flowers and extending them to Lucci. Thank you for saving us. Accepting the flowers, Lucci gently ruffled the hair of the two children. Thank you, he said softly before turning back to Tony. Well, I must admit, I'm beginning to enjoy this atmosphere. Lucci confessed. Tony chuckled and activated the loudspeakers on his suit. Today, the hamburgers are free for everyone. I want a cheeseburger. This establishment is my own creation, and the cheeseburgers are absolutely divine. You truly opened a hamburger joint? Lucci asked, slightly astonished. Tony shrugged. Stark Industries has closed its weapons division, and progress on commercializing the arc reactor has been sluggish. I didn't know what else to do, so I opened a hamburger shop. All right then, Lucci said, shaking his head. I'll have 2 cheeseburgers. Tony entered to fetch the hamburgers, while Lucci Fei waited for him atop the building across the burger joint. After a short while, Tony ascended as well. Your hamburger. Do you require a tip? Get lost, Lucci Fei replied, his mask's lower half disappearing as he savored the burger. The taste was quite satisfactory. Perhaps it would yield some profit. That's reassuring. Although Stark Industries' stock has ceased its decline, it still falls short of its former glory. If I cannot earn more, I may face bankruptcy. Tony took a bite of his cheeseburger and exaggeratedly remarked to Lucci Fei, with all your advanced technology, can't you develop a product? Cost is one aspect, but public acceptance is another. Many still regard the camera feature on mobile phones as superfluous, with poor pixel quality and occupying space, while my armor employs far superior equipment. Oh, have you attempted to integrate everything? What? Bad news, a patchwork creation. Good news, it's entirely stitched together. Tony appeared somewhat perplexed. Consider crafting a smartphone, edge-to-edge display, devoid of buttons, just like this bracelet, where one can swipe directly on the screen. Incorporate functionalities such as radio, television, camera, compass, handheld gaming, everything conceivable, so that the public perceives this phone as capable of anything. Additionally, provide it with a voice assistant, not as sophisticated as Jarvis, but a simple recognition feedback assistant that can make calls, take photos, and conduct searches. Lucci Fei endeavored to guide Tony into expediting the creation of a smartphone, ensuring his own enjoyment. Will it sell well? Absolutely, Tony asserted earnestly, clearly absorbing the advice. You undoubtedly comprehend the average person better than I do. Are you mocking me? Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, a voice emerged from behind them. Are you both having a pleasant chat? Who are you? Here, for an autograph? Tony inquired, showcasing the hamburger in his hand. If you desire a hamburger, you must retrieve one from downstairs. We do not offer delivery service here. Fury glanced at Lucci Fei before addressing Stark. Perhaps you should inquire with the gentleman beside you. Tony turned to Lucci Fei, presenting a look of confusion. Nick Fury, the head honcho of S.H.I.E.L.D., Lucci Fei casually remarked, omitting the fact that there was an even greater hidden boss within S.H.I.E.L.D. That is a thing of the past. You may now simply refer to it as S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury replied, following Lucci Fei's lead. Many employees have been expressing that our name is too lengthy, hence the change. Tony nodded. Very well. Director Nick, what brings you to us? Besides exchanging intelligence with my advisor, I have matters to discuss with you. Lucci Fei cast a glance at Fury, uncertain why the man was being so earnest. Lucci Fei, do you know the whereabouts of Bruce Banner? Fury inquired. The Hulk, Bruce Banner? Lucci Fei responded, puzzled by Fury's question. What do you need him for? General Ross has recently taken new actions, possibly having located the Hulk. I must prepare in advance to ensure the safety of the surrounding residents when they act. This is also the responsibility of our S.H.I.E.L.D. However, General Ross suspects that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. may inform the Hulk, withholding intelligence from us. How intriguing. Lucci nodded, aware that Fury genuinely believed he had returned from another world, possessing extraterrestrial technology. Otherwise, he would not have found Tony so swiftly. Yet, what if Fury sought him out in the future for assistance? A single line necessitates the cover of many more. Lucci simply stated, So, Fury, does this mean you will no longer provide me with intelligence support? Is the current information insufficient? Lucci waved his hand, urging Fury not to pester him. Enough. Though he recognized the numerous flaws in Fury's words, Fury was already pleased with today's findings. Setting aside the Hulk for now, the energy source in Antarctica reminded him of a certain prominent figure. As for Loki, there would be ample time to obtain information from him in the future. He turned to Stark. Some information from SHIELD has likely reached you already. We shall not extend special privileges due to our connection, but we will assist you if you encounter difficulties. Come on, do I, Tony Stark, really need anyone's help? Tony replied with a smile. But Fury's gesture caused his grin to fade. If you find yourself in trouble, seek me out, Fury stated, turning to leave. Loki observed Tony, wondering if he had already realized the peril that palladium posed to his body. Tony composed himself and turned to Loki. What did you mean by that? What extraterrestrial technology? Loki shook his head in resignation. You see, that's precisely how it is. Tony raised an eyebrow. You're deceiving him, aren't you? Indeed. Loki nodded in acknowledgement, unsure why Fury had believed him, though he did possess some knowledge. I hope you can keep him fooled indefinitely, Tony remarked. By the way, what was Fury implying earlier? What is wrong with you? Loki feigned ignorance. Tony remained silent for a moment. What could possibly be wrong with me? You certainly don't look like you're fine. Yet if you're unwilling to share, I respect your privacy, but I do hope you'll be forthright with me. Loki found himself at a loss regarding the new element. He could only inform Tony at the last moment before he noticed, as he could not create it in advance for him. Revealing it too soon might lead to a barrage of questions from Tony. So it seemed wiser to let Tony explore it himself, potentially dispelling any misunderstandings about his father. The thought of Tony's father gave Loki a headache, considering the future civil war within the Avengers, but that was a matter for another time. For now, he could only observe the situation. The two conversed for a while longer before parting ways. For the next few days, they must stabilize their development. The Hulk is approaching, and it remains to be seen if the subsequent unlocked units will prove useful. As for the current Blade soldiers and Ninja soldiers, they likely pose little threat to the Hulk and Abomination. A few days later, Loki gazed at the coordinates inscribed in his notebook, confirming that he had excavated all of them. With a count of 1,000 ninja warriors and a mere 200,000 units of energy, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. The demand for reinforcement had re-emerged, yet it required a staggering 500,000 units of energy. Having exhausted all the dimensions he had previously explored, he needed to seek coordinates from Ancient One. The Supreme Sorcerer was still in seclusion, refining his spells, and he handed Loki a small booklet. Is there anything else? Loki inquired, looking at Modu. The Supreme Sorcerer instructed me to convey that medium dimensions are capable of self-altering their coordinates. Thus you must venture forth to locate the dark dimension on your own. Modu presented Loki with a small tome. She also mentioned that many of these minor dimensions had already acquired masters, and extracting their energy would undoubtedly provoke conflict. You may leave a portal to your dimension in this plaza. We shall fight for you, thereby earning our reward for utilizing your dark energy. Loki observed how these individuals no longer harbored an aversion to dark energy, which left him profoundly impressed by Ancient One's persuasive skills. Did Ancient One instruct me to leave a portal? Loki asked. Indeed, Modu affirmed. For every cause there is an effect. We cannot recklessly deplete your energy without offering something in return. Modu glanced at the newly initiated sorcerers behind her and added, it would also serve to enhance their combat experience. Loki regarded the sorcerers and nodded. They were indeed excellent tools. When the time came, these sorcerers could guard the Shadow Realm while his ninjas engaged in battle, an arrangement that seemed quite fitting. What is your current rate of energy consumption? Loki inquired, assessing his recovery rate, which stood at 1,000 points per second. After accounting for the energy allocated to Ancient One, he had a recovery rate of 997 points. This pace should allow Ancient One to operate with a bit more freedom, though he was uncertain about the energy needs of the sorcerers. Modu was equally unsure, so they decided to test various spells together. Upon signing the contract, Modu would also receive a supply of dark energy from Loki, a provision he could terminate at any time, similar to his agreement with Ancient One. They experimented with the energy consumption of different spells, ultimately concluding that a sorcerer does not require energy under normal circumstances. Ancient One needed it solely to sustain her longevity. During battle, a high-level sorcerer would typically consume 100 points of energy per second, but since sorcerers could not be in combat at all times, Loki could provide them with the stored dark energy, as he was consistently replenishing his own. Currently, he possessed a reserve of 200,000 energy points, sufficient to sustain a squad of 20 high-level sorcerers in battle for over 3 minutes. Nodding in agreement, Loki instructed Modu to gather a selection of elite sorcerers. Shortly thereafter, Modu returned with a group of elite sorcerers, many of whom Lucci recognized from Doctor Strange's film. After signing contracts with them to familiarize themselves with his dark energy, Lucci followed Modu to the teleportation nexus. A month prior, Lucci had embarked on his journey to the grand city of the Big Apple from this very spot. Modu operated a device for a brief moment, and soon a doorframe materialized. Modu elucidated to Lucci, by connecting the realm of your shadow world with this place, the portal can be anchored here. Lucci nodded, placing his hand upon the doorframe, whereupon a layer of dark energy emerged at its center. Gradually, this energy incited a spatial resonance, linking the shadow world with this location. Upon entry, remember to envelop yourself in dark energy. Otherwise, you risk being assimilated by it, Lucci conveyed to Modu before stepping through. As the sovereign of this space, the Lord of Darkness, the dark energy posed no threat to him. Upon arriving in his dimension, Lucci ascended into the air. This expanse was no longer as confined as it once was. Now, Lucci possessed an energy threshold of 200,000, and the space had expanded to 20 times its original size. Perusing a small booklet, Lucci selected target dimensions and instructed Modu to summon individuals to assess the situation. Chapter 26, The Battle of Dimensions. Modu swiftly led a cadre of 15 mages into the realm. Lucci instructed them to prepare while the Shadow Legion emerged, with ninja soldiers and blade assassins forming into squads. Once they were ready, Lucci opened a dimension, and a fissure appeared, which he shifted to the edge of the shadow world. Along with Modu and his group, Lucci surveyed the situation across the way. "What do you think?" Modu inquired. "I shall initiate the assault with the Shadow Legion. You merely need to guard this fissure. If things become dire, retreat, for my shadow ninjas can resurrect infinitely." Lucci articulated as he commanded the Shadow Legion to strike, catching the adversary off guard. Modu nodded, exchanging glances with the mages behind him, and they formed a formation to jointly unleash a large defensive magical array. Observing this array, Lucci noted that his energy was depleting at over 100 points per second, yet it was replenished by himself. Thus he remained unconcerned. The opposing army had yet to fully assemble, but the Shadow Ninja squads had already surged forth, dismantling the enemy's formation. The combat prowess of these foot soldiers was comparable to that of Andrew's subordinates, yet their numbers surpassed Andrew's significantly. Lucci suddenly realized that as long as his Shadow Legion remained within the enemy's dark dimension, they could extract the adversary's dark energy, which pleasantly surprised him. He had initially believed that annihilating the enemy was necessary to harvest their dark energy. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, the various squads of the Shadow Legion coordinated seamlessly, forcibly carving out a small segment from the enemy's main force. Each squad charged forth, annihilating that section of foes, eager to continue the fray. However, the enemy's mage contingent was now prepared, unleashing volleys of fireballs that obliterated numerous shadow ninjas. The potency of this magic is rather formidable. Can you replicate it? Lucci mused, observing that each fireball bore a strength akin to that of a hand grenade. Turning to Modu, he noted that Modu too shook his head. "How peculiar that their magic manifests in such a manner," Modu remarked in bewilderment. Lucci pressed his forehead, exclaiming how strange it was for others to deem their magic peculiar when, in truth, it was their own magic that was odd. Witnessing his Shadow Legion being vanquished, he summoned them anew, preparing for the confrontation. "Modu," Lucci called out, and Modu nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the enemy's formidable forces. They had never encountered such a large-scale battle before. From the advancing enemy ranks, a figure emerged, expanding the spatial rifts with dark energy to allow the main force to pass through. "Not so fast," Lucci interjected, stabilizing the rift with a gesture. "By the name of Lucci, I declare that you shall no longer be accepted by dark energy." He cast a buff upon his foes. This was the limit of his power. Otherwise, he would have commanded the dark energy to backfire. "Engage the enemy," Lucci commanded as the first wave of infantry surged forth, armed with various weapons aimed at the defensive formation, only to be firmly repelled. A horn sounded from the opposing side, signaling the infantry to abandon their focus on the defensive formation and instead fan out, attempting to encircle it. Not a chance, Lucci thought, sending forth the summoned shadow ninjas to bolster their defenses. A fierce battle erupted on both flanks of the defensive formation. From behind the protective barrier, Lucci shouted to Modu, "Do you possess any long-range attack spells?" Modu nodded, and several mages stepped back from the formation, conjuring arrays of magic. Dark energy was siphoned into various forms of assault. Chains of lightning danced. Energy darts pierced through, obliterating the advancing infantry and alleviating the pressure on the defensive formation. The shadow ninjas positioned themselves, resolutely resisting the enemy's assaults without offense, intercepting foes and striking back when the opportunity arose. Some revived shadow ninjas, upon witnessing the congested front lines, resorted to hurling various hidden weapons from the rear, knowing that these would not deplete much dark energy. Soon, the first wave of infantry was eradicated, their bodies swiftly assimilated by the dark energy. Loki ascended to survey the enemy's next moves. He observed them deploying artillery-like devices aimed in their direction. Can your formation withstand cannons? Loki inquired. Mo, unable to see the enemy's formation, was oblivious to the developments. In the next moment, the enemy's artillery fired, energy orbs crashing against the defensive formation, shattering its once stable integrity, sending Mo and his companions flying. Yet, they had managed to intercept the attack. Noticing the enemy still preparing for another strike, Loki's expression darkened. With no time to regroup his allies, Loki stood before the spatial rift, urging the blade soldiers to charge forward. Without lamenting the energy expended, he synthesized a multitude of blade soldiers, augmenting their ranks to 100, resulting in the emergence of a new soldier type, though he had no time to observe it. Hundreds of blade soldiers dashed forward, leaving afterimages in their wake, striving to close in on the enemy's artillery. However, the enemy's infantry pressed forward, sacrificing themselves to staunch the blade soldiers' advance, buying precious time for the cannons to fire. Orbs of energy soared across the spatial rift, hurtling toward Loki. Loki shouted fervently, as countless dark energies converged to form a shield that successfully deflected the oncoming assault, albeit at the cost of nearly 3,000 energy points. Truly, it was an attack capable of dismantling a large defensive formation. Observing the shadow blade soldiers halted in their tracks, unable to breach the enemy's artillery. And recognizing that the ninja soldiers lacked the decisive force necessary to penetrate the enemy's ranks and target the artillery behind, Loki glanced at the newly unlocked troop type, momentarily taken aback, then filled with immense joy. Just when he was lamenting the absence of a formidable power, it had arrived, the troll soldiers. Excluding the infinitely expandable shadow wraiths, the troll soldiers were the largest in the Shadow Legion, known for their immense strength, though they were somewhat lacking in agility. However, the artillery before him possessed little mobility, relying solely on human effort to be maneuvered. Loki examined the summoning requirements for the troll soldiers, 50 shadow ninjas and 500 points of shadow energy. He furrowed his brow. It was quite expensive, nearly 8,000 energy points for a single unit, but there was no time to dwell on such matters. After withstanding another barrage, he instructed Modu and the others to take the front line. Blood trickled from the corner of Modu's mouth as he rallied a few other mages to forcibly conjure a protective barrier. Loki observed the enemy's artillery, totaling 4 in number, and decided to summon 4 troll soldiers. Each towering at 5 meters, the trolls advanced slowly towards the enemy artillery, crossing the spatial rift. Though their pace was sluggish, to the other ninjas, their speed was akin to that of small cart. Loki chose not to have them shield the artillery, but instead opted for himself and Modu to alternate in deflecting the blows. These colossal beings possessed modest defense, yet formidable strength, estimated at least 10 tons each. Their role was to absorb the artillery fire, allowing for a reset of the summoning. But to engage the artillery directly would be impossible with the enemy infantry in the way. A volley of arrows rained down from the rear of the enemy formation, targeting these seemingly indomitable giants. Facing the deluge of arrows, several trolls raised their hands to shield their heads and charged forward, seemingly oblivious to the pain as arrows embedded themselves in their hands. Loki lacked knowledge of formations, yet the combat instincts of these ninjas enabled them to appear where needed, akin to forming a battle array. A large contingent of shadow soldiers split into 4 divisions, launching a counteroffensive against the forces before them. A group of infantry stood resolutely before the troll soldiers, but the trolls disregarded the myriad weapons thrust at them. With a mighty sweep of their massive hands, they sent the adversaries, shields and all, flying, a display of strength that left Loki astounded. The enemy, taken aback, hastily redirected their artillery to target the trolls. However, the relentless energy attacks were intercepted by the shadow blade soldiers. Had it been conventional ammunition, the trolls might have sustained damage, but the energy-based assaults lacked penetrative capability, yielding little success and inadvertently easing Loki's burden. Modu, witnessing the unstoppable momentum of Loki's forces, recalled the initial chaos when they were relentlessly pursued by a band of mages, hardly believing that this was the same individual. The Lord of Dimensions, filled with wrath, unleashed a furious assault alongside his assembly of mages, casting a barrage of spells towards the troll warriors. Yet, the relentless ninjas and blade soldiers bravely advanced, absorbing the onslaught of magical projectiles. While the possibility of wearing down the enemy existed, the current battlefield favored their side. Thus, it seemed more prudent to eliminate the opposition directly. "Stand aside and refrain from using dark energy for now," Lu Qi commanded, eyeing the remaining energy reserves he possessed. With a flick of his wrist, a multitude of dark energies from the shadow dimension coalesced around him. Taking a deep breath, he understood that the dark energy on the enemy's side was off-limits for his use. He would instead wield the dark energy from his own space. Hundreds of thousands of dark energies gathered, transforming into armor and wings that adorned Lu Qi, rendering him akin to a dimensional demigod. With a graceful leap, he entered the enemy's dimension, the energy wings unfurling effortlessly behind him, propelling him towards the enemy ranks. "Seek your doom," the Lord of Dimensions bellowed, launching a magical assault with his mages as various energy strikes converged upon Lu Qi, all of which were thwarted by the dark energy. Ascending into the heavens, Lu Qi locked his gaze upon the mage assembly. Enveloped in energy, he morphed into a cannonball, plummeting towards the ground. In a flash, Lu Qi descended upon the heart of the mage group, obliterating them into mere pulp, as dark energy radiated outward like tendrils, ensnaring and crushing the enemies. The Lord of Dimensions charged, crackling with electricity, his fist aimed at Lu Qi, commanding the dark energy to surround him. Lu Qi encased the Lord in its embrace. Yet, the Lord of Dimensions, unwilling to yield, unleashed his own energy, exhausting the dark energy surrounding him. Lu Qi concentrated his energy and struck with a powerful blow. But the adversary swiftly drew a long sword, aiming it at Lu Qi. Lacking a weapon, Lu Qi summoned orbs of energy, coalescing them into a spear within his grasp. Cursed, the Lord of Dimensions seethed internally, questioning why Lu Qi could wield dark energy freely, feeling unjustly deprived of his own. Had his dark energy not been suppressed, he could have easily vanquished Lu Qi in mere moments. Yet, there were no what-ifs. Lu Qi was the master of darkness, overpowering him. As the two combatants ascended from the ground into the sky, shockwaves erupted between them. Amidst the aerial combat, Lu Qi noticed the troll warriors approaching the artillery. Once they dismantled the cannons, they could unite with the Shadow Legion to confront this formidable boss. The Lord of Dimensions, recognizing this, abandoned his pursuit of Lu Qi to strike at the trolls. What a naive assumption. Lu Qi's speed was directly proportional to the consumption of his dark energy. In the blink of an eye, expending 30,000 energy units, he stood before the Lord of Dimensions. In the midst of the adversary's astonished gaze, he thrust his spear forward. Blood sprayed through the air as the Lord of Dimensions clutched his chest, staggering backward. "You dare to wield dark energy in such a manner," he gasped, feeling the dark energy seep into his wound, causing him to cough blood. "This is your grave error." Lu Qi had not anticipated the enemy's direct attack on the troll warriors. In the swift exchange, both sides moved at a dizzying pace, leaving Lu Qi uncertain of landing a decisive blow. As he gazed upon the unfortunate state of his opponent, Lu Qi raised his spear, directing it towards them. In a fleeting moment, his figure vanished. To his astonishment, the adversary fled, leaving Lu Qi momentarily bewildered. Ah, indeed, they were in the opponent's dimension. If they wished to depart, they could do so effortlessly. Chapter 27. The Existence of the Green Giant. Lu Qi swiftly eradicated all foes with the aid of his ninjas. Observing this dimension, he realized it would soon merge with his own, thereby enriching his realm's foundation, which elucidated the system's rapid excavation capabilities. He gathered the enemy's equipment, casting a regretful glance at these evidently extraordinary items. After all, any gear that allowed beings to survive in dark energy without being assimilated was certainly not mundane. Nevertheless, the dark energy within Lu Qi's shadow realm was more refined than that of other dark dimensions, and the equipment would inevitably be assimilated unless the ninjas wielded them continuously. Lu Qi had attempted to have the ninjas engage in combat with firearms, but the bullets vanished upon leaving the barrels, assimilated by the dark realm. He had experimented with a damaged cannon, but it too faced the same fate. Shaking his head, Lu Qi resolved to merge these items along with this dimension into the shadow world. At that moment, Modu approached and suggested, "Why not place them in Kamartaj? You could retrieve them when needed." After contemplating, Lu Qi found this idea quite feasible, instructing the shadow ninjas to transport the items to Kamartaj. With the ninjas in possession of the equipment, they would remain unassimilated by dark energy, much like the previously recorded coordinates that had been preserved in such a manner. Watching the shadow ninjas ferry an array of magical equipment to Kamartaj, Modu was visibly pleased. Lu Chi seldom utilized them, allowing the others to study the magic of other worlds. Modu was particularly intrigued by the distant magic that shot forth with a bayubiyu sound. Upon returning to his own dimension, Lu Chi commanded the shadow world to consume the opposing dimension, integrating it into his own. Witnessing the potential energy available surge to over 1 million, Lu Chi clenched his fist in exhilaration. He could reinforce himself once more. Suddenly, Ancient One appeared beside Lu Chi. How does it feel, collaborating with mages? She inquired. Quite well, Lu Chi replied with a smile. This was indeed the truth. Despite Modu and his companions having only deflected a few projectiles, their numbers were few. The mage group he had ambushed comprised no fewer than 100 individuals, and their effectiveness paled in comparison to Modu's small contingent. Once the number of mages from Kamartaj increased within the shadow world, supplemented by magic acquired from other realms, this cadre of melee mages could truly transform into formidable sorcerers. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. 3 wins, with Lu Chi gaining twice. However, it seemed that Kamartaj might evolve into his own private garden. Lu Chi remarked to Ancient One, when you eventually become a being akin to Dormammu, will you still care for such a trivial Kamartaj? Perhaps it would be more advantageous for Kamartaj, as long as you do not endanger the earth. Ancient One's gaze bore into him. Lu Chi shook his head, predicting that by then he would be engrossed in constructing the shadow world, leaving little concern for this place. Yet, that was indeed a distant aspiration. Have you adapted everything? Not yet. Ancient One pressed her forehead in slight agony. The supreme sorcerers of the past had amassed over 5,000 spells, which initially delighted me. Yet now it has become a source of considerable distress. I estimate that more than 3,700 spells remain unadapted. Ancient One calculated with a sigh. You have your work cut out for you, Lu Chi remarked, marveling at the sheer number of spells in Kamartaj. Ancient One shook her head in resignation. She possessed the deepest understanding of magic within the entirety of Kamartaj, making her the only one capable of undertaking this task. I must get to work. I need to finish this before Steven arrives, she stated. Observing the newly added troll soldiers, Lu Chi assessed their energy mining and recovery rates, which were comparable to 50 ninja soldiers. This meant that all soldier types could be converted to ninja soldiers for calculation, resulting in an impressive mining and recovery speed of nearly 1360 points per minute after increasing the number of ninja soldiers to 1,000. However, he realized he would have to wait until the following day to upgrade, so he decided to take a break. Upon waking the next day, Lu Chi noticed his energy had just surpassed 500,000, allowing him to level up instantly. Now his physical constitution had doubled, and both mining and recovery speeds had also increased twofold, which was sufficient. Observing that there remained 800,000 energy points in this dimension, Lu Chi resolved to use this energy to procure formidable soldier types, as ensuring success in battles against other dark dimensions was paramount. The system then issued a prompt, and upon checking, Lu Chi felt utterly bewildered. It now required 5,000 ninja soldiers to further enhance himself. Although he was aware that future growth would become increasingly challenging, he never anticipated the necessity of 5,000 ninja soldiers for the next upgrade. With a sigh, he lamented the difficulties of life, yet he recognized that he must persevere. After a brief phone call with Tony, he inquired about Pepper's whereabouts to send the shadow ninjas over, with their power doubled. They would likely deter any AIM bioengineers from approaching her. After visiting Pepper and leaving 10 shadow ninjas, Lu Chi hurried to Stark's residence to snap a few photos for his blog, while also checking on the progress of the smartphone Tony was developing. Lu Chi, what do you think of this phone? Are you satisfied? Tony Stark asked, handing him a device. Lu Chi was astonished at the resemblance of this gadget to smartphones from 2 decades prior. It was no surprise that Tony Stark had produced it so swiftly. Can the production cost be reduced? Lu Chi inquired, testing the device and noting its smooth operation, even more seamless than his previous smartphone. This is a special edition. The civilian version will certainly differ significantly, but the cost can be minimized. The marketing department has predicted this phone will be a massive success, potentially even more profitable than commercial reactors in the future. Utilizing your brilliant idea, I was considering offering you some shares in Stark Industries, Tony said earnestly. Why does it feel like you're bequeathing your affairs? Offering shares so directly? Lu Chi replied with exasperation. Do not underestimate your creativity, for the marketing department asserts that the entire world will embrace this mobile phone. Tony crossed his arms, seemingly in agreement with their assertion. If the marketing team could predict a product's prospects with such accuracy, there would be no failed companies in existence. After some contemplation, Lucci suggested that Tony establish a new company solely dedicated to producing this phone, offering him a share, while Tony could retain his stakes in Stark Industries. Tony nodded in agreement and promptly called Pepper to discuss the matter. "Tony, if there's anything you find unbearable, do let me know, all right?" Lucci said earnestly, for their bond had blossomed into a friendship. "Shall I leave a couple of ninjas for you to experiment with? I recently acquired a new breed of soldiers." "What new breed?" Tony inquired with curiosity. Without hesitation, Lucci led Tony to the beach outside and summoned a troll soldier. "My goodness, this fellow is truly robust," Tony exclaimed, realizing he was dwarfed by the creature, whose arms were thicker than his waist. "Troll soldier, lift that boulder," Lucci commanded, pointing to a rock of roughly 10 cubic meters. The troll soldier approached and effortlessly hoisted the stone. "My word, this creature's strength must be around 20 tons," Tony estimated, gazing at the troll soldier. "Approximately. Would you fancy such a bodyguard? It would certainly make quite the impression." Lucci draped an arm around Tony's shoulder, but Tony declined. "I have faith in the power of technology to achieve such feats. My armor can do the same." "I'm merely astonished," Tony replied, turning to Lucci. "The sensation is akin to watching a video of the Hulk. By the way, General Ross recently ordered 2 ultrasonic weapons from me, persistently pursuing them. I simply handed him some of my older stock. He seems intent on taking action against the Hulk. As for the narrative, who cares? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can handle both the Chitauri and Thanos alone. Moreover, with Ancient One still alive, I could bring her into the fray. Who fears whom? On Ross's side, he will handle matters himself, indifferent to the collateral damage among ordinary civilians. Contact me if necessary." Chapter 28. Reporting Fury's Embezzlement. Taking out the phone gifted by Tony, Lucci tested its functionality and found it comparable to the smartphones from his world, albeit with a limited selection of applications. He would need to wait for the software companies to collaborate with Stark Industries to develop mobile applications. He opened his computer and uploaded photos taken at Stark's residence to his blog, garnering significant attention, as many were intrigued by the daily life of a billionaire like Tony. Even though Lucci only captured the stunning views of the ocean from Tony's window, the post attracted considerable traffic. After a brief glance, Lucci assigned a ninja to manage the comments, swiftly deleting any malicious remarks. Reflecting on Tony's demeanor, Lucci resolved to pay a visit to SHIELD. However, given the slight rift between them, he deemed it prudent to notify them first and called Coulson. "Coulson, where are you?" "I was occupied with matters at the bureau." "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing much. Just a call to check if you have any vacancies." "Well, I was hoping to visit SHIELD and meet Fury." "All right, I shall inquire with the director and await news." After a brief conversation with Coulson, Lucci stepped outside, waiting for a while before receiving a message from Coulson. Upon reading it, he immediately activated a portal and arrived outside SHIELD, at the same spot as before. As he walked towards SHIELD, he noticed no vehicle had come to retrieve him. How miserly. Lucci shook his head in resignation and decided to shadow step directly to the vicinity of SHIELD upon revealing himself. He had taken only a few steps inside when Coulson appeared before him. "Have you decided to come back to work? The director has been contemplating layoffs recently." "Didn't he? I have no assignments typically. Besides, I did visit Tony last time." Coulson led Lucci to an elevator, entering it together. The elevator was composed of transparent glass, allowing Lucci to observe the bustling clerks outside. It seemed that SHIELD was quite populated. Coulson glanced around and chuckled. After all, we at SHIELD are tasked with managing various global incidents. There is an abundance of work to handle daily. It was evident that Coulson took pleasure in his work, believing that SHIELD was continually safeguarding world peace. However, Lucci was aware that the organization had long been undermined by Hydra, with a substantial portion of the funds Fury had painstakingly garnered from the World Council squandered by Hydra. Within Hydra, the leader, Pierce, remarked that Fury was a commendable worker, having effectively secured half of Hydra's wealth. Yet, did Fury not notice the diminishing of his treasury? Lucci harbored doubts regarding this. Lost in thought, the elevator arrived at Fury's office level. "Just go straight ahead." Coulson indicated the director's office across the corridor. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lucci proceeded directly. While at that moment, the former director, Alexander Pierce, received news from his assistant, Sitwell, regarding Lucci's visit. Reflecting on Lucci's displayed prowess, Pierce contemplated sending a few individuals to gauge Lucci's sentiments towards Fury. He would never disdain having additional strength on his side. Luci's abilities had evidently surpassed previous assessments, making him a worthy candidate for Pierce's risky attempts to win him over. After organizing some documents, Pierce intended to engage in further discussions with the council, soliciting several $1 million for Fury, all while envisioning how Fury would assist him in bolstering Hydra. Unbeknownst to Luci, Hydra had already devised plans to approach him as he stepped into Fury's office. "What brings you here today?" Fury inquired, glancing at Luci while managing the paperwork on his desk. "I merely wish to see if S.H.I.L.D. could assist Tony. His condition is deteriorating, and it appears preparations for his final affairs are underway." "What? Do you have no solutions? Surely there are myriad extraterrestrial elements available. Is there none that could resolve his reactor issues?" Luci shook his head, pondering the notion of extraterrestrial elements. He was utterly clueless. Yet, he had to maintain his persona. There was no room for faltering, lest Fury come knocking daily to inquire about his identity. Fury glanced at the report from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had located Banner at a beverage factory in Brazil, nodding in acknowledgement of the accuracy of this fellow's intelligence. Once the documents were in order, Fury raised his gaze to Luci and inquired, "Why do you believe I possess the means to rescue Tony?" "To be teeming with talent capable of saving him, although I am certain you have some method to extricate Tony from his current predicament." Setting aside the portrayal of S.H.I.L.D. in television, the cinematic version lacked any truly exceptional scientific minds. Sure, their airborne aircraft carrier was impressive, but it merely amalgamated various advanced technologies from this dimension into a patchwork entity. Thus, Luci harbored no hope that they could develop a new element, especially since Howard had alluded to something amiss with that park model in the video. S.H.I.L.D. must have realized the discrepancies, yet they failed to produce the new element, leaving everything for Tony to figure out on his own. That was indeed a painful truth. Yet I have arranged for the development of a serum to mitigate palladium poisoning, which can temporarily reduce the palladium levels in Tony's bloodstream, although it does not address the root cause. Fury spoke quietly, as if resigned to his limitations. Luci shook his head. This man was reluctant to act without assurance. To compel him to produce those items in advance, one would need to offer him some incentive. Nevertheless, Fury would undoubtedly save Tony in the end, particularly since his plan required the involvement of numerous superheroes, and Tony's potential was beyond question. "Could you provide me with a few vials of that serum? I shall deliver them to Tony," Luci requested. "The serum is still under development. It will take several days," Fury replied. Luci shook his head, growing increasingly skeptical of S.H.I.L.D.'s capabilities. "Notify me once it is ready," he said, turning to leave. He found himself questioning whether the inefficacy stemmed from Hydra's interference or a genuine lack of competence, and wondered why the council allocated billions in funding annually. Frustration welled within him. Shaking his head, he lamented the constraints that accompanied his traversing of worlds, feeling he was tarnishing the reputation of interdimensional travelers. At that moment, Luci's phone rang, revealing an unknown number. His instincts, honed by anti-fraud applications, warned him that this was likely a scam call. "I have no interest in purchasing houses, cars, or loans. Do not call me again," he declared, his irritation bubbling over. After venting, he felt slightly better and promptly hung up. What was the point of buying property now? Soon, the Chitauri invasion would ensue, and even if the invasion did not obliterate the buildings, the chaos in New York, with its small disturbances every 3 days and major upheavals every 5, was unbearable. Yet, not long after hanging up, his phone rang once more. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was another unknown caller. Frowning, sensing something amiss, he answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Luci. We are neither salespeople nor scammers." Before Luci could utter a word, the other party swiftly introduced herself. "We are a subordinate department of the World Security Council, tasked with overseeing the operations of S.H.I.L.D. Recently, we have detected signs of corruption within S.H.I.L.D. and wish to consult you regarding various matters related to the organization. Should you harbor any doubts about our department, feel free to contact relevant personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D., who will provide you with answers." The young woman spoke to Luci in a melodious tone, yet her words exuded an unmistakable air of confidence. After all, the authority to monitor such a significant institution as S.H.I.L.D. is considerable. How did these individuals come to approach me? Why are they inquiring about such information? While most people would be reporting various matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. to them, Luci did not share this sentiment. Hydra? Reflecting on the darker side of S-H-I-E-L-D, Lucci felt a tinge of suspicion but decided to end the call and consult with Coulson, who confirmed the existence of this agency. He further informed Lucci that they must submit relevant reports to this department prior to applying for funding, which is then forwarded to the World Security Council. Intriguing. A department that directly applies for funding? Given the numerous bases established by S-H-I-E-L-D worldwide, Lucci suspected that these individuals were indeed closely associated with Hydra. The council surely would not permit S-H-I-E-L-D to establish so many bases, as this would far exceed the organization's rightful military capacity. Yet, every application from S-H-I-E-L-D consistently received financial support. Moreover, Pierce had always been the one negotiating funding matters with the World Security Council, and it seemed plausible that this department might be Hydra's own, embellishing various applications before passing them up the chain to secure funding for S-H-I-E-L-D. I do have some observations to share with you. It appears that S-H-I-E-L-D Director Nick Fury is at the helm of embezzlement. He consistently applies for amounts exceeding $100 million, yet funding within S-H-I-E-L-D remains severely lacking. He must be pilfering, Lucci asserted decisively, leaving the Hydra spy across the line momentarily stunned. Nonsense. That money is clearly being utilized by us, Hydra. Nick Fury is innocent. May I inquire what specific aspects of Fury you suspect of potential embezzlement? What is your perception of him? Quite unfavorable. Since joining S-H-I-E-L-D, I've been diligent in my duties, yet my salary remains stagnant, and I am on the brink of struggling to afford meals. Upon learning the amounts Fury applies for, I was taken aback, feeling as if the sky were collapsing around me. I had always believed S-H-I-E-L-D to be a financially struggling yet noble organization dedicated to saving the world, only to discover we have such significant financial backing. Yet, the lives of us grassroots employees remain dire. He must have embezzled our wages. I demand he return the funds. Lucci gradually immersed himself in the conversation. But before he could finish his thoughts, he was interrupted by the other party. I believe I have gathered sufficient information. We will commence an investigation immediately and provide you with a response in due course. With that, the call was terminated. Chapter 29, The Unknown Behemoth. Speaking of Banner, Lucci believed that this individual would undoubtedly contend for the title of the most unfortunate superhero in the Marvel Universe. Once a super genius with an intellect rivaling that of Tony Stark, possessing 7 doctoral degrees and a stunningly beautiful girlfriend, he was transformed into a hulking green figure after an encounter with gamma rays. Subsequently, due to a tragic misunderstanding that resulted in the deaths of several individuals, he found himself perpetually on the run, with his former father-in-law, General Ross, leading the relentless pursuit. His existence became a series of harrowing escapades across various nations, deprived of any semblance of peace. Ultimately, he was compelled to assist his father-in-law in cleaning up the mess, resulting in the severance of ties with his girlfriend, leaving him with nothing to show for his tribulations. It was only when Fury contemplated reigniting the Avengers initiative that he intervened to halt the pursuit of Banner. Otherwise, Banner's life would have been even more wretched. In terms of misfortune, perhaps only the Punisher could rival Banner's plight. Nevertheless, the Hulk's strength remains formidable, and even in the presence of troll warriors, he is reluctant to engage in such chaos. Yet, recalling the tumultuous clash between the Hulk and the Abomination, along with the latter's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, Lucci resolved to rescue those ordinary people, ultimately confronting and eliminating the Abomination. In the original narrative, the Abomination nearly met his end at the hands of the Hulk, but the presence of his girlfriend stayed the Hulk's hand. Frankly, Lucci could not comprehend why she chose to intervene. He was determined to eliminate the Abomination to prevent reckless individuals from targeting him. Shaking his head, Lucci reflected on the adage that with great power comes great responsibility, sensing that his mindset was veering towards that of a superhero. Nonetheless, he found his perspective agreeable. Casting a glance at the little flower he nurtured on his balcony, he dispatched 2 ninjas to monitor Dr. Samuel, lest the conflict commence without them realizing the story had begun. However, it would likely be some time before that occurred, as Banner had journeyed to Lighthouse Country as a beggar, which undoubtedly consumed a considerable amount of time. Taking a moment to relax, Lucci accessed the system, discovering that his vast energy reserves were nearly depleted. He decided to embark on a shopping spree, based on the outcomes of the recent dimensional war and his battle with Andrews. Lucci had gained a reasonable understanding of the capabilities of small dimensions and intended to enhance the number of his subordinates. As for the ninja troops, the current dark energy was insufficient to elevate their ranks to 5,000 for the next level. Moreover, according to the trend, the next upgrade would likely require 5 million energy units, a considerable sum, necessitating the conquest of 5 or 6 small dimensions. Instead, he opted to bolster the strength of his existing troops before venturing into other dimensions. Contemplating the various units within the Shadow Legion, he recognized the distinct disadvantages of singular cluster formations. Thus, he resolved to organize them into squads. He decided to expand the ninja ranks in groups of 50, complemented by 5 blade soldiers and 1 troll warrior. This configuration would provide offensive strength with the troll, defensive capabilities with the ninjas, and blade soldiers to address unforeseen circumstances. With the ratios established, Lucci began his purchasing spree, increasing the number of ninja troops to 500, blade soldiers to 150, and troll warriors to 30. A total of 30 squads had been formed, leaving Lucci with merely 100,000 units of energy, which was reserved for the mage group. The number of mages had doubled, resulting in greater energy consumption during battles. However, Lucci's energy recovery rate was quite impressive at 6,000 per second, allowing him to conserve energy judiciously. With the completion of the team expansion, the Dark Dimension was nearing depletion. Lucci took out his phone and sent a message to Modu, instructing him to lead the mages into the Shadow World in preparation for an assault on the next Dark Dimension. A ninja soldier approached Lucci with a notebook, from which he selected a coordinate. Modu, accompanied by the newly expanded mage group, entered, all adorned with somewhat unconventional gear likely procured from the previous dimension. Signaling them to be ready, Lucci connected to the chosen dimension. The system alerted him to the presence of enemies in the target dimension, and as Lucci peered out, he was met with a sight of colossal creatures resembling birds. However, there was no sign of a dimension lord among them. These massive beasts appeared to be in a state akin to slumber. Uncertain of the situation, Lucci decided to dispatch several teams of ninjas to test whether they could defeat these creatures. To his amusement, a dozen troll soldiers struggled to lift even a single wing of the gigantic beasts. It was laughable. A horde of troll soldiers couldn't even budge their adversaries, and in combat, they might very well find themselves crushed beneath a single step. He estimated that he would require several million units of energy to contend with such entities. Yet these were merely minor foes. The true big boss remained an unknown, with hundreds of these lesser creatures present and unaware of the Dimension Lord's whereabouts. Lucci considered a hasty retreat. Disturbing the big boss could lead to dire consequences. Observing the size of this dimension, he surmised it was nearing the scale of a medium dimension. Curiously, it seemed the opposing Dimension Lord was preoccupied and had not made any attempts to invade other dimensions. Otherwise, it would likely have already evolved into a mid-level dimension. The power exhibited by the adversary appeared to transcend the boundaries of a low-level dimension. Lucci decisively severed his dimension's connection to this one, marking the coordinate with a bold warning sign. Strangely, the creature seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered them before. He pondered why he felt this way, for such large beings would typically leave a lasting impression. Lucci then selected the next dimension, and the connection felt much more stable, reminiscent of the previous battle dimension. He promptly dispatched all shadow squads to engage, while he and Modu remained to defend their base. As Lucci observed his squads decimating a significant portion of the enemy forces, the opposing Dimension Lord emerged, eliminating one squad after another. However, his shadow ninjas possessed the ability to respawn infinitely, gradually depleting the enemy's energy reserves. Ultimately, the adversary retreated, leaving behind only a small remnant of their forces. Although the Shadow Legion was not yet capable of vanquishing the enemy Dimension Lord, they could certainly drive him away. Much to Lucci's relief, he contemplated expanding the Shadow squads to 50, intending to let them autonomously conquer small dimensions. This engagement lasted several hours. While it was lengthy, it was marked by safety and stability. As the system continues to mine, Lucci finds himself at a loss for what to do next. After nearly a month of gaming at home, he has grown weary of it. Gazing out at the sunlit world beyond his window, he realizes he hasn't taken a leisurely stroll outside in quite some time. After tidying himself up, Lucci resolves to venture out for a while. He decides to send a few ninjas to surveil the area, hoping to spot any agents, and perhaps even encounter Fury to negotiate the release of the park model. Equipped with his camera, Lucci steps out of his home and begins to wander the streets. Chapter 30, World Coordinates. Stepping outside, he is uncertain of his destination, so he simply follows the flow of the crowd. As he meanders through the throngs of people, he notices a sudden change in the atmosphere. Individuals clad in peculiar attire and wearing wigs stroll past him, while others pose for photographs. Following the direction of these curious characters, Lucci soon discovers a comic convention. Instantly, he understands what these enthusiasts are up to. Feeling a bit bored, Lucci approaches, only to find himself surrounded by exquisitely dressed cosplayers. There stands a mushroom-loving plumber, his princess soaring alongside a dragon. Nearby, two burly men are dressed as formidable characters from Soul Calibur, brandishing toy guns and striking various heroic poses. Lucci is pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that these classics would still be celebrated in this world. Joining other photographers, he captures images of these iconic characters as he slowly makes his way into the heart of the convention. Upon entering, Lucci feels as if he has stepped into an entirely different realm. There, Transformers engage in battle with Godzilla, while Harley Quinn and Batman strike affectionate poses. Amused by these renditions that deviate from the originals, Lucci snaps a few photographs. It appears that the two worlds are not entirely dissimilar. Continuing his exploration of the convention, Lucci seeks out further surprises. In contrast to the domestic comic conventions he had previously seen online, the international event predominantly features a plethora of highly popular characters, while the domestic scene leans more towards those who are visually stunning and charismatic. However, does it truly matter? After all, who would garner popularity without a touch of beauty or charm? Lucci nearly exhausts his camera's memory, prompting him to pull out his phone for additional photos. Just as he begins to capture images with his phone, a peculiar character dashes over to him. "Hey, buddy, your camera is quite unique." The character, resembling a quirky superhero, gazes with interest at Lucci's device. Lucci grins and explains this is a phone, a new invention by Stark Industries. The quirky superhero appears astonished. "I thought Iron Man only focused on his armors and had ceased developing other technologies." Lucci replies, "Perhaps what you see now is merely a fraction of the technology from his armor. That's really cool. Technology akin to Iron Man's armor. So, does that mean I have my own armor too? Where can I purchase this phone?" The quirky superhero nods eagerly. "I must get one. It's just too cool. Hey, Digga, we need to go." A group of monsters calls out to him from a short distance, suggesting they are part of a small team. However, Lucci suddenly noticed a creature resembling a hermit crab alongside a small monster he was holding. It appeared that the small creature was its offspring, but its appearance evoked something in him. How could this be? Wasn't that from fantasy work? No, Marvel also belongs to the realm of fantasy. Lucci felt as though his mind was short-circuiting from the current situation, observing the myriad characters from various fantastical works around him. He pondered, if these characters each inhabited their own worlds, then Lucci stood in a daze for a while before dashing out of the comic exhibition. He found himself in a narrow alley outside the exhibition, where he first entered his shadow dimension and discovered some mages practicing newly learned dark energy spells within. After exchanging greetings, Lucci made his way through a passage leading to Camartage. Upon arriving, he spotted Mordo in the square, hurling small fireballs. Lucci swiftly grabbed him and inquired, "Where's Master Gu E? I need to see him urgently." Mordo, momentarily lost in admiration of the staff in his hands, was reminded of a peculiar British fantasy film that featured magic quite similar to this. Abruptly interrupted by Lucci, he pondered a moment before responding. "Master Gu, you should be in the tea room, revising the spell book. If it's urgent, just go knock on the door." Lucci nodded and sprinted towards the tea room. He paused before the door, knocked a few times, and it swung open automatically. Inside, Gu E sat at a table, amending the tome, with a large stack of spellbooks beside him. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Gu E inquired, glancing at the book in his hands before jotting something down in another volume and then looking up at Lucci. "I wish to know if the dark dimension can lead to other worlds," Lucci asked. Gu E contemplated for a moment and replied, "Of course it can. In fact, various material realms exist within the layers of dimensions, and through these dimensions, one can indeed traverse to other worlds. So, the fantasy worlds are not necessarily mere figments of imagination." Lucci mused. Gu E appeared taken aback, responding curiously, "You should already know the answer to that. For isn't our world a fantasy realm to you? Yet here we are, existing in reality. Can I travel to other worlds through the dark dimension?" Lucci pressed. "Certainly, but you will need the coordinates of the other world, as merely arriving in the dark dimension does not grant access to other realms." Lucci nodded. "How can I obtain the coordinates of the other world?" Gu E considered for a moment before suggesting, "You will need to rely on chance. Either the other dimension is connected to its world, or you must acquire some advanced equipment from there, which typically contains the essence of that world, allowing you to locate its coordinates." As Gu E spoke, he handed Lucci a spell that would enable him to discern whether an object contained the essence of a world. If so, he could seek out Mordo and others to decipher the coordinates. Lucci accepted the spell book, glanced through it, and nodded, reflecting. I wonder if the equipment we previously acquired from Mordo and the others is sufficiently advanced. Leaving the tea room, Lucci made his way towards the square. Indeed, this issue had previously been indicated to him by the system, which had directly presented 3 worlds for his selection. In future endeavors to conquer other dimensions, he could afford to be more vigilant as he might explore different realms. Lucci felt a surge of excitement. After all, opportunities in the Marvel Universe were not always abundant, and the prospect of traveling to other worlds during his downtime was tantalizing. Though he remained uncertain about which worlds he might visit, he first sought out Modu to inquire whether the artifacts acquired during their last conquest bore any world coordinates. Upon learning Lucci's intent, Modu escorted him to a storeroom, housing the equipment left behind from their previous dimensional battle. Lucci examined the gear, finding it rather unremarkable yet worthy of experimentation. He retrieved a spell book, which detailed a rather straightforward incantation designed to stimulate and amplify the energies within, allowing him to discern their composition and identify any unique energies indicative of specific worlds. Armed with this knowledge, Lucci summoned dark energy directly, applying the principle without the need for a complex formation. He infused the dark energy into the equipment, carefully coaxing the latent energies to the surface. However, it quickly became evident that this particular piece of equipment harbored no extraordinary energies. Most of its essence comprised dark energy, intended to shield ordinary soldiers from being assimilated. Shaking his head, Lucci regarded the standard issue equipment, reminiscing about the unusual energy sword wielded by the Dimension Lord. Regrettably, he had neglected to seize it at the time, for possessing such an item would likely have enabled him to pinpoint coordinates to other worlds. With a sense of disappointment, Lucci exited the storeroom, resolving that he must procure something of value from the Dimension Lord in future encounters to secure coordinates. In the subsequent 2 days, Lucci, accompanied by the Shadow Legion, successfully conquered 3 minor dimensions, yet he found no coordinates leading to other realms. Typically, Dimension Lords did not carry high-grade equipment, as such items would succumb to the corrosive effects of dark energy in the dark dimension, resulting in degradation. Conversely, lower-grade equipment was abundant, significantly enriching the inventory of low-tier gear within Camartage. While Camartage was not devoid of high-grade equipment, Lucci remained within the Marvel Universe, rendering those artifacts unnecessary for obtaining coordinates. Sighing, he perused the coordinates listed in his notebook, discovering that only a few remained. The multitude of dimensions within the dimensional space was vast, yet only a handful of minor dimensions were observable. Camartage primarily focused on defending against mid-sized and the highest-tier dark dimensions, such as Dormammu's, and thus did not prioritize dimensional observation, which resulted in a dwindling pool of exploitable dimensions for Lucci. He mused that he must devise a strategy to uncover other dark dimensions. With a sigh, Lucci recognized that Camartage's technological prowess in dimensional observation was limited, and he would do better to explore whether the remaining Dimension Lords possessed any methods for observing dimensions. After 2 continuous days of dungeon runs, Lucci managed to enhance the strength of his subordinates, increasing the number of ninja soldiers to 3,000, while also procuring various other troop types. This approach seems viable, as Asgard appears to possess a remarkable aptitude for spatial observation, with even Loki being able to detect numerous spatial rifts. Having made this decision, Lucci resolved to call Coulson daily once Tony completed the reactor for the new element, to inquire when he would visit the hammer. Lucci decided to call Tony directly. "Tony, how have you been with Pepper lately?" "Lou, what are you talking about?" Pepper?" It was rather awkward, as it turned out to be Pepper who answered the phone. Pepper? Where's Tony?" Pepper glanced at Tony, who was rearranging furniture at home, contemplating the addition of some fitness equipment. "Really? Doesn't he have Iron Man? Why does he still need to work out?" "Who knows? But exercising isn't a bad idea. Would you like to come over? I can send a car to pick you up." Not for now." Lucci hung up, feeling reassured that Tony was doing well. However, just as he set down his phone, it rang again. To his surprise, it was Coulson calling. Why was he suddenly reaching out? "Hey, Coulson, what is going on? We need your assistance." "Lucci, what is the matter?" Having left the bustling metropolis of New York behind for the first time in a while, Lucci flew to Los Angeles. Outside the airport, he found Coulson urgently signaling for help. "So what is the issue? Why didn't you clarify over the phone?" Coulson led Lucci into a nearby car, driving cautiously and taking several loops before finally arriving at a safe house. "What with all the caution? You're starting to make me uneasy," Lucci remarked, observing Coulson's tense demeanor. "Do you know about vampires?" Coulson cautiously inquired. Those creatures from European folklore, known for consuming blood, achieving immortality, and residing in castles deep in the mountains? Lucci replied, bewildered by Coulson's question. All right, let us assume vampires are indeed real. Do you think you could defeat them? Coulson asked, moving toward a door leading to the basement. It should be fine. My ninjas have no blood. Precisely because of your ninjas, I summoned you here. Come inside. Lucci felt a sense of foreboding, yet curiosity lingered. He had no prior knowledge of vampires existing in the Marvel Universe. However, even if they did, they seemed to play a minimal role in films, likely possessing limited strength. Following Coulson into the basement, Lucci beheld a man bound by iron chains. This individual had a massive, gaping wound in his abdomen, with entrails strewn about the floor. Yet, this man appeared remarkably alert, glaring menacingly at Coulson as he entered. Lucci observed this man, who had nearly half of his internal organs missing, not only alive but increasingly ferocious, straining against his chains with a creaking sound, as if they might snap at any moment. However, during his time in Hell's Kitchen, Lucci had often watched live-action restricted films, observing the scene with an unwavering demeanor. It was inconceivable that he could compel this fellow to work a few extra servings. Was this person truly a vampire? He appeared rather unremarkable. Lucci cast a disdainful glance at the creature's entrails and gestured for a ninja to approach. The ninja assessed the vampire and swiftly severed its head, reducing it to a cloud of ashes. As the vampire lay still, Lucci chuckled to himself, having anticipated greater prowess from these beings. It seemed that decapitation still resulted in death. Coulson elucidated, the strength of these vampires lies in their stealth and speed. They can rapidly heal by drawing sustenance from blood. Moreover, many affluent individuals covet the immortality these vampires offer, leading to a rise in human trafficking. We commonly refer to these individuals as the Hot Ghost Clan. Lucci nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. His ninjas were not necessarily inferior in stealth to these creatures. However, what troubled him was the mention of the Hot Ghost Clan. Are there many of them? He inquired, concerned that an unexpected influx of enemies might arise from these vampires. While he was not afraid, the prospect of a bothersome adversary tampering with his treasure trove was indeed vexing. There are quite a few of the Hot Ghost Clan, Coulson replied, somewhat exasperated. You see, for the wealthy, many desires can be fulfilled with money, yet longevity remains an elusive goal. However, these individuals generally remain beneath the radar, reluctant to expose themselves, so there's no need to worry about bothersome pests. With our vigilance, they will not dare to act recklessly. Lucci nodded, feeling relieved. Yet, as he regarded the remaining pile of ash, he found himself puzzled. Aren't you going to report the existence of these beings to the authorities? He questioned, unable to comprehend why they would engage him in such interspecies conflict instead of directly informing the official powers to dispatch troops and eradicate these creatures. Coulson shook his head. This is precisely the dilemma. Vampires possess the ability to convert ordinary individuals into blood thralls en masse. While these thralls may lack strength, they lose their faculties and have the potential to spread infection. The vampires are adept at hiding, and the higher-ups are unaware of where they might conceal themselves. If a confrontation were to ensue, the vampires could unleash a plague of thralls upon cities like New York, which would be quite troublesome. Sighing, Coulson continued thus. An accord has been reached between the higher-ups and the 12 elders of the vampires, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. Lucci found it difficult to believe. These beings consider us mere sustenance, and yet they negotiate peace? There is no alternative, Coulson explained. The risk of completely eradicating these creatures is too great, and the higher-ups currently lack viable solutions. However, they have informed the vampire elders that they will provide artificial blood plasma for sustenance, but should any vampire harm a human, they will be pursued. In our agency, there is a dedicated division that deals specifically with vampire offenders. Lucci scoffed. Do you truly believe these beings refrain from drinking human blood in secret? I find that utterly implausible. It is perplexing that, given the existence of a department within SHIELD dedicated to addressing vampire-related crimes, I am still called upon to manage these creatures. Coulson shook his head, revealing that we had discovered numerous individuals had recently vanished from this city, with ample blood left at the scenes. Without a doubt the work of vampires. However, lacking definitive evidence, SHIELD cannot deploy official forces to handle this matter. Does that imply I must operate in an unofficial capacity? Lucci inquired, nodding as he grasped Coulson's intent. Very well, I accept this assignment. I shall exterminate those vermin in the city under the guise of civilian vampire hunter. As I find myself rather idle and bored lately. Lucci flexed his fists, eager to engage in action once more. However, what of the remuneration? This is, after all, A private undertaking. Coulson nodded, explaining, the director places great importance on this issue. These creatures have overstepped their bounds in recent years, and we hope to impart a lesson to the vampires this time. Consequently, the compensation is quite generous, $1,000 for each vampire. Lucci grimaced slightly. Nick Fury was rather stingy. Such rare beings likely number few, and at $1,000 each, how much could one truly earn? Yet he suddenly realized, not just this city? Coulson chuckled and gave Lucci a knowing glance. Lucci, brimming with anticipation, was ready to embark on his endeavor. But Coulson halted him. These vampires have garnered a considerable following in this city and possess an extensive network of informants. Previous SHIELD operatives sent to investigate have faced various attacks, resulting in the loss of numerous agents. This is why you were dispatched here as a civilian. You must exercise caution in your actions. At that moment, Lucci comprehended the rationale behind Coulson's wariness. Yet, unbeknownst to Coulson, his current abilities far exceeded the information on file with SHIELD. Chapter 32. The Vampire Bar. Half an hour later, Lucci emerged from the safe house, gazing at the City of Angels, astonished to find such malevolent beings lurking beneath its surface. Coulson had just briefed him on the characteristics, habits, and common hunting methods of vampires. Vampires are said to fear ultraviolet light, silver, and garlic. Truthfully, such knowledge is common even among children, yet remains the Achilles heel of vampires. It is likely that the human elite disseminated this information to prevent indiscriminate slaughter of ordinary people, thus granting them a modicum of resistance. From Coulson, Lucci learned that vampires typically hunt at night, with abduction sites often located near bars. Therefore, he decided to find a hotel and rest until evening. After selecting a hotel and resting until nightfall, Lucci ventured out, inquiring with the staff about the local bars with the most patrons, and made his way in that direction. As he walked the streets, he found a nightlife in this area far more vibrant than that of Big Apple City, with throngs of people filling the streets. However, Lucci sensed that this lively facade was likely a deliberate ploy by the vampires to lure individuals into the hunt. While strolling, he discreetly dispatched shadow ninjas to scout ahead. By now, his range of influence had expanded to 160 meters, allowing the shadow ninjas to meld into the darkness and follow him. In a realm invisible to the ordinary eye, agile ninjas leapt and maneuvered across the rooftops. Their extraordinary physique, which is 16 times that of an ordinary person, allows them to leap nearly 20 meters, maintaining high mobility even in bustling areas. Arriving at a street lined with bars near the hotel, Lucci received a message from the shadow ninja and stepped into a narrow alley. There, he observed a Caucasian vampire embracing a woman, his head buried in her neck, appearing utterly enamored, on the brink of something unspeakable. However, the familiar metallic scent of rust in the air alerted Lucci that the situation was far from simple. "Lift your head," Lucci commanded the man. The vampire glanced at him, slowly raising his head. As he regarded Lucci, a mocking smile crept across his face, as if deriding Lucci's ignorance. His blood-stained mouth parted to reveal sharp fangs, and he discarded the lifeless woman at his feet. Gradually approaching Lucci, the man's eyes began to change. The allure of blood sent tremors through his body, akin to that of an addict. His eyes morphed into a sinister green, his ears elongated, and his nails began to extend. "Did your mother ever tell you how hideous you've become? So repulsive that she wouldn't recognize you?" Lucci appeared oblivious to the advancing vampire, relentlessly taunting him. Under the influence of bloodlust, the vampire's mind was already foggy, and the relentless insults from his potential prey provoked him beyond measure. He lunged at Lucci, but in mid-air, shadows coalesced into human forms, slamming the vampire to the ground, and with a flash of cold steel, severed his limbs. Lucci placed his foot on the vampire's head, observing the dawning terror on his face. "So, you can feel fear after all. I had assumed you vermin were all audacious otherwise. How could you dare to slaughter ordinary people? Now, tell me where your hideout is, and perhaps I might spare your life." The vampire rasped, struggling to articulate something, but the higher-ups in his bloodline had long imposed a silence on them regarding their stronghold's location. After a futile attempt to speak, he resorted to pleading for mercy, even tempting Lucci with promises of immortality. Surprised by the vampire's inability to divulge anything, Lucci shook his head, applying pressure with his foot until the vampire's head burst. As he watched the vampire's body disintegrate into ashes, leaving no trace of blood behind, he mused on the eco-friendliness of vampires. They simply vanish without leaving any refuse. Observing the corpse in the alley, Lucci sent a message to Coulson, requesting him to handle the situation. Having just emerged, He had already encountered a vampire. It seemed this city harbored quite a bit of refuse that needed to be cleared away. Where we headed? Christina, visiting from afar, clung to her companion's left arm and spoke to a handsome young man beside them. "Thank you for showing us around, local guide," she joked lightly. However, her companion, while watching them converse, felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Tightening her grip on Christina's right arm, Golly whispered in her ear, "Be cautious, Nana. I have a strange feeling about this guy." After reassuring her companions, Christina continued to feign politeness with the man. An exhilarating experience for her, as it was her first time doing so. The young man's expression remained unchanged, as if he had heard nothing. Yet he continued to engage Christina in conversation, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain and desire. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Christina's neck, swallowing hard as he quickened his pace to lead them. They could not afford to be late for tonight's gathering. As they walked into a street lined with bars, the young man did not linger inside, but instead guided them through to a concealed door. He knocked, and a horizontal slot opened. A pair of eyes scrutinized the young man and the two girls whispering behind him, sensing something amiss. The door swung open, and the two seemed as if they were merely purchasing something. Yet they silently blocked Christina and her friend's escape route. "What do you want?" Christina could no longer maintain her composure. She produced a canister of pepper spray from her pocket, handing it to her friend, and brandished a stun baton menacingly. However, a burly man stepped forward, fearlessly grasping the baton, and with a single punch, he rendered Christina unconscious, much to her incredulity. Meanwhile, her friend aimed the pepper spray at another assailant, only to find him advancing towards her, crushing the spray canister in his grip and swiftly knocking her out as well. The young man seemed unable to contain himself, tempted to descend to the ground and indulge. Yet a foot kicked him in the stomach, lifting him off his feet. "These two are to be distributed evenly. Do not disrupt the order." The kicked young man dared not express any anger. He was but a lowly vampire, his status marginally superior to that of a mindless blood servant. Even some of the higher-ranking blood clans could easily dictate his actions. The pressure from his bloodline stifled any retaliation. Wiping the drool from his mouth, he entered the door, awaiting the impending revelry, while the others carried the two unconscious women into the building. Inside was a chilling meat storage facility, lined with frozen carcasses of cattle. Several vampires navigated through the frozen meat, reaching a wall where their nails elongated and pierced through several holes, pulling the wall aside to reveal two paths. A wave of music surged forth, invigorating the young man, who ventured down one corridor while the other vampires took the opposite route. A shadow stealthily followed, hesitating for a moment before heading toward the captives. The vampires escorted the two women to an upper level, where the unconscious bodies hung upside down, tubes inserted into them, not for feeding, but to preserve their blood in its freshest state. As they prepared to process the two women similarly, shadows emerged, swiftly eliminating the captors. Loki revealed himself, his expression stoic, yet his eyes brimmed with fury and a thirst for vengeance. Treating humans as mere food, his murderous intent intensified as shadows coalesced into ninjas, rescuing the captives and setting them aside for safety. The duration for which these individuals had been suspended remained unknown. Loki initially contacted Coulson to elucidate the current circumstances. Coulson, equally astonished, could hardly fathom the existence of so many victims and promptly declared his intention to deploy the S.H.I.L.D. Special Operations Team to the location. Upon escorting the victims outside, Loki encountered several vampires, both male and female, who arrived with their entourage. They were all quite aesthetically pleasing, yet were in servitude to the vampires. Without hesitation, Loki commanded the ninjas to eliminate them. As the guides were reduced to ashes, the abducted individuals shrieked in terror, attempting to flee. Loki instructed the ninjas to restrain them and displayed his credentials to instill calm. But they were oblivious to the significance of S.H.I.L.D. Thus, he opted to render them unconscious as well. Coulson acted swiftly, arriving with a convoy in no time, assembling a team of over 100 individuals. The victims were promptly handed over to the medical personnel accompanying the team. While Loki approached Coulson, observing the high-tech equipment rapidly analyzing the structure of the building, Loki directed them to secure all exits while he prepared to conduct a thorough cleansing of the vampires within. Inside, the vampires began to sense an anomaly, their demeanor reflecting a growing sense of panic. Loki proceeded into the area where music resonated. It resembled a grand nightclub, with booming speakers blaring various exhilarating tunes. Yet a throng of vampires swayed to the rhythm, oblivious to the fact that one particular song had played for an extended period, the disc jockey long gone. Ascending to the upper levels of the building, Lucci obstructed the escape of several vampires. What did they think they were rushing to? Summoning shadow ninjas. He sealed off all avenues of retreat, and witnessing the vampires' frantic expressions filled him with revulsion. Who are you? There exists a peace treaty between vampires and humans. You cannot attack us. The leading vampire attempted to buy time, yet Lucci had no interest in conversing. One by one, the ninjas lunged forward, dispatching the vampires with ease. Some vampires attempted to retaliate, but their abilities proved insufficient, possessing merely 3 to 4 times the strength of an ordinary human. Ultimately falling to the ninjas, Lucci advanced, seizing the neck of the lead vampire and pinning him against the wall. Reveal to me the whereabouts of your superior, or disclose your intended destination. The vampire responded with a scornful grin. Vampires never betray. What are you thinking, blood vessel? A chill ran through Lucci, and dark energy emanated from his hand, enveloping the vampire. As the vampire came into contact with the dark energy, agonized screams echoed. As he helplessly witnessed his arm being assimilated by the darkness, disappearing entirely, an excruciating pain surged through his body, causing him to lose control. Lucci, disgusted, cast him aside, while a shadow ninja hoisted the vampire once more. Lucci commanded the dark energy to envelop him, instilling a pervasive sense of 3D agony. Care to speak now? Lucci inquired, observing the vampire teetering on the brink of consciousness. He ceased his torment momentarily, though tendrils of dark energy continued to swirl around him, moving like a venomous serpent. The vampire gazed nervously at the dark energies, muttering indistinctly, Halier Hotel. I usually meet my superior there. This fellow cleverly sidestepped disclosing the lair of his kind, opting instead for a meeting place with his superior, thus evading the constraints of his bloodline. Lucci nodded, observing the vampire's eyes, which betrayed a desperate yearning. I don't recall saying I would spare you, he remarked. The vampire's expression shifted to one of despair, and as he began to curse, the dark energy surged forth, erasing him from existence. Gazing at the piles of ashes, Lucci smiled and descended towards the dance floor. The vampires below sensed something amiss. Witnessing the vacant stage, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Yet, the pressure of their bloodline instilled in them a fear that stifled any rash movements, leaving them to only meander within the dance floor. Lucci regarded the vampires below, uncertain of what to articulate. Why forsake a life of virtue to become a slave? The Shadow Legion materialized above the dance floor, with a cadre of troll soldiers descending, crashing into the throng of vampires and reducing them to ashes. The blade-wielding soldiers followed suit, alighting gracefully before commencing their indiscriminate slaughter. These vampires, unaccustomed to such formidable displays, had long engaged in deceitful pursuits and were unprepared for combat, leaving them utterly bewildered. Some vampires attempted to flee, but the ninja soldiers had already encircled the entire dance floor, rendering the vampires akin to fish in a barrel. As the hapless minions were swiftly dispatched, Lucci pressed his earpiece. Coulson, are there any more vampires hidden here? Although the shadow ninjas could unearth them all, Lucci was disinclined to search further. He had just stumbled upon a significant catch and was determined not to let it slip away. Under Coulson's guidance, Lucci proceeded to eliminate all the hidden vampires within the premises. Exiting the building, he observed the special forces regrouping and approached Coulson. What are your next steps? This should provide decisive evidence. Wouldn't you agree? Lucci inquired casually, as he was a security consultant and entitled to partake in official operations. For this mission, he had donned a hood to conceal his identity, allowing him to continue his solo endeavors. Coulson shook his head. S-H-I-E-L-D will not deploy the special forces. Noticing Lucci's perplexed expression, Coulson elaborated, if S-H-I-L-D intervenes, we would merely capture a few scapegoats. However, if you continue to hunt these vampires and your civilian guys, you could eliminate their higher echelons as well. Director Fury indicated that you could hunt those vampire elites, ascending a tier and gaining an advantage. Lucci nodded, understanding Fury's intent. It seemed Fury had also been provoked and required the elimination of some vampire leaders to vent his frustrations. After exchanging pleasantries with Coulson, Lucci proceeded towards the Halier Hotel. Chapter 33. A Transformed City. The uppermost floor of the Halier Hotel revealed a vast hall, devoid of the opulent decor found below, illuminated only by dim lighting. In the dimly lit hall, a massive table was adorned with wide benches on each side. Suddenly, the entrance swung open, and several servants ushered individuals into the chamber. Under the guidance of the attendants, the guests naturally approached the table, each selecting a chair to settle into. As they awaited the sumptuous feast, casual chatter ensued. "Hall, you appear rather unwell," one remarked, their voice cutting through the murky ambience. The dim light failed to obscure the eerie gleam in their green eyes. Hall's countenance remained unchanged, showing no sign of improvement. Curiosity piqued. The others began to inquire about his distress. Furrowing his brow, Hall replied slowly, "My subordinates have yet to report on the banquet as proceedings today, which has left me somewhat anxious. By now, the feast should have concluded." Exchanging glances, the others chuckled. "Hall, you are far too cautious. Perhaps the delicacies of tonight's banquet are so exquisite that your subordinates are merely captivated by them." Nevertheless, Hall's expression grew increasingly grave as time wore on. Ignoring the others who began to discuss how to chastise their inept underlings, Hall pondered the source of his unease. He had meticulously orchestrated the location and proceedings of the banquet, confident that none of the inept fools would falter in their duties. Furthermore, most of the city's elite had been swayed to their side. With such allies providing cover, no mishap should have arisen. Yet Hall was an exceedingly prudent vampire, having repeatedly instructed his subordinate hosting the banquet to report back promptly on its progress. He had mandated updates every hour, though his subordinates, well aware of his nature, often reported every half hour. Clutching his silent phone, Hall watched the seconds tick by, his mood darkening. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and a butler entered. "Esteemed guests, your dinner is now prepared." With a clap of his hands, a procession of servants wheeled in several carts, each bearing a coffin. The butler directed the attendants to transfer these peculiar items to the dining table, bowing respectfully before departing with the staff. The individual who had first inquired about Hall now stood, a grin spreading across his face. "These are the finest ingredients I have gathered from across the globe. Such delicacies are typically reserved for the elders, yet tonight I present them for your enjoyment." As he opened the coffin, it revealed a soft bed of swan feathers, within which lay stunning young women of various skin tones. These maidens, intoxicated by potent spirits, gazed vacantly, blissfully unaware that they had become the evening's feast. The vampires, entranced by the exquisite spread before them, inhaled deeply, savoring the intoxicating aroma of blood laced with the scent of alcohol. Even Hall found himself unable to look away. The primal desires awakened by the sight of such opulent fare. The supporter, suppressing the desires of his heart, spoke slowly. "These provisions are my way of apologizing to you all. My previous oversight allowed some vampire hunters to set their sights on this city, causing you all trouble." "A vampire?" Impatient, retorted, "A mere handful of those who can only hunt the lowest tier bloodkin need not warrant such an apology." The host smiled, aware that his efforts had not been in vain. It is worth noting that his previous negligence had drawn the attention of several major organizations to this city, including the elite human espionage agency, SHIELD. However, considering this individual's remarks, it seemed there was no cause for alarm. Observing the eager demeanor of these creatures, he chose not to elaborate further and announced the commencement of the feast. At this, the vampires could hardly contain themselves. The green light in their eyes seemed ready to burst forth as they lunged towards the delectable dishes before them. Yet, a sudden voice interrupted. "Goodness," while others wished to consume them. "You seem intent on devouring them." Speaking a joke in a foreign tongue, Loki found himself chuckling. Several vampires restrained their primal urges, cautiously regarding the unexpected newcomer. "Steward?" The host called out loudly, and the grand doors were thrust open. The steward peered inside briefly before leading a throng of servants into the room. "Who are you?" the steward commanded, directing the servants to encircle Loki. Loki observed as these beings gradually revealed their true forms and counted them. With so many mid-tier vampires present, it seemed a lucrative opportunity awaited him. Standing atop the table, he addressed those few hidden behind others. "What tier of vampires do you belong to? Pray, reveal your numbers." Naturally, the concealed vampires were incensed by his words. The host shouted in response, "You are a wretched vampire hunter, a despicable race, a filthy blood bottle. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Instead of anger, Loki regarded him with interest, noting that this particular one likely held significant influence. He could capture him later and inquire about any intelligence. The host, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, was inexplicably filled with dread and ordered the steward to eliminate this oblivious vampire hunter while he and his companions retreated toward the exit. "Since you have come this far, do not leave," Loki called out, seemingly oblivious to the advancing vampires as he applauded. He had no ability to snap his fingers, but the gesture of clapping was quite effective. A group of ninjas suddenly appeared, merging with the shadows, their red eyes the only feature visible. "Your food has yet to be savored. Why do you wish to depart?" Lu Qi said, a playful spirit awakening within him. After all, with so many of you, what is there to fear? Lu Qi remarked, I merely have a couple of companions. Clapping once more, a fresh pair of red eyes emerged behind him. Ah, now the numbers are even, Lu Qi nodded. However, being noble vampires, I believe a minimum of 1 to 2 is necessary. Another clap, and yet more eyes appeared. Observing the gradually changing expressions of the vampires, Lu Qi continued, it appears that among you, there are a few formidable characters who are not to be underestimated. I believe that a 2-on-1 scenario is insufficient. Let us invite a few more participants. He clapped his hands, yet no movement ensued from behind him. Noticing the astonished vampires, Lu Qi shook his head and shrugged, proclaiming, there's only so much space behind me. How could there possibly be so many? Gazing at the vampires who had just exhaled in relief, Lu Qi chuckled, my spatial constraints do not limit your own. Some of the vampires swiftly reacted and turned, only to discover countless pairs of eyes appearing within the hall. The encirclement transformed into a counter-encirclement, prompting the butler to command the vampires to protect the formidable individuals and break through the ranks. However, the shadow ninjas would not grant them their wish. Glimmers of cold light sliced through the air towards the vampires. Despite these vampires being several times stronger than ordinary ones, they were still cut down by the multitude of ninjas. As the butler witnessed his subordinates being swiftly eliminated, he let out a fierce roar, his body suddenly swelling into that of a small giant. Yet, a larger giant abruptly appeared before him. Why the loud outcry? Lu Qi remarked, nonchalantly flicking his finger at his ear, as the troll warrior unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the butler was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Yelling at such volume, yet unable to withstand a single punch. What a farce, Lu Qi lamented, shaking his head in exasperation at the vampire's lack of intelligence. What is the purpose of you assassins shouting to enhance your battle aura and transform? Is agility not your forte? You should be darting around. In this manner, you won't even secure a single assist. Observing the butler's still rising chest, Lu Qi knew he had not perished. Commanding the ninjas to bind him while he surveyed the last remaining standing vampires. We shall fight to the end, the leader declared, unexpectedly transforming and bellowing. The others soon followed suit, each morphing into their own small giants. Lu Qi nodded, realizing that transformation was a skill reserved for high-ranking vampires. Otherwise, those lesser beings would not have been so easily dispatched. Now, Lu Qi had a clearer understanding of the vampire's strength. Ordinary vampires were akin to a group singing joyously, possessing only double the strength of a human. The higher-ups among them, the low-tier vampires, had quadruple human strength. The recent group of lesser warriors, being mid-tier vampires, likely possessed 8 times human strength. These high-tier formidable characters, prior to transformation, probably boasted 10 times the strength, and post-transformation, reached a staggering 20 times. Yet, their lack of intelligence proved fatal as they watched the troll warrior deliver a punch without evasion, resulting in their demise. Intelligence is beyond hope, Lu Qi sighed. Yet these high-tier beings still held potential. Recognizing their advantages, they transformed into fleeting shadows within the hall. After some contemplation, Lu Qi decided to release 300 shadow ninjas to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with these creatures. With these ninjas, who matched their speed, the vampires found themselves under immense pressure. However, the hall had been constructed without consideration for sunlight, leaving not a single window, making escape impossible. As he observed the door secured by numerous ninjas, Hall pondered strategies in his mind. Observing his fleeing companions, Hall shouted, these ninjas lack blood. They are not human at all. It would be more effective to eliminate that individual, as these ninjas may simply vanish. Hall's frantic cries, however, masked his subconscious realization of the truth behind the events. Noticing the cunning among the vampires, Lu Qi cautiously prepared to stealthily make his escape toward the door. After all, he reasoned, if he could dash outside, the ninjas would be left to deal with the repercussions. Upon hearing Hall's declaration, the vampires perked up, exchanging knowing glances before suddenly lunging towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi swiftly maneuvered towards the exit, reaching it in the blink of an eye. His speed was so astonishingly rapid that it seemed akin to teleportation, though his reaction time struggled to keep pace. Yet with foresight, he managed to arrive precisely at his destination. Wait, was that predicted? Lu Qi gasped, as 600 points of dark energy surged into his hand, propelling a powerful punch forward. Hall, taken aback by Lu Qi's sudden appearance, was equally startled by the unhesitating strike aimed at him. Could he have anticipated my escape? Hall's mind raced, but the moment for retreat had passed. He could only press forward. The two collided fiercely, sending Lu Qi hurtling backward, shattering the door and crashing to the ground. The vampire, too, was not unscathed. The force of their impact inflicted internal injuries upon him, as he was subsequently struck down by the pursuing ninjas. Meanwhile, the Forsaken companions found themselves encircled by a legion of ninjas, swiftly apprehended. "Damn you all! How dare you deceive me?" The host bellowed in fury. The betrayal by his own kind stung more deeply than capture by others. Hall writhed on the ground, indifferent to the host's outburst. Lu Qi, appearing unfazed, stood over Hall, casting a fierce glare in his direction. He approached and forcefully stomped on Hall's chest, delivering several vicious kicks. Surprisingly, it was the host who reveled in Hall's punishment, and this sight sparked an idea in Lu Qi's mind. "Hey, you there! If you reveal the location of the vampire stronghold in this city, I will hand this fellow over to you for your disposal. What do you say?" Despite the pain, Hall remained untroubled, knowing that his captors had questions for him. As long as he kept his lips sealed, he might still have a sliver of hope. However, Lu Qi's sudden shift in focus toward the host caused Hall's heart to skip a beat. Meeting the furious gaze of the host, a chill ran down Hall's spine, and he nodded vigorously in response. Half an hour later, Lu Qi emerged from the hotel, now thoroughly cleansed of its vampire inhabitants, except for the host, whom he had spared in accordance with his promise. Observing the subservient host, Lu Qi shackled him with a heavy iron chain, leading him like a dog. The host, unable to voice his indignation, trudged ahead, lost in his thoughts. After placing a call to Coulson to clean up the aftermath, Lu Qi efficiently guided the host as they eradicated the remaining vampires within the entire descent base. The following day, as the sun rose, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction watching the host reduced to ashes. During the previous night, he had amassed a staggering $8 million, $5 million of which came from high-ranking vampires, while the rest was accumulated from weaker ones. With a significant fortune in hand, Lu Qi glanced back at the revitalized Luoshan base, filled with a sense of accomplishment as he departed, intending to explore other cities and discover the extent of the vampire presence in this decaying realm. As for Coulson, he was likely still scurrying throughout the city, clearing Lu Qi's name. Chapter 34, The Final Wish. On a certain evening 6 months later, Lu Qi commanded a group of ninja warriors to surround a bar. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Pepper Potts calling. Lu Qi gestured for the ninjas to initiate their attack, while he stepped aside to take the call. "Hey Potts, long time no see." "Hey Lu Qi, it's been ages. Where are you off to?" Lu Qi glanced at the bar, which was beginning to get rowdy, and replied, "My bye. All right, I hope I'm not interrupting anything." "Not all, what is up?" Lu Qi felt puzzled. 6 months prior, he had mentioned to Tony that he was going on a trip, and since then, he had been traversing the entirety of Lighthouse Country to earn some extra cash. While immersing himself in the diverse cultures of various cities, he had also been diligently clearing out darkness, sharing images of exquisite cuisine and breathtaking scenery, thereby garnering quite a following. Several vendors had reached out, interested in potential collaborations. With both his main and side ventures flourishing, Lu Qi was in high spirits. Though he lamented that all dark dimensions had been thoroughly explored, the spatial observation capabilities at Camartage were not particularly robust, and he had yet to discover new dark dimensions, resulting in a prolonged absence of energy influx. His Shadow Legion remained stagnant at 40 squads, with no recent celebrations to speak of. "Have you changed?" Lu Qi mused. "So, has the new storyline finally begun?" He had been eagerly anticipating this narrative, initially expecting it to commence within a few weeks, yet had taken 6 months to unfold. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the bar, flames licking the sky. "My God, Lu Qi, what is happening over there? Is there an explosion?" Pepper exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm at a beach party, and one of the guys set off an enormous firework." "Really?" Pepper replied skeptically. "But you just said you were at a bar." "Absolutely. The bar is right on the beach, and they attract customers with a spectacular fireworks display." Lu Qi surveyed the chaos, noticing a throng of vampires launching a fierce assault on the surviving ninjas amidst the explosion. "Is that so? What do I feel like those sounds resemble? Gunfire? You must be mistaken. I assure you, it's just an extravagant fireworks show. I feel like my camera-ass memory is nearly full." Lu Qi summoned the shadow ninjas once more, directing them to engage the vampires. This performance must be truly astonishing, given the sheer volume of fireworks being launched. As Pepper listened to the incessant sounds emanating from her phone, she pondered the nature of the fireworks, questioning why they bore such a resemblance to gunfire. Could this truly be considered a hallmark of the event? Indeed, the performance was nothing short of spectacular, and the crowd was utterly elated. Lu Qi observed as a vampire was pierced through the heart, delivering a fatal blow that reduced it to a cloud of ash. Once the battle concluded, Lu Qi noticed the uninvited Coulson waving at him. He spoke into the phone one last time, assuring, "Don't worry, I'll be there to meet Tony shortly. I just need to take a few pictures first. This building isn't particularly tall, just a few stories. So it's nothing for me." As Lu Qi ventured into the alley, Coulson sighed in relief. He had just received orders from the director to halt Lu Qi's relentless pursuit of vampires for over the past few months. Lu Qi had eradicated all vampires from 16 cities, not to mention the nearly 50 high-ranking vampires that had fallen to his hand. The vampire elders had begun to protest, and if this continued, outright war would ensue. Coulson was uncertain how to prevent Lu Qi from continuing his vampire hunt. He had been trailing this harbinger of death throughout America, primarily to clean up after him or keep him under surveillance. Since the first battle, SHIELD had gathered extensive intelligence on Lu Qi's capabilities. With Lu Qi's past record shredded, Coulson was commanded by Director Fury to maintain a close watch on him, ensuring he remained under control. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Coulson sent a message to Fury and began directing agents to clear the battlefield. If the media caught wind of this, who knew what chaos might ensue? "Do you wish for a ceasefire?" Fury inquired, gazing at the vampire elders with a grave expression. The specter of silence lingered before one elder finally nodded. "Leave this country. That is my demand. Otherwise, I cannot command a civilian vampire hunter." The elder clenched his fists in fury, recalling how SHIELD operatives had shadowed that individual for months, only to now claim he was not one of their own. Was this a deception? Yet, there was little recourse. That individual was undeniably formidable, and should this continue, it would inevitably lead to confrontation. If not for the need to coerce this imbecile with the threat of war, he would have no means to stop that rogue. Meanwhile, Pepper regarded her disconnected phone with a resigned shake of her head. After collecting her thoughts, she grasped the thick files in her hands and made her way downstairs to seek out Tony. Moments later, a portal materialized before her. Recording deleted. "Hello, Mr. Lu Qi. It has been a while." Jarvis's voice resonated from the corner speaker. Lu Qi gave a thumbs up to the camera, replying, "Jarvis, you seem to be becoming increasingly intelligent. You even know how to greet me now." The camera adjusted slightly. "Mr. Stark designed a new language module and emotional module for me. All credit goes to him. I shall certainly inform him of your praise," Lu Qi said, dashing downstairs, where he soon spotted two individuals opening champagne. He tapped on the glass and called out, "Am I arriving at an opportune moment?" However, due to the excellent soundproofing of the glass, his voice went unheard, yet it successfully captured the attention of the two. "Your timing is indeed quite unfortunate." Tony helplessly grimaced, for he was not so foolish as to speak before Lu Qi entered the room with the password. "I truly apologize, but it is rather disheartening to celebrate without my presence," he remarked. As Lu Qi approached, he quickly recoiled, covering his nose. "My heavens, Tony, what on earth have you consumed? The odor is unbearable." Pepper nodded silently, pinching her nose. "Well, I imbibed some chlorophyll juice to replenish the nutrients I've been lacking lately. I recommend you have a glass, as well to bolster your health," Tony replied with resignation, believing no one would notice his peculiar choice. "I had no idea that concoction could enhance one's vitality," Lu Qi said, still pinching his nose. "Come on, the scent can't be that intolerable," Tony retorted, moving closer to him. "Stay away, don't come any closer. I cannot fathom how Pepper endures this," Lu Qi exclaimed, retreating in a frenzy. The two began to chase each other around the garage, while Pepper shook her head at the sight of the two boys, who collectively appeared no older than 10. Soon, she ascended, having just assumed the role of CEO. She needed to address the backlog of thousands of matters plaguing Stark Industries and finalize her promotion paperwork. Meanwhile, Lu Qi and Tony exchanged silent glances in the basement. "You make me feel rather endangered, considering your physical prowess far exceeds mine," Tony broke the silence. "To be precise, it is several times greater, more than tenfold, especially given that one individual spends all their time cooped up indoors without exercising. That number might even need to be adjusted upwards." Lu Qi crossed his arms and surveyed the garage until he spotted the juicer in the corner. "But rest assured, my preference lies with women, not with men who drink unidentifiable liquids." While Tony was relieved to hear he posed no threat, he felt it necessary to clarify that figure should be diminished. "As I've been working out recently, my home is quite spacious. I've even set up a gym." He maintained a composed demeanor, feigning calmness. Turning away, Lu Qi remarked, "I recently traveled and undertook some cleansing work. I've been eradicating the vampires hidden within this nation." Lu Qi stated with seriousness, "Well, I do recall you serving as a security consultant for that organization. You might indeed have dealt with some of those leeches draining taxpayers. Tony began, but was interrupted by Lu Qi. Real vampires, the blood-sucking kind, Tony. I cannot believe you have not noticed. Tony met Lu Qi's gaze but quickly averted his eyes out of guilt. Recently, he had been tracking Lu Qi's movements and had indeed stumbled upon hints indicating the existence of such beings in this world. Well, I have heard whispers and am aware of their existence, but shouldn't this be classified information? Is it wise to speak of it so openly? Tony, Lu Qi paused. I shall not deceive my friends, nor do I wish for my friends to deceive me. What on earth has transpired with you? Tony turned to face Lu Qi, locking eyes for a moment before helplessly tugging at his clothing. This is utterly revolting. Lu Qi gazed at the violet patterns surrounding Tony's reactor. Observing the gradual deterioration of Tony's complexion, Lu Qi approached and placed a hand upon the reactor, allowing dark energy to seep into Tony's body. Although Lu Qi's dark energy was incapable of healing anyone but himself, it could interact with other energies and substances to extinguish them. Tony sensed something infiltrating his being but refrained from any impulsive movements, permitting Lu Qi to continue his actions. Well, this is the first time a man has entered my body. Quite an unpleasant experience, Tony remarked, placing a hand on his chest, feeling considerably better. What did you do? He inquired, lifting his shirt to discover the violet patterns on his chest had vanished. My heavens, you saved me. Had I known, I would have sought your help sooner. Tony laughed heartily. Lu Qi shook his head in exasperation. I merely eliminated the toxins within you. As long as this bulb remains in your body, you will continue to be tormented by these toxins. Tony paused. He was no fool. His earlier elation had momentarily clouded his judgment, but upon regaining his composure, he recognized that Lu Qi was speaking the truth. Lu Qi, unwilling to let Tony resign himself to his fate, stated, I have already confronted those individuals, and I cannot guarantee my survival against their retaliation. You must heal yourself. Only then can you assist me. Are you asking for help? Tony raised an eyebrow. Indeed. I am seeking the assistance of the most brilliant Tony Stark in history, Lu Qi replied. My goodness, you actually complimented me. Tony exclaimed in surprise. Jarvis, make sure to save this video to my cloud server. I must relish this moment later. We can discuss admiration later. Do you have any means to save yourself? Tony suddenly fell silent. I have experimented with every element on Earth, yet none can replace palladium. Observing Tony's somber expression, Lu Qi contemplated for a moment. Don't lose hope. You are the most formidable scientist. Why not take a stroll outside? A fellow was struck by an apple and discovered gravity. Perhaps you are merely lacking a spark of inspiration, and who knows what might strike you. Seeing Tony reluctant to move, Lu Qi continued, at the very least, you could fulfill all your desires. That way, you could depart in peace, could you not? Tony glanced up at Lu Qi. All right, you have persuaded me. But you mustn't escape afterward. I want to indulge in my wishes first. Chapter 35, Genius. From the following day onward, Lu Qi found himself whisked away by Tony, who insisted on fulfilling what he termed his last wishes. However, from Lu Qi's perspective, Tony appeared to be rather impulsive. One day, they were fishing for sharks at sea. The next, they were parachuting from an altitude of 8,000 feet. A week later, Lu Qi and Tony lay on a yacht, Tony having whimsically decided to sunbathe to achieve a healthy tan. Yet, Lu Qi suspected that the following day, this individual would rush to lighten his skin. Such vanity. Tony held a tablet, observing the surveillance footage. It appears your shadow army is coordinating well with those construction workers, Tony remarked, turning to Lu Qi. Lu Qi glanced at the tablet in his hand, noting that his shadow army had been commandeered by this individual to assist in constructing the Stark Industrial Expo. It was solely because this fellow wished to revive the Stark Expo, claiming that time was of the essence, insisting that his ninjas and trolls be dispatched to labor. The Dagger soldiers, fortunately, were not required in large numbers, as they were ill-suited for manual work. Having them tread upon the expo grounds would surely create a veritable minefield of craters. The strength of these creatures was indeed remarkable. Tony observed several trolls effortlessly lifting a massive steel sphere and placing it within a circular frame, expressing his astonishment. Their might was comparable to that of the Hulk. Assigning them the task of moving heavy objects was truly a challenge, yet could be deemed a challenge for them. Tony set aside the tablet, recognizing this as a shrewd utilization of resources. That nefarious capitalist could very well hang you from the newly erected streetlights. Tony resolved not to engage in a battle of wits with this individual, for angering him could indeed result in being strung up from a lamppost. As for how he knew this, it was because just a few days prior, when he attempted to assist Lu Qi in finding a few ladies, he had found himself suspended upside down on a balcony for an entire night. Why would Lu Qi refuse? because this fellow exhibited a mild case of face blindness, showing no interest in those women, insisting on an appreciation for inner beauty. However, Tony was more inclined to believe that this guy simply lacked the requisite appeal. Yet, voicing such sentiments could result in being baited like a shark on a fishing line. Lucci shook his head and flipped through the tablet, discovering that the Expo construction site was teeming with journalists today. When the Shadow Army had first appeared on the site, it had drawn countless gazes, with reporters swarming like sharks, sensing blood, nearly outnumbering the workers. To ensure the smooth progression of the project, Tony had instructed Pepper to expel the journalists, permitting only one team from each publication to report. Consequently, even before the expo commenced, it had already captured significant attention. According to Pepper, Stark Industries had received a multitude of exhibition applications recently, leading Lucci to suspect that this individual was deliberately enlisting his Shadow Army as assistants. After all, with his ample wealth, could he not afford to hire a plethora of construction workers? Thanks to the involvement of the Shadow Army, the pace of the expo's construction had significantly accelerated, considering there were no towering structures, the tallest being the main exhibition hall and the ecological garden. After reviewing the construction progress, Tony turned over to sunbathe his back, striving for an even tan. However, to Lucci's eyes, it resembled the act of flipping meat while cooking to avoid burning. Lucci also assessed the progress, noting that the majority of the structures within the expo grounds had been completed, with only landscaping and decoration remaining. In a few days, it was anticipated that the expo would be ready to commence, aligning with the timing of the previous event. As Lucci observed Tony, savoring a sip of red wine with delight, he suddenly spoke up. Tony coughed a few times, glancing at Lucci as if he were a piece of overcooked meat. That issue within me has yet to be resolved, and I certainly do not wish to pass that on to Pepper. Lucci raised a middle finger. Is that all that occupies your mind? Scoundrel. Observing Tony's bewildered expression, Lucci inquired, have you never been in love? Have you merely been focused on work without engaging in any emotional connections? Tony cleared his throat, retorting, are you questioning the prowess of a seasoned genius? I am doubting a notorious heartthrob, Lucci replied. A day later, Tony made a long-awaited visit to Stark Industries. Entering the CEO's office, Pepper Potts was on the phone, appearing quite occupied. Tony coughed twice to announce his presence. Pepper glanced at him, gesturing for him to wait a moment. Bored, Tony seated himself at the desk, watching a perpetual motion ornament sway incessantly. As Pepper remained tied up on the phone, Tony, feeling a sense of helplessness, glanced at the ornament before grabbing a data cable to haphazardly secure it, using several boxes to obstruct its movement. Pepper, noticing his antics, smiled softly before concluding her conversation. What brings you here so unexpectedly? She asked. Tony hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Damn Lucci for thrusting him into this situation without giving him a moment to prepare. Tony, what do you wish to discuss? I'm quite busy. Stark Industries is gearing up for an expo, and there's a mountain of tasks to tackle. For Pepper, her role as CEO was a testament to Tony's trust and closeness, and she was determined to excel in her position. She hadn't taken a break in ages, but remained full of vigor. So, do you have time tomorrow? Tony ventured. Pepper gave him a curious look before glancing at her schedule. Well, I have a multitude of tasks to attend to, especially with the expo looming. What's the matter? Tony thought of someone waiting outside, refusing to let him leave unless he took Pepper out of the office, and steeled himself to continue. I was thinking perhaps I could show you the progress of the expo's construction tomorrow. He stammered. Just the two of us. Pepper paused, puzzled as to why they couldn't simply check the progress on a tablet. However, upon hearing the latter part of his invitation, she quickly grasped Tony's underlying intention. A date invitation? She teased. It's more of a work-related outing, Tony replied, his own confusion evident. Pepper shook her head, amused. Tony, I'm delighted that you would suggest this, but let's not have our first date at a construction site, shall we? How about at the Long Island Villa? Just the two of us, with no one else around, not even J.A.R.V.S. We could do anything there. Understanding that Tony would never propose such an idea on his own, and recognizing that someone had likely nudged him in this direction, Pepper felt a sense of satisfaction. Silently thanking that person, she eagerly accepted the invitation. Is this too soon? Tony wondered, momentarily thrown off balance. He had hoped to experience the sweetness of romance that Lucci had described so vividly, despite the fact that Lucci had little personal experience to draw upon. Little Pepper cast an eye at him, suggesting a delightful lunch, followed by a movie in the afternoon and a candlelit dinner in the evening, a classic combination for a date. Tony awkwardly chuckled, but as he listened to Little Pepper's descriptions, he found the idea quite appealing. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Tony's cheek. smiling as she added, "Of course, if you have any brilliant ideas, feel free to share or surprise me." She then mentioned having much to attend to and bid him farewell, asking him to convey her thanks to Loki. Why thank Loki? Tony, still floating from the kiss, had completely missed Little Pepper's earlier words. She shook her head in mild exasperation. Outside, Loki, possessing remarkable hearing, had overheard their conversation and wore a knowing smile before composing his expression. He knocked on the door, saying, "Tony, I think we can leave now." Upon entering, he found Little Pepper already engrossed in her work, while Tony sat there like a fool. Loki shook his head, gently nudging Tony out under Little Pepper's grateful gaze. Once outside, Loki put his arm around Tony. "You performed remarkably today, you genius." Chapter 36, The Abomination of Mutation. The next day, Bozy, after a long while, did not visit Stark Industries, and Loki departed from the Long Island villa. After wandering about for a day, Loki took out his phone in a plaza. "Garvix. Are you certain you cannot see inside the Long Island villa? Apologies, Mr. Loki, but Mr. Stark has an important appointment today, and he requested not to be disturbed. I have also been deemed a person." "That joke isn't very amusing," Loki remarked, shaking his head. He hoped everything proceeded smoothly. After all, he had spent half the day with Tony, utilizing all his experiences from romantic anime. Gazing at the starry sky, Loki began to daydream while observing the pedestrians on the street. Tony should be capable. In the original storyline, he succeeded, though he wondered if he would hit a home run. This morning, he had even taken the time to detoxify Tony before leaving. A mischievous grin spread across his face when suddenly his phone rang. Looking at the screen, Loki saw it was a call from Coulson. As soon as he answered, Coulson's anxious voice rushed through. "Advisor Loki, there's a yellow monster wreaking havoc on Broadway Street." Loki was taken aback. Had he not dispatched shadow ninjas to monitor that Samuel? Why was the abomination still appearing? "Can you come help?" Coulson urged. "I'll call Iron Man to assist as well." Loki quickly replied, "He's tied up with urgent matters today. I can handle this alone." Although Coulson certainly couldn't reach Tony, he feared disrupting Tony's promising endeavor. Observing the chaotic crowd not far away, Loki furrowed his brow. Logically, those ninjas should have been able to neutralize the abomination, which had absorbed the Hulk's blood. Why had it still manifested? Calculating the distance, Loki decided to stealthily approach, careful not to move too quickly and miss the situation. His speed was quite extraordinary now. Arriving at Broadway Street, Loki spotted a yellow figure rampaging through the surroundings with reckless abandon. The shadow ninjas dispatched by Loki engaged the abomination, skillfully preventing it from harming innocent civilians. Nevertheless, some unfortunate souls fell victim to accidental injuries inflicted by the creature. Observing the fallen, Loki furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, he summoned the Shadow Legion. A cadre of ninjas materialized amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, nimbly leaping over the chaotic throng towards the towering giant. From a vantage point above the battlefield, Loki watched as the multitude of ninjas swiftly evacuated the crowd, allowing him to exhale with relief before turning his attention to the abomination. The creature before him bore little resemblance to the humanoid forms depicted in films. Despite its dismal, feculent hue, it was no longer discernible as a human shape. This monstrosity crawled on all fours, its head grotesquely swaying from a spinal connection, covered in menacing spikes. Resembling an extraterrestrial beast, Loki sensed an oddity, but nevertheless released the Shadow Legion. In an instant, the once deserted street became a flurry of movement. A battalion of ogre warriors encircled the abomination, while other units positioned themselves at strategic corners and atop buildings, effectively trapping the creature. Seemingly diminished in intellect, the abomination roared like a wild beast in response to its numerous adversaries, charging towards the most prominent ogre warriors. The ogres, undeterred, surged forward in ranks, their might rivaling that of the abomination. The creature's spikes viciously pierced one ogre, reducing it to shadow. Having dispatched an ogre, the abomination halted as a throng of ogres rushed forth, encasing it in a formidable grip. Ignoring the risk of injury, these colossal beings seized the creature's limbs, hoisting it high before slamming it down onto the pavement. The concrete shattered under the impact, and the abomination sank into the ground. Yet the ogre's assault was far from over. They transformed into relentless battering rams, their massive fists raining down upon the abomination, each strike eliciting anguished cries from the creature. As Loki observed the stabilizing situation below, a sense of relief washed over him. Although the abomination's strength had increased, his forces were equally formidable. The ogres, leveraging their numerical superiority, subdued the creature, while a perimeter of additional ogres remained outside the fray. Chi casually summoned the ogre that had been swiftly defeated, watching as it launched itself from the rooftop, hurtling down like a meteor towards the abomination. With a resounding crash, the impact drowned out the surrounding clamor. The ordinary people, initially fraught with panic, felt a twinge of sympathy for the yellow monstrosity witnessing this spectacle. Chi, propelled slightly by the force of the blow, understood the magnitude of the strike. The abomination lay still beneath, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he remained uncertain if the creature had been vanquished. Chi decided to have the ogre's attempt to dislodge the spikes from the abomination, believing that if they exerted enough strength, even the Hulk could be pierced. He surmised that these spikes, potentially harder than stone, might indeed be capable of delivering a fatal blow to the creature. Observing the trolls below as they began to engage, Chi summoned the ninja warriors tasked with monitoring Samuel. Through a subtle exchange amid the shadows, Chi learned that upon discovering Banner's presence, they had heeded his command to refrain from action, lest Banner's thoughts linger on vanquishing the Hulk. When the abomination entered, coercing Samuel to inject him with the Hulk's blood, the ninjas swiftly divided into two groups, attacking the two adversaries. Despite the formidable resilience of his spine, it remained unbroken, resulting in the creature being flung backwards into a cabinet filled with blood. The liquid flowed into the abomination's wounds, causing him to convulse in agony. Yet he did not perish. Rather, he grew larger, his skin taking on an increasingly yellow hue. Their attempts to strike him proved futile, as they could merely inflict superficial wounds from which sharp spines erupted. Subsequently, the abomination pursued them relentlessly, while they endeavored to lure him into a deserted area. However, the cacophony of horns and screams drew him to their location. What a convoluted timeline this is. Chi shook his head in exasperation, albeit relieved that the abomination had been momentarily subdued. Just as he contemplated this, a deafening roar erupted from the creature below, prompting Chi to lower his gaze. To his astonishment, the abomination was expanding, more than doubling in size. The troll, who had previously towered over him, now appeared significantly smaller. One troll, grasping a bony protrusion of the abomination, found himself hoisted effortlessly by the ever-enlarging creature, suspended from its form. The abomination's head twisted a full 180 degrees to regard the troll, who attempted to deliver a punch, only to be effortlessly tossed aside and crushed beneath the abomination's foot, vanishing into shadow. How outrageous! Witnessing the abomination dispatch a troll with such ease left Chi in disbelief. The trolls were among the strongest adversaries he had encountered, yet the abomination was now dispatching them with alarming swiftness. This sudden surge in power was hardly a villain's skill, unless one were a grandmaster of a spaceship. Observing the transformed abomination wreaking havoc among the ninjas, Chi urgently commanded all ninjas to engage the monstrous foe. Frowning, he clenched his jaw and crouched down, dark energy radiating from his form. This time, Chi refrained from channeling energy to the shadow realm, instead allowing it to emanate directly from himself. However, much of this dark energy was swiftly diminished by the myriad energies of the material realm, yet it continued to accumulate. He hoped the Shadow Legion could delay the abomination long enough for him to gather his strength. As Chi unleashed the dark energy, he attempted to communicate with the Shadow Realm to draw upon its power, but sensed an obstruction to his efforts. Odd, this was something he had managed in Kamar Taj. Realizing the source of his impediment, the magical array established by Kamar Taj, Chi focused on emanating dark energy, abandoning his attempts to connect with the Shadow Realm. Absurd. Even Dormammu could not breach this magical barrier with dark energy. What right did he have to try? Meanwhile, on a nearby helicopter, Banner gazed down at the chaos unfolding below, where the Shadow Legion was being mercilessly decimated, his brow furrowing in concern. They could never eliminate that individual. Once he lost interest in them, he would simply venture elsewhere. Only I possessed the ability to thwart him. As he sensed the energy of hatred coursing through his veins, Banner felt an awareness within him seething with anger, infuriated that a thief had pilfered his strength. Indeed, you have not vanished, he murmured. Betty did not hear the latter part of Banner's utterance and leapt forward to embrace him. Bruce, don't go. You have been healed. General Ross, watching intently, subtly grasped the handgun at his waist. However, Banner quickly pushed Betty away, offering her a resolute smile before collapsing backward. Bruce, Betty cried out in despair, rushing to the edge of the helicopter as Ross hurried to restrain her. A crashing thud echoed as something heavy struck the ground, yet there was no immediate sign of emergence. No, Bruce. Bruce. Just as Ross intended to comfort his daughter, he heard her exclamation of surprise. Leaning out, He beheld a green giant emerging from a pit, charging towards the abomination. What a calamity that lingers for millennia. Hulk cast a glance at the helicopter above before sprinting towards the distant thief. He could feel the power within the opposing body that originated from him, yet at present, that power was suppressed by some concoction, rendering it ineffective. Yet, Hulk had no other thoughts. He solely desired to vanquish that thief. Amidst the fray of ninjas, the abomination seemed to sense something, lifting its head to behold the approaching green figure. An inexplicable emotion surged within, compelling it to disregard those bothersome, seemingly immortal foes, and rush towards Hulk. The two figures collided with a tremendous force, producing a shockwave capable of obliterating a man. Concurrently, a green silhouette was sent soaring. This was not the original abomination. As a reinforced version, its size was threefold that of Hulk, and its strength vastly superior. Nevertheless, Hulk rose, taking a moment to collect himself, feeling his power constrained excessively, which fueled his anger, causing his internal strength to increase slightly, albeit rendering his already limited intellect null. Let's get this over with. How tiresome. Observing the abomination break through the encirclement to engage Hulk, Lu Chi felt a headache coming on. After painstakingly diverting the abomination's attention, he implored Hulk not to disrupt matters further. He directed the Shadow Legion to swiftly rescue those ensnared around them while he continued to gather his strength. The abomination, now feeling no less formidable than the Dimensional Lord it had previously battled, realized it needed to conserve energy to deliver a decisive blow. The two colossal figures clashed repeatedly, producing deafening booms and even visible shockwaves. Hulk, growing more emboldened with each encounter, was repeatedly sent flying, their battleground shifting incessantly. The abomination relentlessly assaulted the diminutive green creature before it. Despite the loss of intellect, it retained a profound impression of that verdant figure. Meanwhile, Lu Chi orchestrated the evacuation of ordinary civilians caught in the conflict, for otherwise they would surely perish. The battle ensued, entangled for an extended duration, until at last, the abomination grew weary of this adversary, deeming it less resilient than those ninjas. As the Hulk charged once more, the abomination swiftly pressed him down to the ground. Hulk struggled mightily, yet to the abomination, his resistance was akin to that of a child. The abomination's spine bent forward, and he scrutinized the Hulk closely, only to be struck with a powerful punch by the Hulk due to their proximity. A guttural roar erupted from his chest, devoid of a neck. He could only emit this meaningless bellow. Seizing the opportunity, the Hulk broke free from his suppression, lunging at the abomination and fiercely gripping his spine, attempting to pull it outward. Perhaps this was the abomination's vulnerable point. The abomination, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, let out a deafening roar as he crashed into one building after another, desperately trying to shake off the Hulk, resulting in the collapse of numerous structures. Clouds of dust filled the air, burying countless individuals beneath the fallen debris, their cries echoing in despair. Within a concealed chamber, Fury observed the unfolding battle and, after careful assessment, concluded that conventional weaponry would be ineffective against the abomination. The question arose, should he utilize a cough or this? Fury silently contemplated the communicator in his hand. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy was detected and appeared on the screen. Enough. At last, Lu Chi completed his charge, gathering hundreds of thousands. Nearly 1 million units of energy around his body, transforming into the form of a dimensional demon. Dark energy surged around him as he ascended, gazing at the billowing clouds of dust in the distance before pursuing it directly. Extending his hand, the dark energy coalesced into a long spear. With a mighty shout, Lu Chi propelled the dark energy toward the fleeing abomination. Stop! Just as the abomination was wreaking havoc with the Hulk in tow, a voice imbued with a unique energy wave resonated, momentarily stunning him. In the next instant, a figure appeared before him, a black spear piercing through his defenses and embedding itself in his body. Lu Chi, without a moment's hesitation, dissipated the dark energy that had formed the spear. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of dark energies erupted within the abomination's body, flowing through him and directly suppressing the gamma energy contained within. The seemingly invincible abomination collapsed, and the Hulk tumbled to the ground. Angrily rising, the Hulk turned to face the abomination, only to discover a diminutive figure standing atop the abomination's body, surrounded by swirling dark energies that flowed into him. The abomination emitted a roar that, while similar to his previous ones, now conveyed immense suffering. The Hulk, once filled with rage, felt an inexplicable fear as he beheld Lu Chi, unnerved by the energy pulsating around him. Lu Qi, puzzled, watched as the Hulk retreated. He had anticipated a confrontation and had even summoned the troll troops, only to find the Hulk departing instead. The Abomination, sensing the presence of another atop him, struggled violently to rise, but the dark energies within him wreaked havoc, corroding his muscles and leaving him to issue futile roars. Cells disintegrated under the assault of the dark energy, leaving only the gamma energy lurking deep within the remnants of his cells. Gamma energy surged forth from countless cells, colliding with Lu Qi's dark energy, resulting in mutual annihilation. Meanwhile, another battle raged within the body of the Abomination. However, under the relentless supply of energy from Lu Qi, the gamma energy gradually succumbed, ultimately being completely obliterated by the dark energy. With the last vestiges of gamma energy extinguished, the Abomination vanished without a trace, as its genetic structure had already begun to collapse following a series of modifications. The unexpected infusion of gamma energy had allowed it to persist, albeit under its influence. Once the gamma energy was eradicated, the Abomination's body lost the power that sustained its existence, leading to its immediate disappearance. How splendid! The ashes were scattered, preventing any nefarious intentions from arising. Lu Qi exhaled in relief, surprised to discover such utility in gamma energy, finding it somewhat reminiscent of dark energy. But wait, let us hope there isn't another gamma dimension. After the fierce battle concluded, Lu Qi felt a sense of ease, allowing his mind to wander for a moment. Gamma energy was indeed formidable, capable of creating monsters akin to the Hulk, and even the Abomination, who had stolen the Hulk's powers, was exceedingly powerful. Compared to the original narrative, the Abomination, having acquired more blood, was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in harnessing the energy from the dark dimension to defeat it. With a sigh of relief, Lu Qi stretched his sore body. All the dark energy within him had been channeled into the Abomination, leaving no energy for his recovery. Thankfully, energy could regenerate, so he was not overly concerned. Wait a moment, has all my dark energy been depleted? Suddenly, Lu Qi recalled that the cloak and mask he used to conceal his identity were composed of gathered dark energy. Damn! The little dark energy he regained instantly enveloped Lu Qi's face. He approached the journalists and hurled their cameras into the dark dimension. However, one photo was quite commendable. He looked rather striking in it, so he decided to keep it. Ignoring the disheartened reporters, Lu Qi flew away, oblivious to the fact that he had chased the Abomination to a bustling street in Apple City, which was laden with numerous traffic cameras. In a secluded chamber, Fury set down the communicator in his hand, feeling a wave of relief. Reflecting on Lu Qi's performance, he remained silent for an extended period before retrieving a document. Had Lu Qi been present, he would have recognized the Avengers emblem emblazoned upon it. Chapter 37, Steel 2 begins. So, you have exposed yourself in such a manner? Tony gazed at the video of Lu Qi's confrontation with the Abomination on his tablet, his expression one of exasperation as he looked at Lu Qi. There was no choice. That creature nearly turned the tide, and I had to give my all. Lu Qi lay languidly in the chair, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. After his identity was revealed yesterday, a horde of eager internet users swiftly unearthed his personal information. Not only did they uncover his name, but they also divulged his residence and even shared photographs of his daily life. Who knew how those individuals acquired his images? With no other option, he had instructed his ninja to remove the small flowers from the balcony and sought refuge at Tony's place to avoid the spotlight. Well, I certainly did not anticipate you exposing your identity in such a foolish manner, Tony quipped, mocking Lu Qi. Lu Qi silently made an international friendly gesture towards Tony. By the way, how did things progress for you last night? Tony chuckled, recounting a delightful lunch, a splendid movie, and a romantic candlelit dinner. He expressed a hint of frustration, noting that it was Pepper's father who had dropped her off that morning, brandishing a Winchester and declaring he would return to collect his daughter at 8 o'clock. With such a tight schedule, what could he do? He even ended up washing the dishes himself. I thought you would simply discard them. Lu Qi stifled a laugh and continued. It seems you left a rather poor impression on him. I had assumed you would skip the candlelit dinner entirely and reveal your true nature. Tony, somewhat exasperated, asked, Am I really that kind of person in your eyes? Lu Qi nodded without hesitation. Come on, I hold Pepper's personal wishes in high regard, Tony replied slowly. And I think I've begun to understand the feeling you mentioned. It's not too bad. Raising an eyebrow at Lu Qi, he revealed a touch of arrogance in his gaze. Lu Qi felt that the atmosphere had soured. What could be more odious than flaunting affection beside a single person? He rose and walked towards his designated room, intending to water the flowers. Tony called after him. Tonight marks the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo. I plan to make a grand Iron Man-style entrance. Will you join me? No, I fear there may be no news about you by tomorrow if I do. At 8 o'clock, the alarm blared abruptly. Jarvis? Turn off the alarm. Lucci groggily sat up, wondering why he had set this alarm in the first place. Your note reads, attend the Stark Expo opening ceremony. Oh, Lucci remembered. Show me. A projection appeared on the wall, showcasing the commencement of the Stark Expo. Watching Tony descend onto the stage in his armor, causing a stir among the audience, he began his speech with unmistakable flair. So, this is an Iron Man-style opening? It truly embodies his style. Lucci gazed disapprovingly at Tony's pompous demeanor. Jarvis, what would Tony do if someone angered him? Generally, Sir would gather confidential information or dirt on the individual and either release it or send a lawyer's letter. Oh, Lucci recalled how, in the original storyline, Tony would often retaliate by exposing his adversary's secrets, including those of Hammer, Fury, and even Captain America. Nodding, Lucci retrieved his camera's memory card and placed it on a nearby device. Jarvis, please extract the photos and send them to me. As Lucci smiled at the photos he received on his phone, he recognized these few snapshots as potential blackmail material against Tony. Thus, as the Stark Expo opening ceremony unfolded successfully and Tony basked in his triumph, several images quietly surfaced online. Unbeknownst to Tony, he was only aware of the recent court summons that was vexing him. How far are we from DC? DC? 250 miles. The next afternoon, Lucci was comfortably lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a DC movie, when Tony suddenly burst through the door. How did you come by those photos? Tony exclaimed, exasperated. Earlier that day, after his resounding defeat of Hammer and that rather absurd congressman, he had intended to see how the online world was reacting to his remarkable debate. However, he was dismayed to find that the internet was abuzz with images of him clad in tattered clothing, sporting a bushy beard while forging metal. He had presumed that the individuals who had kidnapped him had not yet been dealt with, and requested Jarvis to trace the source of the images. To his astonishment, Jarvis informed him that the photos had originated from his own establishment. What's the matter? Not fond of them? Lucci chuckled. I thought you might be feeling nostalgic about that time. My goodness, I can already foresee the headlines in tomorrow's. Even tonight's newspapers, Tony lamented, reclining beside Lucci. What can I do? I can't fight back, and it was I who flaunted first. Look on the bright side. Perhaps Pepper will see those photos and rush over to console you. Lucci quipped. No sooner had he spoken than Pepper walked in. Tony, are you here? Lucci peered out in surprise. Pepper really had arrived. Would he become an oversized light bulb? What is the matter, Potts? Tony said, pressing Lucci's head down beneath the sofa and giving him a knowing look, prompting Lucci to retreat into the shadows. I need you, don't worry. It's nothing serious, just a few pictures. Tony feigned indifference. Oh, what pictures? Pepper inquired, puzzled. Not pictures? What pictures? Tony asked, slightly confused. Remember you were going to transfer the CEO position to me? I've begun handling the CEO's responsibilities, but I require a few crucial signatures to fully transfer the position. Otherwise, there are matters I cannot manage. Tony felt a hint of discouragement. All right, just tell me where I need to sign. Pepper greeted him with a smile. Ever since Lucci had lent his support during the last incident, her relationship with him had blossomed from mere acquaintance to friendship, especially since Lucci had provided her with 10 exceptionally strong bodyguards. Don't go just yet. There are some documents that also require your signature. Me? Lucci asked, bemused. What documents need my signature? I'm not even a shareholder of Stark Industries. It pertains to that mobile phone company. Its valuation has now soared to nearly $100 billion. You're the second largest shareholder, and certain documents require your consent before they can be processed. Nearly $100 billion? So, I'm technically a billionaire now? Lucci had not anticipated that the mobile phone company would grow so rapidly. But then again, the difference between a full-screen smartphone and the button phones currently popular in the Marvel Universe was indeed vast, making its popularity quite understandable. Well, it seems neither of us can escape today, Tony remarked with resignation. Let us wait for the legal department to arrive. She will know what documents we need to fill out. All right, Lucci, care to engage in some physical training? I'm quite eager to work out. After a while, Lucci stood holding training equipment, gazing at Tony before him. Why am I the one taking the hits? Because I cannot endure your blows, Tony declared as he swiftly threw a punch, which Lucci effortlessly blocked. Tony, unfazed, continued his assault. Lucci, with a hint of exasperation, gazed at Tony and remarked, if you're merely going to sulk, why not entertain yourself on that treadmill over there? You appear rather lackluster. Casting a glance at the nearby chuckling Happy, he turned to him and said, come here, Happy, join me for some practice. Happy, feeling somewhat helpless, found himself inexplicably tempted to dock Tony's wages. But wait, he was merely a driver. Why would he contemplate penalizing his own boss? Handing the protective gear to Happy, Lucci strutted over to the ever-busy Pepper, who was engrossed in her tablet. "You seem quite occupied," Lucci observed as he watched her fingers dance across the screen. Pepper offered a weary smile. Stark Industries has shuttered its weapons division, and the company is still in disarray. A significant number of researchers and factory workers are protesting, having been laid off. As he reclined on the other side, pouring himself a glass of cola and savoring a sip, he watched Happy spar with Tony. Just as Lucci was on the verge of dozing off, the door swung open, revealing Natasha's entrance. "You've arrived," Pepper smiled as Natasha approached, handing her a stack of documents and explaining how to fill them out. Lucci, stroking his chin, found amusement in observing the renowned Black Widow's roleplay. Natasha, stealing a moment, shot Lucci a threatening glance, to which he nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his intent to behave. Pepper, who had been focused on her work, remained oblivious to Lucci and Natasha's interaction. Once she comprehended how to fill the forms, she handed several documents to Lucci for completion. "Tony, the legal department is here. You need to come and fill out some paperwork." Only then did Tony and Happy notice the additional presence. Unlike the entranced Happy, Tony's vigilance had markedly increased following their exhilarating escapade, causing him to perceive something peculiar about Natasha. "Come up," Tony instructed Natasha, who hesitated momentarily before stepping onto the platform. As he handed Natasha the boxing gloves, Tony moved to Pepper's side. "Who is she?" he inquired. "A new addition to the legal team. Quite capable," Pepper replied. Tony signed a few documents before commencing a search for Natasha's information online, only to discover her impeccable resume. A further search revealed that Natasha had also worked as a model, showcasing numerous photographs. "Tony," Pepper interjected with exasperation. "They've only just gone on their first date. Must you jeopardize their honeymoon phase?" She cast a pleading look towards Lucci, who understood and discreetly closed the webpage. Tony, engrossed in his findings, looked at Lucci in confusion, only to receive a gesture from Lucci that indicated self-preservation. "Well, all right," Tony conceded, feeling a strong gaze upon him, prompting a resigned shrug. Chapter 38, The Whip in the Restroom. "So, why must I accompany you to this racing event?" Lucci lamented to Tony beside him. Tony felt quite helpless. "I initially intended to bring Pepper here. I never wished to accompany a man. Yet, you still managed to provoke Pepper?" Lucci glanced at the journalist, incessantly snapping photos of him, and Tony sighed and lamented that he had hoped to evade these reporters, only to be thrust into the spotlight by Tony, resulting in Pepper's ire. Natasha emerged from the side, handing each of them a badge, signaling them to wear it. Lucci examined the badge, which identified him as a representative of a 67 mobile company. At least he was not merely Tony's sidekick. Lucci nodded. Angrily leaving Natasha behind, Pepper departed and was seldom seen thereafter, only occasionally assigning tasks to Tony through Natasha. Experience taught Tony to avoid angering a woman in a foul mood, so he reluctantly stepped out to face the world again. However, even if given another chance, he would still summon Natasha, as he sensed this woman was far from ordinary and should not be left in Pepper's vicinity. As long as Lucci was with him, his safety was assured, and he had no fear of any ulterior motives from this newcomer. Under Natasha's introduction, Tony greeted several individuals and soon spotted someone he truly wished to avoid. "You carry on. I shall take my leave." Upon seeing Hammer approach, Lucci quietly distanced himself, disliking the ostentatious man, feeling that being around him would only dull his wits. Tony glanced at the departing figure and sighed, as Hammer approached him with a journalist in tow. In a corner, Lucci observed the lively conversation between Hammer and Tony, chuckling softly when Natasha unexpectedly settled before him. "Fury sent you to keep an eye on Tony?" Lucci inquired. "Indeed, theoretically Stark should be deeply affected by the poisoning, yet he appears mentally sound. Did you have a hand in this?" "Yes. After all, as you do not intervene, I cannot simply watch Tony self-destruct. However, my method merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. If you could fully resolve the palladium poisoning, that would be splendid. I would welcome the ease." Natasha nodded, understanding why Tony seemed unusually normal. Lucci engaged in light banter with Natasha, even sharing a few jests about a certain character. While the two enjoyed their conversation, Tony hastily excused himself to the restroom to evade Hammer. Surely, he wouldn't follow him in there. However, Lucci noticed Hammer approaching him directly. "Hello, you are the superhero. The Lord of Shadows, are you not?" To be candid, I had long suspected you were the Lord of Shadows, as you appeared beside Tony immediately after dispatching Ironmonger. "It appears you two are quite good friends?" Lucci looked at Hammer with resignation as he began to ramble. How had this man managed to take over military contracts? Was it simply because he had connections with those individuals? Lucci apologized to Natasha and attempted to slip away to the restroom. Just as he stood up to head towards the restroom, Tony burst out in a panic. Lucci, there's a freak in there. As Tony dashed out, Lucci found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth was happening? A whip of electricity shattered the restroom door, nearly striking Tony. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be waiting on the racetrack? Why was he in the restroom? Lucci hastily summoned several ninja soldiers to escort Tony to a safe location outside. The onlookers, witnessing the emergence of a supervillain, quickly made their escape. Lucci then dispatched additional ninja soldiers to surround the restroom door, intending to trap Ivan Vanko inside. After all, that man was merely armed with formidable weapons. His armor was not particularly impressive, and he could easily be felled with a single punch. As Lucci observed his ninja soldiers morph into shadows, he felt no stirrings of emotion. However, he was taken aback by the whip's extraordinary power, capable of slicing through walls. If it could penetrate super alloys used in the creation of steel armor, its might was indeed substantial. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, lunging toward Lucci. He glanced at the individual's apparatus, puzzled by the audacity of such a direct assault without any defensive gear. Were the bears not obsessed with caliber and armor? This was akin to running naked into battle. Several ninja soldiers emerged, launching a flurry of shurikens. Sensing imminent danger, Vanko swiftly twirled his whip, deflecting the incoming attacks. Were you a gymnast? Lucci marveled at Vanko's dexterity with the whip. Noticing Stock fleeing, Vanko chose not to engage further with Lucci and instead cleaved through the wall, making his escape. Lucci pursued closely, only to discover that Tony had produced a briefcase from seemingly nowhere, standing atop it. The briefcase transformed through a series of intricate mechanisms into a suit of armor. Now clad in his battle suit, Tony regained his confidence, glaring furiously at Vanko and unleashing 2 energy blasts. Yet, Vanko deftly parried the attack with his whip. His whip work is indeed impressive, Lucci remarked to Tony. Indeed, but in his current state, he stands no chance of entering the competition, Tony replied, soon noticing the peculiar bulb on Vanko's chest. Hey freak, what is that on your chest? Vanko glanced down and chuckled. It's something that saved your life. Impossible, Tony exclaimed, agitated. How could his technology fall into someone else's hands? The thrusters beneath his feet ignited, propelling Tony swiftly toward Vanko, but the 2 electric whips ensnared him. Vanko grinned, increasing the energy output, swiftly damaging Tony's already flimsy external armor. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected Tony's trajectory, crashing him down to the ground. Tony? Lucci had anticipated witnessing Tony triumph over Vanko, but he was taken aback by Tony's plight. He quickly sent a swarm of ninjas to attack Vanko. Vanko glanced at the encroaching blades, contemplating releasing Tony, but Tony seized the electric whip, yanking it toward himself and gaining control over Vanko. A flurry of long knives descended upon the helpless Vanko, severing his limbs. Lucci felt a twinge of disappointment. He had intended to eliminate Vanko outright, but Tony's pull had inadvertently spared the villain's vital areas. The whip wielder has been subdued, observing the crowd nearby beginning to take photographs. Lucci relinquished the notion of delivering a finishing blow. Tony approached the fallen whip wielder and forcefully removed the large light affixed to his chest. After a brief examination of the device, he crushed it effortlessly. At that moment, a group of police officers finally mustered the courage to step forward and apprehend the whip wielder. Is everything all right? Lucci pondered, regretting the missed opportunity to eliminate the main antagonist as he gazed at Tony, who appeared lost in thought. Upon removing his helmet, Tony revealed a grave expression. I am in trouble, he stated. Chapter 39, War Machine. In a hospital's intensive care unit, Tony beheld Ivan lying on the bed, having lost a hand and a leg. Your little technology is quite impressive, though its rotation speed leaves much to be desired. As Tony observed Ivan silently regarding him, he found it hard to fathom that this very man had attempted to strike him with 2 whips just hours prior. Lucci entered the room, contemplating whether to simply eliminate Ivan, but he quietly abandoned that notion upon noticing the multitude of surveillance cameras surrounding them. Increase the rotation speed and allow the anti-energy to traverse the ionized plasma channel. It would be extremely beneficial, albeit not very efficient, Tony remarked. Adhering to his usual approach of belittling his adversary in their area of expertise before engaging in conversation. I failed to comprehend. With just a slight adjustment, you could earn quite a fortune from it. Ivan scoffed derisively. You hail from a lineage of robbers and thieves, believing you are not a sinner, wishing to rewrite your history, yet you forget the countless lives lost at the hands of Stark Industries. You accuse me of thievery. From whom did you pilfer your technology? Tony inquired slowly, attempting to glean some information. My father, Anton Vanko. I'm afraid I've never heard of him. A slight provocation ignited Ivan's anger. Your survival is not solely due to the man beside you saving you. It is largely because of my father. I am alive merely because I have a good friend. Ivan's fury intensified, yet he broke into laughter. Tony Stark, do you know that when God bleeds, people cease to believe in him? You claimed your technology would remain unmatched for 2 decades, yet now the false god has bled. Tony's demeanor darkened as he caught sight of the reactor embedded in Ivan's chest, realizing that significant trouble loomed ahead. When blood appears in the water, it attracts sharks. Even your brother cannot rescue you from the world. Ivan cast a glance at the unsuspecting Loki and continued addressing Tony, and all I need to do is watch. Where will you be watching from? Tony retorted, in prison perhaps? Calling out to Loki, he prepared to exit. Tony Stark, your time is running short. Dying from palladium poisoning is quite painful. Tony chuckled. It seems you lack a good friend. Upon leaving the hospital, Loki glanced back at Ivan's room, releasing several shadow ninjas into the dim corners, hoping to find an opportunity to deal with Ivan. Tony silently entered the car, and Loki glanced at Natasha in the driver's seat before joining Tony in the back. The atmosphere on the road was somewhat heavy, as Rhodey had made numerous phone calls. The military was akin to an annoying swarm of flies, intent on surrounding Tony and swallowing him whole. However, Rhodey had leveraged all his connections to fend off these assaults. After exchanging a few words with Rhodey, Tony fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Ivan had emerged from the brink of death, only to be wheeled back into a patient room, where several mechanical limbs were discreetly delivered. The following morning, as Loki enjoyed his breakfast while watching the morning news, he was met with an onslaught of reports attacking Tony. It was not difficult to surmise who had orchestrated these antics. Loki switched between channels, ultimately settling on a show featuring windmills and faux sophistication. While listening to elegant music and relishing a delightful breakfast, Tony soon made his entrance into the living room. The dark circles under his eyes suggested he had spent yet another sleepless night in the laboratory. Is the situation dire? Tony inquired, glancing at the television. All the channels are replaying yesterday's events, except for this one, which is airing what it originally intended. Loki replied with a hint of exasperation. These individuals certainly have a penchant for riding the coattails of controversy. Tony? A voice called from the doorway. It was Pepper, whom he had not seen in a long time. Loki, sensing the tension, took his breakfast to the balcony, leaving the living room to the two awkward souls. It seems I must hasten to find a place to reside, though the Big Apple is off the table. Despite having ascended to the ranks of billionaires, Loki was reluctant to invest in a home destined for destruction. Jarvis, please show me any available properties in the foothills. At Hammer Industries, Ivan sat at an upscale dining table, his missing limbs replaced with high-tech mechanical prosthetics. I hope you enjoy these mechanical arms. They boast advanced technology, Hammer said, revealing a peculiar smile that sent a chill down Ivan's spine. Glancing at the Stark Industries logo that had not been thoroughly wiped off the prosthetics, juxtaposed with the conspicuous Hammer Industries emblem, Ivan regarded the man before him. I don't know if you speak English. You may inform me. And perhaps I can arrange for a translator. Hammer continued in English, observing Ivan's silence. This fellow can't possibly be a fool, but he could be of use. Ivan mused quietly, while Hammer, resembling a simpleton, repeated phrases about resources and money, as if that would somehow enable Ivan to learn English instantly. I believe we can collaborate. Ivan spoke calmly, prompting Hammer to erupt in laughter. Indeed, I hope so as well. Whatever you desire, I can provide, but you must create armor akin to Iron Man's. Ivan, noticing Hammer's naive demeanor, replied, That is acceptable. I want my bird. And the video of the Shadow Lord. Very well, General. I will persuade Stark to relinquish the armor technology, but I hope you won't dispatch tanks to seize it. As far as I know, Tony is an exceedingly arrogant individual. If provoked, he might delete all his data in a fit of rage. Rhodey sat in the car, employing every tactic at his disposal to dissuade the general from the idea of commandeering a tank to seize Tony's armor, and he let out a deep sigh. Recently, the external criticisms aimed at Tony had intensified, and the military was stirring, eager to acquire all the suits. They no longer desired a superhero who merely clocked in and occasionally slacked off. Instead, they envisioned a fully controllable army of armored suits. Gazing at the desolate mansion on Long Island, Rhodey pondered why Tony had not organized one of his typically extravagant birthday celebrations this year. Upon entering the door, he spotted Tony and was about to greet him when a figure suddenly appeared from the side, clamping a hand over his mouth. Rhodey looked over in terror, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist, only to discover it was Loki. With a puzzled glance, Rhodey exchanged looks with Loki, who gestured for him to observe further. Peering again, Rhodey was astonished to find Tony watching a movie with Pepper, specifically a romantic film that he would ordinarily have no interest in. What on earth? Rhodey muttered quietly, baffled at how swiftly their relationship had progressed. Lucci motioned for him to follow, and the two made their way to the lab, which also served as a garage. Although Rhodey was reluctant to disturb Tony, he recalled another reason for his visit, which troubled him greatly. Lucci, however, engaged him in conversation effortlessly. So, if the military cannot possess their own suits, they would resort to taking all of Tony's suits by force? Lucci nodded, grasping the situation. Why not simply take one suit from here? How about the Mark II? It's merely a shell, devoid of any weaponry, and you could easily assemble it. Lucci pointed to a suit of armor and spoke to Rhodey. Is that appropriate? Rhodey questioned as he regarded the silver suit. While it was all in good fun, he had no intention of pilfering Tony's armor. Tony's current suit had already reached its 5th generation, and he was in the process of developing the 6th. This suit was merely decorative to him and served no purpose left in this space. Lucci explained, approaching the display case, which opened automatically. He then hoisted the nearly 1-ton suit and placed it before Rhodey. Why not give it a try? Lucci suggested to Rhodey. When I have idle time, I also don this suit for amusement. Rhodey felt a twinge of temptation, although he was aware that Lucci possessed many peculiar and formidable abilities. It was Tony's high-tech armor that truly captivated him. Can I really give it a try? Rhodey feigned reluctance, yet his body instinctively prompted Jarvis to begin assembling the armor. As he beheld the pristine war machine, Lucci quietly took out his camera to capture a photograph. Be sure to send that to me later. I must keep this picture as a memento. After soaring a few laps around the garage, Rhodey landed heavily on the ground. Hey, what you two up to? Tony, who had been enjoying a moment of affection with Pepper, appeared in the lab, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. My goodness, I have just completed the programming for this suit of armor. Originally, all the wearers had been deleted from its system, and now it appears that it has become yours. What does that mean? Rhodey inquired, glancing at the equally bewildered Lucci. It seems I cannot remove you from the list of wearers. There is no way around it. Observing Tony's troubled expression, Rhodey felt a pang of anxiety and shot Lucci a look that suggested he should not phrase it that way. Lucci shrugged in resignation. If this contraption cannot be altered, we might as well hand it over to Rhodey. After all, did you not claim that no one could replicate your technology for 20 years? Lucci remarked casually. However, Tony lifted his head and responded, I believe that 20 years is already overly optimistic. Having watched the last video, it is evident that these individuals have constructed armors lacking even basic mobility. Approaching the armor for inspection, Tony appeared somewhat flustered. By the way, where's Pepper? Lucci inadvertently mentioned Pepper, who had originally been with Tony. Tony gestured towards the garage door, instructing Jarvis to open it. Be cautious when flying out. Do not accelerate too quickly. As there is a spot that is prone to collisions, Tony advised before hastily making his way upstairs. Rhodey glanced at the garage door and then at Lucci. Lucci shrugged, stating that he would not disturb them further and would find a hotel to stay outside instead. Drawing a portal, he departed, leaving Rhodey alone. Rhodey felt puzzled, but the panel automatically plotted a flight path leading to the military airport. These two truly. After a moment of contemplation, Rhodey grasped the reality of the situation. Sighing, he closed his helmet and soared into the sky. Be careful, be careful. Rhodey flew slowly and steadily out of the garage, noticing a scratch nearby that was likely the spot Tony referenced as prone to collisions. Checking the route plotted by the armor, Rhodey activated the suit and ascended. Chapter 40, New Element. Meanwhile, Lucci had purchased a modest apartment in Los Angeles, just the right size for one, providing a comfortable living space. He glanced at his blog, where his followers had skyrocketed to several million since his identity was revealed, with even his previously casual photographs receiving thousands of comments. Assigning a few ninjas to act as manual monitors, he had them delete malicious comments as he stepped outside. Out of boredom, he had recently taken up morning runs, opting to jog outside while the streets were less crowded, capturing photos to update his collection. In the future, should he lack quality images, he could utilize those to appease the online audience, knowing full well that they would not dare trace him back through the internet, casually disregarding news that failed to pique his interest. Lucci scrolled down until he stumbled upon an article announcing that Hammer Industries would unveil new weapons at the Stark Expo's main hall tomorrow evening. But Tony has yet to create the new element. This could result in significant plot changes. Lucci sensed an ominous turn of events, as it seemed Tony had not contacted him for detoxification in quite some time. In a narrow alley, Lucci circled his way to Tony's residence. Upon arrival, he found Tony engrossed in analyzing a model from the Stark Expo. It appeared that SHIELD had indeed entrusted these matters to Tony, which brought Lucci a sense of relief. Curiously, Jarvis had not mentioned anything about deleting footage today. Perhaps SHIELD had physically severed the network connection. Observing Tony seemingly on the verge of a revelation, Lu Chi decided to capture a few photographs of him. Watching Tony uncover a new element that SHIELD had failed to discover for decades within just half an hour filled Lu Chi with a sense of delight for his friend. "It seemed you have discovered a method to save yourself," he remarked as he leaned closer, startling Tony in the process. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were Coulson. By the way, did you know that Coulson's threatening demeanor is quite terrifying?" Tony responded, not overly upset upon seeing Lu Chi, and proceeded to mimic Coulson's intimidating stance. "That is indeed quite fearsome," Lu Chi replied with an expressionless assessment. "Well, based on what you see, I have discovered a new element that can replace palladium, and it is even more potent," Tony stated after a brief silence. "All this, it was left to me by my father." There was a hint of solitude in Tony's voice as he reflected on his father's perception of him. "Is there anything you need help with?" Lu Chi inquired. "First, I require your giant friends. We need to renovate this house properly. Let us start by moving all the furniture out." With a wave of his hand, a group of troll soldiers appeared. Thankfully, Tony's house was spacious enough to accommodate these 5-meter-tall beings. Once the interior was cleared, Lu Chi summoned a few ninja soldiers. The larger items were entrusted to the trolls, while the smaller ones were handled by the ninjas. They swiftly dismantled the interior, allowing peculiar wiring to traverse through various openings, and with the assistance of the shadow ninjas, the renovation was completed in no time. At that moment, Coulson entered. "Hey, Coulson, your hairline seems to have receded further." Lu Chi greeted him as usual. "So, this is how you greet him?" Tony chimed in, reveling in the spectacle. "But we should speak based on facts. Why not let Jarvis connect to the network? I can create a backup so that each time I see you, I can measure how much your hairline has moved back." Coulson shook his head in exasperation, but unexpectedly noticed a model. "What is this?" His gaze fell upon the star emblem on the shield, and he appeared somewhat taken aback. "Do you know what this is?" Seeing such a treasure mingled with ordinary items left Coulson at a loss for words. Tony, holding a level, was contemplating how to balance a pipe when he spotted the shield in Coulson's hands. "Yes, that's the one," Tony exclaimed with surprise. Grabbing the shield from Coulson, he examined its structure and thickness, preparing to shove it beneath the pipe. "That's not how it's done," Lu Chi interjected, snatching the shield back and gazing at the star emblem. "It remains uncertain when Captain America will be unearthed, yet it appears that Thor's adventures are set to commence soon. Perhaps I shall venture to Asgard to seek new coordinates of the Dark Dimension. If not, I might as well bestow this shield upon Coulson, as it seems you have little desire for it." Tony, pleasantly surprised by the precise measurement on the level, glanced carelessly at the shield before tossing it to Coulson. "Thank you. I never expected to receive this shield," Coulson exclaimed, his delight evident as he beamed at Tony. "You're not so bad-looking when you smile," Tony remarked. Coulson donned the shield, grinning at Tony as he said, "Actually, I've come to bid farewell. I've been reassigned to Mexico, where a new opportunity awaits me. It seems you have also uncovered the secret of the new element, allowing me to depart with peace of mind." Tony, observing Coulson's amiable smile, found it hard to reconcile him with the bully who had threatened him mere days prior. Watching Coulson exit the villa with such competence, Tony unexpectedly turned to Lu Chi and remarked, "Do all spies possess dual identities?" Lu Chi pondered, "Perhaps some have countless faces." Tony nodded in agreement, surveying the transformed villa. "All right, Lu Chi, let's prepare to commence." Approaching a valve, Tony instructed Lu Chi to stand back before he activated it. A beam of energy surged through the conduit, refracted by a crystal, and pierced the wall. "Oh no!" Feeling the wrench in his hand tremble uncontrollably, Tony urgently called for Lu Chi's assistance. Lu Chi seized the wrench and directed it as Tony indicated until the energy beam converged on a chip. "That's it." Tony, with bated breath, observed the chip as he closed the valve. The energy beam dissipated and a radiant glow emanated from the chip. "You seem to have successfully created a new element." Jarvis's voice resonated from the speakers. "Indeed, though I am inclined to consider legal action for infringement of my personal safety and privacy," Tony quipped before shifting focus. "Let us analyze whether this can substitute palladium." Feeling a tinge of anxiety as he gazed at the luminous chip, Lu Chi approached and patted Tony on the shoulder. "Do not fret. Even if this does not save you, I shall find a way. Worst case, we can have the Ancient One intervene and move that bomb back a few months." Tony chuckled, acknowledging his own extremities. "All right, brother, would you care for a drink? We have just created a new element, worthy of toast." Lu Chi readily agreed, and as Jarvis conducted his tests, the two sought out some wine, chatting and sipping merrily. Chapter 41. A sense of ritual. They did not indulge in strong spirits, considering that Jarvis would soon unveil the new element's properties. Tony poured Lu Chi a glass of red wine. "Here, Sample this fine wine from my collection. Although I have yet to taste it, its high price suggests it must be exquisite. Lu Qi, slightly exasperated, replied, you truly only buy the expensive, not necessarily the good? Tony grinned, I only procure the finest. But as you know, cheap often lacks quality. After the successful development of the new element, what do you intend to do? Lu Qi suddenly inquired, observing the relaxed demeanor of Tony. What else is there to do? Tony appeared somewhat flustered by the question. You see, we are still uncertain whether the new element can indeed replace palladium or if it possesses any radioactivity. If the new element does not prove to be as remarkable as we hope, what then? What then? Tony himself felt a tinge of confusion. He had exhaustively explored the periodic table, yet had found no substitute for palladium. Just as he was on the verge of despair, his father revealed to him the existence of an element he had yet to experiment with. Thus, he embarked on the creation of that element, though he had not truly considered whether it could replace palladium. Perhaps you could attempt to remove the fragments lodged within your chest, Lu Qi suggested, observing Tony's perplexed expression. Is that what you had in mind? Tony chuckled, initially thinking Lu Qi was about to propose something significant. He then drained his glass of red wine. Even if I were to provide him with a set of my newly invented medical apparatus, the chances of success would merely stand at 40%. Far too low. Tony gazed at the empty glass in his hand, his eyes reflecting a sense of loss and anguish. He had no desire to replace his palladium core every few days, nor to rely on his friends for detoxification. Lu Qi was well aware of Tony's prideful nature. Once, he considered himself the best in the world, having stood up countless renowned experts. Such a person would not wish to depend on a device that could threaten his life, nor would he want to rely on the assistance of friends to sustain his existence. Yet, a 40% chance of success was indeed disheartening, lacking even a 50-50 probability, compounded by the need for that Dr. Wang's flawless execution. Entrusting his life to a friend was something he could reluctantly accept, but to a stranger was simply unacceptable. Lu Qi, witnessing Tony lost in thought, regretted mentioning the matter. Ultimately, Tony would resolve to remove all the fragments from his chest, but not at this moment. Rather, in the future. By then, advancements in technology would offer greater assurance, and surgical procedures would be more reliable. After downing his drink, Lu Qi patted Tony on the shoulder. All right, my fault. I shall drink to my own punishment. The current success rate for surgery is indeed minimal, yet let us not forget that human technology is ever evolving. Perhaps one day in the future, we will possess the capability to extract those fragments entirely. For now, our priority is to ensure your survival until that day arrives. Lu Qi rose, casting his gaze upon the starry sky. If it does not exist on Earth, I shall seek it in the cosmos. If it is not found in this universe, I will venture into another realm. Tony watched Lu Qi stand, sensing a determination in his resolve, and smiled. Hey, don't underestimate my strength. I am Iron Man, not weak in the least. In fact, the material I use to construct my armor is titanium alloy, though titanium alloy man does sound rather. Sir, the analysis of the new element is complete. According to our findings, it can perfectly replace palladium and exhibits no radioactivity. Congratulations, you are poised to receive the Nobel Prize in Physics. Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted Tony. What? Jarvis, are you certain? Tony exclaimed with delight. Hey, Lu Qi, did you hear that? Damn it. I need to switch to the new element immediately. No more of that wretched chlorophyll juice. Lu Qi chuckled, replying, well, that means you won't have to worry about transferring radioactive materials into Pepper's body. Get lost. Tony retorted, rising and rushing indoors. I forgive you, but you must be the godfather of my child. Come here and help me capture a few photos. I must commemorate this moment. While Lu Qi thought he would be needed for the photos, Jarvis had countless cameras installed indoors. Nevertheless, Lu Qi followed suit, retrieving his camera to prepare for the shots. While synthesizing the new element, Tony utilized a chip identical to the one in the reactor as a carrier, directly installing the reaction chip into the reactor. Are you ready? Tony asked, smiling at Lu Qi. Lu Qi posed, ready to shoot continuously, capturing every fleeting moment. As for the video recording, that task could be entrusted to Jarvis. I'm starting, Tony declared, inserting the reactor into his chest. He felt the palladium's radioactivity within him being gradually absorbed by the new element. Little did he know this element possessed such a capability. It truly was a clean energy source. Feeling invigorated, Tony let out an excited shout. Lu Qi, snapping photos continuously, shook his head at Tony's exuberance. Why you look so exaggerated? Lu Qi shouted. You have no idea. This is simply magnificent. I feel completely rejuvenated. Tony exclaimed, exhaling with excitement. All right, don't celebrate too early. You may indeed live to see technological advancements, but I certainly hope you don't die from overwhelming excitement. Lucci was uncertain whether such excitement could lead to a heart attack, yet observing Tony's animated demeanor, he decided to temper his enthusiasm. Tony smiled and ignored Lucci, instructing Jarvis to initiate an analysis of the new element while he scrutinized the data. I'll send the photos to Jarvis first. Remember to have him send me a copy of the video, Lucci remarked, shaking his head at Tony's determination to stay up all night. It would be more productive to have him read the Tao Te Ching than to decipher those strange lines and boxes. At least he could recognize the characters in the Tao Te Ching. Feeling relieved, yet still sensing something amiss, Lucci sighed and checked his phone for tomorrow's Hammer Industries presentation. He decided to take a proper rest. After all, he would need to engage in battle again the next day. As for eliminating Ivan now, who knew how many cameras Hammer had installed around him? Just a few days prior, he had ventured over to see if there was an opportunity. But even in Ivan's bathroom, there were 3 cameras. Lucci found it absurd that Ivan could manage to unload under such surveillance. If he were under such scrutiny, it would be nearly impossible to unload unless he could obstruct the cameras. For now, it was better to enjoy a good night's sleep. As long as he prepared adequately for tomorrow, he had faith that Ivan could not turn the tables. Should any of those Iron Soldiers make a move, he would dispatch the Shadow Legion to dismantle them. No bullets would be fired. Thus, Lucci peacefully slumbered. Upon awakening the following day, after breakfast, Lucci prepared to check on Tony. However, to his surprise, Tony called him first. "Hey, Lucci, hurry over. There's an urgent matter." Confused, Lucci quickly made his way to Tony's residence. "So this is your urgent matter?" Lucci asked incredulously. "You mean to say that Hammer Industries is exhibiting at your home expo, and you find that embarrassing?" Tony's tone was harsh. What good can come from Hammer Industries? They have prospered merely by peddling weapons devoid of any technological merit. Yet, the Stark Expo is a venue for showcasing the world's most advanced technologies. He must have used some underhanded means to secure a spot in the main hall. Lucci, somewhat speechless, retrieved his phone and opened a news article. "I think you might want to take a look at this." He played a video from the news. "I wonder if we could give Hammer Industries a chance to showcase their weapons at the Stark Expo?" "Of course," Tony replied, incredulous. "When did I ever say that?" Lucci pondered. "Perhaps during the Morocco competition? That was when some fool approached you in a reactor suit devoid of armor." Tony appeared baffled. "I distinctly remember mentioning that as long as your technology is sufficiently advanced," he paused. "No, I must have pursued that news outlet for disseminating false information." Lucci sighed and flipped to the editor's note. "Do you remember this guy?" He displayed the name to Tony. "Who is this?" "He seems rather handsome," Tony remarked, scrutinizing the image of the attractive journalist. "You had a delightful night with her, if I recall correctly, the evening before your joyride in the Hummer. At that time, you and Pepper had not yet officially defined a relationship, so things were somewhat ambiguous." "Wait, you still haven't defined your relationship with Pepper." Thus, this emergency initiative shifted from suing Hammer Industries to figuring out how to define his relationship with Pepper. Lucci was incensed. "Single individuals have no rights. I must assist you in pursuing her. Why not just go for it directly?" Yet after his last birthday, Tony seemed to care more about the ceremonious aspects of romance and diligently researched how to confess online. Watching Tony, a man in his 40s, scouring the internet for such information left Lucci rather speechless. Nonetheless, he attempted to offer his limited insights to help Tony devise a plan. Chapter 42, The Battle of the Expo. After spending over 10 hours online with Tony, Lucci finally devised an appealing confession plan for him. And now it was time to figure out how to lure Pepper out. As Tony suggested, many people relish the thrill of an unexpected confession. So he intended to surprise Pepper. Observing Tony, who had spent a day researching confession tactics like a love guru, Lucci found the situation rather amusing. Gazing at the extensive list of procedures Tony had compiled, Lucci mused that Tony had never taken such care while constructing his armor. As he glanced at the time, Lucci suddenly realized it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the Hammer Industries presentation was about to commence. Just then, the phone rang, and Tony, irritated, wondered who would dare to call his landline at such an hour. Wasn't he this a distraction from his thoughts? Typically, acquaintances or those with urgent matters would reach him directly on his mobile. The home phone was merely a facade for outsiders. Thus, Tony had no intention of engaging in a proper conversation. Cursing under his breath, he answered the phone, venting his frustration without a care for the consequences, and hung up in a fit of anger. Lucci, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, was taken aback. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. How could Tony possibly have the mental clarity to attend the expo now? Contemplating whether to forcibly drag Tony along, the phone rang again, and Lucci exhaled in relief. "Ivan, you are commendable. Your persistence will ensure that I leave you intact after this." However, Tony was increasingly agitated and instructed Jay, Avengers to terminate the call. Lucci, however, would not allow that. Tony, this person continues to call despite your harsh words. There might be an urgent matter at hand. Perhaps you should take the call. Tony furrowed his brow, but ultimately set aside the flowchart and picked up the phone. Tony Stark, before he could utter another word. The voice on the other end interjected. Tony's expression tightened. Clearly, the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. Who are you? Ivan, taken aback, replied. You don't even recognize my voice? I'm Ivan, he shouted, his ire slightly alleviated. How are you able to make calls from prison? Tony quipped, realizing it was this troublesome brat. I'm not in a hospital. Guess where I am? Ivan cackled ominously, but Tony was not swayed by theatrics. Armed with a new, formidable energy source, he felt confident that in the energy race, Ivan was no longer a significant threat. Ivan, momentarily stunned and increasingly infuriated, could not eliminate Tony through the mere medium of a phone call. Tonight, at the expo, I will ensure that you and your family pay dearly for what you have done. Mark my words, Ivan shouted before abruptly hanging up. Tony, exasperated, rubbed his ear, wincing at the volume of Ivan's outburst. He realized that tonight coincided with a Hammer Industries demonstration featuring mechanical soldiers. This revelation, coupled with Ivan's earlier threats, instilled in him a sense of foreboding. Jarvis, call Pepper. Meanwhile, at the venue, Pepper occupied her designated spot, with Natasha seated beside her, orchestrating various tasks. Pepper appeared exceedingly fatigued, having scarcely rested over the past several days. Since Stark Industries' transformation, her responsibilities had multiplied, and her lack of experience in managing such affairs made it all the more daunting. Were it not for Natasha's assistance, she would struggle to navigate the complexities of Stark Industries. Reflecting on a recent host comment regarding her inexperience, Pepper felt a surge of indignation. Yet, despite her frustrations, she was now the CEO of Stark Industries and could not afford to engage in a public spat with a host. Glimpsing at the schedule Natasha had handed her, Pepper felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet she knew she must persevere, not wishing to disappoint Tony's expectations of her. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Tony calling. Upon answering, she was met with his anxious voice. Pepper, are you at the expo? Of course, I am the CEO of Stark Industries. How could I possibly miss our own expo? Pepper replied with a smile. Damn it, you need to get out of there immediately. It's dangerous. Hand the phone to Natasha. I have something to discuss with her. Furrowing her brow, Pepper complied and passed the phone to Natasha. After exchanging a few words, Natasha's expression shifted dramatically, and she sprang to her feet. I think we need to leave quickly, Natasha said, her usual smile replaced by a steely resolve. Oh, what's going on? Pepper asked as Natasha pulled her towards the exit. Their departure drew the attention of many, including Hammer, who noticed the two women preparing to leave. Furrowing his brow, he considered that today was the day Hammer Industries was showcasing their weapons. The departure of Stark Industries CEO would undoubtedly reflect poorly on the guests. He hurried over to intercept them, but Natasha, spotting Hammer, approached him directly. Where do you think you're going? Hammer began, but before he could finish, Natasha had him pinned to the ground. With a fierce tug on his arm, she dislocated it, causing him to cry out in pain. Where is Ivan? Natasha's voice dripped with menace. She was one of DS top agents, not some delicate flower. What Ivan? Hammer attempted to remain defiant, but the pain rendered him increasingly desperate. Hammer Industries. He is at Hammer Industries. Hammer, despite his bravado, was clearly crumbling under her grip. Natasha released him, pulled out a walkie-talkie, uttered a few words, and then swiftly led Pepper towards the exit. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodey arrive at the expo through a portal, and Jarvis quickly located Pepper. What is happening, Tony? Pepper queried, still processing the fact that she had witnessed the CEO of Hammer Industries being overpowered. Ivan has been rescued by Hammer. He just called and threatened me, claiming he would destroy me. I have a strong suspicion that those mechanical soldiers from Hammer Industries are problematic. Briefly summarizing the situation, Tony instructed Pepper to move to a safe location as he and Rhodey headed towards the main hall. Rhodey, using his flight boots to keep pace with Tony, communicated through his earpiece. I'll go intercept the mechanical soldiers. You focus on capturing Ivan. Tony nodded, aware that he also needed to find Rhodey, as he was connected to the military and would need to relay the situation to them when things escalated. Hey, Rhodey, can you hear me? At that moment, Rhodey was beneath the stage in the main hall, surrounded by a group of mechanical soldiers, poised to ascend to the stage via the elevator. As the military's war machine, Rhodey was equipped with an array of weaponry from Hammer Industries, having enhanced his firepower for the occasion. Though not as technologically advanced as Iron Man's armor, its firepower is undeniably superior. Tony, what's wrong? It's somewhat surprising that Rhodey, unlike in the original storyline, isn't engaging in a scuffle with Tony. Where are you? I'm beneath the main stage at the expo, preparing to assist Hammer Industries with their promotional efforts. Honestly, my friend, you must come and witness those mechanical soldiers below. It makes me feel as though my job may soon be at risk. Are all the mechanical soldiers present? Tony inquired. Indeed, their numbers are quite substantial. Perhaps Hammer Industries will prosper through these mechanical warriors in the future. Now listen to me, Rhodey, you must destroy all the mechanical soldiers. Those soldiers were created by Ivan. What? Rhodey felt somewhat bewildered, but suddenly, the armor's interface turned crimson, inexplicably entering combat mode, while the elevator ascended along with a throng of mechanical soldiers. Frowning, Rhodey attempted to deactivate the combat mode, only to discover he had lost control over the armor. Hey, Tony, I can't control my suit. It's gone into combat mode, and I'm rising towards the stage along with all these mechanical soldiers. Damn it, Tony cursed, spotting the elevator opening on the stage from a distance. What's happening now? Having finally established contact, Hammer gazed at the unfolding chaos on stage. What kind of performance mishap is this? Yet as the mechanical soldiers emerged onto the stage, their weaponry, unable to fire, instinctively elevated, targeting the incoming Iron Man. After a brief silence, all mechanical soldiers opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of bullets and missiles towards Tony. FK. Tony swore vehemently, urgently evading the hail of gunfire. Meanwhile, the expo hall descended into chaos amidst the relentless gunfire. These individuals are titans of industry and military. They cannot perish here. Or how will Stark Expo continue in the future? Lu Chi calculated the distance and teleported nearby, where thousands of shadow ninjas materialized. The blade soldiers charged towards the mechanical soldiers on stage, while the ninjas swiftly seized ordinary people and evacuated them from the venue. The sniper mechanical soldiers, observing the incoming blade soldiers, quickly adjusted their aim. Under computer control, they anticipated the trajectory of the blade soldiers and opened fire. High-caliber bullets shredded the bodies of numerous blade soldiers, sending them back into the shadows. Lu Chi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the rapid response of these mechanical soldiers, but soon directed the blade soldiers to perform erratic maneuvers, drawing closer to the mechanical soldiers. However, these various mechanical soldiers formed a battle line, coordinated by computer guidance. They worked in perfect harmony, effectively keeping the blade soldiers at bay. Lu Chi moved in closer and summoned the ogre soldiers. These hulking figures charged towards the enemy formation, using their hands to shield against incoming bullets and missiles, shattering the enemy's formation with brute force. One by one, the blade soldiers followed, their sharp claws tearing through the bodies of the mechanical soldiers. Damn, I'm about to take off, Rhodey shouted, glancing at the information on his panel. Lu Chi hurriedly commanded several nearby ogre soldiers to pin Rhodey down to the ground. The weapons on Rhodes automatically activated in an attempt to retaliate, but one by one, the blade-wielding soldiers approached him, swiftly destroying all the armaments he possessed. I'm sorry, Rhodes, but perhaps Tony can provide you with superior weaponry later. Rhodes cast a regretful glance at the damaged ex-wife on his shoulder, lamenting that he had yet to try out this impressively named weapon. Despite Rhodes' warning, the troll-like soldiers managed to seize him, though a few airborne soldiers successfully took flight, evading the onslaught from the blade-wielders below. At that moment, Tony arrived, annihilating this batch of mechanical soldiers with his laser and precision missiles. Well done. We should have no enemies left now. But could someone please release me? He exclaimed while furiously snapping photographs, instilling a sense of dread in Tony, who feared never to embarrass himself in front of this character again. So, can someone help me? Rhodes looked at Lu Chi, who was busy taking pictures, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. I'm on my way. Natasha's voice resonated over the comms, as she and Happy raced towards Hammer Industries. Listening to the rustling of clothing, the men fell into an eerie silence. Tony, are you all right? Pepper rushed into the hall, witnessing the wreckage of mechanical soldiers, flanked by several police officers who were apprehending the chattering Hammer. It's safe here, Potts, Tony reassured her, moving in to offer a comforting embrace, only for Potts to push him away, wincing at the discomfort caused by his armored suit. Is it all over now? Lu Chi and Tony exchanged glances. No, there's still one more adversary. Tony thought of Ivan, though his whereabouts remained a mystery. Hey, Tony, come out and fight me like a man. A boisterous voice called from outside. Chapter 43. Ivan is dead, Tony confesses. It appeared that Ivan had come looking for trouble. Lu Chi glanced at Tony. Shall we charge out? Tony looked at Pepper and instructed the officers to escort her to safety inside. The ninjas Lu Chi had assigned to Pepper ceased their concealment, emerging from the shadows to protect her. With Pepper secured, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. He glanced at Rhodes, still pinned to the ground, before turning to Lucci. Rhodes rolled his eyes, though unable to control his armor or remove his mask, rendering his expression unseen. Have the two troll soldiers hold Rhodes down, Lucci said as he soared into the air. So where is he? Lucci inquired, surveying the empty expanse, devoid of even a valiant reporter. Where did that voice come from? Lucci wondered, scanning the surroundings, only to be met with a cacophony from above. What on earth? Lucci stared at the rows of ignited jetpacks and lights in the sky, pondering how many robots Ivan had constructed. How had Hammer allowed him to create so many? Ivan gazed down at the two figures below, activating his loudspeaker. I've improved the rotation speed. Thank you for your input, Stark. As for you, my new prosthetic arm is quite powerful, allowing me to dispatch several caretakers with ease. Tony shot a glance at Lucci before sealing his mask. Are you here today to express your gratitude towards us? The onlookers in the back seemed irrelevant. Indeed, those individuals could be considered mere spectators. Despite the fact that Ivan remained motionless, the mechanical soldiers received commands to charge forward, firing as they advanced. Tony maneuvered to evade, only to realize that these mechanical soldiers had no intention of targeting him. As Lucci observed, a layer of black energy shielded him from the barrage of bullets and missiles aimed his way, prompting a sigh of relief from Tony. However, in the next moment, a colossal mech descended from above, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tony hurtling through the air. He crashed against the wall, creating a gaping hole before finally coming to a stop. Why are these mechs so incredibly powerful? Don't they understand what intelligent battle armor is? Tony lamented, glancing at the damage displayed on his panel. It appears you've taken quite a beating, but it may take me some time to assist you, Lucci remarked while surveying the multitude of mechanical soldiers hovering above. Suddenly, thousands of ninja soldiers emerged, unleashing a torrential rain of shurikens into the sky. Observing his own ninja's shurikens strike the mechanical soldiers with little effect, Lucci felt perplexed. However, these shurikens were the only aerial weaponry of the Shadow Legion. As for Lucci personally attacking with dark energy, the sniper-type mechanical soldiers would not allow him the luxury of dropping his shield to retaliate. And the ninja soldiers could not intercept the high-caliber cannon fire. As Lucci watched Ivan relentlessly pursue Tony, he wished to intervene by summoning the blade soldiers to assist him. Yet, Ivan had cunningly deployed an electric device on himself. All the blade soldiers that approached were dispersed by violent arcs of high-voltage electricity, and Ivan turned to Lucci with a smug smile. With two electric whips in hand, he ensnared Tony effortlessly, the retractable device on his shoulder yanking Tony closer. Grabbing Tony by the shoulder, Ivan pinned him to the ground. Tony struggled fiercely, yet the shortcomings of his lightweight armor became apparent. Although his battlesuit was equipped with sophisticated mechanisms to enhance strength, it was no match for the sheer brute force of the larger battle mech. An apparatus emerged from Ivan's hand, allowing him to control Tony with one hand while freeing the other. You know, thanks to you, I've upgraded to a more dexterous arm, enabling me to perform more intricate maneuvers, Ivan boasted, as various tools emerged from his other arm, working deftly within the seams of Tony's armor under his mechanical control. As Tony observed the display on his panel, he exerted every effort to break free, yet remained trapped. Lucci, are you all right? I might need some assistance. Ivan is performing surgery on me, but I highly doubt he intends to help me extract the shrapnel, he pleaded. Lucci, gazing at the multitude of mechs in the sky, felt a sense of urgency. I think you must endure a bit longer. These adversaries will not allow me to leave. One could only wonder how foolish Hammer was to permit Ivan to construct such an abundance of mechanical armors. Had he truly invested the entirety of Hammer Industries' resources into creating these mechs? This was far more than what was depicted in the storyline. I have found you some assistance. Natasha's voice suddenly intruded into the channel. Who? Coulson? I hardly believe he could be of any help to me. Tony glanced at his armor, which was mere millimeters away from being breached, and felt a surge of anxiety. Ivan observed Tony, akin to a hermit crab retreating into its shell. He had analyzed the combat footage of Tony and Lucci, identifying certain characteristics of their abilities. It appeared that Lucci's powers manifested predominantly in the form of energy, and he could summon creatures that were distinctly extraordinary. Conversely, while Tony's suit lacked offensive strength, its defensive capabilities were formidable. Even a tank shell could not easily bring him down. Consequently, he had made significant modifications to his arm, constructing this suit of armor to perform an operation akin to peeling away a thick shell. However, in the next moment, a figure collided with them, arcs of electricity dancing across its form without inflicting any damage. This figure showed no signs of slowing down as it sent Ivan flying. Honestly, Tony, I need some exceptional weaponry. Rhodey voiced through the communication channel. You've been liberated? Damn, your timing is impeccable. Tony laughed heartily, though Rhodey seemed somewhat exasperated. All my weapons were destroyed by Lucci's minions, so, theoretically, all I have left are these fists. Rhodey, clad in his armor, performed a few bouncing maneuvers on the spot. Do you think your fists can flatten that thing? Tony assessed his armor, responding with resignation. It seems the two of us together cannot defeat him, but we can assist Lucci first. Ivan steadied his armor and bellowed. You're not going anywhere. 2 missiles launched from Ivan's armor. Damn, I hope that's not my ex-wife. Rhodey shouted, and both he and Tony instinctively dodged. What do you mean by your ex-wife? Tony inquired as the missiles soared past them. The pinnacle of Hammer Industries, or so he claims, capable of obliterating a fortress in one fell swoop. According to him, it even possesses the intelligence to compose an incomprehensible poem and recite it to you. Tony nodded, feeling that the device was not particularly intelligent, but in the next moment, Jarvis slapped him with a warning. Missiles detected approaching from behind. Caution! Tony took to the air, evading the missile aimed at him, but Rhodey, lacking Jarvis's alert, was struck by the missile. Boom! The missile landed on the ground, fizzling like a shoddy firework before falling silent. It seems I wasn't blown away. Rhodey, drenched in cold sweat, spoke with uncertainty. Perhaps Hammer Industries technology isn't as impressive as I thought. Tony sighed in relief as he noticed another missile curving towards him. I believe Hammer Industries should focus on developing autonomous vehicles. That would be far more promising. Tony released a decoy missile, diverting the incoming threat. Crash! A tremendous explosion shattered glass from the surrounding buildings, and Tony gazed at the fireball, feeling a pang of fear. This level of force could indeed inflict some damage even through his armor. Rhodey, glancing at the inert missile at his feet, quickly took flight. This thing really resembles your ex-wife. You can never predict what she will do, whether she will explode or remain inert. Ivan found himself at a loss regarding the 2 missiles. These were not the specialized products he had provided to Rhodes, but rather missiles meticulously manufactured by Hammer Industries. How could you possibly choose such a partner? Tony unleashed a shockwave toward Ivan, only to have it deflected by Ivan's whip. The remaining precision missiles were launched, striking Ivan's form, yet they merely embedded into the armor. This shell is remarkably thick. Even armor-piercing rounds cannot penetrate it, Tony remarked with resignation. Lucci, perhaps you're the only one capable of breaching this armor. Are you ready on your end? Lucci observed the scant few mechanical soldiers still airborne and breathed a sigh of relief, astonished that it had taken so long to eliminate these contraptions. I'll be ready shortly. Just hold on a little longer, he replied, wishing for the next troop type to unlock flying soldiers, for battling such aerial foes was decidedly disadvantageous. At that moment, the mechanical soldiers above seemed to have exhausted their last rounds. Lucci felt a sense of relief, only to notice the mechanical soldiers charging toward him like kamikaze pilots. Delivering food? He had arranged for ninjas to intercept, but was alarmed to see the mechanical armor soaring toward him, its chest glowing ominously, akin to a countdown. As he witnessed the shattered armor around him begin their countdowns, Lucci swiftly retreated into the Shadow Realm. Dozens of reactors detonated, unleashing a violent surge of energy that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Damn it! Lucci, are you all right? Tony, noticing the commotion, exclaimed anxiously, only to suddenly perceive an intense explosion erupting in the main hall. Pepper. He recalled Pepper hiding in the main hall, just then noticing several ninjas perched atop a nearby building. Jarvis magnified the imagery, revealing Pepper had somehow relocated there. Damn, you truly are ungrateful. Lucci's voice resonated in the communication channel. I'm on my way. Damn it, I must land a few punches on Ivan's face. Lucci, now consumed by rage. Sword back. Count me in. Tony gritted his teeth, having been thoroughly unnerved by Ivan on 2 occasions that day. If you don't mind, add me as well, Rhodey said, cracking his knuckles, eager for action. First come, first served. Lucci descended beside Tony and the others, eyeing Ivan. Now is the time for a righteous beatdown, though this may be rather cruel for you. With a wave of his hand, the Shadow Legion surrounded Ivan, launching their assault. Countless Shadow ninjas surged forward, only to be scattered by electric arcs. However, the output efficiency of the reactors was limited, and some ninjas leapt onto Ivan, wielding various weapons in a bid to breach his armor. Ivan attempted to take flight, but Tony and Rhodey soared above him, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Thinking of escaping? Lucci was determined not to let Ivan continue his antics. Dark energy coalesced, manifesting as beams that struck the whip armor with ferocity. The formidable dark energy pressed Ivan into the ground, yet in his desire to deliver a few punches to Ivan's face, Lucci refrained from obliterating him outright, instead opting to keep him subdued. A colossal troll soldier charged forth, its immense fist crashing down upon the battle armor with tremendous force. This formidable suit of armor was sent sprawling to the ground, and soon after, several more troll soldiers rushed in, allowing Ivan to experience the full-body massage that the abomination had once relished. As he observed the incessant danger alerts flashing across his display and felt the agonizing pain of being ensnared by the contorted armor, Ivan roared in fury. However, he lacked the abomination's powers and could not unleash a destructive outburst. Instead, he released all the energy from his reactor, obliterating the surrounding shadow ninjas. Lucci, witnessing the reactor on the whip armor extinguish, realized that Ivan had effectively lost his ability to resist. He commanded waves of shadow ninjas to advance, but Ivan, in a surprising turn, opened his armor, his upper body rising defiantly while his legs remained trapped within the suit. "What are you planning now?" Tony questioned, perplexed by Ivan's actions, uncertain of his intentions. "Rather than slowly allowing you to dismantle me, I'll take matters into my own hands. Grant me a swift end," Ivan bellowed, glaring fiercely at Tony. "Death is not so easily attained," Tony retorted, angered by Ivan's defiance even in his final moments, and stepped forward, intent on delivering a few punches to put him in his place. Yet, Ivan, unafraid, laughed heartily as he regarded Tony. "You remain as foolish as ever, Stark. What I have lost is far more than just a hand." Tony's gaze fell upon Ivan's legs trapped within the armor, a sense of foreboding creeping in. A violent surge of energy emanated from Ivan's mechanical leg, and Tony watched in horror as the armor began to warp, Ivan being annihilated in the process. A wave of energy surging toward him. There was no time to evade. Just as he was about to test his armor's defensive capabilities, hands suddenly appeared behind him, and a shroud of dark energy enveloped his vision. "Tony!" Pepper cried out in anguish, witnessing Tony being consumed by the energy wave. Tears streamed down her face as she stumbled backward. "It seems you are once again shedding tears for me." A familiar voice caught her ear as a figure caught her. "Tony?" Pepper exclaimed in surprise, looking back to see him, and he gazed at her with deep affection. "Have you stopped calling me boss?" The two embraced tightly, sharing a passionate kiss, reminiscent of seals clamoring for grapes. A jarring voice interrupted the moment, along with the incessant sound of a camera clicking. Rhodey, watching someone take photographs nearby, felt a twinge of annoyance, recalling the humiliating history he had just endured, his expression darkening, though the night concealed it well. "Ah," Lucci chuckled. "Tony, perhaps you could seize this opportunity." He gestured towards a portal leading to his quarters, pulling Rhodey along with him. As the door vanished, Tony felt a mix of exasperation. Moments ago, Lucci had pulled him into the shadow world just in time, but without the dark energy enveloping him. His armor would have been obliterated. Fortunately, Lucci quickly extracted him. Otherwise, he might have been left with missing limbs. Observing Pepper's astonished expression at the sight of the portal, Tony turned her face towards him. "After enduring so much, are you still willing to stay by my side and assist me?" Little Pepper once again shed uncontrollable tears, smiling as she replied, "All right." Tony gently wiped away her tears, revealing that he had actually prepared a list, wishing to create a more ceremonial atmosphere. "If you are willing, we can do it again." Little Pepper shook her head. "Let's do it now, Tony. I want to hear those words." Tony, gazing into Little Pepper's expectant eyes, solemnly grasped her hands. "I love you. I love you too." Chapter 44, The Avengers. The following day, Lucci had yet to conclude his final chess match with the Duke of Zhou. Just as he was poised for a decisive victory, an unexpected knock on the door roused him from his concentration. "What the hell?" Lucci lay in bed, reluctant to move, and instructed a ninja to see who it was. "Oh, thanks, Lucci. Where are you?" Tony's irritating voice echoed, not solely because he interrupted Lucci's peaceful slumber, but today his tone was particularly grating. "So, what is going on? Why are you here so early?" Finally dragging himself out of bed, Lucci observed the remarkably energetic Tony. "I only fell asleep at 3 a.m. last night. You should have gone to bed later than I did. How are you so lively?" After yawning and splashing cold water on his face in the bathroom, he felt slightly more awake. Exiting the restroom, he noticed Tony's face devoid of any fatigue, even sporting a hint of a smile. "So you succeeded last night?" "Of course. When I take action, success is inevitable," Tony boasted without modesty. "Come on, it's your luck that Little Pepper has her eyes on you. What are you pretending for? An almost 40-year-old man?" Lucci observed the protruding contour of Tony's belly and shook his head. Tony, indignant, inhaled sharply, causing a button on his collar to nearly pop off. Lucci, with a look of disdain, turned his gaze away from Tony. So why are you here so early? Accepting a warm serving of fried dough sticks and soybean milk from a nearby ninja, Lu Chi relished his breakfast. Your breakfast looks delightful. Is it some sort of niche delicacy? Tony inquired, intrigued by Lu Chi's enjoyment. Fried dough sticks and soybean milk. It's a traditional breakfast from my region, quite tasty. There are also other options like soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, egg pancakes, scallion pancakes, large meat buns, braised meat buns, fresh meat buns, and cowpea buns. Lu Chi continued to enumerate, unable to stop. Tony, exasperated, gestured for silence. That's not just 10 times better. Lu Chi replied, somewhat speechless. When he first arrived in this world, breakfast had been nothing but sandwiches or bread, making him feel nauseous. Eventually, he sought out videos online to learn how to make traditional Chinese breakfasts and assigned 10 ninjas to learn, ultimately retaining only the most skilled among them. Tony, uninterested in a dispute with Lu Chi, acknowledged that when it came to breakfast, he could not compete with Lu Chi's lavish spread. This morning, your one-eyed director called me, asking me to take you to a place for something he wanted to discuss. Damn it, that guy woke up Little Pepper and got me kicked out. What? Lu Chi exclaimed in shock. Little Pepper's father agreed to let her stay with you? ISNT, that like delivering her right to your doorstep? Indeed. After confessing to Pepper last night, I managed to persuade her, Tony remarked, recalling the lengthy admonishment from Pepper's father, which caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I suspect that encounter was rather challenging. Lu Chi speculated upon observing Tony's expression. It was indeed no easy feat, yet I triumphed, Tony declared, swearing that apart from his father, no one else dared to scold him for such an extended period. Well, perhaps we should also exclude his mother? Enough of that. I believe that one-eyed fellow might be growing impatient, Tony added, urging Lu Chi to finish his breakfast so they could depart. I suppose I must find another place to reside, Lu Chi thought, glancing at the individuals by the roadside, capturing moments on their phones, feeling somewhat exasperated. On the bright side, once these individuals share their photographs, they could attract a multitude of customers to purchase our phones. Who could possibly resist a device capable of internet browsing, photography, navigation, music playback, and of course making calls? Tony elaborated, sharing a brief smile with the onlookers snapping pictures, gesturing for Lu Chi to join in, to which Lu Chi obliged with a smile. Subsequently, the image of Lu Chi and Tony sharing a feigned smile went viral online, indeed drawing considerable interest in their phones. Is the SHIELD devoid of funds? Are you forced to rent office space here? Tony glanced at the agents on duty before turning to Lu Chi. Before Lu Chi could respond, a voice emerged from within the warehouse. If the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, is willing to provide me with some funding, I would be more than amenable. Tony turned to see the door had opened, revealing a dark interior, with only a single eye visible. Ha ha! Lu Chi clutched his stomach, surprised that Fury would jest about his complexion. Lu Chi gave a thumbs up, causing Fury's veins to bulge, though evidently, Tony and Lu Chi remained oblivious. Is it truly that amusing? Fury inquired of Tony. Initially expressionless, Tony couldn't contain himself as Fury spoke up unexpectedly. Ha ha! Lu Chi, did you see that? His teeth. Tony could hardly suppress his mirth. Lu Chi and Tony laughed even harder, while Fury's mood soured. Casting a glare at the agents nearby who were also succumbing to the laughter, Fury turned and entered the room, switching on the lights to reveal his full form. After sharing a few more chuckles outside, Lu Chi and Tony finally walked into the room, rubbing their sore jaws. So, what is it you require of us? Lu Chi addressed Fury. A plan. I hope you will take a look at it, Fury replied, producing 2 documents to hand to them. Lu Chi examined the insignia on the documents, raising an eyebrow as he opened the plan. Tony, on the other hand, was vocal about his thoughts as he read. The Avengers? What a peculiar name. Must we wait for others to strike before we retaliate? I usually prefer to resolve matters preemptively. Don't you agree? After glancing at the terms, Tony set the document down first. So, you wish for us to join this Avengers initiative? No. Fury shook his head and said, I merely wanted you to take a look at this plan. What are your thoughts? He inquired of Tony. Tony pondered for a moment. It's a commendable plan, assembling the most suitable members to tackle challenges that ordinary individuals cannot resolve. I find the scheme quite agreeable. For Tony, the notion of addressing numerous matters single-handedly, akin to a superhero, resonated deeply with him. So, Lu Chi and I have been invited to join the Avengers? He asked. No, Fury replied, shaking his head once more. I merely wish to introduce you to this team. The one truly joining is Lu Chi. Fury observed Lu Chi, who was slowly reviewing the terms, awaiting his response. However, before Lu Chi could speak, Tony interjected with indignation. Why can Lu Chi join this team, but I cannot? Fury regarded Tony with his solitary eye. Because you're arrogant and lack a sense of teamwork, defying directives from superiors. Most importantly, I, the one-eyed commander, simply do not favor you. Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Are you monitoring Lu Chi? No, I am observing you. As for him, I have an agreement with him. Fury reached into Tony's collar and retrieved an inconspicuous black device. It seems I will need to find a new dry cleaner, Tony shrugged. Lu Chi, somewhat bewildered, realized he had been under surveillance. He had noticed numerous ninjas around him, constantly on the lookout for hidden threats, yet none had apprehended a single agent. He had assumed that S.H.I.L.D. was simply too formidable for him to detect. It turned out that this individual had not been monitoring him at all. So what do you think of this team? Lu Chi inquired, gazing at Fury's singular eye. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the document back on the table. Although I find this team impressive, I personally do not wish to join. Observing Fury's unchanged expression, Lu Chi realized that his intuition was correct. Tony, however, appeared to be the most astonished. Why? Because I dislike being directed by others daily. I resent having my actions dictated, and I do not appreciate others possessing private information about me, Lu Chi explained, as he aspired to remain the master of his own affairs and not allow others to control his intelligence. You seem unfazed by this, Tony remarked, casting a curious glance at Fury. Could you refrain from appearing so foolish, Tony? He is, after all, the world's foremost intelligence chief. Tony shot Lu Chi a defiant look, but chose not to argue further. He understood Lu Chi's character, yet he remained somewhat taken aback. Will you continue your work as a security consultant? Fury inquired in a deep tone. Lu Chi considered this and replied in the affirmative. Recognizing that while he was not burdened by financial pressures, he still needed to engage in work to enrich his life. Fury nodded and then turned to Tony. Are you willing to serve as a security consultant? I would be delighted, as I too wish to engage in battles against vampires or the like. Which aligns perfectly with the identity of a superhero, Tony interjected before Fury could finish. Of course, you might not be able to afford my salary, but I believe you could employ me in other ways. The following day, I feel incredibly strange. Lu Chi whispered to Tony, rest assured, just smile. Tony handed Lu Chi a pair of sunglasses, revealing a quintessential grin. Thus, the shortest member of the assembly stood at the forefront. With 3 faces of varying complexions, each adorned with a standard smile, looming above him. Perfect. Lu Chi received a phone from a ninja photographer in the audience, glanced at the pictures, and felt immense satisfaction. He then uploaded the embarrassing photo of Rhodes, Tony's creation of a new element, the ninja's assault on the mechanical soldiers, and the formidable boss Ivan onto his blog, aptly titled Iron Man 2. He also consolidated previous photographs into a post named Iron Man 1. As he perused the comments, he unexpectedly encountered a name, Stan, the guest observer. A smile that only he understood graced Lu Chi's lips as he closed his phone. Speaking of Iron Man 2, Coulson had also ventured to Mexico, and a certain sibling-loving individual was about to embark on a journey to Earth. Reopening his recently closed phone, Lu Chi searched for news regarding any recently fallen meteors and stumbled upon a particularly obscure article. After checking the meteor's landing site, he purchased a plane ticket to Mexico. At that moment, an unnamed worker was driving under the blazing sun toward Mexico, unaware that someone was about to overtake him. Informing Tony of his plans, Lu Chi was surprised to learn that the latter had taken Pepper on a trip. After a long day of managing affairs, Pepper had no time for sweet moments with him, prompting Tony to take a spontaneous day off with her. Just like you. Lu Chi nodded, also planning for an impromptu adventure, albeit one that would take him slightly further afield. To Asgard, Loki, wielding Odin's eternal spear, approached Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost. How fares my brother on Earth? Heimdall, with his heterogeneous gaze, glanced at Loki. Thor is currently undergoing his trials on Earth. Heimdall's eyes returned to the cosmos. Thor will not halt his journey on Earth. It seemed Heimdall perceived something, shaking his head. A mere woman, attempting to sway the steadfast heart of the prince, with a will as resolute as iron. Loki, observing Heimdall's dismissive demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Tell me, Heimdall, you possess the sight to pierce through the 9 realms and wield immense power. Does my father fear you? Loki brandished the eternal spear, unleashing a surge of formidable energy upon the Bifrost. But now I am a king. Heimdall remained unperturbed, gazing at Loki. You are merely the regent, my prince. Once Odin awakens from his slumber, you will revert to being a prince once more. Enraged, Loki, despite wielding the eternal spear, dared not raise a hand against the powerful god and could only storm away in indignation. Heimdall tightened his grip on the divine sword, watching Loki's departing figure. Odin knows I will never betray him, nor will I ever conceal my actions, and I shall never pry into his affairs. And you, Heimdall continued to observe Thor, ready to activate the Rainbow Bridge should any unforeseen event arise, intending to reduce the enemy to ashes. In the martial and valiant realm of Asgard, it was the firstborn prince, Thor, who epitomized their expectations of a king, while the second prince, who had been secretly casting spells, had but a single supporter. Chapter 45. An unexpected encounter. What brings you here? Coulson inquired. Having driven from Tony's residence alone, due to the reluctance of a certain one-eyed individual to reimburse his travel expenses. The journey was arduous, yet surprisingly, a fellow who had departed a day later had arrived before him. Do not be alarmed, Coulson, carry on. Loki, clad in beach shorts and a loose tank top, lounged leisurely on a deck chair. He retrieved a bottle of cola from a nearby cooler and tossed it to Coulson. On such a sweltering day, one ought not to forego a chilled cola. With a resigned sigh, Coulson relished a sip of the icy beverage. So, did the director send you here? He asked, feeling somewhat revitalized after a refreshing burp. No, before I joined that so-called alliance, Fury was intent on keeping me oblivious to everything. Due to a certain individual's return from abroad, Fury was keen to shield him from the secrets of S.H.E.L.D., wishing to send Liu Qi as far away from the agency as possible. However, Liu Qi possessed his own sources of information, much to Fury's chagrin. What peculiar phenomenon draws you to this place? Behold that. Liu Qi suddenly sat upright, his attention captivated by a scene not far away. A pickup truck's engine roared to life, its wheels spinning vehemently against the ground, yet it failed to advance an inch. What kind of meteorite is this? Coulson mused, stepping forward to scrutinize it closely. Meanwhile, Liu Qi's gaze remained fixated on the elderly man behind the wheel of the truck. Hey, say cheese. Liu Qi snapped a photo, only to discover that the individual raising a peace sign in the image was someone entirely different. Upon glancing up, Liu Qi noticed that the quirky old man had vanished, replaced by the person in the photograph, who was now gesturing towards him. After finishing a bottle, Liu Qi stood to retrieve another, only to find that one of his colas had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind a photograph. Upon examining it, he saw the old man in the background, flashing a peace sign alongside him. Not bad. I look rather dashing, Liu Qi remarked with satisfaction, as Coulson approached with a serious demeanor. Do you have any idea what that hammer is? Coulson recalled the meteorite he had glimpsed in the crater. Although he struggled to believe it, he was convinced it resembled a hammer. However, with Liu Qi's appearance and the peculiar shape of the meteorite, Coulson sensed that this matter was far from ordinary. A meteorite, what else could it be? Thor's hammer, perhaps? Why not take a look at this photograph? Coulson, dismissing Liu Qi's whimsical musings, leaned in to inspect the image in Liu Qi's hand. Why does the background appear completely blank? Is there some unusual magnetic field associated with the meteorite affecting your camera? Coulson's composure began to waver. If that hammer possessed an anomalous magnetic field, could it potentially impact human beings in some manner? Coulson hurriedly dialed Fury to inform him of the situation, and Fury promptly made a decisive decision. Upon hearing of Liu Qi's appearance, he immediately dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to the location. After delivering his report, Coulson approached the meteorite crater, observing the burly men competing to lift the hammer, feeling a sense of exasperation. What were these fellows doing, idly engaging in a futile endeavor? Did they think this was some legendary sword in a lake, that pulling it out would grant them throne? Concerned about any strange effects the hammer might have on the human body, Coulson urged the men to disperse. However, the burly men were unwilling to comply, and one visibly inebriated individual brandished a firearm. Coulson had no choice but to evade the gaze of this agitated man. What else could he do? Would he resort to killing them all? Could he not send his ninjas to clear them away? The potential repercussions of the hammer's effects on the human body were troubling. Although Coulson felt somewhat helpless, he also breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the hammer posed no threat to human physiology. He instructed his agents to attempt to transport the hammer via helicopter, but the endeavor proved fruitless. Even excavating the earth beneath the hammer did not yield success. The hammer's weight was supported by soil that was harder than stone, leaving Coulson to direct the agents to establish a base on site and set up a security perimeter. Observing the agents erect a reasonably impressive base within half an hour, Liu Qi expressed his astonishment. He then instructed the ninjas to carry him, along with his chair, to a suitable spot within the base. You truly have a grand entrance, remarked Coulson, summoning the newly arrived research personnel to conduct assessments near Liu Qi. Liu Qi shook his head, countering, how can this be a grand entrance when it only requires 4 people? Dismissing Liu Qi's peculiar perspective, Coulson busied himself assigning tasks to the newly arrived Hawkeye. Watching the archer ascend to a height with his equipment, Liu Qi silently captured a photograph. Noticing this, Coulson warned Lu Qi, "You mustn't post that photo online. It would complicate his future missions." "Rest assured, I will pixelate it," Lu Qi assured, taking several more pictures of the hammer, disregarding Coulson's hesitations. Setting aside his camera, Lu Qi rose from the lounge chair, stretched his limbs, and approached the hammer. "Excuse me, please." Pushing aside the apprehensive researchers, Lu Qi grasped the hammer with one hand, attempting to lift it, but a mysterious energy subtly resisted him. How intriguing. Channeling dark energy. Lu Qi suppressed the opposing force and endeavored to lift the hammer, but only caused the soil beneath it to collapse, leaving the hammer suspended in midair. It seems worth another attempt. Casting a glance at the astonished Coulson, Lu Qi allowed the dark energy to infiltrate Mjolnir, thoroughly suppressing the peculiar energies within, and then successfully raised the hammer. In an instant, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning began to converge in the heavens, intermittently striking down around the base. Just as Lu Qi reveled in his accomplishment, the energy he had previously subdued erupted violently, annihilating the dark energy. Regrettably, Lu Qi's dark energy was insufficient to keep pace with the consumption, resulting in Mjolnir breaking free from his control. Damn it! Lu Qi felt the weight of Mjolnir increase dramatically, causing his feet to sink into the ground. Reluctantly, he had to relinquish the hammer. Sigh, what an exhausting experience. Lu Qi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but upon opening them, he discovered himself in a golden expanse. Before him hovered an elderly figure, one eye covered by a blindfold, the other tightly shut as if in slumber. Oh dear! Lu Qi sensed that things were amiss and attempted to enter the shadow realm, only to be enveloped by the surrounding energy. As soon as the dark energy manifested, it was immediately obliterated. "Forgive me, my lord. I was mistaken. I shall not dare again." Lu Qi's heart sank. In truth, sneaking into the shadow realm would be futile. The elderly figure before him was of the same caliber as the Ancient One, and with a mere wave. No, a single punch could extinguish him. After all, he had grown from an ant to a caterpillar. But what should he do now? Lu Qi gazed at Odin, who had begun to flutter his eyelids before finally opening them. "How dare you?" Odin's words abruptly trailed off as he stared in astonishment at Lu Qi, and then behind him, "Well met, King Odin." The voice of the Ancient One resonated from behind Lu Qi. Turning around, he indeed saw a yellow figure. "Master Ancient One, how is it that you find yourself here?" Odin, upon encountering an old friend, burst into hearty laughter. "I am here for this little fellow," the Ancient One remarked, casting a glance at Lu Qi. "Then all is well," Lu Qi thought silently, realizing that, in the presence of these two formidable beings, his age was but a fraction of theirs. He quietly shrank into the corner, fearing that Odin might notice him. Yet, upon the Ancient One's remark, Odin furrowed his brows and looked over. "Why?" The Ancient One struck Lu Qi with his palm, sending him flying, though without causing harm. It merely propelled him away as he conversed with Odin. Lu Qi dared not eavesdrop, lest he overhear some secret and meet a grim fate. After a while, the two great beings concluded their conversation, and the Ancient One extended his hand, pulling Lu Qi closer. Upon approaching, Lu Qi noticed that, at some point, the emblem of dark energy had manifested, though it differed from Dormammu's insignia, resembling a mask. "I must admit, this mask is far more aesthetically pleasing than Dormammu's symbol," Lu Qi silently critiqued, while maintaining a docile demeanor before the two powerful figures. Odin remained silent for a moment before glancing at the Ancient One. With a resigned expression, addressed Lu Qi. "Starting today, you shall provide sufficient dark energy for King Odin. Is that agreeable? This is a new ally." Lu Qi eagerly nodded, realizing that this would earn him a favor from a powerful figure, making it easier to seek assistance in the future. Having dutifully signed the agreement with the great beings, Lu Qi discovered that he was required to provide nearly 1,000 points of dark energy every second. This was understandable. After all, Odin was among the Asgardian gods known for their longevity, often entering the Odin sleep to replenish energy. Thus requiring such a significant amount of energy per second was entirely normal. The words of the Ancient One stem from the fact that he was originally an ordinary person, requiring an energy supply during combat. After signing the contract, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief. However, he suddenly recalled another matter. Why did Thor's mother appear younger than Odin? It seemed improbable that Odin had taken a younger wife for Thor and his brother. This implies that if Thor's mother had not perished at the hands of the Dark Elves, she could potentially outlive Odin. The depths of this situation were too profound for Lu Qi to ponder further. After signing the contract, Odin closed his eyes to sense the surroundings for a moment, then opened them with a hint of surprise, offering Lu Qi a smile before sternly ushering him out of that realm. Upon returning to face the hammer, Lu Qi exhaled in relief. It appeared that the Great One had spared him and that he had gained yet another influential ally. Surprise, purple sweet potato essence. I have acquired yet another powerful figure on my side. If you dare come to Earth, I shall reward you with some delightful fruits. What delicacies does your planet offer? What's wrong, Lucci? Coulson inquired, observing Lucci standing still with his eyes closed for an extended period. What had caused him to suddenly freeze? Wasn't it said that seizing the hammer brought good fortune? Lucci shook his head and smiled as he departed. I'm heading to the nearby town to grab some hamburgers. Tony's burger joint has made its way here. It's been ages since I last indulged. Ignoring Coulson's puzzled gaze, Lucci strode away, radiating joy. Could it be that there was indeed some advantage to be gained? Coulson, bemused, glanced at the hammer, which seemed to be sinking deeper into the ground, and shook his head, instructing the researchers to continue their examination. Lucci, unconcerned with their thoughts, merrily hopped into the small town. Observing the quaint locale, he felt confident that even if he were to encounter the armored adversary, he could divert its attention. With Odin now on my side, why should I fear his armor? I shall simply stand before it and see if it dares to fire. With a grin, Lucci entered the Stark franchise burger restaurant, ordered 2 signature cheeseburgers, and savored every bite. Meanwhile, within that ethereal space, an image of Lucci, appearing rather foolish, was displayed before Odin. Can this guy really be trusted? Rest assured, he possesses the capability to avert Ragnarok. His dark energy level is quite high. It can suppress your eldest daughter. Ancient One nearly lost her composure, feeling that Lucci was increasingly becoming unrestrained, almost causing her to embarrass herself in front of her old friend. His energy was indeed pure, yet remained insufficient, unable to even suppress my runic inscriptions. However, his rate of growth is rapid, provided he obtains the coordinates of the dark dimensions. I hope you can gather all the collected coordinates of the dark dimensions in the next few days to present to him. The quantity does not need to be excessive. He will eventually discover methods to seek out other dark dimensions. Ancient One gazed into Odin's single eye, speaking with confidence. Beware of being controlled by time. A watcher of time. After uttering this, Odin fell silent. Chapter 46, Call Me Uncle. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lucci traced a circle and arrived in this quaint little town from New York. There was a portal that was remarkably precise. Lucci removed the suspended ring and tucked it into his pocket. Although this trinket possessed admirable capabilities, it nonetheless impeded his movements. With it dawned, even a simple task like opening a door was rendered impossible. Upon stepping out from the corner, he noticed an RV passing by. Through the glass, he observed 3 flustered individuals inside and recognized them as several key and supporting characters from the Thor saga. How fortuitous, he thought silently, as he trailed behind them to the entrance of the hospital, watching as they handed Thor over to the doctors. Arriving at the door of Thor's hospital room, Lucci gazed inside at the god being attended to by a flurry of doctors and nurses, shaking his head in disbelief. This fellow was truly unfortunate. Having just descended from the Bifrost, he was struck down by a female driver, and after miraculously enduring that, he was rendered unconscious by a petite stun gun. What a disgrace for the god of thunder. Perhaps no other deity of thunder would succumb to such an electric shock. Lucci gently tapped on the glass, noticing Thor's hand move slightly. A doctor, puzzled, turned to glance at the glass but saw nothing amiss. How dare you harm the great Thor? Upon regaining consciousness, Thor found himself restrained on a bed, surrounded by a throng of individuals wielding various instruments, seemingly intent on performing some procedure on him. With the robust constitution of the Asgardian race, Thor effortlessly flung the surrounding crowd away. However, with the doctor's urgent shouts, a multitude rushed into the room, pinning Thor firmly back onto the bed. Jane, Darcy, and Eric stood outside the glass window, astonished to witness the spectacle of this seemingly healthy individual being subdued by so many. Given his robust condition, does this mean we are not liable? Darcy suggested hesitantly, adjusting her glasses as she spoke to Jane. Indeed, Jane nodded in agreement. As the trio prepared to depart, they noticed someone nearby holding camera, capturing the scene. What are you doing? Jane inquired, suspecting this individual might be a tabloid journalist who had rushed over upon hearing of a newsworthy event. Nothing much, just savoring the moment. Considering I've just arrived here, Lucci replied ambiguously, leaving uncertain whether he referred to his own arrival or that of the god inside. Oh my god, Darcy exclaimed in astonishment. You are the Lord of Shadows? Lucci raised an eyebrow, surprised that this infatuated young woman recognized him. Greetings. I am indeed the person you speak of, though I prefer to be called Lucci. So, who is the Lord of Shadows? Jane asked with a hint of exasperation. You don't know? Came the collective response from everyone present, leaving Jane visibly frustrated. Why should I know? Don't you surf the web? Darcy shouted, seizing her newly acquired smartphone to search for information on the Lord of Shadows, which she then presented to Jane. "Oh, this phone looks rather nice," Jane remarked, contemplating purchasing one if it weren't too costly. As she perused the displayed information, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Wait, is it still 2010? She uttered weakly, gazing at the overwhelming amount of data on the screen. "Thus, your sources of information are even fewer than mine, an old man," Eric lamented. "What brings you here?" He inquired of Lu Qi. Thanks to a mysteriously influential friend, Lu Qi had a rather high acceptance of such matters. "I merely came to observe the spectacle, as I happen to be traveling in this region," Lu Qi replied before departing. "Strange fellow," Jean remarked, yet the conversation faded thereafter. Unperturbed by the opinions of those around him, Lu Qi joyfully reviewed the photographs on his camera. However, as he exited the hospital, he was abruptly drawn into a mirrored realm. Greetings, esteemed ones." Lu Qi greeted the two prominent figures with a hint of apprehension. "Indeed, splendid photographs," Ancient One remarked as the camera mysteriously appeared in her hands. After perusing its contents, she handed it to Odin. Upon seeing images of his son, Odin expressed a semblance of exasperation. Yet his mood had markedly improved compared to his earlier frustrations. As long as his life persisted, he could afford Thor and Loki ample time to mature. If Thor were to see these photographs, he would surely be driven mad, Odin chuckled, well aware of his son's nature. Presently, Thor remained a proud and ostentatious individual, akin to Tony in his self-importance, though change was inevitable. As Odin flipped through several images, a blend of concern, resignation, and pride flickered in his eyes. Without question, Thor was an exceptional warrior, even if his royal aptitude was still in question. Perhaps with Loki as king and Thor as general, Asgard could secure a brighter future. Odin pondered, finding this notion increasingly plausible. I hope the esteemed one does not intend to smash my camera," Lu Qi mused, casting a perplexed glance at Ancient One as he observed Odin's stillness with the camera. Could it be that Odin disapproves of the less-than flattering portrayal of his son and seeks to obliterate the last vestige of royal dignity? Ancient One, noticing Lu Qi's subtle gestures and the lost reverie of Odin, gently cleared her throat. "Come now, old man, I can clearly see what kind of guardian you are. Setting aside your identity as the king, you are merely a common father wishing for the success of your children. Yet, your heart seems rather stern. Your eldest daughter is confined, and poor Thor remains oblivious to her existence." Sensing the disdain in Lu Qi's gaze, Odin grew somewhat restless. He coughed to regain composure and addressed Lu Qi. "I am Odin, king of the Aesir, and I thank you, mortal, for your assistance in prolonging my life." His presence, clad in battle attire that billowed without wind, rendered him an imposing figure. Yet, Lu Qi remained unaware of Odin's current role-playing endeavor, observing in silence. As Lu Qi exhibited no inclination to cooperate, Odin felt a tinge of embarrassment, though he quickly dismissed it and continued his discourse. "You have saved my life, and in doing so, you have salvaged the Aesir clan. Hence, I have resolved to appoint you as an outworld prince of the Aesir." Indeed, Lu Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Odin, as the last bastion of the Aesir, instills fear in countless foes across the cosmos, deterring them from daring to invade Asgard. The Bifrost, serving as a cosmic cannon, merely serves as a whimsical jest. It is Odin, with the capability to obliterate a planet in mere moments, who embodies true strength and profound legacy. After all, even Thanos, wielding an immensely powerful fleet, gained notoriety primarily through his formidable prowess in battle. However, Lu Qi's composure faltered upon hearing Odin's intention to elevate him to the status of an outworld prince of the Aesir, claiming dominion over the 9 realms. The Aesir indeed possess ample confidence. Utilizing the Bifrost as a strategic asset, the Aesir can traverse the stars with ease, facilitating the mass transportation of troops. Odin, a renowned powerhouse, commands the ability to shatter celestial bodies single-handedly. Although age has somewhat diminished his capabilities, Lu Qi has effectively granted him renewed vigor. This princely title enhances Lu Qi's stature immensely, igniting a restless ambition within him. Should he accept this title, he would face the Earth Council with unwavering boldness. Dare you launch a nuclear strike? I could simply have the Aesir open a Bifrost for you. While this may invite retribution from another formidable entity, it does instill a sense of confidence. Odin perceived Lu Qi's eagerness and decided to extend his support further. Directly appointing you as an outworld prince would undoubtedly incite dissent within the Aesir. Thus, I shall recognize you as my brother. Once you have garnered sufficient respect within the Aesir, I will bestow upon you the title of a true outworld prince, second only to myself and my queen. My word, Odin is truly making a significant investment here. Loki hastily nodded, fearing any change of heart from Odin. In truth, the title of prince mattered little to him. He merely desired to hear Thor address him as uncle, and for Loki to do the same. With that settled, Asgard's divine clan warmly welcomes your inclusion. Odin expressed his delight, realizing that Loki was now ensnared in his scheme. As my brother and an outworld prince of the Aesir, you must ensure that my daughter addresses the internal issues of the clan with utmost obedience. However, it would be unwise to directly assign Loki to confront his own daughter just yet. That would be akin to serving oneself on a platter. Contemplating his eldest son Thor, who is currently honing his skills on Earth, Odin reflected. You must be aware of Thor by now. He is on Earth undergoing trials, and the hammer you previously grasped is indeed his weapon. Initially, I intended for him to become a true king, yet I have since developed new aspirations. I still hope he can amend his haughty demeanor. Might you assist in this regard, as his uncle? Odin emphasized the word uncle, wishing to convey the gravity of the matter to Loki. Upon hearing the term uncle, Loki felt an irresistible urge to seize this opportunity. Thus, he thumped his chest in agreement. Upon returning to the hospital entrance, Loki joyfully affixed the token to his waist and sauntered with an air of triumph to the location of the hammer. The hammer rests here, and Thor is bound to arrive. There is no fear of him fleeing now. Hey, Coulson, have you gone a night without sleep? Your dark circles have deepened. Loki teased, glancing at the god of thunder's hammer while holding a cup of coffee. It appeared much like before, albeit slightly lower, as Loki had lifted it only to drop it again. The researchers had erected a small ladder at the edge of the pit, for without it, they could not descend. Ignoring Coulson, who seemed hesitant to speak, Loki hurried to a corner to indulge in a game, awaiting the night's embrace. As darkness fell, Loki set his nearly depleted phone aside to charge and ventured into the monitoring room, hovering near Coulson. Coulson gave Loki a peculiar glance, but chose silence, focusing instead on the researchers examining the hammer. What is happening? Research team? Coulson inquired, casting an innocent look at Loki before reaching for the walkie-talkie. Thank heavens this device was functioning. Otherwise, delays in communication could lead to dire lapses. Suddenly, the magnetic field emanating from the meteorite underwent a significant shift, enough to disrupt nearby instruments. The researchers exclaimed in shock. None had anticipated that the hammer, which had remained inert all day, would now exhibit new changes. Alert! The southeast perimeter of the base has been breached. An unidentified creature has entered the premises. Another piece of grim news reached Coulson. The previously clear sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, and a torrential downpour began, as if heralding an impending event. Barton, get to higher ground. Coulson urgently called Hawkeye, glancing at Loki, who seemed unoccupied. He hesitated, wanting to say something but held his tongue. This fellow, perhaps he still regarded him as a trump card. With that thought, Coulson hastily instructed other agents to investigate for any unidentified creatures within the base. Immediately, a significant portion of the base's personnel rushed towards the locations where individuals had gone missing. However, Barton remained to guard the area of disappearance alone. Should anyone attempt to feint, Hawkeye would demonstrate the prowess of a top S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. A group of agents soon spotted Thor, who made no effort to conceal himself, and opened fire with an array of firearms. Yet for reasons unknown, their weapons malfunctioned. Whether it was a stun gun or any other firearm, none could discharge. Damn it, it's a magnetic field. At that moment, Loki stood beside Hawkeye, and together they utilized lifting equipment to reach an elevated position, securing a prime vantage point. Unfazed by Loki's photography, Hawkeye knocked an arrow to his bowstring, silently aiming at the rampaging Thor, who was effortlessly dispatching a throng of S.H.O.D. agents as if they were mere market guards. Coulson, I have him in my sights. Should I take the shot? Hawkeye inquired. Coulson had intended to command him to take Thor down immediately, but for reasons unknown. Recalling Loki's numerous comments and his keen interest in the unfolding events, he instinctively replied, "Hold your fire. I wish to see what he is capable of." Thus, Thor approached the edge of the pit, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the familiar hammer before him. With uncontainable excitement, he leapt down. To his dismay, Loki slipped in the mud as he watched Thor's descent. While lamenting the lack of wisdom in his nephew, he mercilessly captured the moment on camera. Thor wiped the mud from his face and glanced around. No one was present. Excellent. The great god of thunder, Thor, had not humiliated himself. Certainly, he had not embarrassed himself by falling. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being recorded. Grasping the hammer, he attempted to lift it as he had done countless times before. Yet, the hammer remained immovable. In disbelief, he exerted all his strength, but it would not budge an inch. No, father, no. Thor howled to the heavens, collapsing in despair upon the ground. He had truly been exiled by his father. Coulson observed the silent hammer with a hint of disappointment and instructed someone to assist Thor. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Thor. Hey, Thor, I am your father's brother. You may call me Uncle. Chapter 47, Uncle? Seeing the incredulity etched on Thor's face, Lu Chi chuckled. A token dangled from his waist, capturing Thor's attention. Thor's expression shifted to one of astonishment as Lu Chi smiled at him. Who dared to forge a token in my father's handwriting? Lu Chi's grin morphed into confusion. How could this be a forgery? It was given to me directly by your father. Observing Lu Chi's bewildered countenance, Thor burst into laughter. Regardless of whether you are a Midgardian or from elsewhere, no matter the origin of that token, do not expect me to believe you. Thor declared with pride, my father is an only child. He has no brothers. There can be no prince. Lu Chi regarded the resolute and somewhat foolish god of thunder with disbelief. Are you truly incapable of sensing your father's divine power? He forcefully pressed the token against Thor's face, urging him to feel it. Thor attempted to shove Lu Chi's hand away, but lacking divine strength. He was no match for Lu Chi's might. A spit flew from his mouth, though it failed to reach Lu Chi, who was firmly pressing down on his head. Instead, it landed squarely on another's polished shoe. Oh dear! Lu Chi glanced at the innocent Coulson and then back at the unyielding Thor. Coulson stared blankly at the spit on his shoe, then gently lifted his foot, allowing the rain to wash it away, along with his sock and foot. So, how is it that you have gained another nephew? Coulson inquired, ignoring the individual pinned beneath Lu Chi. I just recognized him yesterday. I formed a brotherhood with his father, Lu Chi replied. Finally, the overlooked Thor seized the opportunity to escape while Lu Chi was distracted, scrambling up the dirt pit. He turned to Lu Chi and shouted triumphantly, my father is the esteemed king of Asgard. How could he associate with someone like you? If not for my powers being sealed, I would shatter you with a single blow. Lu Chi sighed at the absurdity of Thor's naivety. How could Odin ever consider passing the throne to such a simpleton? Having narrowly escaped from an overpowering foe, one would expect a hasty retreat rather than brash proclamations. Yet, here you are, within the very stronghold of the enemy. Should this individual ascend to the throne of Asgard, the realm's destruction would be inevitable. Ironically, it appears that Asgard has indeed met its demise. Though one might attribute this calamity to Ragnarok, Thor's own actions cannot be overlooked. After all, if Thor is more aptly described as the god of hammers than the god of thunder, without that fabled hammer, he is merely a robust brute. Contemplating this, Lu Chi shouted at the self-satisfied Thor. You incessantly claim that if you had your hammer, you could shatter me, yet without it, does that strip you of your divinity? Ascending effortlessly from the adjacent stairs to the edge of the pit, Lu Chi stood before Thor. Is your father revered as the king of gods solely because of the eternal spear? No, Thor asserted emphatically. My father is called the king of gods because of his unparalleled strength. Then how is it that you are not the god of thunder merely due to your lack of a hammer? Thor found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter. If your title hinges upon possessing a hammer, then you should be known as the god of hammers. Observing Thor lost in contemplation, Lu Chi seized his hand and soared skyward. Even while carrying another, his current energy enabled him to reach nearly 500 meters per second. Ignoring Thor's frantic protests, Lu Chi quickly ascended to a staggering altitude. Bathed in moonlight, he regarded the thunder god he held in his grasp. Facing the sound barrier was merely an uncomfortable sensation. Yet at this height, even this guardian would be reduced to mere pulp upon falling. Would you care to experience that, god of hammers? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor ceased his struggles, clinging tightly to Lu Chi's hand. Casting a glance at the clouds below, he could not resist shutting his eyes. At such heights, he would typically confront any challenge with ease. Yet now, the view filled him with dread. Watching the terrified Thor, Lu Chi gradually lowered his hand, allowing him to fully appreciate the planet's gravitational pull. Are you not a god? Lu Chi slowly inquired. Why do you lack the courage to face this peril? Or are you simply an ordinary Asgardian, endowed with divine power solely through that hammer? God of hammers, Thor? Lu Chi employed a tactic of provocation, and it bore fruit. Thor indeed opened his eyes, defiantly glancing at Lu Chi before casting a challenging look downward. How easily one can deceive a simple-minded creature. Lu Chi smirked mischievously and then pried Thor's hand apart. Just do it. Do it. As Thor plummeted, Lu Chi too fell freely, descending alongside him while capturing the moment with the camera. Odin above. Thor continued to plummet, the planet's relentless gravity threatening his very existence. Thor, only you can save yourself now, Loki shouted, though Thor's voice drowned him out. This was rather awkward, witnessing Thor's silence. Loki decided to float beside him and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. Thor, only you can save yourself. Reflect deeply on your true identity. With these words, Loki seamlessly descended into the Shadow Realm, severing the last thread of hope within Thor. After a strenuous effort to regain his composure, Thor beheld Loki vanish before his eyes. As he gazed down from the heights, a sense of dread enveloped him. Yet the pain etched upon his face preserved his clarity of mind. Damn that fellow! I, Thor, the god of thunder, shall feed you to the fish in the moat. What does it mean to be I? Am I not simply myself? Thor bellowed, swiftly piercing through the clouds, revealing the blurred ground below. As the earth drew nearer, he could not help but shut his eyes once more. Aren't you a god? Why do you lack the courage to confront this peril? Or are you merely an ordinary Asgardian, wielding that hammer to possess divine strength? The god of thunder. Thor? Then I am indeed a god. I am Thor, the god of thunder. It was as if a revelation struck him. Thor's eyes flew open, fixating on the ground that loomed closer. It felt as though there was but a thin veil separating him from an unknown realm, yet he could not breach it. He shouted something, plummeting toward the earth. Once again, failure loomed. Loki had appeared beside Thor, observing him with closed eyes and reiterating his previous words, uncertain if they resonated. As the ground approached, Loki moved closer to Thor, preparing to guide him into the shadow dimension, just as he noticed Thor opening his mouth, eager to hear his words. Frustrated, he had anticipated a declaration, yet Thor chose to hurl insults at him instead. Loki shook his head, but ultimately ushered Thor into the shadow dimension. As Loki surveyed the scene within the shadow dimension, he sighed, dissipating the speed that enveloped Thor, intent on swiftly expelling him lest Thor be assimilated by the dark energy. Imagining Odin discovering a diminished Thor and, in a fit of despair, plunging the eternal spear into himself, Loki broke into a cold sweat, hastening to eject Thor. Typically, with an entity devoid of energy, Loki could easily cast him into or out of the dimension. However, just as he was about to do so, a surge of energy exploded from within Thor. A torrent of electricity surged from Thor, annihilating the dark energy surrounding him. Yet, this was Loki's domain. Hundreds of thousands of dark energies, seemingly agitated, surged toward Thor. Startled, Loki quickly moderated the dark energy's speed, barely maintaining the vacuum created by Thor's outburst. Do not resist. I will send you out. Exhausted from expending the entirety of the newfound energy, Thor gazed in despair at the seemingly boundless dark energy surrounding him, only to find his adversary materializing before him. Now endowed with divine power, Thor was astonished to sense the token at Loki's waist imbued with his father's strength. So, this fellow truly is my uncle? Coulson, initially bewildered by Loki's ascent with Thor, watched in astonishment. Previously, he had instructed someone to investigate the information revealed during the conversation between Loki and Thor. Upon receiving the feedback, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Thor crashed to the ground, kneeling on one knee, his body uncontrollably flickering with bolts of electricity. After taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to rein in the energy that had just awakened within him. My heavens, this is... Suddenly realizing he was kneeling before a balding man, Thor was taken aback and quickly stood up. It's fine, consider an apology, Coulson, Loki said, appearing behind Thor, first putting away his camera before continuing. So, you really are my uncle? So, he truly is the god of thunder? Thor and Coulson turned to look at Loki, speaking in unison, which left Loki momentarily stunned. I'm not a dual-core processor. How can I hear you both at once? He helplessly wiped the rainwater from his face and sighed. So, are we to stand here in the rain to converse? While it certainly has a certain ambience, I would much prefer to be inside a warm little cabin. Coulson glanced at Thor before turning and walking towards the tented room. Thor stared at Loki for a moment before following Coulson inside. Loki cast a glance at the hammer at the bottom of the pit, surprised that this guy didn't even want his hammer. He picked it up and hurried inside, only to find his phone still charging there. Tossing the hammer to Thor, Loki lunged for his phone. What's the matter? Loki asked, noticing Thor's displeased expression. I am not the god of hammers. I am the god of thunder. Thor set the hammer aside, still crackling with electricity. I know. Loki quickly moved his phone away, hoping not to have it damaged by this oath. Finally satisfied, Thor eagerly grasped his treasure hammer. With his divine powers restored, Thor could now effortlessly wield the hammer. Compared to his previous clumsy attempts at smashing and sparking, he was now capable of employing the hammer in a more diverse range of combat, such as striking while discharging electricity. quickly suppressing his smile. He noticed someone regarding him with contempt. This fellow was uncannily reminiscent of his father. Recognizing Thor's demeanor, Loki understood he was indeed Odin's biological son. The resemblance was striking, rendering him speechless. Thor composed himself before addressing Loki. "So, you truly are my uncle?" "Ah, dear nephew, do call me something pleasant." Loki replied with a grin. "Uncle." Thor hesitated for a long moment before finally uttering the word. Loki promptly nodded in response. "Ah, dear nephew, alas, I have no gifts. Would you like some jelly beans? I can have a ninja win some for you on the spot." Coulson observed the two with their apparent deep bond and found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he directed his attention to Loki. "So, this guy really is the god of thunder from mythology?" "Absolutely," Loki affirmed with a nod. "Does Odin truly exist?" "Indeed. I just became sworn brothers with him yesterday." Loki swayed the token at his waist, proclaiming, "I am now a diplomatic envoy of the Asgard royal family to Earth, so do mind your manners in the future." Coulson, uninterested in Loki's antics, felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of the myths being true. His hair was bound to suffer. Recalling the moment when Thor had spat on his shoe, he hastily instructed his agents to take the shoe for examination and collect the rain-soaked soil, pondering what they might discover. "Why'd I wash my shoes? This is splendid. I might just end up in the director's bad books." Coulson sighed wearily but quickly regained his composure. As an agent, his ability to adapt was strong. "Did my father visit yesterday?" Thor asked first, eager to voice his myriad questions. In truth, his father had not come in person but had merely communicated with his spiritual essence. Coulson nodded silently. Recalling Loki's moment of distraction yesterday, that must have been when it occurred. "Did he say anything about me?" Loki began the game, glancing at Thor as it loaded. "He didn't say much, but it's highly likely you won't become king." Thor chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, I lack the qualifications for kingship. My strength is still far too weak." The memory of his helplessness in the shadow dimension flooded back, a feeling of being watched by countless formidable foes, leaving Thor feeling powerless. He was still too small. However, gazing at the token at Loki's waist, Thor reassured himself. "This individual is the brother of my father. Such strength is only to be expected. Moreover, I am not entirely without means of resistance. I possess the capability to fight back. If I continue to grow stronger, I shall be able to defeat this uncle, which essentially equates to." Lost in a peculiar reverie, Thor wore a strange smile, falling into a contemplative silence. Coulson regarded Thor with curiosity, suppressing the urge to wipe away the drool, and turned to Loki, inquiring, "What do you perceive them to be? How might their existence impact us?" Loki glanced at Coulson and reassured him. "Do not be overly concerned. They differ significantly from the gods in mythology. You may consider them as technologically advanced extraterrestrials." Reflecting on Asgard's primitive lifestyle compared to Kamartaj, Loki fell momentarily silent, but continued, "Their power is considerable. They possess the Bifrost, capable of transporting vast armies, and can even function as a devastating weapon when fully operational." Wiping the rain from his face, Coulson pressed on. "Is there anything else?" "Well, Odin's strength isn't quite as formidable as depicted in the myths," Loki replied nonchalantly, noting Coulson's increasing proximity. "He cannot obliterate the world, but shattering 2 planets is rather simple for him." Loki spoke of Odin's peak power with a steady demeanor. Although Odin still retained such strength, his body could no longer endure it. Casting a glance at the whimsically lost Thor, Loki whispered to Coulson, "This fellow is the crown prince of Asgard. You understand, don't you? Although his status is slightly inferior to mine, it cannot be disregarded. Do you understand my meaning?" Pretending to comprehend the surface meaning, but failing to grasp the underlying implications, Coulson observed the foolishly grinning Thor and pondered that preventing this fellow from causing incidents on Earth, thereby creating diplomatic troubles, was already a formidable challenge. Sigh. Perhaps it would be prudent to first provide a brief report to the director. Such significant matters were beyond Coulson's jurisdiction, and he could only defer to his direct superior, unaware that a covert agent had already relayed certain information outside. Chapter 48. Women? Merely capable. Pierce furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report. Once dismissed, he massaged his temples. What on earth is happening in this world? An inexplicable surge of superheroes has emerged, accompanied by a host of supervillains. Now, even deities have made their appearance. However, the report indicated that Asgard is, in fact, extraterrestrial, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. What nonsense! What rainbow bridges and star-destroying cannons! What wretched celestial kings! Could this truly be the Asgard of mythology? It seems the imagination of ancient people was rather limited. Leaning back in his chair, Pierce contemplated. The Security Council had just sanctioned the construction of space carriers, albeit with the provision to first create a prototype to ascertain its efficacy. The additional vessels would take several more years to discuss. Clenching his fist, Pierce was taken aback by the multitude of unforeseen variables that had arisen prior to the plan. Moreover, the situation was spiraling increasingly out of control. After a moment's reflection, he pressed a button, and shortly thereafter, a bald man entered. Sitwell, you are to immediately import all data regarding Loki into the Sola algorithm. I need to ascertain whether he poses a threat to our plans. Sitwell nodded decisively, adjusting his earpiece as he proceeded to exit. Pierce exhaled in relief. While the Insight program was indeed formidable, its core lies within the Sola algorithm. By mastering the Sola algorithm, Hydra could identify individuals who might jeopardize their future endeavors, subsequently eliminating them discreetly. Over the years, Hydra had clandestinely eradicated tens of thousands, yet this pace remained sluggish. According to the Sola algorithm, there are over 100 million individuals globally who could thwart their plans. Thus, the Insight program was conceived. Simple, efficient, capable of wiping out millions in a single sweep. A few more operations, and all those bothersome flies could be effortlessly exterminated. The momentum is in my favor. Pierce suddenly clenched his fist, but in the next moment, a knock resounded at the door. Fury entered his office, observing Pierce seated behind the desk, and approached him slowly. Are you dispatching agents to gather information on Loki? Pierce was momentarily taken aback. How could Fury possibly know? But after a brief reflection, the reason became clear. Why are you being so cautious? You even classified his information as confidential? Pierce rose to pour a cup of coffee, sliding it toward Fury. Fury took a sip, his expression remaining unchanged. Pierce felt a sense of relief upon seeing this. The man's background was too enigmatic, entangled with Howard S. offspring, involved with the Hulk. And now even the so-called Pantheon was entangled in his affairs. He suspected there was something amiss. Fury nodded, having already assessed him with the conclusion, no issues. There is no need for you to investigate him further. It would be a waste of time. Instead, you should request additional funds from the Council to expedite the construction of the new headquarters. After stating this, Fury strode out. Pierce exhaled in relief, for he had nurtured Fury and was well aware of his capabilities. Fury was remarkably skilled, arguably the finest agent, yet this was hardly fortuitous for them, being Hydra, and Fury their adversary. A strategy was required. Despite Fury's utility, recalling the evaluation from the Sola algorithm regarding Fury, Pierce resolved that this asset could not remain for long. Meanwhile, outside, Fury discreetly expelled the detox tablet from his mouth, discarding it into the bin. Trust no one was a lesson imparted by Pierce. As he walked, Fury pondered the source of Pierce's intelligence concerning Thor. Upon learning of Thor's origins, Pierce had instructed those agents to report directly to him. What was Pierce's intention? Why insert personnel among that cadre of agents? Although Fury was unaware of Pierce's affiliation with Hydra, he decided it was prudent to investigate Pierce discreetly. Standing before the elevator, Fury pressed the button, and the elevator arrived promptly. Observing Sitwell within, Fury nodded and allowed Sitwell to proceed first. Sitwell was taken aback to find Fury there, but composedly saluted before heading toward Pierce's office. Fury glanced at Sitwell's retreating figure and then entered the elevator. Once Fury departed, Pierce's assistant entered. What were the results? The results indicate that Loki poses no threat to our plans. Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. The Sola algorithm, a masterpiece of Dr. Sola, generally yielded results consistent with observed data. After contemplating for a moment, Pierce instructed Sitwell to attempt to win Loki over. Unbeknownst to Loki, he had attracted considerable attention while he was blissfully engaged in gaming. As for Thor, the fellow had been grinning foolishly for quite some time. Finally recalling that a woman awaited his return outside, donning his battle attire, he soared into the sky. Suddenly, the internet connection faltered. Coulson, why is the internet suddenly down? Odin appeared exceedingly pleased, for his son had awakened his divine powers, leading him to feel that retirement was imminent. Thor's powers were now awakened, destined to grow with time, indifferent to location. As for trials, Thor had already passed. To become Asgard's great general, one merely needed strength and the ability to comprehend commands. Regarding kingship, I shall test Loki. Really? Your expectations for Thor are so low? Just the ability to understand commands? Indeed, if Loki ascended the throne, Thor, as Loki's sole supporter, would undoubtedly heed his brother's directives. However, Odin's implications astonished Loki. This man intended to bequeath Asgard to a frost giant? However, raising a dog can cultivate affection over several millennia, let alone for Loki. Loki was disinclined to concern himself with Odin's thoughts. After all, Odin would undoubtedly arrive astride his 8-legged steed, clad in his formidable armor of annihilation, to rescue him in times of peril. As for seizing control of the Asgardian royal court, ridiculous. Strategy games were the last thing he excelled at, let alone usurping another's throne. Glancing at his phone, Lu Qi impatiently remarked, "Is there anything else? I still have a game to play. Could we expedite this?" Attempting to elucidate to his parents that online games cannot be paused, he felt a sense of urgency. Gui cast a glance at Odin, who retrieved a book from his garments. This unfamiliar, yet familiar scene filled Lu Qi with anticipation. Reminiscent of the time Gui had nonchalantly tossed him several coordinates of the dark dimensions. These coordinates were amassed over millennia by Asgard, though many may have evolved into intermediate dimensions over the centuries, altering their coordinates. Nevertheless, there should still be plenty of usable ones. Lu Qi eagerly accepted the coordinates, his face alight with joy. "Is there anything else you wish to impart? I can afford to wait." However, Odin remained silent, while Gui gestured for Lu Qi to hasten back to his game, lest he be penalized for idleness. Amidst the barrage of question marks from his teammates, Lu Qi boldly declared, "The guardian of Earth and the king of gods summoned me for a discussion. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He exited the game, disregarding the frantic question marks from his teammates. Lu Qi pulled out a small book and, after a lengthy absence, dialed Modu, instructing him to prepare for battle. Entering the dark dimension, he observed Modu leading a cadre of mages into the fray and casually selected a coordinate. "Sorry, the coordinate you have chosen is invalid." "Oh dear." Lu Qi noted Modu's grave expression and felt inexplicably awkward. Seizing the moment while Modu was distracted, he hastily clicked another coordinate. Sorry, Lu Qi was somewhat speechless. How long ago had Odin provided these coordinates? One after another, they were invalid. Randomly clicking 10 times yielded 7 valid coordinates. Fortunately, 5 were microdimensions, with only 2 classified as elementary. Among these dimensions, the microdimensions harbored no adversaries, while the 2 elementary ones did. Lu Qi exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there were only 2 elementary dimensions. He resolved to take his time with single draws next time, for the prospect of a golden outcome would be quite daunting. He issued commands for the Shadow Legion to conquer one of the elementary dimensions while maintaining a defensive stance on the other. Now, Lu Qi's prowess had far surpassed his initial encounters with Andrews. His Shadow Legion was capable of subduing the elementary dimensions. As for the other dimension, Modu and his companions had already unleashed a colossal magical shield composed entirely of dark energy. The pure dark energy exhibited its efficacy, boasting a defensive capacity that far exceeded that of previous magical shields. Aesthetically pleasing, it consumed nearly 5,000 points per second, sufficient to withstand the energy bombardments of Ur. After a grueling 2 hours of combat, one of the junior dimensions was vanquished, while on the other front, Modu and his companions steadfastly upheld a magical shield, effectively barricading the entrance. Lu Qi quietly cast a powerful silent spell upon the opposing dimension's ruler, rendering them too fearful to show their face. Meanwhile, Lu Qi remained comfortably aloof, observing his subordinates' tireless endeavors. "Keep up the good work. Who knows, I might double my strength by tomorrow." He silently encouraged Modu and the others before directing his legion to assault another junior dimension. Several hours later, the opposing dimension's ruler issued a fierce ultimatum and fled, leaving Lu Qi with a tinge of regret for not acquiring the world coordinates. He then instructed Modu and the others to scavenge the battlefield. Once the area was cleared, Lu Qi guided the Shadow World to consume these dark dimensions, amassing nearly 3 million units of exploitable energy. Blissful, after a long absence. Witnessing the continuous rise of his data brought a smile to Lu Qi's face, even as he exited the Shadow World, still grinning. "What joyous occasion is this?" Coulson inquired, currently overseeing agents as they meticulously packaged the base along with several meters of earth beneath it for relocation. "I didn't pull any gold in my 10 draws," Lu Qi replied, ignoring Coulson's puzzled expression as he turned to depart. "What's up with him?" Coulson wondered, though the urgent relocation tasks took precedence, leaving him unconcerned about Lu Qi. Lu Qi strolled into the town, fortuitously spotting Thor, clad in a stylish outfit, leisurely shopping with Jane, followed by Daisy and Dr. Eric, who exuded an air of singlehood. "Hey, uncle," Thor called out, waving enthusiastically upon noticing Lu Qi. "This fellow truly is socially awkward, a veritable social terrorist." Lu Qi glanced around at the crowd of onlookers, slightly exasperated. With a sigh, he approached Thor. "Hey, uncle, this is my new friend Jane," Thor warmly introduced, completely oblivious to the 2 individuals trailing behind him. "Hello, but didn't you say you didn't know Thor? How can you be his uncle?" Jane queried, perplexed, casting a curious glance at Lu Qi. At that time, I had yet to befriend his father, thus not yet an uncle, Lucci explained naturally, addressing only the latter part of her question. Yet, it was clear he had successfully diverted their attention. So, are you all out shopping? Yes. Jane is introducing me to Midgard. Oh no, I mean Earth's customs, Thor giddily replied, resembling a love-struck fool. Lucci sighed. This lad was clearly smitten. No way. As his uncle, I cannot allow him to spiral down this path. He gestured for Thor to follow, wishing to deepen his understanding of Earth's culture. Simply shopping is insufficient. How about a thrilling battle game? Battle? Game? How do those two words even connect? Thor cast a puzzled glance at Jane, who was equally baffled by Lucci's words. Lucci purchased a new phone, downloaded a certain 5v5 game, and guided Thor through a trial. Then, damn it, how dare this fellow allow the mighty god of thunder to perish? Unforgivable, Thor bellowed, struggling to restrain the currents of electricity flowing through him, lest he wreak havoc upon the fragile device in his grasp. Jien had already distanced herself from Thor by 3 meters, wary of the potential electrical shock from him. While Lucci nodded in satisfaction. Thor, you are still young. You do not comprehend. Women, they are only, completely forgetting that Thor himself was over 2,000 years old. Lucci chuckled, pondering what amusement women could possibly offer. Was not the game far more enticing? Glancing at the helpless Jien, Lucci did not intend to act this way, yet he consciously chose to do so. One must realize that as an Asgardian, Thor could live for millennia. If you're like his father, he could live even longer. And Jien? With good fortune, she might see 100 years. But with ill fate, she could meet her demise in a car accident tomorrow. What future could possibly lie ahead for them? The current emotions were merely fleeting hormonal fluctuations. Although he could not fathom why Asgardians would experience such hormonal surges with Earthlings, Lucci was disinterested in investigating this peculiar physiological phenomenon. For now, he merely wished for them to maintain their distance, to calm down and discern their true feelings. If it was meant to end, then let it end. Of course, if they still loved one another, as long as Thor could utter a few sweet words, in time, as he grew stronger, he could forge a contract with Jien to extend her life. Currently, Lucci was unable to achieve this, yet if Dormammu could, there was no reason he could not in the future. As for the Ancient One and Odin, he had merely provided them with dark energy. How they utilized it was their concern. Perhaps he could seek to learn from them about it as well. Chapter 49. So you're sabotaging my phone, are you? Thus, under Lucci's strong suggestion, the group ceased their shopping and chose to convene at the hamburger shop. A splendid evening. Lucci mused that he had not gamed with anyone other than the ninja for quite some time, as Tony and Coulson were either occupied with romantic interests or were workaholics, unwilling to join him. Observing Jien, still awkwardly adapting to her touchscreen phone, and a few novices who had just exited their games, Lucci envisioned himself dominating the battlefield, receiving their adulation as they cried, "Master, please carry me." He confidently invited the other 4 into his team and initiated a match. The game commenced swiftly, and Lucci dashed out of the base. The thirst for slaughter surged within him. First blood. Lucci discreetly glanced up and noticed the strange expressions on the faces of his companions, though they remained silent. A misstep. There were too many opponents. Do not rush. I can recover. Lucci hastily uttered a few words, but by now, the others had begun to sense that something was amiss. Finally, after a few minutes, Lucci quietly slipped into the restroom. Summoning a ninja, he handed over his phone. Here, you play. Watching the ninja take control of his account and miraculously turn the score from negative to positive, the combined kill count soared to nearly 100. Let me lose a few first, otherwise it won't be challenging. Lucci explained to the others. I trust you, sure. The 4 of them likely formed a conclusion in their minds, yet did not voice it. Thus, they continued their joyous gaming adventure. That evening, Lucci made 6 trips to the restroom. Fortunately, after comprehensively grasping the rules of the game, both Jien and Eric became quite engrossed in it. Thor and Daisy sat beside Lucci, vigilantly monitoring him to ensure he didn't succumb to the temptation of external assistance. Ultimately, they managed to secure a few hard-fought victories, albeit with considerable effort. Well, surrendering meant losing half, which could be equated to winning half. A few more rounds, and it could indeed be considered as having achieved victory multiple times. Before long, Lucci found himself abandoned by the group, sipping his soda in solitude. This game is rather intriguing and presents a genuine challenge, especially when one's teammates are underperforming. Observing the others animatedly discussing the game. With Thor almost glued to Jien's side, Lucci decided to exit the game and quietly left the burger joint. Odin, it's not that I refuse to assist you, but look at Thor. He is chasing after women, all for the sake of a game. To think that a mere game could divert him so. Will future battles be decided by rock, paper, scissors? This is a disgrace to the Asgardian royal lineage. Wait, am I not also considered a newly inducted member of Asgard's royalty? Shaking his head, Loki lamented the triviality of such competitive games, where even in reality one must strive, and now, even in the realm of gaming, I shall retreat to single-player games. Under the enchanting influence of the divine, Loki awoke to find it was already the next day. Upon accessing his system, he discovered that the nearly 3 million energy units had been entirely expended. Contemplating this vast amount of energy, he pondered whether to directly purchase ninja troops or expand his team. Converting all his troop types into ninja units, Loki found himself possessing 5,000 ninja troops, while actually holding 3,000. Each ninja troop costs 510 dark energy units. If he were to purchase ninja troops, while reserving enough energy for the upper limit, he could procure approximately 3,800 ninja troops, yet acquiring just 2,000 would suffice to reach that limit. This implies that by spending 220,000 energy units, he could allocate 500,000 energy for upgrades. Glancing at the substantial coordinate book provided by Odin, a sense of confidence surged within him. First, upgrades. The formation of a team could be addressed later. Spending 220,000 energy units would allow him to reach the limit, leaving him with 900,000 energy units, just 310,000 short. Loki entered the shadow dimension, intending to engage in a few more shadow battles. This time, unwilling to wait for Modu and the others, he opted for direct single draws. After nearly 20 single draws, he acquired 2 basic dimensions, 13 miniature dimensions, and 5 empty slots, finally gathering the requisite energy. While waiting for the Shadow Legion to clear a dungeon, Loki perused the book in his possession. Odin is indeed a formidable figure. Initially, he had anticipated the book to contain at least 1,000 coordinates, sufficient for an extended excavation, yet several pages contained only a single coordinate. Could he not take a cue from the likes of Ancient One? Look at the notable figures elsewhere. Not only are they guardians of Earth, but also diligent and pragmatic. Having painstakingly recompiled over 5,000 spellbooks from Kamartaj into a new version, with their coordinate books densely packed and not a single piece of paper wasted. Upon first seeing how thick this book was, I thought it would contain a multitude of coordinates, only to find it filled with empty pages. Each coordinate meticulously detailed the discovery date and the discoverer, and it concluded with a self-praising remark about its excellence. The spectacle is indeed grand. Yet even this tome of coordinates, as thick as the Shinhua dictionary, harbors over 100 coordinates, even if some are merely empty numbers. Its worth still exceeds millions of dark energy. After a brief wait, the Shadow Legion completed the dungeon, and Loki directed them to transport all the spoils directly to Kamatak before hastening to Thor's side. Although Odin had mentioned testing Loki, the nature of this trial remained unclear. One could only hope that Loki would not send the destroyer after all, despite Thor having awakened his divine power. Unforeseen complications could still arise. The encounters with the Abomination and the Whipmaster deviated significantly from the cinematic narrative, and Loki could not assure that no extraordinary occurrences would transpire this time. As the energy limits were reached, noon arrived, prompting Loki to draw a circle and teleport to the town. Speaking of which, where were Jian and the others residing? Undoubtedly, Thor was accompanying Jian, yet Loki remained unaware of Jian's whereabouts. Just as he contemplated dispatching ninja troops to thoroughly search the town, a few oddly dressed individuals swaggered past him. What a coincidence it was to see Uncle Long, Robin Hood, and Sheena among them, prompting Loki to smile. However, Loki had deliberately obscured Heimdall's perception, leaving him ignorant of Loki's activities. A true king would find such petty tricks beneath him. Heimdall harbored a deep disdain for Loki, a schemer adept only at underhanded tactics. Yet he remained concerned for Thor on Earth. Thor was blissfully unaware that his brother harbored thoughts unbefitting him. As a staunch supporter of Thor, Heimdall resolved to send a few of Thor's companions to inform him of the events transpiring in Asgard, cleverly circumventing the new king's order prohibiting anyone from traveling to Earth. At that moment, Heimdall was merely enjoying a drink at the tavern, surrounded by witnesses who could attest to his presence. And he had not activated the Rainbow Bridge to allow passage, thus possessing a solid alibi. Meanwhile, Loki followed the peculiar group through the town until they stumbled upon Thor, who was engaged in a sweet duo with Jian. That scoundrel dared to mock me. The thunder god Thor? I would slay him 100 times. Thor muttered, his fingers incessantly gliding across his phone screen. Suddenly, Thor encountered an adversary. Vostok shouted. Fandral scrutinized the small box in Thor's hand, roaring at it. The enemy must surely be contained within. It must be a sorcerer from Midgard. I have heard from the mages of the Celestial Palace that Midgard's mages possess extraordinary abilities. Hogan added the final remark. Sif, standing nearby, wished to interject. But Vostag had already dashed out. That cursed sorcerer dares to insult the thunder god Thor. With a precise swing, an axe cleaved through Thor's phone without inflicting any harm upon him. Loki nodded from the shadows, acknowledging that this fellow possessed commendable skills. While he may not rival the ultimate techniques of the shadow ninjas, he was certainly worthy of pride. Well done, Vostag. The 4 wild boars, 6 game hens, and the cow that sacrificed itself will surely take pride in your endeavors. Vandal stepped forward, delivering a few swift strikes, while Hogan observed, deeming these fellows inadequate. With a mighty swing of his warhammer, he shattered a mobile device into fragments. Thor, engrossed in a game and facing a pivotal team battle, found his phone reduced to a cloud of dust. Damn it! With no time to converse with the trio from the Celestial Palace, Thor rushed to Jane's side. Witnessing the inevitable defeat of his team due to his temporary absence, as their base was also overwhelmed in a single push. Hey, Thor, we finally see you again. Wostag exclaimed excitedly, but Thor, crackling with electricity, sent Wostag sprawling to the ground with a jolt. I am engaged in a sacred duel with the enemy. What are you all doing? This is a qualifying match. Besides, we haven't seen each other in less than a day. How can you act like months have passed? Thor's eyes flashed with lightning as he approached, seizing Wostag by the collar. I assumed you encountered an adversary. By the way, why can you summon lightning without your hammer? Wostag, still conscious and defiant, retorted, I am the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. Why should I be unable to wield lightning without it? Thor tossed Wostag onto a nearby chair, which promptly crumbled under Wostag's weight. My heavens, you ought to consider a diet, Thor remarked with a furrowed brow. Sif entered the room, glancing at Vandal and Hogan, who were too intimidated to speak for fear of incurring Thor's wrath, and sighed. Thor, please calm down. We have urgent matters to discuss. Though Thor had been irate moments before, encountering his friends and followers brought him immense joy. What brings you suddenly to Earth? Thor, masking his unease, turned away to hide his guilty eyes. However, shortly after your departure, the All-Father fell into a deep slumber, and with Frigga's support, Loki ascended as the regent of Asgard. Sif spoke urgently, anxious that Thor might not grasp the gravity of the situation. But Loki has become king. How splendid. Thor exhibited no signs of worry or anger, for he was an ardent admirer of Loki. Last night, after acquiring a new device, he had indulged in various games, including a rather hardcore strategy management game that left him dizzy. If ruling as king meant confronting similar matters daily, he feared he might tire more quickly than Asgard could fall. Rather than donning the crown, he preferred the thrill of being a valiant soldier. Loki is far more suited to the throne than I. Just as Sif was in distress, Thor noticed Loki waiting outside. Hey, uncle. Oh, my dear nephew. What troubles you? Loki entered with a smile. Thor sheepishly scratched his head, gesturing towards the remnants of his phone on the floor. My phone was broken. Could you possibly buy me a new one, uncle? The trio from the Celestial Palace and Sif were taken aback by this revelation. Why had they never heard of Thor's uncle before? Thor? Since when do you have an uncle? Wostag tugged at Thor's sleeve, whispering his query. He is my father's brother, whom he recognized just yesterday. By familial hierarchy, he is indeed my uncle. Yesterday? The 3 fools from the Celestial Palace instantly became alert. Does Thor not realize they are unaware? The God King had succumbed to slumber yesterday, and the goddess was diligently attending to him. How could he have sworn brotherhood with a Midgardian on the same day? Surely, Thor had just arrived in Midgard and had been deceived by this fellow. The 3 exchanged glances and tacitly prepared to advance against Loki. However, with a mere wave of Loki's hand, a multitude of shadows transformed into ninjas, surrounding them entirely, countless blades poised to strike. Any movement would surely draw blood. Are you all so foolish? Loki inquired, casting a glance at the restless Sif. Indeed, it appears that individuals of similar ilk tend to react in kind. Upon hearing his identity, they all yearned to retaliate. Truly, Sif was a worthy companion of Thor, their thought processes likely mirroring one another. Sif quietly withdrew her hand from the spear on her back, offering an awkward smile. I assume that after swearing brotherhood with you, His Majesty the God King would bestow upon you some token of verification? Finally, a fellow who is not a brute. What is the average intelligence of Asgardians, after all? Loki retrieved the token given by Odin from one of the ninja's hands, feeling somewhat exasperated. This object was rather cumbersome. Wearing it felt akin to carrying the keys to an entire building in Guangdong, which was quite uncomfortable. Must I always present this token when conversing with Asgardians to prove my identity? Do you not possess any intelligent recognition systems capable of discerning another's identity? After millennia of development, the divine race has evidently placed their technological advancements on par with that of primitive savages next door. Sif offered an awkward smile, but sensing the undeniable aura of the God King emanating from the token, she began to suspect that this matter might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Shouldn't the God King be in slumber? How could he be found in the outside world, engaging in brotherhood with a Midgardian? And if he is not asleep, why does he not attend to Loki? Lu Chi waved his hand, allowing the ninja to release the three fools from the celestial palace, pushing away the pleading Thor in disdain. Truly, engaging with these individuals makes one feel diminished. Just as Lu Chi prepared to seek a chair for respite, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the window. Chapter 50. Turn right ahead to enter the Asgard Ring Expressway. What is happening? Lu Chi did not hear the sound of the destroyer unleashing laser blasts. Surely Loki, being a man of the occasion, would not allow the destroyer to engage in stealth. Lu Chi was utterly perplexed as to how the towering destroyer could possibly maneuver silently, unless... Stepping out of the room, Lu Chi turned toward the source of the commotion. What is this? A throng of blue figures appeared on the street. Although these blue figures were not diminutive, they stood towering at over 2 meters. They are frost giants. Thor, who followed closely behind, exclaimed in astonishment, extending his hand to summon Mjolnir. Damn those frost giants! I shall cleave them in twain. Vostag grasped his twin axes, while the other three readied themselves, poised to charge alongside Thor. This was their strategy. Thor paused for a moment, declaring, I believe we must first evacuate the surrounding crowd. I will join you in holding them back. Jim, you all go and disperse the civilians. After Thor spoke, he intended to surge forward with the astonished trio from the realm of the fairies and Sif, but instead collided headfirst into someone else's back. Hey, watch where you're going. Lu Chi rubbed the back of his head, acknowledging Thor's considerable strength and his thick skin, given he could literally use his face to send Iron Man Tony flying. Apologies, uncle, but the situation is urgent. Could you possibly, before Thor could finish? Lu Chi waved his hand, summoning countless shadows. Evacuate the ordinary people and obliterate the enemies. When have the Smurfs ever dared to emerge from hiding when a wizard is around? Lu Chi, embodying the essence of a sorcerer, declared fiercely as the multitude of dark figures dispersed. And one more thing, keep your eyes on the road. With that, he stealthily made his way toward the location of the frost giants, for the troll soldiers were rather sluggish, and it would be more efficient for him to guide them. My uncle is quite formidable. Loki stood in the empty hall of the divine beings, a ripple in the air before him. I have fulfilled your request and dispatched someone to assassinate Thor. Now, where is the casket of ancient winters? The figure of Lao Fei, the frost giant king, materialized within the ripple, his voice dark and somber. Loki, brandishing the eternal spear, caressed its intricate patterns with his fingers. Are you certain your men can slay Thor? Ridiculous. Had Odin not been present last time, your corpses would already be part of Jotunheim. Loki raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. As long as Thor perished, he would be the sole heir to Odin. Yet, why did he feel a pang of sorrow? Loki. Lao Fei observed Loki's prolonged silence, his tone growing increasingly frigid. I hope you understand that Odin will never allow a fratricidal prince to ascend the throne. Fratricidal? Thor? Loki mused bitterly to himself, gazing at Lao Fei within the ripple, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. Of course I am aware. However, I have one more task for you. Are you going to go back on your word? No. A gleam of madness shone in Loki's eyes. Since Odin will not permit a fratricidal prince to rule, you should go and kill Odin. Then there will be no issues. Observing Laufey's shock, a smirk played on Loki's lips. What do you think? Odin is currently slumbering in his bed. Just approach him quietly, and with a gentle touch, he will depart this world forever. A flicker of doubt crossed Laufey's eyes. Yet he was undeniably tempted. If he could slay Odin and obtain the casket of ancient winters, no one in Asgard could defeat him. Hela smiled silently. Very well, but I require your assistance. You must help me gain entry into Asgard. That gatekeeper does not favor our kind. Rest assured, I will handle him. Lu Chi soon arrived beside the group of frost giants, observing how adeptly they controlled various body parts to conjure ice. He mused that having one of them operate as an air conditioner would be quite advantageous. But with newfound wealth, who would fear the cost of running an air conditioner? Lu Chi summoned a legion of troll warriors, towering at 2 meters high, rendering the frost giants before them almost akin to diminutive beings. Upon detecting their adversaries, this cadre of blue-skinned creatures coalesced ice spikes with both hands, launching them towards the troll warriors. Yet, The seemingly formidable ice spikes inflicted little in the way of significant damage. The minor wounds they caused were akin to mere mosquito bites upon the colossal forms of the trolls. Furthermore, the shadow ninjas, devoid of blood, were entirely unfazed by bloodletting injuries. After withstanding a barrage of attacks, the troll battalion retaliated. Their enormous hands seized several frost giants by the heads and, with a slight exertion of force, crushed them into oblivion. Finding the tactile sensation unsatisfactory, the trolls refrained from further cranial crushing and instead formed massive fists to deliver punishing blows upon the surviving frost giants. Undoubtedly, the frost giants shattered like inferior glass products. In no time, this batch of frost giants was obliterated. Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings and noted the presence of a multitude of frost giants still remaining. My dear nephew, your beloved uncle is inclined to deliver a sharp kick to your backside with the toe of a polished shoe. Lu Qi directed several troll warriors towards a specific point, simultaneously dispatching a few ninja and assassin warriors to scout the enemy, and proceeded to sprint towards the next location. The concept of retaliation was clear. You touched me, and I shall retaliate by obliterating your head. Even the fundamental ninja warriors now possessed physical capabilities 16 times that of ordinary humans, making them more than capable of handling a few frost giants. Moreover, the thousands of ninja warriors at their disposal were not outnumbered by the frost giants that had stealthily approached. One must admit, these creatures were quite formidable. Upon sighting the frost giants, they boldly brandished shotguns against them. While the effect was not particularly strong, the intimidation factor was commendable. To safeguard those eager for confrontation, Lu Qi commanded nearly 3,000 ninja warriors to confine them within the plaza. In truth, such a number of ninja warriors was unnecessary to deal with the frost giants. Weary yet determined, Lu Qi held a piece of wheat that the ninja warriors had procured from an unknown source. "Thank you," exclaimed a boy holding an ice cream, addressing a ninja warrior. Earlier, he had merely expressed a desire for ice cream due to the heat, and unexpectedly, a passing ninja warrior had provided him with one. The issue was resolved. "Thanks. Although I am unaware of your superhero identity, your armor is quite impressive," a boy boldly embraced Thor as he passed, prompting a peculiar smile from the god. "That expression of yours suggests you might need to spend some time in prison to cool off," Lu Qi remarked disdainfully as he appeared before Thor. "So is the issue resolved?" Thor inquired cheerfully. "What is the matter?" Thor, the muscle-bound individual, had yet to grasp the true nature of the situation. After all, Heimdall had not intervened in the frost giant's cross-dimensional escapades, which sparked an unsettling premonition, especially considering that your father remained in slumber. Lu Qi casually mentioned a few points, eliciting a furrowed brow from Thor. "Uncle, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Thor glanced at Sif, who nodded in response. Instantly, Thor spoke again, only to find Jane momentarily taken aback. "Rest assured, Jane, with the Rainbow Bridge in place, I can visit Midgard, Earth at any time." Thor chuckled, and Jane wiped away the tears that had unconsciously appeared, then proceeded to drive, guiding the group to a tranquil location. "Hey, Coulson, step aside. Some people need to pass through." Under the banter of the 3 mischievous ones from the Celestial Palace, the group arrived at the spot for teleportation to Earth. "Have you dealt with those Smurfs?" Coulson casually remarked, allowing the obstructing agents to pass. "Once again, you've got me doing odd jobs without pay," Lu Qi commented nonchalantly as they soon reached the teleportation point of the Rainbow Bridge. "Wait for me," Thor said to the reluctant Jane, then turned his gaze to Coulson. "It's obviously a heist," Jane protested quietly, yet her words were audible to all present. Coulson wore an awkward but polite smile. However, Thor's special status, combined with some intel shared by Lu Qi, made him hesitant to act rashly. "Quickly, have someone take Jane to fetch her belongings before she says anything else." Coulson maintained a smile. Thor nodded, clearly satisfied with this arrangement. "Uncle, would you like to join me for a visit to Asgard?" Thor called out, observing Lu Qi, who was enthusiastically preparing. "Well, exploring a new map does sound appealing." Lu Qi quickly canceled his match and approached Thor. "Coulson, I'm on a tour for a bit. Remember to inform Tony so he doesn't disrupt my travels. You're off to outer space, and you're still worried about him bothering you?" Yet, what could Coulson do but nod robotically? As everyone prepared, Thor cleared his throat. "Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge," Thor proclaimed with considerable zeal. However, a minute passed without any response. "Hey, little brother, are you capable of doing this?" Lu Qi cast a disdainful glance at Thor, making the latter appear somewhat flustered. "Heimdall, I know you can see us. Open the gate." Finally, a powerful beam of energy descended from the heavens, transporting Lu Qi and the others to Asgard at remarkable speed. "Not bad. More thrilling than a roller coaster," Lu Qi commented, while Thor sensed a foreboding as he noticed Heimdall, who was enveloped in frost. Heimdall, what has happened? Thor supported Heimdall as he sat on the ground, the latter appearing exceptionally weak, slowly uttering, Loki has taken the frost giants to assassinate the king. You must stop him. What? Thor was taken aback. Yet he dared not linger, swiftly taking flight. Aren't you waiting for me? Loki shouted, but Thor was already soaring away. You all should take him to another location. This place is damp with melted ice, not conducive for the injured to rest. Loki casually fabricated a reason, prompting several celestial warriors to assist Heimdall to a different area, while he prepared to stealthily approach the celestial palace. Wang Defa. Loki manifested his presence on the Rainbow Bridge. To his surprise, the bridge's structure served as an energy transmission conduit, containing an immense amount of power, preventing Loki from passing through in stealth. What bad luck! What bad luck! What bad luck! Loki could only take to the skies, albeit at a considerably reduced speed. Nevertheless, his velocity remained impressive, reaching nearly 1,000 meters per second, while his ground speed surpassed 10,000 meters per second, enabling him to ascend directly. However, the dark energy adhered too rigidly to the rules established by that man, preventing him from flying. Moreover, his speed was so rapid that Loki struggled to react. Yet, he could leverage this aspect to execute the Flying Thunder God technique. With a pace that was far from slow, Loki swiftly arrived before the magnificent celestial palace. Goodness, did you not tire from constructing such a grand abode? Surely, even a trip to the restroom must take 10 minutes. Loki gazed at the colossal celestial palace, momentarily uncertain of where to proceed. After a brief wait, as he contemplated gambling with fate and sought a branch, he suddenly noticed the distant Rainbow Bridge activating. When did you two manage to cross over? Alas, the vastness of the celestial palace and its multitude of structures severely obstructed his line of sight, leaving Loki puzzled as to when the two individuals had made their way to the other side. Sighing, he resolved to fly over again, pondering whether these youngsters were oblivious to the respect owed to the elderly and their physical limitations. He thought to himself that upon encountering Odin, he must insist on the construction of numerous directional signs. Otherwise, navigating such an expansive celestial palace would be a daunting task. He had already envisioned what the signs would read. 500 meters ahead, turn right to reach the prison. 400 meters ahead, turn right for the path leading to the prison. Straight ahead leads directly to Odin's sleeping chamber, and it is advisable to turn left into the alley, which provides access to the highway leading out of Asgard. Chapter 51. The Cosmic Emperor Thanos. Recalling the Frost Giants' audacious intrusion into the treasury and their subsequent deployment to Earth to wreak havoc, Thor snorted but did not impede the Rainbow Bridge. Has the storyline shifted so dramatically? Loki was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Thor to refrain from stopping the Rainbow Bridge from destroying Jotunheim. However, he was disinclined to concern himself with such matters, harboring no fondness for the Frost Giants. What preoccupied Loki most was the current trajectory of the narrative and Odin's stance regarding it all. Though he could not discern Odin's presence nearby, Loki was certain that the deity was lurking somewhere, quietly observing the unfolding events. As he alighted upon the bridge, Loki soon spotted Loki, who had just risen to his feet. Upon seeing Thor, who had not closed the Rainbow Bridge, Loki burst into loud laughter. What has transpired? Could you enlighten me? With the narrative having altered so significantly, Loki could not guarantee that the exchange between the two brothers, Loki and Thor, in the sleeping chamber would mirror that depicted in the films. He had initially believed that Loki would ensnare the Frost Giant King, Laufey, into slaying their father, thereby usurping the throne of Asgard. Instead, he was astonished to witness Loki turning the tables and slaying Laufey. However, upon noticing Loki, Loki's expression altered dramatically, as if he had encountered that which should not exist in this world. Thor sensed something amiss. After a standoff with Loki, he discovered that it was indeed Loki who had persuaded Laufey to send assassins after him. Yet, Loki subsequently used the Eternal Spear to propel Thor away, then bolted from the sleeping chamber, making a beeline for the Rainbow Bridge, which he activated, directing it towards the realm of the Jotuns. At this moment, Thor had already discerned Loki's intentions, to eliminate him, thereby leaving Loki as the sole prince, with the glory of vanquishing the giant king Laufey and annihilating the realm of giants. He would ascend to the throne of Asgard. However, Thor's survival thwarted this nefarious plan. In the eyes of the Asgardians, the valiant Thor, who led the charge, was eternally more deserving of the throne than the scheming Loki lurking in the shadows. Loki perceived his defeat not as a failure of strategy, but rather as a consequence of his own identity. In a serendipitous moment, he inadvertently touched the Frost Giant's box. only to discover his skin had turned blue, a stark reminder of the race vanquished by Odin. He recalled how Odin had always favored Thor over him, bestowing upon Thor the mighty hammer and allowing him to gain prestige within the ranks of the army. In contrast, Loki was relegated to the study of the arcane arts that Thor had no desire to pursue. Suddenly, everything seemed to fall into place. As he gazed upon the rainbow bridge, Loki's laughter gradually transformed into choked sobs. His feelings towards the frost giants were profoundly intricate. Raised to believe them to be a vile and brutish race, the revelation that he was indeed one of them left him in a state of disarray, tinged with a sense of inferiority. Yet, witnessing Thor basking in the adulation of multitudes ignited within Loki a fervent longing, prompting him to orchestrate these events. Looking at his own hands, Loki envisioned the countless kin who had perished due to their very existence. Perhaps the frost giants were indeed a race marked by filth, selfishness, and brutality, for he was one of them. Thor, casting a glance at the rainbow bridge, and noting it was not directed toward Earth, exhaled in relief, having presumed Loki intended to annihilate their home. As for the frost giants, Thor regarded their fate with indifference. Striding towards his brother, Thor seized Loki by the collar, only to be struck by the unsettling expression that adorned Loki's face. "Loki, what troubles you?" Just moments ago, he had contemplated how to chastise his wayward brother. Yet now all prior thoughts had evaporated. "Brother, do you still think of me as such?" Loki replied, meeting Thor's gaze. "Of course, no matter your actions. You will always be my brother," Thor affirmed earnestly, their eyes locked in a shared understanding. Suddenly, the sound of a camera shutter shattered the poignant atmosphere of fraternal affection. Uncle?" Thor looked quizzically at Lu Chi. "My apologies, I neglected to mute it." "Please, continue." Lu Chi quickly silenced the camera and resumed capturing the moment. Observing their interactions, Lu Chi contemplated the captions he would inscribe on the photograph, dismissing any concerns about the absence of legal counsel in Asgard. Thor cast a resigned glance at Lu Chi before addressing Loki. "You may not be acquainted with him. This is Lu Chi, who yesterday forged a brotherly bond with our father, making him our uncle." "Sworn to Odin? Yesterday?" The image of Odin lying in a deep slumber suddenly struck a discordant note in Loki's mind. Lu Chi hastily produced the identity token bestowed by Odin, lest Loki accuse him of being an imposter. However, as Loki beheld the token, a tumult of emotions surged within him. If Odin had sworn brotherhood with this Midgardian yesterday, how could he possibly be in slumber? Or is it you who has thwarted my plans, dear uncle? Loki appeared transformed, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Lu Chi. "What has come over you?" Lu Chi stared at Loki in confusion, only to discern that something was amiss in Loki's eyes. Specifically, his pupils had taken on a peculiar, dull yellow hue. This sensation felt eerily familiar, as if someone had exhibited similar symptoms before. What was happening? Lu Chi swiftly unleashed his dark energy to thwart the onslaught. With his current recovery rate of 11,200 energy per second, he effortlessly defended against the attack. However, being relentlessly assaulted without retaliation was not in his nature. Glancing at his casual shoes, Lu Chi regretted not donning his dress shoes that day, yet he resolutely advanced toward Loki, enduring the brunt of his strikes. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Loki discarded the eternal spear and produced the box of ice. After glancing at the creeping blue-white patterns on his hand, he looked up at Lu Chi and offered a fleeting smile before decisively opening the box of ice, releasing a chilling aura. Lu Chi, wary of the impending frost, recognized its potential to affect even Heimdall. He projected dark energy forward, attempting to counteract the cold emanating from a box. Although it proved partially effective, it was insufficient. Realizing this was not Earth, Lu Chi endeavored to connect with the shadow dimension behind him, achieving success in no time. With a sigh of relief, torrents of dark energy surged forth from behind him. Now endowed with over 200,000 energy, he was unafraid to engage in a battle of attrition with Loki. Though the box of ice possessed the might to freeze an entire planet, it clearly could not unleash its full power in Loki's hands. Thus, bolstered by a plethora of hidden reserves, Lu Chi not only withstood Loki's onslaught, but also steadily advanced toward him. Thor, stabilizing himself, witnessed this unfolding scene and shouted as he charged forward. Yet, an energy beam unexpectedly shot from afar across the rainbow bridge, striking Thor and sending him flying. Another beam targeted Lu Chi, but he was prepared and deftly evaded it, the beam instead impacting the rainbow bridge beneath him. The bridge erupted with a sizable explosion, releasing a torrent of energy. The assault on the rainbow bridge leading to Jotunheim finally ceased, yet the bridge remained incessantly channeling energy toward the launch platform. Lu Chi could sense the increasingly volatile energy from the distant launch hall, if allowed to accumulate unchecked. The hidden adversaries would only require a mere firecracker to ignite this perilous bomb. Suddenly, a figure appeared high in the sky, observing the chaotic scene below. Waves of divine power surged forth, repelling the relentless attacks. Odin, with both hands channeling divine energy, unleashed a tremendous outburst, suppressing the energy capable of obliterating planets emanating from the Rainbow Bridge. Seizing this moment, Loki quickly distanced himself from the energy source, gazing toward the direction from which the beams had come, yet saw nothing. He glanced back at Odin, only to find him gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Loki was startled. Currently, the enemy lurked in shadows while he stood exposed. Great One, you must not falter. He channeled the remaining energy from the shadow dimension through a contract into Odin's body, pouring in over 10,000 units of energy, finally stabilizing Odin's form. Odin acknowledged Lu Chi with a slight nod, extending his hand as the eternal spear broke free from the motionless grasp of Loki, soaring into Odin's possession. How could there be a spacecraft? This was an unexpected turn of events for Lu Chi. It was astonishing that an extraterrestrial vessel dared to approach the divine realm of Asgard, which was not insignificant in the cosmos. Activate the air defense system, Odin commanded, and various transformations unfolded throughout the celestial palace, revealing numerous artillery emplacements. However, awkwardly, only a portion of these defenses managed to fire successfully, delivering a sparse barrage across the airspace targeted at Odin, yet still illuminating the silhouettes of several ships. Odin furrowed his brow, taken aback by the current state of Asgard, which had long been free of war and now appeared so vulnerable. Yet the battle was not over, and there was little time for lamentation. He nodded once more at Lu Chi before charging forth, enveloped in waves of divine power, crashing through the void and piercing through the warships, sinking them one after another. Maintaining Odin's explosive energy at a rate of 5,000 units per second, Lu Chi let out a sigh of relief as he observed the interstellar vessels plummeting from the sky, though his curiosity about the identity of the fleet's origin only intensified. Footsteps approached from behind. Lu Chi turned to find a group of Asgardian guards armed with various weapons. Just as he intended to inform them that their assistance was unnecessary, he noticed the yellow glimmers in their eyes. Something was amiss. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Chi realized that the area damaged by the bombardment had obstructed the energy transmission, and the assault on the Frost Giant's realm via the Rainbow Bridge had long ceased. Noticing a section devoid of energy beyond the damage, Lu Chi hastily summoned a cadre of ninja warriors, commanding them to subdue the guards. Thanos. In his possession was the Mind Stone, capable of controlling hearts. In the original film, this gem was embedded in a scepter and could only exert its influence upon contact. However, it appeared that its abilities were far more potent than initially perceived. A legion of ninja warriors surged forward, swiftly overpowering the entranced Asgardians and pinning them to the ground. Meanwhile, distant warships dispatched numerous small airships, effortlessly evading the sparse air defense fire and heading towards Lu Chi's position. Unfortunately, the sheer number of small airships resulted in several breaching the blockade. Suddenly, Lu Chi spotted Loki making his way towards the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. He quickly dispatched a ninja to intercept him, but upon the ninja's successful halt of Loki, it became evident that this Loki was merely a shadow. A multitude of Lokis suddenly materialized on the bridge, each emitting peculiar laughter as they advanced towards the edge. Do you think you can escape? Lu Chi commanded the ninja to incapacitate the subdued guards, facilitating a physical reboot. He then instructed all ninja warriors to confront Loki. He had yet to deliver a kick to Loki's rear and could not allow him to be rescued. Thousands of ninja warriors leaped from the bridge, each accompanied by different iterations of Loki, gracefully grasping one another mid-air. A handful of ninjas remained on the bridge, pulling down their comrades, successfully capturing the various Lokis. Yet, perplexingly, they were mere illusions. How could this be false? Lu Chi pondered, though a thought soon crossed his mind. Loki's signature trick. Turning around, he noticed an Asgardian guard, having risen unbeknownst to him, rubbing the back of his head and smiling at Lu Chi before leaping off the Rainbow Bridge. A strangely shaped airship swiftly approached, catching Loki and whisking him away into the distance. Damn! Loki, being a frost giant, possessed a physique superior to that of an ordinary Asgardian guard, and the previous blow had failed to render him unconscious. Lu Chi soared into pursuit, but a swarm of small airships attacked him from behind. Truly bothersome pests. With a swift motion, Lu Chi summoned nearly 1,000,000 dark energies that surged into the air like a colossal wave, crashing down upon the diminutive airships, shredding them to pieces. As he glanced back, he witnessed the bizarre vessel erupting with a tremendous energy, warping the surrounding space before vanishing from Lu Chi's sight. Lucci's expression darkened. Thanos. In his previous cinematic viewings, he had always found the screenwriters to be flawed. Loki merely sought the same attention as Thor and had no real intention of fratricide. However, if Thanos was indeed orchestrating events from the shadows, everything fell into place. It seemed he was taking advantage of Odin's blindness. Chapter 52, The Ever-Strengthening Shadow Legion. As the ship carrying Loki teleported away, the invisible warships in the void did not retreat. Rather, they recklessly fired upon and crashed into the Rainbow Bridge. Odin withstood the assaults of several ships, the eternal spear slicing through space to his hand, subsequently gathering boundless divine power. A powerful beam of divine energy exploded forth, annihilating the amassed warships. Lucci observed the wreckage of the warships scattered across the starry expanse, feeling that even a certain matron could not rival Odin's might. However, the energy expenditure from Odin's outburst was considerable, leaving Lucci's dark energies diminished to a mere fraction. With a casual strike, he obliterated the small airships entangled with Thor. As Odin landed heavily upon the Rainbow Bridge, his face grim, gazing at the staggering Asgardian guards, Odin's countenance grew increasingly menacing. Excellent. Not only daring to assault Asgard, but also bold enough to abduct my son. Regardless of your identity, I shall find you and then crush you slowly. Odin's solitary eye surveyed the surroundings before he suddenly shouted skyward, unleashing a surge of divine power that crushed several birds mid-flight. Elsewhere, Thanos, clutching the Mind Stone, radiating a yellow glow, suddenly trembled in pain. My lord? Ebony Maw inquired nervously. My lord. Given Odin's long-standing reputation as a formidable force in the cosmos, why provoke him? Should he discover our presence, we might. Thanos contained the Mind Stone within an apparatus designed to shield its power, rendering it undetectable. Placing the instrument in a hidden compartment, Thanos finally exhaled in relief. Confronting Odin made him quite anxious. After all, Odin's power was formidable enough to annihilate him and his fleet single-handedly. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed. A shadow loomed in Thanos' gaze, but he did not mind sharing certain information with Ebony Maw, his most trusted and capable subordinate. Ebony Maw was elated. Each Infinity Stone was a renowned treasure in the cosmos, and gathering all 6 could resolve any dilemma. Although they already possessed the Mind Stone, one gem was insufficient to achieve their ambitions. Ebony Maw inclined slightly. My lord, please allow me to procure that stone for you. Thanos shook his head. That stone, which he sensed possessed the power of spatial distortion, was likely the Space Stone among the 6 Infinity Stones, and its location was on Earth, one of the 9 realms under Odin's dominion. Ebony Maw paused, realizing the predicament. Having just offended Odin, they were now tasked with infiltrating another's domain, an endeavor fraught with peril. Noticing his subordinate's momentary shock, Thanos dismissed his previous remarks. Originally, Thanos had intended to send Loki, Odin's son, to Earth to seize the Space Stone for him. However, with the shift in plans, it would be more prudent to dispatch both Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive to Earth for the acquisition of the Space Stone, with Loki accompanying them as a potential bargaining chip. Yet, Odin would not remain passive. Ebony Maw expressed his confusion. Thanos smiled. But he would not just slap him in the face. Should he catch wind of our activities, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Moreover, part of the Bifrost has been destroyed, impeding his swift return. This is our opportunity. Besides, he remains unaware that it was we who orchestrated this, does he not? Suddenly, Thanos recollected the Earthling who had appeared at the last moment, and a sense of unease washed over him. His original plan had been to manipulate Loki into killing Thor, thereby provoking Odin and gauging his true strength. From the information at hand, it appeared that the power of the Asgardian gods increased with age, yet their bodies could not withstand such might, ultimately leading to their downfall. Thanos had anticipated that Odin could no longer bear such power and would be incapable of wielding significant divine strength. Yet Odin's performance today exceeded his expectations. The Earthling had seemingly disrupted all of his schemes. Even over 5,000 elite frost giants had failed to slay Thor, and not even a handful of Earthlings had been eliminated. Thanos sensed that Odin's strength was somehow linked to that individual. After all, Odin had previously appeared on the brink of death, only to regain vitality upon forming a bond with Lucci. There was something amiss with that fellow. After contemplating for a moment, Thanos addressed Ebony Maw. When Loki arrives, bring him to me. I must provide him with certain gifts before we can commence my plans. Unbeknownst to Lucci, Thanos had taken notice of him, or else he might have remained in Camartage indefinitely. What is the situation? Thor inquired as he observed Lucci approaching. Rest assured, I merely had the ninja soldiers render them unconscious. No one shall perish. Though a lingering ache at the back of their heads for a couple of days, is inevitable. I suggest they forego helmets during their watch in the coming days. Lu Qi casually remarked before turning his gaze to Odin. How do you feel? My dark energy was nearly depleted moments ago. Odin shook his head, indicating his well-being. His single eye fixated on the star he had summoned to serve as the sun. I never anticipated that, after several decades, forces in the cosmos would dare to provoke me. Lu Qi, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, "Oh, great one, your longevity renders you dismissive of mere decades? Surely that span is sufficient for you to cradle great-grandchildren. This matter shall not be brushed aside lightly, but the ships I just destroyed belong to various factions. The Kree, Collectors, the Nova Empire, and so forth, all manipulated by some unseen puppet master. Once I unearth the culprit, I shall ensure those scoundrels face their reckoning. Not even Jesus could save them. Mark my words." Odin seethed internally. Lu Qi shook his head. "Goodness, you still do not know who the mastermind is. Yet you speak so boldly. What if it turns out to be a formidable overlord? Your Asgard could be laid to waste." However, after some contemplation, Lu Qi resolved to divulge a morsel of official intelligence to Odin. "To my knowledge, the power controlling your guards likely emanates from a Mind Stone, which is currently in the possession of the cosmic tyrant, Thanos." Odin cast a surprised glance at Lu Qi, yet he did not doubt the veracity of this information. Perhaps it was a message relayed from an old acquaintance, for the power of time is indeed enigmatic. But does she not generally refrain from offering assistance? Were it not for the constraints on her powers, would she deign to parley with those who dare to belittle Asgard's majesty? She is not a benevolent monarch, but rather a renowned god of war, the very champion of Asgard. Given this, I shall dispatch someone to gather intelligence on Thanos and prepare a grand surprise for them. Odin resolved, instructing Thor to arrange a room for Lu Qi. As Lu Qi had yet to fully explore Asgard, he decided to linger for a few days, especially since the timing of the Battle of New York was still set for next year. Perhaps some lonely elder was still encased in ice at this very moment. Walking alongside Thor, Lu Qi admired the distinctly styled architecture of Asgard, occasionally taking out his camera to capture a few photographs. After half an hour of strolling, they finally arrived at his chamber. "Very well. I believe you ought to inform me of the location of the restroom, lest I become lost in my search." Lu Qi surveyed the room, which appeared exceedingly neat and luxurious, yet he could not discern any indication of a lavatory. "There will be maidens outside. You may inquire with them should you have any questions," Thor responded nonchalantly, as if this were entirely customary. Goodness, is this the opulent lifestyle of the landowners? Maidens attending to every need? I wonder if they could assist with a back rub, Lu Qi mused, glancing outside to indeed spot several intricately dressed maidens. Why are their maidservant garments so heavy? Are they not concerned about overheating? He pondered. A gilded cage is no substitute for the comfort of one's own abode. Lu Qi settled into a comfortable position and activated his system. After several hours of mining, his energy had accumulated to 5.21 million, a sufficient amount for him to enhance his physique. Without hesitation, he clicked to upgrade, and with a shudder throughout his body, the world around him dulled into monotony. The rate of energy crystal collection was now 22,400 points per minute, while energy recovery surged to 22,400 points per second, amplifying his strength. However, the system indicated that the next doubling of his physique would occur when the number of ninja soldiers reached 50,000, causing Lu Qi a moment of headache. 50,000 ninja soldiers would require over 100 million energy points, an outrageous figure. Not to mention, subsequent physique upgrades would demand at least 50 million energy points, leaving Lu Qi feeling daunted by the journey ahead. Observing the dwindling energy available for mining, Lu Qi called Mo Du, requesting him to bring a team for cleanup, and then entered the shadow dimension to prepare for significant undertakings. Methodically, he activated one dimension after another, testing his luck. Given the substantial progress in both strength and numbers of the Ninja Legion, Lu Qi felt little inclination to engage in single draws. Instead, he executed a 10-fold summon. Fortune favored him today, yielding 2 primary dimensions without any empty slots. Considering the substantial enhancement from a 16-fold to a 32-fold increase in basic qualities, Lu Qi decided to direct his troops to simultaneously assault both primary dimensions, curious to see if they could secure victory. The process proved more effortless than Lu Qi anticipated. The enemies were hardly a match for his ninja soldiers, let alone the stealth ninjas and troll soldiers. Even the Dimension's sovereign retreated at the sight of the troll soldiers, unwilling to confront them directly. Within mere minutes, the Dimensions fell into his grasp, and Lu Qi felt increasingly at ease, continuously clicking coordinates as dark dimensions swiftly transformed into parts of the shadow world. He continued this endeavor until fatigue began to set in, at which point he paused. Gazing at the coordinate book, nearly a 20th of its contents explored, Loki marveled at the prowess of a top-tier power that had endured for millennia. Its reserves were truly incomparable to those of Gu-E. Apologies, Gu-E, but this round belongs to me. In terms of wealth, resources, magic, and territory, your advantage lies only slightly in magic. With close to 10 million energy points at his disposal, Loki felt a newfound sense of prosperity. Contemplating the over 10 million energy, he resolved to purchase 7,000 ninja soldiers once the energy was fully mined, reserving a few million for contingencies, especially since Odin was set to confront Thanos, and he felt compelled to lend support. What if Thanos were defeated outright? Checking the time revealed that nearly 5 hours had elapsed. Loki stretched and decided to take a brief rest, planning to reassess the situation in the morning. Wrapped snugly in his blanket, time seemed to fly by. It felt as though, with a blink, an entire day had passed. As he sat up, stretching lazily, he reflected that, given his current physical condition, enduring a few sleepless nights was not particularly taxing. However, his biological clock, still attuned to his 20-something years, dictated that he become drowsy at the appointed hour. Besides, why stay awake with nothing to do when he could indulge in a hearty meal and enjoy a restful sleep? Loki firmly believed that a good night's sleep was infinitely preferable to the rigors of sleepless nights. Upon opening the system, a night passed, and Loki's energy surged to 24 million. Indeed, the later stages of idle games are astonishingly exaggerated. Loki accessed the system and, adhering to his plan from the previous night, purchased 7,000 ninja troops, expending 42 million energy, leaving him with 82 million. This total should suffice for Odin to wreak havoc. As the saying goes, behind every successful man there lies. Oh, never mind. Loki quickly reined in his thoughts, observing the dwindling energy reserves, and retrieved the book Odin had gifted him to continue with the lottery. While drawing, Loki comfortably pondered that it was fortunate those intermediate dimensions could shift their coordinates. Otherwise, he might encounter an overpowering adversary. Surely, no one would ascend to an intermediate dimension without adjusting their coordinates, right? Never mind, let's not jinx it. When in high spirits, one tends to overthink, and today, he had already set numerous flags. Speaking of which, others only require ample space to ascend to an intermediate dimension. Why does he feel a difference even with expanded space? Loki gazed quizzically at his shadow world. Hadn't it been said that one could alter spatial coordinates? How was that accomplished? Would he need to move it himself? After several hours of energy accumulation, Loki decided to test the possibility of shifting the coordinates of the shadow world. To his surprise, he indeed could. It felt rather novel, akin to an experienced driver navigating through dimensional space in a shadow dimension. Wait, what about my expansive Marvel world? Chapter 53, A New World. Apologies, this particular world is poorly written. Feel free to skip it. Knowing that he acquired the source of fire and several Decepticon minions. Upon arriving at the portal to Kamar Taj, Loki found that the door was no longer dark, which left him somewhat distressed. He quickly produced the coordinate book Odin had provided, only to discover it lacked coordinates for the Marvel world. This left him truly at a loss. Loki had no means to communicate across dimensions with Ancient One and the others, leaving him feeling utterly trapped. Oh wait, it seems there is still a connection between them. Loki recalled the dark energy supply contract he had signed with Odin and Ancient One, believing he could use this method to reach out to Ancient One. But how? Morse code? The problem was, Loki did not know it. He was not among those formidable individuals who mastered everything upon crossing over. He needed to find a world to stay in, otherwise he would starve. How tragic that would be. If the civilization were advanced enough, he might learn Morse code. If both worlds shared the same Morse code, he could potentially communicate with Ancient One and the others. Ultimately, Loki placed his hopes on the coordinate book, for the dimensional space was vast and empty, without effective exploration methods. One could search for 1,000,000 years and still not find a world. If he could procure advanced equipment from those dark dimensions and obtain world coordinates, perhaps he could wait in that world for Ancient One to rescue him. May Master Ancient One bless me. Amen. Loki first transmitted 1,000,000 units of dark energy to Ancient One, signaling his plea for help, hoping she would comprehend his distress. After a brief respite, Loki regained his composure. Uncertain if Gu-E understood the situation, he opened the coordinate book to see if he could find a dimension master to siphon energy from. Gu-E had painstakingly converted all the spellbooks he had previously acquired from other dark dimensions into a source of energy for Loki. Just as Gu-E entered a state of relaxation, he suddenly felt an overwhelming influx of energy directed towards him from Loki's end. What on earth are you doing? I still wish to rest. Since Lu Qi had grown increasingly powerful, the Time Stone had become less effective against him. After all, the potency of dark energy was formidable, rendering even time incapable of foreseeing Lu Qi's future. Thus, Gu Yi was left bewildered by Lu Qi's antics. Was Ti supposed to be a guest at Odin's abode? Setting aside other thoughts, Gu Yi felt the energy within him swell, causing him to ponder in confusion. His own constitution was not particularly robust, and he could hardly accommodate such a vast amount of energy. Just before he felt on the verge of bursting, Gu Yi hastily expelled the dark energy that had been transmitted to him. Outside the tea room, on the plaza, Caecilius was practicing spells with his colleagues. As they discussed visions for the future, laughter erupted among them. Caecilius held a great yearning for a life of unrestrained power. Having spent considerable time in the mundane world, he had once perceived sorcerers as mere human artillery. However, upon entering Camartage, he learned that everything comes at a price. Sorcerers were not the flamboyant figures he had imagined, but rather individuals who had contracted high-interest loans in a bid to save the world. Initially disillusioned, his perspective transformed with Lu Qi's emergence. Not only did he witness those spectacular spells in action, but he also foresaw the potential for them to be powered by dark energy. While it was not an interest-free arrangement, Lu Qi's offerings were undoubtedly preferable to high-interest loans, as he allowed for alternative forms of repayment, such as labor. Nevertheless, Lu Qi's current energy reserves were still insufficient, catering only to a select few high-ranking sorcerers. However, Lu Qi was growing at an admirable pace, and Caecilius was willing to wait. If only Lu Qi possessed an abundance of energy now, how splendid that would be. Just as he sighed, a massive surge of dark energy burst forth from the Supreme Sorcerer's tea room, clashing with the already dense natural energies of Camartage, creating a cacophony of thunder and lightning, with effects reaching their zenith. How could there be such an immense quantity of dark energy? Caecilius initially felt a twinge of panic, as this overwhelming energy was capable of assimilating everything in its vicinity. Yet, it seemed to be under control, consciously annihilating itself alongside other energies, which relieved him. However, amidst this relaxation, Caecilius found himself puzzled. Wasn't it said that Lu Qi's energy was limited, insufficient to support so many individuals? How then could Master Gu Yi afford to utilize this dark energy to annihilate other energies? Though he did not voice it, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within Caecilius. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, as he had spent over 10 hours drawing prizes, his stored excavatable energy had nearly reached 20 million. Yet he had failed to capture those elusive dimension masters, slippery as mice. I cannot allow those beings to flee. Why not feign weakness to lure the enemy into a trap, then deploy a formidable force to encircle and capture the Dimensional Lord directly? After contemplating this strategic plan, Lu Qi concealed his formidable shadow army, clad in uniform attire, exuding an intimidating presence akin to a band of villains, and readied himself for a grand performance. He initiated a tenfold assault, securing at least a rudimentary dimension. Pretending to be fearful, he glanced at the opposing side, only to discover where was everyone. No one was present. What was the point of devising this elaborate plot? After all, it was a rare opportunity to personally engage. Yet he was handed a rudimentary dimension without any resistance. Lu Qi dispatched a squad of shadow soldiers to scout the area, and they indeed confirmed the absence of adversaries. Was there a possibility of a bait-and-trap tactic? Elite hunters often masquerade as their prey. Resolutely, Lu Qi instructed the shadow ninjas to commence extraction of the opposing dark dimension. He felt his energy surging, yet the enemy remained conspicuously absent. Truly, no one was there. Intrigued, Lu Qi ventured into this rudimentary dimension, discovering that the dark energy within posed no hostility towards him, akin to being unclaimed. How had this dimension evolved into its current state? He decided to unleash his entire shadow army to explore this realm. After several hours, a team of shadow ninjas reported the discovery of a spatial rift. Accompanied by a few shadow ninjas to the rift, Lu Qi sensed dark energy seeping out, and as this energy dissipated, the dimension gradually weakened, albeit at a slow pace. What an astonishing revelation! This place had evidently been a more advanced dimension previously. How had it deteriorated to this state? Lu Qi focused on harnessing the dark energy within this dimension, which he could manipulate freely due to its unclaimed nature. He commanded the dark energy not to escape through the rift and sent a squad of shadow ninjas to explore further. Instead of consuming this rudimentary dimension outright, Lu Qi enveloped himself in dark energy and entered the spatial rift. Upon traversing the rift, Lu Qi found himself surrounded by colossal, industrial-style machinery encircled by a multitude of stones, resembling a cavern that narrowed as one ascended. Rising from the heart of the machinery, Lu Qi scrutinized the immense construct, realizing it appeared to be a device for creating and maintaining the spatial rift. This apparatus utilized the dark energy emerging from the rift to sustain its existence. However, as Lu Qi exerted control over the dark energy, the device could no longer uphold the rift, which began to heal itself. Testing the continuity of his connection with the shadow world, Lu Qi disregarded any further considerations and consumed the rudimentary dimension, severing the energy source of this peculiar device. He chose to momentarily ignore the strange contraption and approach the surrounding massive stones, discerning no significant energy barriers, before stealthily slipping through the crevices. Goodness, could it be that I am not afflicted by some pharaoh's curse? Lu Qi cleansed his entire body with dark energy, erasing all impurities while preserving his garments. Now, he felt unafraid of any potential superviruses lurking within the tower. With a sigh of relief, he surveyed the desolate surroundings and decided to ascend, soaring upward with determination. Eventually, he reached the outer edge of Earth, pausing to savor the thin air. As a satellite drifted slowly past him, he confirmed he was indeed on a technologically advanced planet, though he remained uncertain about the presence of superpowers or superheroes. Lost in contemplation, Lu Qi suddenly sensed something approaching. Turning his gaze, he was astonished to witness several meteors, trailing fiery tails, hurtling towards him. What a peculiar sight! Meteors traveling in formation. He swiftly dodged the meteors, only to discover they were altering their trajectories to avoid him. How extraordinary! These meteors were not ordinary at all. Watching the meteors recede into the distance, he pondered and decided to follow them. After all, this world lacked the magical barriers of Camartage, and his connection to the shadow realm remained unscathed. When the time came to unleash his energy, he would be astounded by his own strength. The meteors appeared to be consciously reducing their speed, their velocity steadily diminishing. Lu Qi consumed a portion of his dark energy to keep pace with them. A series of inexplicable signals transmitted among the meteors. If interpreted in human language, it would sound like, how can this creature keep up with us? Are carbon-based beings truly this outrageous? I am beginning to fear this planet. The energy output of this being is terrifying. How did Bumblebee survive here? Lu Qi, however, was oblivious to the peculiar signals. He was not attuned to such frequencies. He merely observed the meteors, flying alongside them until they reached a certain location, where several meteors separated. Ah, but I cannot split myself. How do I follow? Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback, wishing to discern the nature of these meteors. After some contemplation, he attempted to use dark energy to create a few eyes or perhaps even some clones. Yet, he was not particularly adept at this, resulting in the formation of bizarre, oversized black orbs. Although these spheres possessed the desired capabilities of observation and tracking, they lacked combat prowess. Nevertheless, Lu Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had underestimated his own abilities. In the future, he could create spells to explore the potential of dark energy. He instructed a few black orbs to follow several of the meteors while he casually trailed behind one of them. Suddenly, crash! As a meteor descended, igniting sparks and lightning upon impacting the ground, Lu Qi was left in a state of bewilderment. What kind of hellish parachuting technique was this? If they could traverse the cosmos, could they not design a better landing apparatus? A strange sound echoed, and Lu Qi watched in amazement as the meteor morphed before his eyes, transforming into a mechanical giant approximately 7 meters tall. What on earth? Lu Qi gazed at the grotesquely designed robot, utterly bewildered. It seems I have encountered this peculiar entity before, yet I am not entirely familiar with it. Is it yet another fantastical realm? As I observe this giant cautiously regarding me, I find myself quite bewildered. You are extraterrestrials. Why do you fear a mere Earth dweller? Presently, I have momentarily forgotten the nearly million dark energies surrounding me, all enhanced for my benefit, and I regard this behemoth with curiosity. Greetings, Earthling. We approach without malice. We are here in search of a lost object. The enormous automaton scrutinizes me, and through its sensors, it determines that my energy index even surpasses that of their leader, Optimus Prime. This revelation leaves it confounded regarding its mechanical core. I, on the other hand, am intrigued by this being. How is it that you speak Mandarin? I acquired your language through your internet. Judging by your features, you appear to be of Asian descent. Based on the demographic proportions, I deduce that you must be of Chinese origin. You are becoming somewhat familiar to me. What is your next move? Proceed with your mission as if I do not exist. Jazz observes me warily through his research on the internet. He discovers that there are no other individuals in this world with abilities akin to mine, or rather, the vast majority are merely ordinary people. What is the nature of this being? A genetic mutation, perhaps? However, it is evident that this creature harbors no hostility. Its gaze, analyzed through their psychological framework, reveals no ill intentions. Very well, since neither I nor my leader and companions could possibly contend with this entity, I shall first rendezvous with my leader. At worst, I will inform him of the peculiar circumstances I encountered along the way. As I venture outside, Jazz converses with his companions, only to notice a strange large dark orb trailing behind them, yet neither attacks nor communicates. After consolidating all available information, Optimus Prime contemplates and ultimately resolves to regroup first. There may be peculiarities on this planet, but their intentions seem benign. They seek merely to retrieve an object and may depart afterward. Let us hope for no unforeseen complications, or rather, other unexpected occurrences. Receiving his orders, Jazz ceases his cautious, incremental approach and begins to run. Through the internet, they have learned that Transformers would likely not be accepted by the inhabitants of this planet. It would be prudent to find a vehicle to transform into first. I follow this being to the entrance of an automobile dealership, observing as it fixates on a particular car, bemused by its desire to drive. Do you not realize your size may prohibit you from fitting inside? Oh my! Watching this behemoth transform into the sports car within leaves me utterly flabbergasted. I finally comprehend the nature of this world. Chapter 54, T-1000. As I witness this grotesque creature stealing a disguise before my eyes, I recall that it must be the Autobot that was torn apart by Megatron. How tragic! I shake my head, feeling sorrow for this being's fate. Jazz, perplexed, observes my emotional fluctuations and wonders what has transpired with me. If he were to discover that Lu Chi is silently mourning for him, he would undoubtedly be quite pleased. Wouldn't he? Do you need a ride? I suspect you might be concerned about concealing your identity. Remember, there is hardly any information about such extraordinary beings online, Jazz tentatively remarked. Expose what identity? A denizen of another world? Lu Chi was baffled by Jazz's words, yet he felt it was worth it to sit in a transformer. Jazz, ever considerate, opened the car door, and Lu Chi quietly slid into the driver's seat. Observing the vehicle's interior adorned with mechanical-themed embellishments, Lu Chi gently touched them. Are these little decorations copied from your car, or are they of your own design? Ah, just a personal hobby. I have a penchant for these cool little things. So, you specifically chose a sports car? This one is prominently displayed, and I quite like it. Jazz, having grasped Lu Chi's character, became increasingly relaxed in conversation, even incorporating trendy slang. It's quite distinctive. Let us play some music. Lu Chi rolled down the window, gazing at the changing scenery outside, as Jazz played a heavy metal track. It sounds rather good. Of course, you must trust my taste. I'm not like that outdated clunker, Ironhide. As the duo continued their journey, their bond deepened, and Lu Chi found Jazz to be quite amiable. Perhaps he could rescue him one day. However, given the already sparse number of Autobots, and that those who came to Earth were all elite, it would be best not to exploit them. If one desires a vehicle, it might be wiser to seek out the Decepticons. Speaking of which, Megatron would be a fine choice. Capturing Megatron directly would surely expand the horizons. Unbeknownst to Jazz, Lu Chi was concocting a plan to abduct the enemy leader as a vehicle, which could very well leave him in shock. It was likely that the unfortunate Megatron had finally discovered the legendary Allspark, only to be encased in ice near the Arctic Circle before he could send word. In the end, an old friend preemptively seized the Allspark and generously assisted in its destruction. Nevertheless, Megatron was quite resilient. Not only did he survive, but he was also repeatedly forced to enhance his power. Ultimately, his combat prowess skyrocketed to 999. Had it not been for Optimus Prime sacrificing his allies to acquire divine armor, he might not have stood a chance. Reflecting on these seemingly formidable beings being toppled by various heavy weaponry, Lu Chi felt that the world's power scale was relatively low. Not to mention the later installments. Lu Chi was utterly lost regarding their narratives. It seemed that the first three had a clear storyline connection. Hey Jazz, do you know Morse code? No. We have a more advanced communication system, but I can learn. Why do you ask? I have a few phrases. Could you translate them into Morse code for me? I need to contact a friend. Do you need assistance? I can help you reach out, Jazz eagerly offered. Establishing good rapport with a powerful ally is never a bad idea, unless that ally happens to be socially anxious. You can communicate across worlds? Lu Chi chuckled. Other worlds? What nonsense is this? Could parallel worlds, or such theories, truly exist? Jazz could still vaguely recall some of the studies conducted during the zenith of Cybertron, though he never had the opportunity to validate them. However, He truly could not fathom the connection to the alternate dimension. Yet why could Morse code? Was this some arcane high technology? I find myself trapped in an alternate realm, in need of the coordinates of my original world. With this sentence in mind, Lucci pondered for a moment and then crafted a phrase for Jazz to translate into Morse code. After a while, Jazz successfully rendered the message into Morse code. With Jazz's assistance, Lucci utilized the contract to channel long waves at 10,000, while refraining from short waves to infuse energy to Ancient One. Meanwhile, Ancient One set aside a book and intended to retire for the night. However, shortly after reclining, she sat up once more. What on earth is the matter with her? How bothersome, staying awake at this late hour. Ancient One casually expelled the dark energy. It became evident that everyone, regardless of their nature, could experience morning grumpiness. Lucci remained uncertain whether Ancient One understood, yet he planned to signal her shortly to ensure she did not ignore him. Finally, it was done. This task proved to be quite time-consuming. It took Lucci about 10 minutes to convey that simple sentence entirely. Although his inexperience contributed to the delay, he gained insight into the inconveniences of communication in the past. Jazz remained silent in response, but they were nearing their destination. As they drove, Jazz suddenly veered into a narrow alley, where several vehicles were parked. Each of these cars was accompanied by a large black sphere, though it was not particularly conspicuous in the evening darkness. Jazz had already informed the other Autobots about the situation on the road, so they were aware that Lucci harbored no malice, merely exercising caution. Before long, Lucci spotted a yellow sports car ahead, flanked by two individuals. Approaching was a truck without a cabin, and Lucci's eyes brightened. Was that not Optimus Prime? Could it be? Sam gazed in astonishment at the several vehicles before and behind them. But before he could confirm his suspicions, he saw someone disembark from the sports car. "Hello." Lucci greeted amiably, leaving Sam momentarily flustered. "Did you come with them?" Sam recalled the meteor he had seen earlier. Realizing that these formidable beings had just arrived on Earth, yet had already made the acquaintance of a human. Observing Sam's bewildered expression, Lucci feigned seriousness. "Indeed, I am a small mechanized entity, Model T-1000, codename Shadow." Dark energy surged through Lucci's hands, assembling into various forms: blades, hooks, and firearms. "Cool," Sam exclaimed excitedly. But soon a cacophony of mechanical transformations erupted as the surrounding vehicles morphed into humanoid forms, shedding their initially clumsy appearances for strikingly handsome visages, a testament to their well-crafted exteriors. "Do not be deceived by this little one." Jazz's electronic voice conveyed a hint of amusement. Optimus Prime shook his head in resignation. Although he knew Lucci meant no harm, he found the display rather bewildering. "Greetings, humans. We are autonomous mechanical organisms from the planet Cybertron. I am their leader, Optimus Prime. You may refer to us as the Autobots." The medic, Ratchet, interjected from the side. "Greetings, you simpleton." Jazz struck a cool pose and leapt back to sit atop a derelict vehicle. "I find myself increasingly enamored with this fascinating planet. This is my second in command, Jazz. How did you come to speak in such a manner?" Sam asked, bewildered. "Surely, not the entire universe speaks a singular tongue." Ironhide, revealing his arsenal, remarked, "I would relish a competition to determine whose destructive prowess is superior." Lucci smiled slightly, saying, "I shall refrain from discouraging you. And this is our medic, Ratchet. This simpleton possesses a high hormone level, indicating his desire for romantic engagement. As for this fellow, he seems rather unfazed by our presence." Sam awkwardly whistled, thinking to himself, what a blatant attempt to hide the truth. Meanwhile, Lucci had begun exploring how to print the images from the small black sphere onto paper, including your guardian, Bumblebee. Upon realizing it was his turn, Bumblebee eagerly played the music he had selected after much deliberation, striking a few poses. Sam, clearly fond of Bumblebee, eagerly asked Bumblebee, "Are you truly my guardian?" Bumblebee nodded, emitting a resonant hum from his chest, which indeed resembled that of a wasp. His sound processor had been damaged during combat, and Ratchet found it currently beyond repair. "Now, may I inquire as to who you are?" Optimus Prime's gaze shifted to the humans. Just as Sam was about to introduce himself, a voice interrupted from behind him. "Lucci is not precisely from this planet. He hails from another world, possessing rather extraordinary abilities." Sam cast a confused glance at Lucci, pondering, isn't this fellow a robot? How has he transformed into someone from another world? What's the matter? Have you never encountered someone from another realm? Or do you truly believe I'm merely a robot? Pray, my powers are vastly different from theirs. Lucci found himself at a loss for words, sensing that Sam was not particularly astute. He lacked the cognitive ability to envision the complex transformations of machinery in a brief span. Thus, his previous weapon transformation resembled more of a liquid robot than a transformer. Sam stood there, days for an extended period, questioning why the notion of a being from another realm didn't seem peculiar, when in fact, it should have evoked greater astonishment. The woman beside him sighed, observing Sam's foolishness. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Michaela, a true earthling of this universe. In contrast to Sam, Michaela appeared more composed, having already witnessed an abundance of extraordinary occurrences today. Even if a deity were to stand before her in the next moment, she would remain unperturbed. Sam is also a genuine earthling. Sam finally regained his composure and introduced himself. Optimus Prime exhaled in relief, as the introductions had finally taken a proper course. Greetings, earthlings and beings from another realm. Optimus crouched down to spare the group from craning their necks painfully. We hail from a distant planet, having come to Earth in search of a lost treasure. Optimus Prime granted Sam, this naive lad, a moment to comprehend the situation before continuing. That artifact is known as the Allspark. It holds immense significance for us and may even attract the attention of Megatron. Megatron? Sam interjected, sensing an unsettling turn of events. In response, Optimus combined imagery with narration to recount the rise and fall of a civilization. As Loki listened to Optimus's tale, he marveled at the lifelike projection, pondering how exhilarating it would be to use such technology for gaming. Yet another reason to secure a vehicle. Once Optimus concluded the poignant narrative, Michaela posed a question. So, Megatron will come to Earth to seize the Allspark? I certainly hope that no war disrupts my current life. Having grasped the stark contrast between the Decepticons and Autobots, Michaela unhesitatingly aligned herself with the Autobots. Count me in. I detest those troublemakers who seek conflict unnecessarily. Why can't they just be content? Loki raised his hand obediently. Sam quickly followed suit. I too abhor such, bothersome individuals, so count me as well. Actually, there is no need for you to raise your hands. Michaela sighed in exasperation. Optimus felt a sense of reassurance regarding the situation and addressed Sam. May I ask, are you Sam? Was your great-grandfather an adventurer who ventured to the Arctic Circle? Sam nodded in disbelief, pondering whether his ancestor had an extraordinary connection with these colossal beings. Optimus affirmed, indeed, you're the right person. In truth, Megatron discovered the Allspark before us, and your great-grandfather stumbled upon him. During his journey, Megatron crashed and was frozen, while your ancestor accidentally activated his navigation system, inadvertently recording the Allspark's location in his glasses. How do you know this? Sam asked, astonished. Your eBay. Optimus revealed the auction site where Sam had sold the glasses earlier that day, causing him to cast an awkward glance at Michaela. What would happen if the Decepticons obtained the Allspark? Michaela inquired, striking at the heart of the matter. The ambulance, stationed nearby, responded. They would use the Allspark to create an army of Decepticons to conquer Earth. Thus, we must swiftly locate those glasses. Where do you place them? Optimus pressed Sam anxiously. I left them in my backpack at home, Sam replied, dazed. Loki confidently stated, oblivious to the fact that he had not noticed his absence. The Transformers immediately transformed, and Loki climbed aboard Optimus Prime, with Bumblebee leading the way as they proceeded towards Sam's residence. Chip to participate, Sam escapes. Can't you transform into aerial vehicles and fly? Loki questioned, observing the somewhat sluggish pace of Optimus and the others. Even now, he could soar through the air at over 2,000 meters per second, making the once mighty race that harnessed the sun for energy seem rather unimpressive by comparison, especially as they trudged along the ground at what appeared to Loki as a painfully slow speed. The voice of Optimus Prime resonated from the radio. We were once ordinary Autobots on the planet Cybertron, engaged in commonplace professions, devoid of any extraordinary tasks assigned to us. Much like the societal structure of this planet, we were simply the common folk, lacking any need for exceptional components. The voice of Jazz followed, yet those Decepticons were different. They were once warriors of Cybertron, armed with superior weapons and equipment compared to ours. It was evident that this individual harbored a sense of discontent. If advanced equipment were bestowed upon you, would you then be able to turn the tides? Loki suddenly inquired with curiosity. Although he lacked advanced gear, he had that man backing him, making the acquisition of such equipment a mere trifle. Certainly, even without advanced weaponry, we managed to hold our ground for so long. If our equipment kept pace, those ruffians would stand no chance against us. Right, Ironhide? Absolutely. Ironhide bellowed over the channel. Just hand me a hefty weapon, and I could blow Megatron to smithereens. It's all about the advantage of firepower, isn't it? Loki sighed in resignation. But you can't blow Megatron away. I've already decided to capture him as my steed. Oh, really? Jazz, ever the instigator, was intrigued, though it was apparent that this fellow possessed a high energy index. Was it truly feasible to defeat Megatron? Little did he know that the energy response emitted by Loki was merely a manifestation of his flight capabilities. Even Optimus Prime harbored doubts about Loki's claims. In his view, while Loki might hold his own against Megatron, he likely couldn't best him, given the human stature. Surely you aren't underestimating me due to my size? Loki surmised their thoughts. Yet, according to the theories of this world, he was not entirely mistaken. Size does not dictate everything. In my world, many formidable beings of similar stature have single-handedly obliterated fleets of alien warships, with some even capable of shattering planets. Wow, what are you saying? Sam exclaimed in astonishment. What sort of monsters exist in your world? Loki sighed. Oh, my friend, you think that is all? There's a certain individual over there who constantly contemplates a population purge across the universe. Your world sounds perilous, Jazz remarked, astonished at how one could live in such a treacherous environment without fearing for their very existence. Indeed, survival pressure is quite intense there. One must seek opportunities to grow stronger every day. Loki reminisced about his daily obsession with gaming, nonchalantly uttering those words. After all, his system functioned as an idle mechanism, tirelessly mining every second. In light of this, he realized how arduous his situation truly was, nodding in agreement. All right, we've arrived. Bumblebee's distinctive series of sounds emerged. Loki glanced at the quaint villa ahead, then disembarked from Optimus Prime's cockpit. Sam and Michaela hurriedly followed suit. Okay, now you all wait here and remain hidden. If my mother and the others catch sight of you, they will undoubtedly alert the authorities to apprehend you. Sam cast a glance at Loki, and of course, at you, since my parents are not acquainted with you. Loki shrugged helplessly. There was no other choice. He had encountered these characters in the Marvel Universe before. After all, in a realm where life is fraught with peril, people are particularly wary of strangers. Loki ascended to Optimus Prime's shoulder and promptly took out his phone to play with it. Your technology seems quite advanced, Optimus Prime remarked, eyeing the device in Loki's hand, noting that this small gadget was far superior to the clunky devices wielded by others. A friend of mine spent several days crafting this. While similar technology exists, it could never be compacted into such a small box. That fellow managed to enhance it in just over a day. Checking the phone's battery level, Loki turned to Optimus Prime. Could you provide me with a data cable? I need to charge it. Optimus Prime examined the phone's port and transformed a section of his shoulder into a cable. I have adjusted the voltage to suit your device. It will not damage it. Well done, Loki exclaimed, grasping the data cable and beginning to charge his phone. With such a portable power bank, would his mother still worry about his phone running out of battery? Although he had brought it with him, Loki suddenly recalled the Pym particles from the Marvel Universe, which could shrink these beings' sizes. Wouldn't that make them like action figures? An idea sparked in Loki's mind. A transformable, obedient portable power bank. Optimus Prime suddenly felt a chill on his shoulder, causing him to shudder. Oh, what was that? Loki nearly lost his balance. He shook his head, placing his phone on Optimus Prime's shoulder, thinking it would be amusing to play while giving him a little shake. Who wouldn't he find that entertaining? Leaping effortlessly from Optimus Prime's 10-meter-high shoulder, Loki landed on the ground and approached Michaela, who was observing the scene ahead. Why hasn't he gone inside yet? Loki sighed, noticing Sam still arguing with his father. Shall we sneak in first? He glanced at the open window of Sam's room, feeling a sense of mischief. Good idea. It seems he could talk forever, Michaela replied, somewhat exasperated, as she followed Loki to the base of the wall. So how do we get up there? Michaela pondered, eyeing the several-meter-high window. She wasn't as agile as the other fellow. Bumblebee, come here and lend a hand, Loki whispered. Though Bumblebee wasn't particularly tall, he could still help lift Michaela with a little boost. Just as Optimus Prime was about to assist, he heard Loki call for Bumblebee. Watching Bumblebee stealthily approach Michaela, he then lifted her, rising on tiptoe to elevate her toward the window. Loki stifled laughter while capturing the moment on camera, as Bumblebee swayed precariously on his toes due to his insufficient height. Steady now, Bumblebee, steady, Michaela urged softly, but Bumblebee continued to wobble, almost taking flight in his effort to elevate Michaela. After observing the unsteady Bumblebee, Loki finally captured enough photographs and summoned several troll soldiers to embrace Bumblebee, stacking them one atop the other and lifting him directly to the window. You should have done this sooner, Bumblebee expressed his frustration through a combination of sounds, resembling a life-sized plush toy in their grasp. Next time for sure, Loki replied with a smile as he tucked his camera away and flew through the window. Does this fellow have some peculiar fetish? Ironhide remarked quietly to the other Autobots after witnessing the entire scene. After all, aren't all strong beings a bit eccentric? Ratchet responded uncertainly, casting a glance at Optimus Prime. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Jazz declared, supporting Optimus while also eyeing him. feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of his subordinates. Optimus quickly contemplated, realizing he indeed possessed no unusual tendencies. He relaxed his tension slightly and addressed his team earnestly. Remain vigilant during our mission. We must not allow these humans to discover us, as it could jeopardize our objectives. The Autobots obeyed the command, hastily scattering to maintain a watchful guard. Oh, I've spotted a strange creature over here, Ironhide announced, observing a carbon-based life form not far off, warily clutching his cannon while keeping an eye on the creature. After his recent encounter with Lu Chi, he genuinely feared that this being might suddenly enlarge and crush him underfoot. Goodness, it's coming towards me, Ironhide exclaimed, frozen in place as he quickly informed Optimus. Sam, having finally dealt with his father, turned to see Ironhide aiming his cannon at his dog. No. Yes, just a chihuahua. Sam dashed over in a hurry. What's taking Sam so long to come up? Michaela and Lu Chi had been rummaging through the room for quite some time, yet Sam was still absent. Lu Chi had just opened a box beneath Sam's bed, revealing a pile of books and magazines, and he clicked his tongue, pondering aloud, I wonder if he is still busy? Michaela peered out the window and noticed Sam holding a dog while conversing with Ironhide. Can't he hurry up? What if the Decepticons arrive? Those guys have discovered Sam's true identity. Having recently been pursued by the Decepticons, Michaela felt a surge of anxiety, while Optimus appeared equally exasperated. After chatting with Ironhide for a while, Sam finally remembered the matter at hand and rushed inside, clutching the chihuahua. My goodness, when did you all come in? Sam exclaimed as he pushed open his bedroom door, only to find the room in disarray. To make matters worse, someone was inspecting his private reading material. Seizing the small box from Lu Chi's hands, Sam hurriedly closed the lid. These belong to my friend. He left them here. Michaela, observing Sam's flustered demeanor, sighed exasperatedly. Now is not the time to worry about your embarrassing literature. Where's your backpack? Sam intended to say more, but upon meeting Michaela's gaze, he resignedly set the box aside. I believe it should be over here, Lu Chi observed as he dashed to one side to search for his backpack, returning with a box in hand and silently capturing a few photographs. Sam rummaged for a while, but his search proved fruitless, prompting Optimus Prime to approach the window. Haven't you found it yet, Sam? Is the memory of carbon-based life forms truly so deficient? I'm still looking. Could you grant me a moment? You all should hide. Sam, on the verge of despair, had just experienced his first brush with mortality. He approached the window, casting a glance downward, which only deepened his turmoil. Those are my mother's flowers, and the road and fountain my father built. Seeing Sam's distress, Optimus Prime grew anxious as well. The Decepticons could arrive at any moment. Sam, you must hurry. After exchanging a few words with Sam, Optimus took a few steps back. Autobots, conceal yourselves. My backyard is not a garage, Sam lamented, gazing at the 5 vehicles in his yard, shaking his head in anguish. Turning around, his despair intensified. My backpack is much larger than that box. Lu Chi closed the box and obediently set aside. Sam nodded, looking at Lu Chi and Michaela, taking several deep breaths to stave off the impending collapse. You search over there, and I'll search this way. Lu Chi nodded, and several shadowy ninjas emerged to begin their search. Oh, Sam sighed, then began to tidy his bed. After searching for a while longer without success, Optimus, glancing at the timer that had ticked away several minutes, finally approached with urgency. Have you not found it yet? Apologies. My room is somewhat disorganized, but please grant me 10 more minutes. You all should hide on the street. Sam pleaded, unsure of how to express his tumultuous emotions, tears welling in his eyes. Very well, Optimus replied, feeling somewhat guilty under Sam's gaze. Was he truly being too impatient? Yet, several minutes had already passed. Autobots, retreat. Optimus led several Autobots toward the street, but their large sizes rendered them unable to fit through the small door. They had to pass through the flower wall. As they carefully navigated to avoid stepping on the walls, Ironhide's head snagged on an overhead power line. Oh, damn it! Ironhide exclaimed, landing with a thud on the ground, sending ripples of kinetic energy through Sam's house. The ground is shaking, Sam's father shouted, reacting with surprising speed to slide under the dining table. How are you so adept at this? Sam's mother questioned, still processing the chaos, while another person had seemingly teleported beneath the table. Above, Sam felt the vibrations. His emotions now dulled. Let it all be destroyed. I am weary. Lu Chi shook his head at Sam's demeanor. My subordinates have thoroughly searched your room. We located 3 mismatched socks beneath your bed and a few coins under the wardrobe. Yet your backpack remains elusive. Damn it, it must be here. Sam clutched his head, feeling a throbbing pain as the lights suddenly went out. What now? Sam was about to peer out the window when the voices of his father and mother resonated at the door. Who are you talking to, Sam? Open the door quickly. Damn it, you all need to hide. Lucci silently slipped into the shadows, seeking refuge in a corner, while Michaela concealed herself behind a chair, comforted by the fact that the power was out and the room was in utter disarray. Sam, why did you lock the door? You violated the rule of not locking the door at home. If you don't open up, I'll break it down. Sam glanced at the chaotic mess of the room, realizing he had no time to tidy up, and reluctantly went to unlock the door. Chapter 56, The Ruthless Optimus Prime. Sam, what on earth are you doing in there? As soon as the door opened, his father attempted to push his way inside. Wait, hold on. Sam struggled to prevent his father from entering. We just heard you talking to someone. By the way, why you smell so sweaty? His mother looked at him with disdain. I was exercising. Sam hastily fabricated an excuse. Step aside. His father forcefully shoved him aside, brandishing a baseball bat as he stormed into the room. Why is your room such a mess? It looks like a landfill. Frowning, his father scrutinized Sam. His mother peered in, glancing twice before finally halting at the threshold, primarily deterred by the overwhelming odor emanating from Sam. What on earth are you doing? His mother regarded him with suspicion. Are you? Observing the stunned expressions on the faces of both father and son, she rephrased her inquiry. In your happy time? Lucci utilized his ability to blend into the darkness, quietly capturing this scene from above. No, Mom. Just as Sam nearly shouted upon catching a glimpse of Lucci's shadow, he managed to restrain himself at the sudden appearance of Optimus Prime's head outside the window. You don't need to explain further, Sam. I understand you're old enough to need some personal space. Sam gazed up at his mother, tilting his head back in an attempt to suppress the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Lucci glanced at the helpless Optimus Prime outside, shaking his head in resignation. Venturing outside now would likely complicate matters further. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Michaela, sensing that the situation could drag on longer, stepped forward, wary of a potential Decepticon visit. Oh, hello. Sam's parents looked at Michaela in surprise. I'm Michaela, Sam's friend, she said, feigning calmness. Who are you trying to fool? It's late at night, a boy and girl alone in a room, and you're both sweating profusely. Sam's mother immediately broke into a knowing smile, nodding in approval at Michaela's attractive appearance and figure, pulling Sam's father along. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave. Wait, Dad, where's my backpack? Sam asked urgently. It's in the kitchen. You two continue chatting. His father signaled him with his eyes. Now was not the time to worry about the backpack. Seizing the opportunity was paramount. Sam observed the peculiar smiles exchanged between his parents and felt utterly speechless, yet the backpack remained a priority. As the door closed, Lucci descended from the ceiling. Should he retrieve his backpack first or proceed differently? Sam gazed at Lucci with a pleading expression, imploring him to delete that photograph. Lucci feigned ignorance and floated out the window, making his way to Optimus Prime, where he rummaged through the cockpit to retrieve his phone. Remarkably, the extraterrestrial had charged it in no time, quicker than a fast charge. Upon discovering the location of the backpack, Optimus let out a sigh of relief. Sam, quickly grab your glasses. We must depart. Sam cast an awkward glance at Michaela. Shall we go down together? Well, I suppose so. After all, I've already been seen. Exiting through the window would be unwise. This left Sam's parents utterly bewildered. Just as they closed the door, a heavy thud echoed from within. They exchanged knowing smiles. Such is the nature of youth. Barely had they left, and the next chapter began. Maintaining their smiles, they descended to the first floor and discreetly turned up the volume on the television. However, it wasn't long before their son emerged, looking thoroughly embarrassed alongside Michaela. They exchanged glances. Was there something amiss with their son? Oblivious to his parents' thoughts, Sam might have cried out in distress if he knew. You should take him home, Sam's mother said, elbowing the man beside her into silence, all while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Just as they were about to step outside, the doorbell rang. No way. Can't they wait a moment? Sam felt his composure fraying, but when he saw his father clutching his stomach as he opened the door, he was met not by Autobots or Lucci, but by a group of men clad in black suits. Good day. We are here regarding the vehicle theft report filed by your son Sam a few days ago. We believe this matter may pose a threat to national security. Hence our investigation. When did stealing a car become a matter of national security? Why should they hide? A convoy was stationed at the street corner, with Lucci in the driver's seat, watching as Sam and his companions were taken away. We cannot allow ordinary citizens to discover us. It may jeopardize our plans. Yet Sam held the glasses in hand. I am not incapable of rescuing them, but the commotion here would be too great. Autobots follow them. After a brief pursuit, the convoy ahead split apart, prompting Optimus to scan the vehicles. Everyone follows Sam. Discontented, Lucci shook his head, transforming into shadows as he departed the vehicle. Swiftly arriving at the car in question, Simmons was inquiring about the vehicle theft report Sam had filed days prior. It was merely a car. Upon this statement, a few individuals inexplicably burst into laughter. How foolish. Is this joke truly that amusing? A strange voice emerged from within the vehicle. Simmons widened his eyes in disbelief as a figure materialized from the shadows, appearing between the two in the back seat. Who are you? A friend of theirs? Lucci replied with a grin, as several blades emerged from the corners of the vehicle, poised at their throats. Continue driving forward. Lucci issued a warning to the driver, then effortlessly pried open the handcuffs binding the two individuals. Suddenly, the ninja informed him that the driver had quietly pressed a conceal button. Lucci cast a glance at the feigning calm driver and shook his head. Who exactly are you? Simmons felt a chilling sensation around his neck, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Oh, do you sweat this easily? How much do you really know about extraterrestrials? Lucci helplessly rubbed his forehead. Your method of stalling for time is rather poor. Abruptly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. A troll soldier appeared ahead of the vehicle, using its momentum to lift the car skyward. Several more troll soldiers emerged below, securely catching the descending vehicle, preventing it from advancing further, merely lifting it aloft. All right, you may exit the vehicle now. There's no one around. Hey, what do you intend to? Simmons' words were abruptly cut off as a gigantic hand toward the door opened and yanked him out. Lucci, along with Sam and Michaela, disembarked slowly, watching as the troll soldier hoisted Simmons away. I do not know who you are, whether you are an extraterrestrial or something else, but I warn you not to act recklessly. You will surely regret it. Lucci, Optimus Prime, and the Autobots arrived, finding the situation already set in motion. But the peculiar expression on Lucci's face raised their suspicions. It's nothing. He merely been discovered, Lucci replied quietly. Then we must leave quickly. Optimus Prime urged anxiously. Unsurprised, Lucci instructed several troll soldiers to extract the remaining occupants from the other vehicles and cuff them together. In that case, let us depart. Optimus Prime insisted hastily, but a whirring sound of rotor blades filled the air. Damn it, they've arrived. Autobots, retreat, Optimus Prime exclaimed, gazing at the helicopter now within sight. Then let us make our escape, Lucci replied, shaking his head. His sudden shift in mood stemmed from the moment the driver pressed the button, recalling certain plot lines from a film that left him rather unsettled. Optimus Prime maintained his composure, seemingly avoiding revealing his true intentions. Was he subconsciously hiding, fearing the Decepticons in the cosmos? Thinking of the impending events, Lucci shook his head. His memories of the Transformers were rather shallow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have struggled to identify that unsightly robot. Yet, some memories lingered vividly, such as the imminent capture of Bumblebee, while Optimus Prime remained unmoved. This irked him. What was Optimus Prime's reasoning for allowing a group to capture his kin and trusted subordinates without a hint of resistance, even as he watched Bumblebee being taken, uttering something about not letting Bumblebee's sacrifice be in vain? At that moment, Bumblebee had not yet been carried far away. With a slight effort, they could have saved him. Yet, recalling Optimus Prime's intention to utilize his core to destroy the Allspark, it became clear how heavily Optimus valued the Allspark. But was it truly justifiable to abandon a companion for such a thing? Lucci's figure vanished, only to reappear on a distant bridge, observing several helicopters approaching as a throng of Autobot vehicles fled in haste. Silently, Lucci trailed Optimus Prime, seeking refuge beneath a grand bridge. He watched as events unfolded much like the original narrative. Sam and Michaela unexpectedly fell from Optimus's body, and just as they were about to meet their demise, Bumblebee swooped in to rescue them, though he himself was soon ensnared. No, Sam cried out in anguished fury. Witnessing Bumblebee, who had saved him on numerous occasions, bound by cables tethered to the helicopters, while others closed in with cryogenic equipment, preparing to spray Bumblebee. Yet, he found himself pinned down by a group, rendered immobile. Was it truly acceptable to simply watch? Lucci had somehow appeared beside Optimus Prime. Bumblebee's mission is to save Sam, while my mission is to find the Allspark, Optimus stated, gazing at the glasses that had fallen from Sam's pocket below, pausing in silence before continuing. Do you regard the Allspark with such gravity? Lucci furrowed his brow at Optimus, who cast him a sidelong glance. You seem taken aback and unable to accept my lack of sentiment, Optimus observed curiously. Isn't a leader sometimes compelled to make such ruthless choices? But you have truly relinquished Bumblebee. Do you harbor no desire to save him? Lucci inhaled deeply, as if confronted with a version of Optimus far removed from his expectations. Optimus recalled dispatching Bumblebee to this location decades prior, when Bumblebee was merely a fledgling soldier. Yet he had been willing to sacrifice his life to ensure Bumblebee's retreat. However, Now witnessing Bumblebee's futile struggles, Optimus hesitated for a long moment. Was he truly devoid of compassion? Yet, the Allspark must never fall into Megatron's hands. Otherwise, countless lives would be ravaged. Resolute in his conviction, Optimus determined that he would sacrifice his own life to destroy the Allspark, as long as Megatron could not obtain it. Seeing the glint in Optimus's eyes, Lu Chi inexplicably discerned his thoughts. You chose to save more lives, did you not? Lu Chi took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Thus, I find disfavor in dealing with leaders like you who must deliberate. I prefer engaging with pure warriors like Bumblebee or Jazz. You are burdened by excessive concerns. As if shackled tightly, Optimus's perspective aligned with the views of many, fitting the role of a competent leader. Yet Lu Chi remained unsatisfied with such ideology. Compared to a bad ending, I would rather embrace a happy ending. Glancing at Optimus, Lu Chi smiled before leaping down. Hey, release my friend. Lu Chi advanced towards Simmons and the others, countless ninjas emerging from the surrounding shadows. With their master resolute in his decision, the Shadow Army would undoubtedly fulfill his command. Chapter 57, a classic pairing in saving the world. Simmons, irate, demanded to know the whereabouts of the one who had dared to place a blade to his throat, when a voice he both recognized and loathed echoed from behind him. Oh, you dare to appear before me? Is it solely based on your peculiar companions? Simmons turned to Lu Chi, raising his hand to signal his subordinates to prepare their weapons. Indeed, it is my companions who have emboldened me to reappear. Lu Chi paid little heed to the guns pointed at his head. Is that so? It seems your extraterrestrial friends have instilled in you a remarkable sense of confidence. Simmons chuckled. Activate your infrared. I would prefer that your bullets do not veer off course. Observing the beams of infrared light directed at him, Lu Chi glanced down at the red dots on his body. Let me clarify that my companions do not refer to them, and I genuinely detest having a gun aimed at me. Although these ordinary firearms pose no threat to me, the sensation of being targeted is undeniably unpleasant. Commander, there is something amiss on the ground around you. The information relayed from the helicopter caused a twinge of unease in Simmons as he surveyed the terrain below. Under the helicopter spotlight, a multitude of shadows emerged. Simmons recalled the long knives and the troll soldiers from the vehicle, gazing at Lu Chi in the distance. Is this your strategy? But we are aiming for your head. However, I do not believe the speed of your bullets can surpass that of these entities. Just as Lu Chi finished speaking, figures surged forth from the shadows, their blades glinting as they struck at the crowd. Fire! Simmons's face turned ashen, astonished that this individual dared to launch an offensive. Bullets flew toward Lu Chi, yet the long knives sliced through the air, expertly cleaving the projectiles in twain. One by one, shadowy ninjas infiltrated the throng, their blades flashing as jets of crimson erupted, taking down agents in agony. I'm not particularly fond of killing, and to be fair, you are not truly malevolent. It's just that I really dislike having a gun pointed at my head. So I suggest you relinquish your fingers from the triggers. Lu Chi stated calmly, raising his hands as torrents of energy surged from behind him, manifesting into two colossal serpents that pinned the hovering helicopter to the ground, rendering it into nothingness. No, it left behind a few pilots stripped bare, as Lu Chi humorously provided them with a close shave, enhancing his own power in the process. Among the few who remained intact, Simmons gazed in terror at the surrounding dark figures. What manner of monster are you? I am the Lord of the Shadow Legion, a traveler from another realm. And of course, I am still myself, Lu Chi. That sounds rather impressive, Simmons replied with a smile, albeit if one overlooked the knife at his throat, he would appear more dignified. Lu Chi approached the ensnared Bumblebee, unleashing waves of dark energy that obliterated the steel cables restraining him. How does it feel to be free? My friend, tonight is a night of liberation. Thank you. From various audio feeds around the world, Bumblebee assembled this phrase before scampering off to find Sam. Shaking his head, Lu Chi observed the cluster of agents encircled by shadowy ninjas and turned to shout toward the bridge. Are you still not coming out? After a moment of silence, several figures descended from beneath the bridge, racing toward this direction. Wonderful, you are unharmed. Jazz took the lead and approached Bumblebee, brushing off the remnants of frost that clung to him. The ambulance soon arrived, promptly conducting a full scan of Bumblebee. It appeared that only his core had been frozen, causing a slight delay in his cognitive processing speed. The results provided by the ambulance brought a sigh of relief to both Ironhide and Jazz. Meanwhile, Lu Chi made his way towards Optimus Prime. Do you prefer a happy ending or a tragedy? Standing before the towering figure of over 10 meters, Lu Chi felt no sense of intimidation. Rather, the presence of the overwhelming dark energy surrounding him was far more imposing. A happy ending, of course, but my power remains too feeble to make the world revolve around me, Optimus Prime stated decisively after receiving feedback from the energy detector. Indeed, Loki merely wished to discern Optimus's perspective on his kin. While he couldn't claim to be completely satisfied with the outcome, he certainly wasn't disheartened. Loki finally managed to release the pent-up frustration within him. Why did he feel this way? Perhaps it stemmed from the realization that those characters were not as glamorous or fearless as they appear in the films. You seem to possess a considerable understanding of us. Having formed certain definitions before we even met, Optimus Prime remarked, eyeing Loki curiously. To be honest, he was perhaps overthinking it. After all, no one possesses a singular mindset. Intelligent beings are inherently complex, and every individual harbors diverse thoughts. Isn't that quite normal? Much like himself, who occasionally exhibits intermittent diligence. What shall we do next? Loki glanced at Optimus Prime as a ninja approached with a pair of glasses. Secure the Allspark and ensure its proper arrangement. Then you take charge. I shall rest for a while. Loki summoned a troll soldier and reclined at its embrace. The troll soldier was far more comfortable. The Autobots were too rigid, unlike the troll soldier, whose ample belly resembled lounging on a sofa. Meanwhile, still stationed on the road, a small robot emerged from the vehicle escorting Sam and the others, sending out a series of signals. They have located the Allspark. All Decepticons assemble. This little robot was overlooked. In the context of the transformation, it had little presence. At least I initially forgot about its existence. As dawn broke, Loki enjoyed a restful night in the vehicle. After all, these beings could transform at will. He had simply instructed Jazz to morph into an RV for their amusement. Stepping out of the RV, Loki stretched and gazed at the nearby Hoover Dam. So, the Allspark lies beneath? Loki rubbed his eyes, directing his attention to the large truck nearby. According to the records on the glasses, the Allspark was contained within. Loki nodded. Let us release our guide. We will need him to lead the way shortly. Ironhide's door swung open, and a figure sprang out. Damn it. I'm a captive. You cannot treat me this way. You cannot expect aliens and interdimensional beings who have not signed your treaty to abide by your terms. Two ninja warriors lifted Simmons, urging him to remain alert. Did we not come to an understanding last night? We are not malevolent beings. Should that so-called Decepticon dare to pursue his delusions of world domination with that cube, we shall undoubtedly thwart him. Let's set aside our grievances for the moment. Observing Simmons' self-righteous demeanor, Loki could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow truly clung to his pride. After a lengthy discussion the previous evening, they had finally convinced him that they were not the supervillains bent on annihilating the world, nor extraterrestrial marauders. This was partly why Loki had not taken a life, as they gradually earned Simmons' trust. Otherwise, should a stray missile come hurtling their way amidst a confrontation with the Decepticons, what would be left to salvage? The treachery from the Allied forces was palpable. At that moment, he looked at Optimus Prime and sighed. He had sacrificed so much for his brother-in-arms. Taking a brief respite, Loki discreetly sent a signal to Ancient One, snacking on some light refreshments. Sam and Michaela emerged from Bumblebee, hand in hand, indicating that things had progressed rather well last night. After a short break, Loki rose to his feet. It was time to commence and subsequently rest. Everyone should rally their efforts. The group stood up, boarded their convoy, and set off towards the Hoover Dam. Today, the Hoover Dam appeared especially congested, with soldiers stationed at various sentry points, rifles in hand, while individuals in black attire wielded equipment to measure the vehicles for any unusual radiation. Simmons sat atop the metal surface, directing the convoy to proceed along the emergency lane. Hey, halt! A contingent of soldiers immediately raised their weapons, aiming at them. I am Simmons, Minister of Sector 7, ID, XXXXXXXXX. Verify immediately and allow us entry. Simmons called out to the soldiers, who then sent someone to authenticate his claim. Before long, Simmons' deputy from Sector 7 approached, scrutinizing the convoy. Where were you last night? The deputy blinked several times, casting a puzzled glance at Loki, who was visibly exasperated. Enough with this flimsy code. I am not under duress, merely in possession of some intelligence. I believe we still need to verify. The deputy replied, somewhat hesitant. His demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of his erratic superior. Yet, what if these were merely robots in disguise? You really want me to reveal your fondness for Winnie the Pooh-themed underwear, don't you? Proceed. The deputy silently donned sunglasses to shield himself from the piercing gazes of others, muttering, by the way, don't you also fancy similar undergarments? Upon arriving at the base of Hoover Dam, Loki and the others exited the vehicle, and Optimus Prime transformed back into his imposing form. Alert! Aliens! The deputy shouted immediately, as soldiers aimed various weapons at Optimus and his companions. Do not be alarmed. These individuals are not our foes, at least not at this moment. Simmons instructed everyone to lower their arms, while the deputy looked at him in confusion. Our true adversaries lie within, that colossal being and his companions. Simmons pulled his deputy aside to exchange a few words, but Lu Chi paid him no heed, instead focusing on a group of soldiers whose uniforms starkly contrasted with those of the others. These individuals were likely the survivors from the base that had fallen victim to the disorienting attack. It was evident that they remained wary of Optimus Prime and his companions. After a moment, Simmons returned with his deputy, calling over the small squad and leading everyone into the dam. If it weren't for the fact that this massive fellow resembles the one from your projection, I might have found it hard to believe you, given your peculiar backgrounds. Aliens, beings from alternate worlds, and ordinary high school students emerging to save the world. I hope I'm not caught in some sort of superhero film, he mused. Lu Chi shot him a glance, wondering if he understood the concept of a classic pairing tactical retreat. Simmons led the group around a corner, and they soon beheld a colossal figure encased in ice. Megatron, Ironhide, immediately drew his weapon, carefully aiming at the frozen figure, while Jazz and the other Autobots also readied their arms. Calm down. This fellow is still frozen, Simmons shouted. Lower your weapons. This will be my future power source. Lu Chi echoed loudly. Ironhide and the others exchanged glances with Optimus Prime, receiving a nod of reassurance before retracting their weapons. Could you not be so agitated? Simmons turned back, exasperated. The leader, caretaker, and diplomat Optimus Prime soothed his subordinates and glanced at Lu Chi before addressing Simmons. I apologize. This individual has battled the Decepticons alongside us for centuries, so it is only natural for him to be a bit excitable. Anyway, the massive cube you seek is over here. Simmons guided them to a vast chamber, where an enormous cube loomed, shrouded in mystery. This must be the Allspark you mentioned, he stated. Our tests indicate that this entity's energy can activate electronics into exceedingly malevolent and uncontrollable robots, akin to the Decepticons you speak of. That can't be right. Logically, the Allspark should only activate electronics, not endow them with personalities upon emergence, Ratchet countered. Yet the truth remains. Every electronic produced from this entity exhibits the same characteristics. We have conducted countless experiments, Simmons affirmed. Suddenly, Lu Chi interjected. Are your electronics derived from the technology on that Megatron? Simmons nodded in confirmation. Then there is no issue. Our organic materials are quite unique, containing elements akin to your DNA, which can pass down our traits and personalities. If your creations are based on technology derived from Megatron, it is entirely plausible for them to take on the attributes of the Decepticons, Ratchet elucidated. Is that even a possibility? Simmons' expression turned grave. Over the years, they had produced a multitude of electronics utilizing the technology gleaned from Megatron. Even some military weaponry bore traces of this tech. Should these entities transform into robots, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. Transformers, secure the Allspark. Stay alert. Enemies are approaching. Optimus Prime did not anticipate that the technology utilized by these foes was derived from that of Megatron himself. The mere thought of the countless appliances he had seen on the road, transforming into Decepticons, filled him with dread. Simmons observed their movements and realized the grave consequences of the situation, promptly using the radio to alert the outside forces to remain vigilant. However, amidst a flurry of commands, a cannon blast suddenly erupted from the radio, followed by the anguished cries of numerous individuals. Damn it, there's trouble outside. Simmons' face turned pale, bewildered by how these adversaries managed to infiltrate. Within mere seconds, alarms blared throughout the base. It must be the Decepticons. Bumblebee, you retrieve the Allspark, and the rest of you Autobots, follow me outside to intercept them. At Optimus Prime's command, he and Ratchet dashed out. We need weapons. Heavy artillery. Captain William urgently grasped Simmons' arm. They had faced a Decepticon head-on and knew the formidable nature of these foes. Ordinary weaponry would be utterly ineffective. This way, we have armor-piercing rounds, grenade launchers, everything you could possibly need. Simmons led William and the others away, while Lu Chi shrugged, seemingly free to act on his own. I should probably check ahead first. Chapter 58, Lu Chi in full form. With the chaotic intelligence support of the small robots, a group of elite Decepticons gathered outside Hoover Dam. In fact, meteor showers rained down from the sky, with Decepticon warriors crashing violently around the dam. We are surrounded. Autobots, construct defensive fortifications. Wait for Bumblebee to secure the Allspark. Optimus Prime regarded the growing number of Decepticons with a grave expression. We will draw their fire. You provide cover for us. During the battle, Optimus exhibited no hesitation, issuing command after command. Some initially resisted taking orders from an alien leader, but as they gazed into Optimus' eyes, they gradually complied. Optimus sensed a shift in their demeanor, but was uncertain whether it stemmed from the leadership module inherited from Primus or from his own innate strength. After a brief moment of doubt, he regained his confidence. Starscream, the jet, Barricade, the police car, Brawl, the tank, and Blackout, the helicopter, appeared on the scene, accompanied by a host of Decepticons from various directions. Towering mechanical giants brandished an array of destructive weapons, their menacing exteriors emblazoned with the Decepticon insignia. Faced with hundreds of Decepticons, while only having 6 Autobots and a few underarmed humans, Optimus did not falter. In the direst of circumstances, he confronted far more than just a handful of Decepticons. We will use the dam as our stronghold. Once Bumblebee secures the Allspark, we will retreat, or destroy the Allspark on site. Soldiers rushed into the dam, its walls measuring the thickness of 4 football fields, proving no easy task for the adversaries to breach. Open fire. Starscream, as Megatron's right-hand man, was the first to issue the command. As relentless assaults rained down upon the Hoover Dam, the surface shattered into countless fragments. Yet the internal structure remained unscathed. Ironhide, take cover. Optimus Prime lacked formidable long-range weaponry, a characteristic shared by all Autobots, save for Ironhide, who was an exception. Responding with fervor, Ironhide aimed his cannon skyward and unleashed a barrage of fire. Each shell traced an exquisite parabolic arc, landing at the feet of several advancing Decepticons, obliterating them into mere remnants. Here's a little surprise for you, Ironhide exclaimed excitedly, as missiles soared forth, spiraling through the air before ultimately descending upon their own perimeter, enveloping the area in dense, lingering smoke. Quickly, we must enter. This should afford us considerable time. Ironhide instructed his comrades while scattering explosives into the fog. Optimus nodded, leading everyone to take refuge behind the first corner of the cave. What shall we do? Ruckus transformed into tank mode, expressing his preference for this form over the communications channel. Red Alert's eyes glinted with cunning. These Autobots aimed to buy time, which suited him perfectly. Do not corner them. Send a few in to scout, for I recognize the one who deployed the smoke, previously a weapon specialist. Unaware of their leader's dialogue, several Decepticons cautiously ventured into the mist under his command. Moments later, the air erupted with violent explosions, sending fragments of Decepticon warriors hurtling into the air. Barricade stepped on a Decepticon head that had flown towards him. A futile struggle ensued. Red Alert clasped his hands before him and smiled. They must have retreated inside the dam. According to the disarrayed structural intelligence, they were likely hiding around the first corner inside. Observing the smoke that lingered even amidst the chaos, Red Alert contemplated. Since they wished to delay, all Decepticons bombard the dam, one after another. The Decepticons raised their weapons and fired fervently at the dam, with Ruckus joining in the assault. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Hoover Dam, several construction vehicles halted, and upon receiving orders, they began to assemble, culminating in the formation of a colossal machine nearly 50 meters in height. Hercules transformed his hands into shovels, frantically digging below, while a scorpion-like Decepticon exploited its size advantage to burrow down, followed closely by a mechanical dog that plunged into the passage. Even concealed within the dam, Optimus could still sense the intensity of the firepower outside. Jazz brushed off the dust from his frame. Are we simply going to let them bombard us? Unmoved, Optimus replied. We are engaged in a defensive battle. The longer they take, the more advantageous it is for us. Your situation appears rather dire. Slowly emerging within the tunnel, Lug Chi was enveloped in a layer of dark energy that assimilated the falling dust. Oh, you are insidiously graceful. Your power is exceedingly convenient, Jazz remarked with exaggerated flair. Lu Chi smiled, appreciating Jazz's keen senses. He had left a few individuals near the large ice pop to prevent his power bank from going missing. Meanwhile, around the imposing figure of Galvatron, William's team surveyed their surroundings. One member quietly remarked to William, "Captain, do we truly need to be here?" William glanced around, noting the multitude of ninja soldiers crawling up the walls, poised for action. Additionally, several towering figures, comparable to alien robots, loomed before Galvatron, ready to strike as soon as he regained consciousness. Examining his small firearm, William began to doubt the efficacy of conventional weaponry. Lu Chi reached the corner, tilting his head to observe the lingering smoke from the relentless bombardment, and cast an admiring glance at Ironhide. This contraption of yours is quite impressive. It has yet to dissipate. Ironhide proudly declared, "This is a specialized smoke bomb I developed. Not particularly remarkable." Lu Chi nodded, inquiring, "How many Decepticons are out there? Such precise numbers? Or merely an estimate?" Nodding again, Lu Chi stated, Let us wrap this up quickly so I can rest. I shall head out and deal with them. He regarded these adversaries with disdain. After all, even the military of the Lighthouse Nation had managed to subdue them in the second installment. There was no reason he couldn't succeed, especially now that he had reached his full potential. Optimus Prime intended to voice his concerns, but, upon seeing Luchi's confidence, refrained and instead took a weapon from Ironhide. Pulling the trigger, he declared, "We will follow you, my friend." Meeting Optimus Prime's earnest gaze, Luchi smiled and waved his hand, opening a portal to the shadow dimension. An unfathomable torrent of dark energy surged forth from within, cascading through the tunnel into the outside world. "Damn it, my energy detector is about to break," Ironhide exclaimed, awestruck by the seemingly endless stream of energy, feeling the inadequacy of his weaponry. "This is my power," Luchi proclaimed, as swirling shadows enveloped him, transforming into his favored black cloak. Donning his hood, Luchi snapped his fingers and stepped into the torrent of energy, vanishing from sight. "Cool. I hope he's all right," Jazz remarked, somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Red Alert directed the Decepticons to fire at the dam, drawing the attention of Optimus Prime and his companions. Suddenly, the energy detector began to emit alarms. Staring at the skyrocketing readings, Red Alert was nearly rendered speechless. What kind of energy is this? Could it be the power of the Allspark? All Decepticons instinctively gazed at the rapidly ascending index on the energy detector, and then their nightmare materialized. A black river surged forth from the white smoke, transforming into a colossal black serpent soaring through the sky. What on earth is this? Even a massive shatter was left speechless, observing the serpent above. Could this truly be the manifestation of nature's might? It seemed as though a human was atop it. The barrier roared in astonishment, capturing the attention of all the Decepticons. There, upon the back of a colossal serpent, stood a diminutive shadow, gazing down upon them. "It seems you yearn for war." A message coursed through energy waves into their processors. "Then let the battle commence." A calm voice resonated, and with a wave of his hand, Luchi commanded the immense serpent to coil above the Decepticons, its vast form eclipsing the sun, casting them into an abyss of darkness. "Welcome to my realm, my kingdom of shadows." Luchi extended his arms, reveling in the sunlight that enveloped him alone, much like a king warmly greeting distant guests. Then, the soaring serpent transformed into torrents, cascading down to strike the Decepticons. Damn it! The barrier, witnessing the encroaching darkness, awkwardly rolled aside to evade. Yet his subordinates were not as fortunate. The torrents engulfed those who failed to evade in time, consuming and assimilating them, leaving not a trace behind. Even the mechanical head left on the ground was swept away, disappearing into the deluge. Ultimately, the black torrent appeared relentless, morphing into a giant serpent with venomous fangs. Fixating its gaze upon the barrier stared in bewilderment at the serpent, turning to see that what was once a throng of Decepticons had dwindled to mere squad leaders. It dawned on him that it was not he who had escaped, but rather the enemy had chosen not to annihilate them. The obscured sunlight once again shone upon him, yet he felt no warmth. The serpent's tongue flickered in the air, as if preparing to ensnare its prey, inching closer to the barrier. Damn it! Damn it! The barrier frantically retreated, pressing against the ground. Suddenly, the serpent's tail struck the earth beside him, yet emitted no sound. The barrier turned, his core abruptly seized. Where the tail had struck, the ground appeared hollow. The concrete vanished to reveal the soil beneath, not even a speck of dust remaining. Surveying his surroundings, the barrier realized they were encircled by the black serpent. Upon completing its task, the serpent transformed back into a torrent, merging with other energies, swirling around them like a tornado, fluctuating in size and incessantly exerting core pressure upon them. At last, all the energies surged skyward, coalescing into a giant that hovered above. Luchi's figure emerged from the giant, descending step by step. Submit or face annihilation, a cliched ultimatum, yet ever timeless. The Decepticons fell silent, when suddenly, a cacophony erupted as they transformed, firing a shot at Luchi. The giant raised a hand to shield against the projectile, which vanished into its energy form without a trace. "Now, this is troublesome. I rather fancied the tank model." Luchi appeared contemplative, yet in the next moment, the giant's fist descended. There was no sound, but one formidable figure quietly vanished from existence, leaving not a single farewell. Though the tank model was lost, I find the other models quite appealing. Speaking of which, you should be able to transform into anything, correct? In that case, leave one. The red spider hastily knelt down, addressing the esteemed warrior, professing eternal loyalty. It struck its head against the concrete, creating two fissures upon impact. Lu Chi, with an unchanging gaze, coldly remarked, "What if I do not favor you?" In an instant, the red spider transformed into its fighter jet form, attempting to flee. Yet a portion of the giant's energy pursued him in midair, assimilating him into a fragment of dark energy. Observing the last two formidable figures reminiscent of those from the films, Lu Chi chuckled, reassuring them, "Do not worry. My disdain is reserved for the scheming and duplicitous pig. As for you, I am quite satisfied successfully subduing and training his two subordinates." Lu Chi transformed the dark energy into a flying carpet, carrying himself towards the group of soldiers and the Optimus Prime squad, who had only fired twice before retreating. "How do you find this?" Lu Chi posed, hands on his hips. "You've truly shattered my expectations. Perhaps I am beginning to believe you hail from a world where stars explode at random." The jazz character spoke first. "Our realm does not casually obliterate planets. Does it? No, wait. You all doubt my words?" Lu Chi gazed at them in astonishment. At that moment, within the dam, a fighter jet endeavored to escape the tunnel, but a horde of troll soldiers pounced upon it, landing a series of blows that sent Megatron crashing to the ground. "Oh, who might this be? Another action figure delivered to my doorstep," Lu Chi exclaimed with delight, while Jazz, who had previously displayed bravery, discreetly retreated behind Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Lu Chi summoned several troll soldiers to pin Megatron down. After conversing with the trolls, he discovered that Hercules had unexpectedly tunneled down from above the dam for a sudden ambush. Megatron, having regained consciousness, cautiously assessed his predicament, waiting for Hercules to arrive before attempting to break free from the ice. Realizing Hercules was subdued, Lu Chi breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating that Hercules might serve well as an action figure after all. Just then, the Allspark cube astonishingly floated into view. Initially, it had accompanied the mechanical dog into the chamber where the Allspark resided. Witnessing Bumblebee seize it, prompting a frantic attempt to intervene. However, the three Decepticons failed to overpower Bumblebee. In a moment of desperation, one managed to tear the mechanical dog apart, seizing the Allspark and fleeing without his comrades. Now, he found himself separated from the main group. How fortuitous. Lu Chi commanded several ninja soldiers to restrain him, contemplating the Allspark in hand. What a remarkable delivery. Deserving of 5-star acclaim. A hint of madness. Chapter 59. An unlosable bet. Barricade, clutching the Scorponok giant, trembled in a corner. Nearby lay a fear-stricken mantis, reduced to a pile of beads. At that moment, in the hall where Megatron had been frozen, countless shadow ninjas restrained Hercules, rendering him immobile, while a group of troll soldiers attempted to dismantle him. Their fears stemmed from the terrifying human presence. "Will you submit or not?" Lu Chi unleashed a powerful punch, releasing a staggering 3,200 points of dark energy that sent Megatron flying, crashing against the platform. In that moment, Megatron appeared utterly wretched, with scarcely any intact components left on his body, oil oozing from various ruptures, and even one of his eyes shattered. "Do you think I am someone insignificant? An ant?" Megatron struggled to rise, spitting out the scattered fragments from his mouth. "Why are you so stubborn?" Lu Chi queried, producing the source of fire, which emitted arcs of electricity that began to restore Megatron. In the original film, the disoriented Megatron, left with only a head, was directly repaired by the source of fire, so this should not seem peculiar. "Please, we have already squandered ample time on this." Lu Chi tossed the source of fire to a nearby ninja, then rubbed his hands in anticipation as he approached Megatron. At this moment, Bumblebee had successfully repaired his sound processor and was crouching beside Sam and Michaela, whispering with a youthful voice, distinct from the other Autobots. "I actually find myself feeling quite sorry for Megatron." Ironhide leaned against the wall, puzzled, since Megatron refuses to surrender. "Why not simply eliminate him?" Jazz lounged nearby, casually swinging his legs, remarking that if they were dizzy, they were SR, but Megatron was SSR, and they absolutely could not miss anything. I completely don't understand," Ratchet replied, shaking his head in resignation. However, it seemed we were not leaving anytime soon. Optimus Prime surveyed their surroundings. After defeating the Decepticons, the defense minister had instructed them to remain here for concealment, but it was evident this was merely a cage for them. Observing the human in the center of the hall, Optimus's core whirred with intensity. Although he had not witnessed the power of those humans' weapons firsthand during the earlier battle, he had seen online that their missiles and other armaments posed a significant threat to them. Now, while it was claimed they were merely resting here, stepping outside might result in being locked onto by missiles. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Optimus glanced at Lu Chi, believing that the key to escaping this confinement rested with him. With that thought, Optimus approached. "Hey, Lu Chi, what's the matter?" Optimus sidestepped the small ninjas and knelt before Lu Chi, We are trapped here by those lighthouse people. Do you have any means of breaking free? Lucci smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I am merely using this opportunity to see if I can train Megatron. It seems it may take some time, so perhaps we should leave first? He drew the cage closer, beckoning his new subordinates to approach. Donning the long and used for 3 days suspension ring, Lucci waved his hand, and a portal materialized, expanding until it formed a nearly 10-meter diameter arc. You may need to lower your heads slightly. The others need not. Lucci stepped through the portal, pulling Megatron along with him. Thus, the group traversed the portal and arrived at Sam's home. Let me escort you here for now, Sam. We shall venture to other places later. Lucci pondered how to organize Optimus Prime and the others. As the remaining representatives of the Autobots, these formidable beings were unlikely to accompany him to the Marvel Universe. Otherwise, the Autobots of this universe would inevitably meet their demise. However, the matrix of leadership was likely of considerable significance, so perhaps he should note the coordinates of this universe for occasional visits in the future. Where do you wish to go? Lucci turned to Optimus Prime, who surely had a suitable destination in mind. After a brief contemplation, Optimus Prime replied, "Now that Megatron has been captured, his absence will leave the Decepticons without a key commander. Chaos will undoubtedly ensue among them. I intend to rally all Autobots to launch a counteroffensive. Are you suggesting establishing a resistance outpost on Earth?" Lucci inquired. Optimus Prime shook his head regretfully after a moment's thought. While Earth is appealing, its inhabitants are not particularly welcoming to us. Lucci raised an eyebrow. Do not generalize. Despite the constant warmongering from the nation of Lighthouse, there are indeed many peace-loving individuals among them. I can recommend a country. Optimus Prime discerned his thoughts. Are you referring to the nation across the ocean? Lucci nodded, unabashedly revealing his intentions. This country exhibits a remarkable openness to foreign influences and consistently seeks a shared peace among civilizations. You might want to explore it online. Optimus Prime quickly skimmed through information about the country, falling silent for a moment. I find it to be a suitable location. Though somewhat underdeveloped, it may truly accept us. Lucci chuckled softly before earnestly stating, "Do not be deceived by appearances. That nation is currently undergoing rapid development. I would wager that it will emerge as the world's strongest developing country within the next decade, boasting the second largest economy globally, while also being the foremost industrial and agricultural nation. Countless high-tech industries will surpass Lighthouse in a remarkable leap. Numerous opportunities will arise there." Then, with a mischievous smile, he added, "Moreover, they could study you. Not in a disassembling sense, of course." Seeing the growing curiosity in Optimus Prime's eyes, Lucci explained, "Isn't it true that this nation has derived a range of technologies from studying Megatron? Once revitalized, these technologies could potentially empower the Decepticons. However, if a nation with the world's second-largest industrial capacity were to develop a series of technologies based on your principles, could the matrix of leadership not transform into a vital force for the Autobots?" Noticing Optimus Prime's eyes brighten further, Lucci smiled and quoted, "This is what we call a win-win collaboration. They gain development, while you acquire the strength for survival and companionship." Jazz interjected, "I find this quite agreeable. The proposals from that nation are commendable, such as the notion of a shared destiny. By the heavens, this is an ingenious idea. If we had proposed this at the height of our civilization, perhaps we could have avoided civil war. Moreover, the behavior of the nation we currently reside in reminds me of the war-mad Decepticons, whereas that country evokes a sense of hope." Optimus Prime was quite attentive to the suggestions regarding his deputy. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and declared, "Then we shall proceed to that nation. Shall we traverse directly through the portal?" Lucci inquired. He shook his head, aware that while he occasionally utilized the portals of Comartage to indulge in an authentic Chinese breakfast in Hong Kong, the disparities between the material realms rendered the direct application of addresses from the Marvel Universe impractical. Moreover, this journey would allow the Transformers to become better known and accepted by humanity, preventing any confusion regarding friend or foe in the event of future conflicts. Having bid farewell to Sam, Bumblebee insisted on remaining by Sam's side. Lucci was not surprised, yet he still persuaded Bumblebee to depart, reasoning that once that nation flourished, there would be no need to fear this country, as arrangements could be made for Sam and the others to visit Bumblebee domestically. Thus, he led Optimus Prime and the others into the pyramid. In all the world, perhaps only this place would remain unobserved by the prying eyes of the Lighthouse Nation. "You shall stay here for the time being," Lucci stated. "By the way, this structure was constructed by your ancestors, originally intended to assimilate solar energy into dark energy for practical application. However, since I have removed that energy source, this apparatus is likely rendered obsolete. You may study it at your leisure. Furthermore, It seems that within a certain temple in this desert lies a relic left by your ancestors for the current leader. Optimus Prime. With a brief explanation, Loki disregarded the astonished gazes of Optimus Prime and the others, slipped out of the pyramid, and ascended into the sky, making his way unabashedly to the border of his homeland. He obediently halted at the border, and shortly thereafter, a helicopter approached. "Here!" Loki exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly overhead, grinning like a child of 247 months. Truly, aiding his homeland in its resurgence was an exceedingly thrilling endeavor. He followed them onto the helicopter, and upon stating his intentions, the border commander immediately reported Loki's arrival, especially since the recently released alien footage had already garnered significant international attention. Under the commander's report, the higher-ups regarded the matter with considerable seriousness. Although the nation had embarked on a rapid development trajectory, no one would decline the opportunity to bolster their strategic assets. 7 hours later, Loki arrived at a room in the capital where several prominent figures awaited him. "I apologize for the wait," Loki said, a hint of excitement in his voice as he regarded them. In his original world, several of these individuals had sadly departed. The elders, now graying, still exhibited robust spirits and vitality, which relieved Loki. Suddenly recalling Ancient One's reliance on dark energy for longevity, Loki felt inspired to undertake even greater endeavors. The dignitaries, warm and congenial, engaged in extensive conversation with Loki, eventually nodding in acknowledgement when the topic of the Autobots arose. One individual chuckled, assuring him, "Rest assured, even with gasoline, our chefs can craft a variety of delectable flavors for them." Laughter ensued among them. Loki scratched the back of his head, feeling like a child in the presence of these esteemed individuals, and instinctively rose to his feet. "We shall always remember to stay true to our original aspirations and remain steadfast in our mission. Years from now, you will undoubtedly witness a rejuvenated homeland." A few individuals engaged in spirited conversation, eventually arriving at an open space where Loki conjured a portal. The long-awaited Optimus Prime and the Autobots stepped through the gateway. Observing these diminutive humans, Optimus Prime felt a surge of warmth emanating from his core leadership. Unconsciously, these individuals loomed larger in his perception, transforming into giants who led their people, rallying under a unified banner as they steered a colossal vessel through the winds of this era. "You are indeed correct. This nation is destined for greatness." Optimus Prime's gaze brightened, feeling the fervor of his leadership intensify. "I speak no falsehoods." Loki regarded the towering figure before him, his eyes brimming with confidence. "We are destined to soar. Ultimately, Loki steptazide, retrieving a camera. Shall we capture a photograph?" This marks a formal meeting between human leaders and extraterrestrial dignitaries. Not to mention Megatron. That fellow lacks even a leadership module. Observing their nods of agreement, Loki meticulously adjusted the camera settings and, along with the other photographers, immortalized the moment in a photograph. Chapter 60. The Energon Matrix. "So, are you certain you wish to entrust the Allspark to me?" Loki inquired, gazing at the Allspark in his hands as he addressed Optimus Prime. Indeed, Megatron is merely the most prominent leader among the Decepticons. The Allspark holds considerable allure for the others. Should it reside with us, it may very well provoke their aggression. However, if it remains with you and is transported to another realm, the Decepticons will be unable to seize it. Are you not concerned that I might not return it? Loki raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Optimus Prime. Strictly speaking, the Allspark does not belong to Cybertron. In fact, it is the Allspark that has given rise to the Cybertronians. Furthermore, as long as the Allspark does not fall into Decepticon hands, it will not adversely affect us. Optimus Prime spoke with unwavering calm, his tone devoid of any hint of reluctance. For so many years, their resistance has not relied on the Allspark, and their quest to obtain it from Earth merely served to prevent the Decepticons from gaining greater power. Moreover, Loki seemed to grasp that this individual harbored no ambitions. Rather, he appeared disinclined to conquer the world. With the Allspark in his possession, the Decepticons would find it impossible to acquire it. Very well. Since I am now aware of this world's coordinates, I shall take this artifact to my realm and determine a means of communication. Should you require it, I shall bring it forth. Loki remarked casually. While the Allspark can animate machines, its potency within the Marvel Universe is somewhat limited. After all, even the mightiest Autobot, Optimus Prime, is not considered a formidable figure in that realm. Nevertheless, could this artifact serve as a plaything for Tony? That fellow has quite a flair for such things. As Optimus Prime departed to discuss cooperative ventures with the country's representatives, Loki made his way towards his room, the Allspark in hand. Upon returning to his chamber, Loki gazed at the source of the flame in his hand, uncertain whether it would suffer damage in the shadow dimension. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously released a trickle of dark energy to test its effects, only to find the flame's source utterly unscathed. Instead, it absorbed the dark energy, emanating a faint glow. What was this flame source? Suddenly, Loki recalled the machine housed within the pyramid, which also utilized dark energy as its power source. Turning his gaze back to the flame's source, he pondered whether it was indeed driven by dark energy, leading the Cybertronians to discover the shadow dimension and devise methods for harnessing dark energy. With curiosity piqued, Loki decided to feed the flame source more dark energy, resulting in an increasingly brilliant radiance. Intriguingly, the flame source had ignited his curiosity, as it had shown remarkable capabilities in the films. It could seemingly suspend the law of conservation of mass and directly activate electrical devices. Even the Transformers were birthed from its essence. Opening a portal to the shadow dimension, Loki cautiously inserted a corner of the flame source into it, wary that the pure dark energy of his dimension might obliterate the flame source. However, upon entering the shadow dimension, the flame source swiftly broke free from Loki's grasp and soared into his shadow dimension. What on earth? Loki hurriedly followed into the dimension, attempting to control the dark energy to prevent it from corroding the flame source. Yet, the flame source instead pursued the dark energy, exhibiting no signs of deterioration. Why not give it a try? Loki decided to relinquish his restrictions on the dark energy, and soon nearly 50 million units of energy surged wildly towards the flame source. The flame source absorbed the countless dark energies like an insatiable black hole, radiating an ever more blinding light. Was this meant to create a sun for his dimension? Loki shielded his eyes slightly, feeling no sense of loss. After all, the flame source was merely absorbing energy, not diminishing his own limits. As he observed the flame source voraciously consuming energy, Loki discreetly calculated the amount absorbed. Upon reaching over 30 million, it seemed the flame source had finally reached its saturation point. Was it on cooldown? Exploring the areas struck by electrical arcs, he discovered numerous black crystals. Holding one of the crystals in his hand, he sensed that the dark energy contained within had become highly controllable. Encased within an unusual shell, it would not react with other energies even if brought into the material realm. It harbored an immense amount of energy. Even this thumb-sized crystal contained energy equivalent to several 100,000 units. How was this achieved? Loki could also condense dark energy into solid form. But once the restraints were released, the energy would dissipate. Examining the structure of the crystal, Loki noticed that the shell bore minuscule patterns, through which the dark energy flowed slowly, serving to bind the energy internally. What was this? Binding itself? Were it not for the fact that this entity was still composed of dark energy, Loki might not have discerned its nature at all. This structure is indeed intriguing. Having grasped the general idea, Loki realized he could utilize dark energy to construct such an object. After examining a smaller crystal in his hand, he cast it aside and began to gather dark energy to create an identical shell. However, unlike the thumb-sized crystal, Loki synthesized a shell the size of an infant's fist. Yet, this creation was devoid of energy, prompting him to wave his hand and conjure energy in an attempt to infuse it within. For such a diminutive crystal, Loki exerted over 1,000 million units of energy to fill it to its utmost capacity. As he sensed the dark energy within gradually attaining a state of tranquility and stability, Loki contemplated for a moment, suddenly struck by a fascinating notion. Given that this object could store such an abundance of energy, and considering his inability to open the shadow dimension door in the Marvel Universe, he decided to regularly create crystals to carry with him. During battles, he could release the energy contained within, thus unleashing his prowess from the shadow dimension, while also making efficient use of the immense energy generated daily, avoiding any wastage. However, this object must possess more than just this single function. Otherwise, the Cybertronians would not have busied themselves with its creation. Loki resolved to present this object to Megatron, as Optimus Prime was likely preoccupied. After all, Optimus had just entered into a partnership with the government and had numerous matters yet to be organized. Megatron, with the Decepticons, had managed to contend with Optimus and his allies for quite some time, so he could not be too far behind in terms of strength, one would assume. Recalling the near defeat Megatron and the two Decepticons had faced against Optimus, Loki felt a twinge of apprehension. Nonetheless, he reasoned that this device should not be directly correlated with combat capability. He made his way toward the nearby underground passage, a vast space originally excavated for air defense, intended for storing equipment for counterattacks. Even the likes of Megatron appeared diminutive in this expansive setting. The Shadow Legion was assisting the station troops in moving equipment out, yet there remained a considerable amount of gear inside. Lu Qi traversed to the innermost part of the air raid shelter, where a makeshift room had been established to confine Megatron. Several Decepticons he had captured were stationed there, attempting to persuade Megatron to surrender. Please, cease your efforts. Lu Qi instructed the Decepticons to step aside, observing the forlorn figure of Megatron seated in the room. Is it time for today's warm-up? Megatron remarked as he rose, stretching his metallic limbs. Even in the face of insurmountable odds against this formidable being, he would not cease his resistance. Lu Qi shook his head at the sight of Megatron's defiance. I'm not in the mood to fight today. I'm here for this. Lu Qi produced a dark energy crystal and tossed it towards Megatron. Do you recognize this? I created it using the Allspark. Megatron halted his movements, catching the crystal and scrutinizing it closely. It appears you have successfully activated the Allspark. This crystal is a manifestation of energy refined and condensed by the Allspark. He turned to Lu Qi, a smile gracing his features. The matrix of leadership inherently possesses the power to create worlds and life itself. The Cybertronians are beings birthed from the matrix, and this crystal represents a more advanced energy source, capable of amplifying our strength tremendously. Lu Qi gazed at Megatron, his expression peculiar. Is this how you choose to inform me of this matter? Are you conceding? What, then, is the purpose of your lengthy discourse? As he caught the energy crystal, he scrutinized Megatron, adding, I assumed you would consume this artifact directly and engage me in a fierce battle. Ah well, if that is the case, then all is well. Lu Qi secured the crystal, looking at Megatron, and inquired, what prompts your verbosity today? I merely felt a sense of nostalgia upon seeing this crystal after such a long time, Megatron replied, casting a glance at Lu Qi, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Very well, Lu Qi sighed. Whenever you decide to inform me, I shall see if I can procure you some of your favorite snacks. I'm not a pet. Certainly, you are no mere pet. Rather, you're a limited edition SSR power bank. You scoundrel. Megatron suddenly slammed against the door, causing the entire room to tremble violently. Casually observing the flickering matrix within the shadow world, Lu Qi attempted to retrieve it. This time, he managed to move it effortlessly, much to his relief, as he had feared being ensnared by it. Upon returning to his room, Lu Qi messaged Ancient One and continued refining his flying, stealthy black orb. In the Marvel Universe, Ancient One wielded the Radiant Time Stone, diligently seeking Lu Qi's whereabouts. Chapter 61. Returning to Marvel under compulsion to read. At last it is complete. Lu Qi stood up, exhilarated, as he beheld his creation. 2 days had passed since his conversation with Megatron, and during this time, he had occupied himself with the enhancement of his large black orb. Initially, he found it satisfactory, yet its functionality was rather limited. Thus, he devoted these 2 days to refining it, reducing its size, increasing its speed, and incorporating a feature for communication with the Decepticons to exchange images. This would allow the Decepticons to convert the images detected by the orb into various formats. I am truly a genius, Lu Qi mused, admiring his creation, realizing it could no longer be referred to as merely a large black orb. Why does this evoke a Cthulhu-like sensation? He pondered, scratching his head. Alas, the large eyes of his creation occupied a significant portion of its head, rendering the upper part incapable of receiving adequate energy. Consequently, Lu Qi devised protruding channels on the surface of its head to facilitate energy transmission, resembling black tendrils. The functionality is commendable, though perhaps its appearance is rather conspicuous. Lu Qi assessed, deciding to test the practicality of his invention. After the meticulous processing by the thin mantis, Lu Qi was presented with an enormous display screen, showcasing nearly a comprehensive field of vision, save for the area behind the tendrils. Should I add a few more eyes to the tendrils? He contemplated, stroking his chin. Thus, Lu Qi navigated through the channels, ultimately soaring through a window into the outside world. A soldier, sensing something amiss, peered through his binoculars. What on earth is that? It looks so unsettling. Several others took a glance, then quickly communicated with the command center via their radios. Upon learning that an unidentified aerial vehicle had breached the restricted airspace, the command center promptly issued orders. One by one, soldiers abandoned their tasks, seizing their weapons and rushing outside. In mere seconds, quick-thinking soldiers armed themselves and arrived at the scene. Lu Qi, observing below, found himself puzzled. Was there an event happening today? Why hadn't he been informed? Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted within the command center. What in the world is this? The commander gazed at the projection sent by Jazz to Optimus Prime, eyeing the creature adorned with numerous eyes, its bizarre and eerie appearance sending shivers down his spine. This entity, truly challenges the limits of human acceptance. Optimus Prime, recalling Lu Chi's peculiar black sphere, wondered if Lu Chi's taste could possibly be so strange. He had never encountered anyone who made things increasingly grotesque. Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Ratchet, you are to immediately assist our allies. Optimus called upon the other Autobots through the comms and sent a message to Lu Chi. At that moment, gunfire erupted outside, and the projection of the thin mantis flickered and went dark. It has been shot down, the mantis lamented. Shot down? Who did this? An enemy? Lu Chi paused for a moment, then hurried outside. Soon, he arrived by the window, glancing down to find the playground swarming with armed individuals, each cautiously surveying their surroundings. Jazz, what is happening? Where is the enemy? Just then, Lu Chi suddenly sensed that Gu-E was absorbing dark energy, and quite a substantial amount at that. Suddenly, black magical rings appeared above the square. Several black rings intertwined, and within their intricate patterns, numerous miniature magical arrays emerged, their numbers multiplying and their sizes expanding, ultimately coalescing into a complex array measuring several hundred meters across. What a coincidence, is it Gu-E? Yet Lu Chi could not be certain. Ascending into the air, he retrieved a black crystal of immense value, ready to unleash its energy at a moment's notice. As the array completed its formation, the central area distorted in space, releasing a violent energy that further warped the surroundings. A figure emerged from within. What a peculiar welcome ceremony. Lu Chi quickly gestured for them to lower their weapons and addressed Gu-E. I thought it would take you much longer to realize I was gone. Gu-E shook his head in resignation. I did not expect your application of dark energy to be so crude. Haven T, you learned to communicate through energy? Well, I am currently exploring it. I've even developed a detection spell of my own, which I'll show you shortly. Lu Chi nodded, promptly retrieving Megatron and the others, bidding a brief farewell to Optimus and the others. Leaving behind a parting remark, Lu Chi brought several Decepticons to Gu-Yi's side. It seems you have made some friends? Gu-Yi gazed at the towering figures before him, drawing forth additional energy from Lu Chi. With a swift motion, he conjured a magical array that ensnared Megatron and his companions, compressing the space around them until they transformed into mere half-meter-tall models. What grand endeavor is this? Gu-Yi smiled enigmatically, remaining silent as he began to construct the array. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of soldiers, a colossal magical formation took shape, and then Lu Chi and Gu-Yi gradually made their way towards the passage. Present arms. A voice rang out, prompting all the soldiers to uniformly lower their weapons and perform a military salute. Ambulance, metal sheets. I possess an energy aggregate that mirrors the power of Lu Chi and that mysterious individual. Would you like to conduct some research on it? The chaos of the surroundings struck Lu Chi. What has happened here? How long have I been away? He surveyed the dilapidated tea house, which appeared as if it had been ravaged by artillery fire. Do you have any idea who did this? Gu-Yi observed Lu Chi with a smirk. Perplexed, Lu Chi pointed to himself, incredulous. Could it be me? How could I cause such a ruckus in another world? Do you recall how much energy you previously infused into me? Gu-Yi gestured towards the tea house. I am not Odin. The energy you bestowed upon me must be released. And are you not aware of the characteristics of your dark energy? Lu Chi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the blame lay squarely on his shoulders. When he had infused energy, he had merely sought to capture the attention of the powerful, without foreseeing the consequences. Observing Lu Chi's discomfort, Gu-Yi summoned a catalog of the current collection at Camartage and handed it to him. Thus, it is imperative that you learn the applications of dark energy. You should peruse the entire spellbook collection of Camartage. Lu Chi's eyes widened as he accepted the catalog, which was as thick as a notebook. Over 5,000 spellbooks. Are you certain you expect me to read them all? Gu-Yi shook his head. Just as Lu Chi thought there might be a glimmer of hope, Gu-Yi remarked, in fact, thanks to someone's explorations in other realms, the number of spellbooks has now surpassed 6,000. Lu Chi was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, Gu-Yi continued, since you have destroyed my tea house, you shall rebuild the entire Camartage as recompense. Wait, are you robbing me? Lu Chi looked at the calm expression on Gu-Yi's face, taken aback by this unexpected side of him. Please provide me with an itemized bill so I can ascertain the value. Gu-Yi glanced at him. My tea house contained treasures I have collected over centuries. In the words of outsiders, they are priceless antiques spanning millennia. Are you certain you wish for me to compile a list? Then it's settled. Lu Chi quickly adopted a more agreeable demeanor, realizing that Gu-Yi, despite his seemingly modest appearance, was in fact quite affluent. Observing Lu Chi's reaction, Gu-Yi shook his head. Even as a legitimate student of Camartage, one cannot freely access those perilous tomes. He offered Lu Chi a chance, yet he was unwilling to accept it. As Go-E departed, Lucci looked at the spellbook catalog in his hands, reminiscent of his high school days spent engulfed in a sea of books. "Ah well, I suppose this is merely an opportunity for self-enrichment," Lucci sighed, glancing at the bewildered Megatron and the other Decepticons, who stood at half a meter tall beside him. "My understanding of the application of dark energy is admittedly rather superficial. Thus, I shall earnestly take the time to study it further." Glancing at the table of contents of the spellbook in my hands, I made my way to the library, where I encountered Modu along the way. "Hey Modu, long time no see," I greeted him cheerfully. "Have you been venturing into other worlds these past few days?" Modu remarked, casting a glance at the few obedient robots trailing behind me, questioning where I had found such companions. "By the way, have you seen the new interdimensional teleportation spell that Master Gu-E has developed?" As a fervent admirer of Gu-E, Modu nearly fell to his knees in reverence upon witnessing the vast and intricate array spanning several hundred meters. Just yesterday, Gu-E had added that spell to the archives of Kamartaj, ensuring it would become an integral part of its rich heritage. Such selflessness could inspire Modu to compose a 3,000-word thesis in praise of Gu-E. I cast a reluctant glance at Modu and sighed. "By the way, do you have a topographical map of Kamartaj? Master Gu-E has requested that I undertake some renovations there." Contemplating Gu-Ye's two requests, I felt somewhat disheartened. Renovating the structure was manageable. For the Shadow Legion, it posed no significant challenge, especially since my troops had previously assisted at Tony's exhibition. Repairing Kamartaj was not a daunting task, as it was not much larger than the land Stark had acquired. Bidding farewell to the enviously gazing Modu, I stepped into the library. Faced with an endless expanse of books, I could only consult the catalog and search through them one by one. Chapter 62, half a year later. "Hey, hurry up and translate this," I called out. "And you, where's that printer I asked you to buy?" The once serene atmosphere of the Kamartaj library was filled with my voice. A multitude of studying mages cast curious glances in my direction, not because they were disturbed. After all, those who had mastered the art of teleportation and entered the library were unlikely to be distracted by noise, but rather due to my directing two robots to perform tasks. I sighed as I observed the surrounding mages, utterly baffled by how they could possibly retain knowledge of so many languages. Were it not for the system's enhancements, I might not even be able to speak English, yet these mages could comprehend texts written in ancient languages such as Sanskrit. It seemed that every mage was a linguist in their own right. Lacking such a talent, I shifted my focus back to my newly acquired subordinates. I instructed the Mantis to scan and translate the books, while the barrier and stun robots wrote the Chinese versions of the spellbooks in the blank pages. With several Chinese spellbooks in hand, I settled down to read. I must admit, the intelligence of these Decepticons was impressive. Their translations were far from the ordinary machine-generated types, resembling authentic Chinese texts instead. I casually glanced at the nearby Megatron, who was engrossed in a book while clad in a mage's robe. Indeed, it was astonishing that Megatron had become an official mage. This individual, buoyed by his successful harnessing of core energy, has managed to conjure a portal and a few minor spells, leading to his promotion to an official disciple by the Ancient One. This development has left Lucci profoundly disheartened, for he no longer considers him a mere figurine. Following his ascension, this fellow has shown no inclination to escape. Instead, he immerses himself daily in the library, voraciously consuming books. Indeed, he now seeks to alter his destiny through the acquisition of knowledge. Lucci shook his head and opened the recently acquired spellbook, scrutinizing the principles and effects of the spells contained within. Thanks to his mastery over dark energy, he swiftly grasps the underlying concepts of the spells, enabling him to successfully cast them, thereby simplifying his studies considerably. After all, other sorcerers would take several days to comprehend a single spellbook, with the initial learning curve often stretching indefinitely. Presently, his reading pace rivals that of the Decepticons engaged in translation. Yet, these spellbooks prove challenging to translate, as even the most diligent among them can manage only 5 or 6 tomes a day. Furthermore, it would be unreasonable for Lucci to expect them to translate incessantly without allowing at least half an hour for rest. "Stephen, you ought to be grateful to me. This way, you needn't start from scratch with Sanskrit. Come, learn classical Chinese. It should be simpler than Sanskrit, don't you think?" After some time spent reading, Modu approached him. "Lucci, I have selected several high-level sorcerers waiting outside the library for you to finalize the contracts." Lucci nodded and made his way outside, with Megatron trailing behind him. He paid no heed to Megatron, first proceeding to finalize contracts with the 40-odd high-level sorcerers present. With this, he nearly concluded all contracts, save for a few holdouts, including the ever-skeptical Caecilius. To clarify, it is not due to any pettiness on his part. Rather, it was merely a matter of chance that he was not selected. Lu Chi gazed down at Megatron, who now stood at a mere meter tall, resembling a dwarf, and inquired curiously about his intentions. I too wish to finalize a contract. I require your dark energy. Megatron looked up at Lu Chi, and from this angle, Lu Chi inexplicably found him somewhat endearing. I had thought your core energy would suffice. Lu Chi crossed his arms, observing Megatron. Shaking his head, Megatron replied, My core energy has its limits. I seek a more potent source of energy. Intrigued, Lu Chi questioned, Why then do you wish to contract with me? He was fascinated by this little figure, curious about what had prompted him to set aside his pride in pursuit of assistance. I yearn to witness a more diverse universe, to discover my true self, and to unveil the future of Cybertron. Megatron, unexpectedly, bowed his head in a moment of uncertainty, feeling a sense of confusion regarding the fate of Cybertron as he encountered a book analyzing destiny. Despite his relentless pursuit of Optimus Prime, Megatron remains fundamentally a Cybertronian, deeply concerned for his home planet. Yet the unending internal strife led him to seek conquest of other worlds, redirecting this turmoil onto other races. While Optimus Prime chose a path starkly opposed to his. Before the war, as a scientist, Optimus resolved to elevate the Cybertronian race through advanced technology, minimizing internal conflict to an exceptionally low degree. Two divergent ideologies inevitably culminated in conflict. Optimus Prime deemed Megatron's methods excessively brutal, while Megatron found Optimus's approach devoid of hope. Consequently, each rallied their respective supporters and engaged in a fierce battle that nearly obliterated Cybertron, plunging the planet into chaos and despair. At that moment, Megatron yearned for a more diverse world, seeking knowledge to salvage Cybertron. Lu Chi observed this individual in contemplative silence for an extended period. Just as Megatron began to feel the weight of rejection, Lu Chi nodded. He crouched down to meet Megatron's gaze, proposing, I can forge a contract with you, but you must serve as my subordinate. Is that all? Megatron had anticipated more stringent conditions. Instead, he was merely required to be a subordinate. What was the difference from before? Lu Chi found no issue with this arrangement, as he had initially intended to recruit Megatron as a follower. With Megatron now willingly offering himself, there was no reason to let this opportunity slip away. After all, Megatron possessed little else worth claiming. The Decepticons were hardly more useful than ninja warriors. Those spacecraft were no larger than Megatron himself, and transporting them would be a considerable hassle. Once the contract was sealed, Lu Chi turned his attention to the Shadow Army, which had commenced construction on the foundations not far away. With a smirk, he recalled that the Ancient One had requested he revamp Camartage. Unhesitatingly, he approached several designers, outlining his requirements for a Camartage that would reflect his personal tastes. Over the past few days, he had arranged for various gaming consoles and computers to be procured from a mobile company, and he planned to send a group of ninja warriors to the Far East for further training. His intention was to establish an amusement arcade and barbecue restaurant within Camartage, testing whether these sorcerers could withstand the rigors of such a lifestyle. Meanwhile, he would savor gourmet delicacies while watching the Ancient One subsist on meager rations. If she desired a meal, she would have to barter with antiques. With a satisfied smile, Lu Chi turned and retreated to his studies. In a shadowy corner, Caecilius glared at Lu Chi's retreating figure, his fingers etching deep grooves into the brick wall in frustration. Wasn't it said that there was insufficient energy to contract so many individuals? Yet, here they were, allowing a newly appointed sorcerer to sign a pact while neglecting him, only serving to fuel Caecilius's wrath. Unaware of Caecilius's grievances, Lu Chi simply noted his irritation and chose not to engage in a contract with him. He was neither a being of immense power nor a deity. Expecting him to accept every supplicant was simply unrealistic. Continuing to contest with Caecilius seemed futile. It was far more prudent to immerse himself in his studies. After Megatron joined the translation team, their efficiency should noticeably increase. To his dismay, however, the Ancient One showed little interest in the matter, claiming that Lu Chi had his own intentions and that she could not intervene. This only served to escalate Caecilius's fury, and a wild notion began to take root in his mind. As the timelines converged, for the time being, Lu Chi remained within Camartage, mindful that he ought to heed the words of the esteemed elder. Moreover, the study of these magical arts has indeed deepened Lu Chi's comprehension of dark energy, and the methods of application have become increasingly diverse. 6 months later, Lu Chi emerged from the library, his face a portrait of exhaustion. Over 9,000 tomes. He had finally perused them all. What? You inquire about the origin of the additional 3,000 volumes? They were provided by the newly established dimension. However, the newly added spells do not rival the grandeur of those from Camartage. They are merely low-tier, conventional magics, capable at best of sinking an aircraft carrier. With a look of utter fatigue, Lu Qi, accompanied by several exhausted members of the Decepticons, eagerly sought out the Ancient One. Over these 6 months, Camartage had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once backward village had vanished, replaced by elegant lofts and bungalows infused with the essence of ancient Chinese architecture. The residence of the Supreme Sorcerer had shifted to a 5-story loft, complete with a tea room and a basement dedicated to the Ancient One's collection. Perhaps enamored by this architectural style, many of the sorcerers in Camartage had adorned themselves in garments embellished with traditional Chinese accessories. Navigating through a bustling street filled with delectable snacks, Lu Qi clutched a handful of treats as he made his way to the Ancient One's abode. Notably, during these past months, Lu Qi had thoroughly explored the coordinates book given by Odin, elevating the number of ninja soldiers to the critical threshold of 50,000. Upon reaching this number, Lu Qi found himself with over 3,000 energy units, still shy of the 50 million required for an upgrade. To expedite the development of Camartage, he procured 100 troll soldiers, unlocking a new unit, the Nightbat Legion. True to the animated depiction, the Nightbat Legion stands as the sole battalion within the Shadow Legion endowed with genuine flight capability, summoned by the masked figure of Skurg. With bat-like wings extending from their backs, these beings possess remarkable speed, and the light waves they emit can shatter colossal bones, transforming into luminous tendrils to ensnare adversaries. Their prowess in range combat, close quarters, and speed is exceptional, though their defense is somewhat lacking. Intriguingly, these night bats possess organs akin to those of actual bats, enabling them to use sound waves to detect their surroundings, thus revealing hidden foes. Recalling Loki's previous use of illusions against him and that cloaked vessel, Lu Qi felt compelled to explore the capabilities of these night bats. He summoned one with a cost of 100 ninja soldiers and 1,000 energy points, only to discover that this entity could detect objects within a staggering radius of 3,200 meters. This range astounded Lu Qi, prompting him to acquire 100 more. Now he had no fear of illusions or similar trickery. Immediately, Lu Qi set them to work, transporting materials. To his surprise, no new units were unlocked thereafter, which left Lu Qi somewhat astonished, though not overly concerned. Presently, the Shadow Legion boasted a comprehensive array of functional units, rendering the absence of new types negligible. Now, Lu Qi's Shadow Legion truly embodied the essence of a formidable battalion: 50,000 ninja soldiers and 150 blade soldiers. Troll soldiers, 100 night bats, with an energy excavation rate of 400 per minute, can restore energy at the same rate per second. Previously, Lu Qi had attempted to consolidate the energy from around 10 crystals into a single one. However, with such a vast amount of energy confined within a single crystal, the structural integrity of its surface proved inadequate to contain the internal energy, resulting in a phenomenon of rupture. Lu Qi found himself at an impasse and decided to fabricate energy crystals in the millions. With such an abundance of crystals, he was no longer apprehensive about his combat prowess on Marvel's Earth. In fact, by deploying 100 million crystals, Lu Qi could attain a power level capable of shattering stars. At this moment, Lu Qi had truly risen in stature. The mages were no longer merely smiling at Lu Qi for his ability to provide energy. He had genuinely enhanced the prosperity of Camartage. Currently, the number of ninja soldiers at Lu Qi's command was exceedingly disproportionate, and he had grown weary of acquiring specialized troops. Instead, he deployed 10,000 ninja soldiers across various roles in Camartage, including chefs and other service positions. With the majority of the service industry now under the management of ninja soldiers, Lu Qi enjoyed a significant income, albeit still lesser than that of a mobile phone company. While puzzled as to why these mages were showering him with money and smiling at him, Lu Qi simply accepted their goodwill with a cheerful disposition. Navigating through the streets, Lu Qi arrived at the residence of the Ancient One and hurried inside. "You're here? Finish the book?" The Ancient One was engrossed in an ancient biography, its pages bearing the marks of time, leading Lu Qi to speculate that it might be yet another historical artifact worthy of a national museum. Speaking of this left Lu Qi somewhat speechless. He had initially intended to construct a modest 3-story residence for the Ancient One, only to find her requesting 2 additional floors for her collections. "I've completed the reading, and the house is finished. Can I now depart from Camartage?" The Ancient One did not even glance at him. "Very well, once your tasks are complete, you may leave." After sipping tea, A nearby ninja promptly refilled the Ancient One's cup, which left Lu Qi utterly speechless. This individual seemed to relish the services of the ninja soldiers even more than he did. After exchanging a few brief words, Lu Qi swiftly conjured a portal and made his escape. After all, spending several months in Kamartaj had led to an exhaustive exchange of conversations, leaving little left to discuss. He had transformed his seclusion into a period of indulgence and leisure. Not long after, Tony sent a message. "You finally emerged from that place?" Chapter 63, The Arrival of Coulson. Receiving a message from Tony so swiftly surprised Lu Qi, especially considering the rapid progress Tony and Pepper had made over the past 6 months. Tony was even on the verge of persuading Pepper's father to allow them to marry. At this juncture, he was not with Pepper. Lu Qi decided to call Tony. Once connected, he could hear the sounds of welding and cutting on the other end. "You sound quite busy. Why the sudden message as soon as I update? Did Jarvis put you on high alert?" Lu Qi took out a snack he had just purchased and savored it. "Indeed, I have been quite occupied lately. However, it's not every day you emerge from that place, so I had to check in." Tony's voice sounded muffled as if it were encased in a can. "Are you in your armor? What are you up to now?" Lu Qi savored a piece of the wolfong potato and found it quite delightful. Perhaps he could follow Tony's lead and open some snack shops? "I have made some alterations to the energy supply of Stark Tower. Soon, it shall become a benchmark for renewable energy worldwide." Tony's voice boasted with pride. "You built a tower? You never mentioned it to me." Lu Qi could hardly contain his excitement. "Are you in Manhattan?" "Indeed. I intended to surprise you, though it seems it may be more of a shock," Tony replied, curiously, as he sliced open the cable casing and replaced the energy component. "All right, Star Tower will soon illuminate. If you hurry, you might capture a photo for posterity." Glancing at the assortment of snacks on the small table, Lu Qi replied over the phone, "I will be there shortly. Wait for me. I shall bring some gifts." "Then you must be quick," Tony chuckled before soaring off over the water. Lu Qi hung up and noticed a portal opening nearby, through which several ninjas emerged, bearing a collection of snacks. Fortunately, having previously visited Manhattan ensured he wouldn't miss out. He stepped through the portal and arrived in Manhattan, just in time to see Tony flying above. It appeared he had made it. Lu Qi observed a tall building in the direction Tony was headed. It was one he had not seen before, presumably Stark Tower. Tony reached his tower, landing gracefully before it. "Jarvis, is our cameraman in position?" "Sir, the cameraman has been located at the rear," Jarvis responded. A screen displayed Lu Qi striking a pose, prompting Tony to say to Pepper, "We can turn on lights. The cameraman is ready." Pepper smiled, sensing a party was in the offing, though she had not prepared any refreshments. She pulled the switch, and Star Tower lit up from bottom to top in a dazzling display. "This feels splendid," Tony remarked, flying upward in sync with the lights, while below, Lu Qi pressed the burst mode on his camera. Ascending to an upper platform, Tony turned to see Pepper in the hall as mechanical arms began to remove his armor. "How long do you think it will take Lu Qi to climb up here?" Tony mused aloud. Pepper chuckled at the thought. Yet another figure indeed entered the hall even before him. "Perhaps faster than you can fly?" Lu Qi tossed his camera through the portal and leaned against the table. Arms crossed, Tony shook his head, adjusting his attire, and as he passed the bar, he picked up a card. "This is a pass for Stark Tower. I suggest you keep it, lest it appear our security measures are inadequate." Lu Qi accepted the card, glanced at the photo on it, and tucked it into his pocket. "I shall hold on to it. By the way, is there a party tonight?" he observed, noting the lack of beautiful women around. "Where's Rhodey?" Tony accepted a glass of red wine for Pepper. "My original plan for tonight was to enjoy some private time with Pepper. I seem to have interrupted that. But I brought some gifts. May I offer them as an apology?" Lu Qi directed a few ninjas to place their bundles of snacks on the table. Little Pepper inhaled twice, remarking on the pleasant aroma. "Is this a snack? Some delicacies from my region are prepared by my subordinates. I brought along some spiced potatoes, crayfish, barbecue treats, and other assorted delights." "Crayfish? Can that be eaten?" Tony questioned skeptically, detecting the enticing scent that filled the air. "In truth, crayfish are rather delectable. I am perplexed as to why they proliferate in your area, as they are farm in ours." Lu Qi donned gloves, swiftly peeled one, and popped it into his mouth. "It looks quite appealing." Little Pepper emulated him, peeling one and tasting it. "Damn, I had no idea this was so delicious. Tony, you must try it." Tony, with a hint of prideful reluctance, was eventually coaxed into tasting one. "All right, it is indeed quite good." His previously sullen demeanor began to brighten. "Perhaps I could introduce this delicacy in my restaurant. I believe it would be a sensation." Observing the proud one also donned gloves to peel crayfish. Lu Qi smiled with satisfaction and took a skewer of barbecue, devouring it in one bite. "You are quite barbaric. That's rather uncouth," Tony remarked. scraping the meat off his skewer before consuming it in one bite. Are you instructing me on how to eat barbecue? Lucci retorted, swiftly consuming several more skewers while challenging Tony with his gaze. Tony, unable to match Lucci's speed, watched as the delectable morsels dwindled, abandoning his restraint to compete for more. Little Pepper, meanwhile, relished the tangy, spiced potatoes, laughing as she enjoyed her favorite flavors. Just as the competition heated up, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, Agent Coulson has requested a communication." Tony swallowed the morsel in his mouth, stating, "If he comes to celebrate, let him join the party. If not, inform him I am unavailable." Observing Lucci devour yet another skewer of barbecue, Tony gingerly patted his somewhat full stomach. "Damn, is your stomach a bottomless pit? It seems someone is out of luck today, as the best treats are yet to come." Lucci opened a portal, through which a cadre of ninja soldiers entered, bearing grilled fish and other delights. "Ah, you are quite cunning. The best food is saved for last," Tony remarked, inhaling the fragrant air, patting his belly in resignation. "No worries, I can indulge slowly in front of you and share some with the staff tonight to avoid waste." Lucci winked, then, under Tony's piercing gaze, picked up a grilled fish and took a hearty bite. "It looks quite good. I shall have a taste too." Little Pepper, undeterred by the tension, took a skewer of grilled fish and savored it slowly. "How about some chicken feet? They don't take up much space," Lucci suggested, presenting a box. "But these are all bones. There's hardly any meat," Tony protested. Yet Lucci paid no heed, directly shoving a chicken foot into Tony's mouth. "Isn't this precisely the reason you should eat it now, given the lack of meat?" Watching Tony begin to chew, Lucci seized a grilled chicken leg and bit into it with vigor. Just as Tony sorrowfully learned the art of gnawing on chicken feet, Jarvis's voice resonated once more. "Agent Coulson approached you regarding a work matter. I informed him of your absence, yet Agent Coulson remained unconvinced." Tony, with a chicken claw in his mouth, was unable to articulate a response, and in the next moment, the elevator doors parted to reveal Coulson. It seemed I had interrupted a late-night snack. Previously, with Tony's assistance, I had acquired the prototype of Captain America's shield, which had fostered a closer rapport between Coulson and them. Approaching the table, Coulson seized a skewer of barbecue, took a bite, and soon realized Tony was regarding him with a menacing glare. Well, Coulson was uncertain of the cause, but having taken a bite of the barbecue, it was imprudent to abandon it. So, he placed a laptop before Tony and remarked, "It appears you harbor little fondness for such fare, preferring chicken claws instead?" Pepper, observing Tony's increasingly hostile demeanor, swiftly interjected, "Tony has had his fill." "Coulson, what brings you here? Aren't you busy with work?" "I'll work." Coulson swallowed the morsel and turned to Tony, stating, "The computer contains a matter of utmost urgency." Tony glanced at the ceiling, determined to avoid further irritation from this group. "I only accept consultations from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every Thursday. Remember? But this matter is urgent. Is it related to the Avengers?" Pepper inquired curiously. Noticing Coulson's strange and doubtful expression, Tony thought, "Well, I have no clue what the Avengers are." Coulson sighed, and Tony, observing Coulson's demeanor, discerned that the matter was indeed connected to the Avengers. "I had thought the Avengers initiative was defunct." Tony hastily wiped his gloved yet greasy hands on a piece of paper and assembled the laptop. "After all, I don't meet the qualifications for membership. That fellow over there also declined to join." Pepper chuckled softly, casting a glance at Coulson. "I am uncertain as well." Powering on the device, Tony grumbled, "Because I am proud and arrogant, lacking a sense of team spirit, defying superior orders, and most importantly, that Cyclops dislikes me." "I'm aware of that," Pepper laughed. Tony examined the information on the screen, realizing the situation was far from straightforward. He picked up the laptop, moved aside, and began transferring the data to his server, commencing an analysis with JARVIS. It appeared he had a considerable amount of work ahead of him this evening. Observing Tony's demeanor, Potts turned to Lucci and then approached Tony. "It seems you have your hands full tonight." Tony set aside his work and replied to Potts, "I had initially planned to enjoy a romantic evening with you. Rest assured, I will promptly send Lucci away." Potts smiled, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the laptop screen. "What sort of work is this?" As she beheld the myriad of esoteric information, Pepper's expression grew gravely serious. "It seems I shall be spending the night at the office." "No, I can certainly defer this work until tomorrow." Pepper looked at Tony with a smile and whispered something in his ear. Tony's expression brightened, and Pepper took a step back, encouraging him, "You can do it." Watching Pepper give Tony a quick kiss before turning toward the elevator, Coulson hastily finished the barbecue. Chapter 64. The Birth of Saturday. Early the next morning, Lucci arrived at Stark Tower accompanied by several Decepticons. To his astonishment, Tony was still engrossed in the information displayed on the screen. "Are you the champion of all-nighters?" Lucci marveled as he approached Tony, observing the technical jargon and various data that filled the screen, causing him to feel drowsy once more despite just waking up. Tony appeared unfazed, sipping his espresso before turning to Lucci. I'm quite accustomed to this. By the way, did you bring WTF? Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the Decepticons following Lucci. Who created these? The technology is surprisingly advanced. Ignoring Lucci momentarily, Tony stepped closer to examine the Decepticons, curiously feeling the texture of Barricade's face. But what is this inferior metal? Its strength is remarkably low. He frowned, scrutinizing the complex structures of the Decepticons. Can these beings transform? He inquired, tilting his head towards Lucci for clarification. Indeed, they can transform into various devices, although their size will limit the forms they can take, Lucci explained. At his signal, 2 Decepticons transformed sequentially into vehicles and various tools, including the printer that had seen the most use over the past 6 months. Remarkable. But why have I never heard of this technology? Tony questioned, his curiosity piqued. Lucci shook his head, clarifying, they're not artificial creations, but rather extraterrestrial beings that I captured to serve as tools. As he spoke, Lucci retrieved the Allspark from the Shadow Realm, glancing at Megatron, who remained unfazed, and handed the Allspark to Tony. This object can emit energy that activates ordinary machinery, granting them the ability to transform. Watching Tony examine the Allspark with a perplexed expression, Lucci reassured him. There are countless phenomena in this universe that humanity has yet to comprehend. One more is inconsequential. However, Tony turned to Lucci with earnest determination. They may not understand, but I am Tony Stark. I will certainly unravel the mysteries of this device. Would it be alright if I kept this for now? Of course, Lucci replied, shaking his head at Tony's enthusiasm. The Allspark had been activated hundreds of times over the past 6 months, its energy coalescing and sublimating, and it had already been comprehended by Lucci, holding no further significance for him. After activating the machinery that did not utilize Decepticon or Autobot technology, it was indeed, as the ambulance had stated, there was no fixed character to them. Yet, neither Lucci nor Comatage was particularly inclined to adopt mechanical pets. Thus, Lucci decided to send them to the Transformers world instead. Foolish humans, still clinging to their delusions. During the pinnacle of Cybertron's civilization, they failed to understand how the Allspark activated our kin. What right does this backward Earth have to claim understanding of the Allspark? Megatron, who had been lurking behind Lucci, did not hesitate to express his skepticism regarding Tony's attempts to comprehend the Allspark. Oh, who is hiding back there? Speaking ill of me? Tony could not tolerate this remark and began to circle around Lucci, ready to confront Megatron, who stepped forward to face him. Is it you, little one, who speaks ill of me? Tony remarked disdainfully as he gazed at the towering Megatron, who stood half his height. Though I am unfamiliar with this so-called Cybertron civilization you mentioned, it appears you were captured after being bested by my friends, suggesting you may not be as formidable as you claim. Megatron, casting a glance at his own stature, shot an irritated look at Tony. Were it not for the Sorcerer Supreme diminishing my size, you would surely come to know the true power of Cybertron. The Sorcerer Supreme? The one Lucci referred to? She seems to be human as well. Do you truly believe you can compare yourself to the Sorcerer Supreme? Enough. You two must cease this endless bickering, Lucci interjected, stepping forward to separate them. Megatron, show some respect to my friend. And you, Tony, we have important matters to attend to today. Tony shot a disgruntled glance at Megatron and then at Lucci, his demeanor softening. You really ought to factory reset him. I can provide that service. He turned towards the workbench, placing the tesseract upon it. Jarvis, scan this object. I wish to ascertain its internal structure. After a brief scanning period, Jarvis replied with a tone of regret, I apologize, sir, but I am unable to detect the internal structure. How intriguing, Tony mused, contemplating his approach to the tesseract. Tony, we still need to head to S-H-I-E-L-D today, remember? Lucci reminded him. Fear not, it would be futile to go now. I have already reviewed last night's briefing. By now, there should be a rather astute individual over there searching for Loki and those 2 peculiar beings. Perhaps we may uncover something of value by evening. Loki and 2 peculiar beings? Has the plot shifted yet again? Lucci furrowed his brow, observing Tony as he embarked on a new round of research. Jarvis, please provide me with the mission information Tony received last night. I may need to do some studying as well. Transmission complete, Jarvis's voice promptly followed, and Lucci's phone pinged with a file reception notification. Roadblock, come here for a moment. After watching the video for a while, Lucci's expression grew somber. To her surprise, General Blade and Proxima Midnight had also arrived. However, she reassured herself that neither of them posed a significant threat. With the right strategy, they could be easily defeated. Gazing at the still-absorbed Tony, Lucci glanced down at her newly purchased shoes, contemplating how best to deal with these adversaries. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base, Loki glared in exasperation at the two beings before him. The Master has commanded. You are to follow my lead. General Blade regarded Loki with disdain. Yet the Master also stated that, when necessary, you could be used as a hostage in exchange for the Space Stone. Do not overestimate your position. You have no authority to command me or Proxima Midnight. Loki gripped his scepter tightly with his mechanical hand, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with the two subordinates sent by Thanos. They refused to heed his commands and instead monitored his every move, ready to seize him should he show any sign of defiance, dragging him off to exchange for the Space Stone. Enraged, Loki stormed out of the room and into the research facility for the Space Stone. Since his impulsive departure from Asgard and subsequent encounter with Thanos, he was informed that assisting in the acquisition of the Space Stone would grant him an army to conquer Earth and reclaim his status as a ruler. However, Thanos also deemed his abilities insufficient, subjecting him to a transformation that replaced his right arm with a mechanical prosthesis. This formidable arm possessed immense strength, capable of reducing steel to powder and could harness energy to unleash highly penetrating beams. Observing his arm being placed into the chamber, Loki was filled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless, for Thanos' might was beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet behind him stood Asgard and his father Odin. Thanos dared not jeopardize his life, for doing so would invite Odin's wrath, capable of obliterating Thanos into dust. Unbeknownst to Loki, Odin had recently received intelligence and was tirelessly searching the cosmos for Thanos' fleet, causing Thanos to grow increasingly impatient. Should he fail to achieve any significant results, the situation could deteriorate rapidly. Employing an illusion to disguise his metallic arm as its original appendage, Loki approached Dr. Eric Selvig, who was under control. What else do we require? Loki inquired. We have gathered all other materials, but we still need iridium to stabilize the portal, Selvig replied. So, where can we find iridium? Loki asked the seasoned SHIELD agent Hawkeye. Hawkeye produced a tablet displaying information about an individual. What do you need? A decoy, along with surveillance. A decoy? Loki nodded, a plan forming in his mind. Let's not delay. We must proceed at once. Oh, this is truly remarkable, Tony exclaimed, clad in his Mark VI armor after activating the arc reactor, reveling in the interaction between the suit and himself. Is it really necessary? The armor shouldn't feel so different once activated, should it? Lucci observed Tony's exuberance with a hint of exasperation. You could give it a try. Friday is currently giving me a massage, and his technique is quite professional. Tony shuddered, having just hit his ticklish spot. Lucci shook his head, bemused by Tony's antics. Ever since he began his experiments, Tony had activated a plethora of mechanical entities within the lab, transforming numerous components into biomechanical forms. Watching Roadblock and Blur begin to take care of their children, Lucci felt a sense of disbelief. Now, Tony had reactivated his armor once more, whimsically naming it Friday since it was the 6th iteration. One wondered if there would be a 50 in the future. Approaching the exuberant Tony, Lucci restrained him. Let us not forget our pressing matters, shall we? Tony removed his helmet. Of course I haven't forgotten. In fact, I've been diligently working on important tasks. He instructed JARVIS to initiate a projection, stating, while I was resting, I devised an algorithm. Now, every phone sold by the 67 mobile companies will act as our eyes and ears, tracking Loki's whereabouts. Observing Lucci's expression, Tony had Friday detached from his body and moved beside Lucci. You seem particularly concerned about Loki? Lucci smiled helplessly. In a certain sense, I could be considered his uncle. Why do I say this? That fellow is an alien. Or could it be that what you mentioned earlier is indeed true? Lucci looked at Tony, whose eyes were filled with confusion, and proceeded to explain the events that transpired in Mexico. Oh, Odin? Thor? Loki? I originally thought these names were mere coincidence, but it turns out they're aliens. Tony remarked with calmness. Are you not surprised? Lucci glanced at Tony. It's fortunate that these individuals are merely aliens. I can accept that, especially since the sorcerers on your side are even more astonishing. Tony replied nonchalantly. What is so surprising about sorcerers? Logically speaking, both technology and magic are merely different applications of energy. Lucci pointed at Megatron, who was meditating nearby. You see, this guy's also a sorcerer. I didn't expect the standards for becoming a sorcerer to be so low. Perhaps I should give it a try myself? You might as well try. Lucci recalled the Supreme Sorcerer Tony, who had been excessively praised on the marketing channels, and felt that this fellow would have considerable achievements in this aspect. However, That will have to wait. We must first handle the matter concerning your nephew. By the way, your nephew should also call me uncle, shouldn't he? Sir, we have detected the target's trail. Just as Tony was about to establish a familial connection, Jarvis' voice interrupted. It's time to get down to business. Tony donned his armor and said to Lu Chi, you change your demeanor so swiftly. Lu Chi shrugged and manifested his robe. As a shadow nearby revealed a ninja who handed Lu Chi a small pouch containing crystal stones. Let's set off. I even bought a pair of leather shoes for this.